Chapter 1. Transmigration to Another World. It was an exceedingly ordinary deep night, devoid of clamor or disturbance, with only a serene ambience enveloping the entire room. Moonlight streamed through the partially open window, casting a silvery halo upon the wooden floor, as if draping the tranquil night in a shroud of mystery. The room was adorned with simplicity and warmed the comfortable bed. A neat desk and a soft chair constituted the entirety of this small haven. A warm desk lamp rested upon the table, emanating a gentle glow that illuminated the surroundings. The bookshelf stood orderly, filled with a myriad of books, among which the volume of Douluo stood out conspicuously, as though it were beckoning to reveal its unique allure. Lin Yu was immersed in the world of his beloved Douluo novel, unable to extricate himself. Seated at the desk, he held the book in his hands, his eyes fixated on the exquisite text, as if he had wholly merged into the fantastical and resplendent realm of Douluo. His face would occasionally reflect awe, and at other times, a look of rapture, completely absorbed in the unfolding narrative. As time passed, Lin Yu's emotions ebbed and flowed with the progression of the story. Witnessing the protagonist Tang San's tenacity in the face of formidable adversaries stirred his soul. Seeing Tang San and his comrades unite in battle ignited a fervor within him. Each page deepened his understanding of this marvelous world, allowing him to experience its joys, sorrows, and passions that in this quiet, deep night. Lin Yu forgot all worries and pressures, leaving only his love and yearning for Douluo. He aspired to pursue his dreams with the same courage as Tang San, continually striving for growth and advancement. Unbeknownst to him, he had become profoundly enmeshed in this enchanting world, relishing the limitless pleasure that reading bestowed upon him. Suddenly, without warning, an intense wave of dizziness surged upon Lin Yu like a torrential tide. He felt his vision begin to warp and distort, the surroundings spiraling into a colossal vortex. His head grew unbearably heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Lin Yu struggled to break free from this strange sensation, attempting to regain control of his body, but found his limbs ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. His consciousness began to blur, the world before him dimming until he was engulfed in complete darkness. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, everything becoming indistinct, as if it had slipped into a state of chaos. Uncertain of how long it had been, when Lin Yu regained consciousness, he discovered himself in a warm yet unfamiliar place. The air around him was infused with a gentle essence that instilled a profound sense of comfort. He endeavored to open his eyes, only to find his vision exceedingly hazy, allowing him to discern only vague, shifting silhouettes. These figures appeared to be shrouded in a thin veil, obscuring their true forms. He attempted to move, but his body felt extraordinarily diminutive and fragile, as if he had transformed into an infant. This unfamiliar sensation filled his heart with astonishment and bewilderment. He could not comprehend what had transpired in this unfamiliar environment. Lin Yu endeavored to comprehend his circumstances. That moment, a pair of distinguished individuals appeared before him. Their figures gradually came into focus. The man was tall and imposing, clad in a magnificent robe that accentuated his authority and nobility. His features were handsome and resolute, with arched brows and bright eyes that exuded calmness and confidence. The woman, gentle and beautiful, wore a flowing light blue gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her gaze imbued with warmth and affection. They looked upon the swaddled Lin Yu with expressions filled with surprise and tenderness. "My dear, look, our child has finally awakened," the woman softly spoke, her voice ringing clear and melodious like a silver bell. She approached, extending her delicate fingers to gently caress Lin Yu's cheek, her eyes sparkling with maternal love. The man stepped closer as well, his gaze fixed upon Lin Yu, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Indeed, he seems quite healthy," the man remarked, his voice deep and resonant. He gently lifted Lin Yu into his arms, his movements tender as if fearing to cause him any discomfort. "What a precious gift bestowed upon us by the heavens." The woman smiled, her eyes glimmering with joy. The couple stood in a spacious and brightly lit room, adorned with opulent and elegant decor. Exquisite paintings adorned the walls, while a soft carpet covered the floor. In one corner rested a beautifully crafted crib, accompanied by various infant necessities. The window stood open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying with it the refreshing scent of flowers. Lin Yu felt somewhat disoriented, yet from their words and expressions, he gradually began to grasp his identity. He had indeed traversed realms, becoming the child of high-ranking officials from the spirit hall. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him: astonishment, confusion, but predominantly in anticipation and curiosity about the future. In the days that followed, Lin Yu, as an infant, sought to adapt to this new world. He spent most of his time asleep, as if attempting to recuperate the lost slumber of his past life. Yet, during his occasional awakenings, he curiously observed everything around him. He discovered that this world was filled with wondrous phenomena, starkly contrasting his previous existence. The architectural styles were unique and imbued with fantastical hues. The streets bustled with passers-by, each adorned in diverse attire. Some emanated a powerful aura, as if possessing extraordinary abilities. As Lin Yu gradually matured, he began to utter his first words and take his initial steps. He exhibited an intellect far surpassing that of his peers, quickly learning to speak and walk. That he started to unravel the mysteries of martial souls and gradually embraced his new identity. He understood that in this enchanting realm of Douluo continent, countless unknown challenges and opportunities awaited him, and he silently vowed to carve out a space for himself. In this world, embarking on a legendary journey. One day, Lin Yu sat in his crib, wiggling his tiny hands and feet, eager to explore this novel world. His parents sat beside the bed, smiling fondly as they watched him. "Dear, what kind of person do you think our child will become in the future?" the woman asked softly. "I have every confidence he will be an extraordinary individual. After all, he is our child," the man replied with conviction. "Haha, indeed. However, we must also nurture him well, instilling in him a sense of responsibility and accountability," the woman said with a smile. "Yes, we certainly will," the man nodded in agreement. Listening to his parents' conversation, Lin Yu was filled with warmth and emotion, that he understood that he was not alone in this world. With the love and care of his parents, he would undoubtedly thrive. As time progressed, Lin Yu's understanding of the world deepened. He learned about the diverse categories of martial souls, including those focused on offense, agility, and support. He became aware of the many formidable soul masters who wielded the powers of their martial souls, displaying astonishing strength. Lin Yu was filled with yearning and aspiration, desiring to become a powerful soul master himself, exploring this wondrous world. Every night, Lin Yu lay in bed, contemplating ways to enhance his abilities. He began to meditate for an hour each day. Although his progress was gradual, he remained undeterred. Simultaneously, he engaged in physical training to strengthen his body. After a period of diligent effort, Lin Yu sensed that his physique had become more robust, and his meditation had yielded some improvement. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Time flew by, and before long, 6 years had passed since Lin Yu arrived in the Douluo continent. During these years, he gradually adapted to and integrated into this fantastical world. Now, at the pivotal age of 6, he was on the brink of the moment that would determine the course of his life. The awakening of his martial soul. On this day, the atmosphere within the Martial Soul Hall was particularly grave and solemn, as if foreshadowing the extraordinary events about to unfold. The hall was lavishly adorned, with walls embedded with precious gems and metals, and the floor covered with soft carpets, evoking a sense of sanctity and grandeur. At the center stood a monumental, circular platform, intricately engraved with complex runes and designs. The Martial Soul Awakening platform. Surrounding it were 12 golden statues, each representing the guardian beasts of the 12 zodiac signs. These statues were vividly lifelike, emanating a powerful aura that conveyed the mystique and majesty of martial souls. Lin Yu entered the Martial Soul Hall alongside other children of his age. They were all from the orphanage established by the hall, and today marked their inaugural participation in the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. Dressed in neat attire, their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Bringing up the rear, Lin Yu displayed a hint of curiosity and trepidation in his eyes. After all, his knowledge of martial souls was limited, yet he understood that the quality of one's martial soul would significantly influence their cultivation speed and strength. He hoped to awaken an exceptional martial soul, thereby accelerating his growth and fulfilling his aspirations. They entered the Spirit Hall. A middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe emerged from within. He appeared to be in his 40s, possessing an attractive visage and an air of refined elegance. A formidable aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any casual approach. This individual was Lin Yi, the mentor overseeing the Spirit Awakening ceremony, and a close friend of Lin Yi's father. He commenced by imparting fundamental knowledge about spirits to the children, elucidating the procedures and considerations pertinent to the awakening process. Subsequently, he guided them to ascend the Spirit Awakening platform, where preparations for the ceremony began in earnest. The runes and patterns adorning the platform shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, coalescing into a resplendent beam of light that soared toward the heavens. Standing before the platform, Lin Yi formed intricate hand seals and intoned incantations. As his spell reached its culmination, the runes and patterns intensified in brilliance, unleashing a potent surge of energy. Lin Yi proclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunder throughout the spirit hall, "Spirit awakening." His voice reverberated, and the runes and patterns on the platform began to whirl, forming enigmatic symbols. Demonstrating remarkable proficiency, Lin Yi channeled the soul power essential for the awakening ritual, an overwhelming force that surged like a tidal wave, infusing the ceremony. With immense vitality, the child timidly stepped forward, his eyes brimming with anxiety and trepidation, fixated intently on Lin. Noticing the child's distress, Lin Yi offered a gentle smile and reassured him, "Do not be anxious, relax." Upon hearing these words, the child inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. He then slowly closed his eyes, preparing to embrace the awakening. With a flash of light, a hoe materialized in the child's hands. Lin Yi nodded slightly and addressed the boy, "A farming spirit, the hoe. While it may not be particularly formidable, it symbolizes a form of strength. Your potential is commendable. With diligence and practice, you may achieve remarkable feats in the future." Although a flicker of disappointment crossed the child's face upon hearing Lin Yi's words, he resolutely nodded in acceptance of this reality. Soon after, another child bravely approached, prompting Lin Yi to initiate the awakening ceremony once more. Before long, a spectral wolf appeared behind the child. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes as he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Wonderful! This is a beast spirit, the wolf spirit, with an innate soul power of level 7. Your talent is exceptional, and this spirit possesses a degree of offensive capability that if you dedicate yourself to study and training, you are destined to achieve greatness in the future." The child's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing Lin Yi's affirmation. Thus, one after another, the children stepped forward to undergo their awakenings. Some manifested ordinary farming spirits, such as sickles, to which Lin Yi provided objective evaluations and encouragement. Others were more fortunate, awakening superior spirits, like leopards, and Lin Yi duly acknowledged their talent and potential. Next, Su Yao. Lin Yi's steady voice resonated. A little girl donned in a light blue dress gracefully stepped forward, resembling a fresh and exquisite flower, distinctly standing out amidst the crowd. Su Yao possessed long, lustrous black hair, cascading down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, with each strand seemingly radiating a soft glow. Her large, lively eyes sparkled like two brilliant gemstones, irresistibly drawing the gaze of onlookers. Su Yao obediently stood within the awakening array, and as the attendant infused her with soul power, a radiant light instantaneously enveloped her. The brilliance resembled an ethereal veil, gently wrapping her in its embrace. Gradually, a translucent magical staff materialized in her hands, its tip glowing with a soft, warm light akin to the brightest star in the night sky. An elemental spirit, the ice magic wand, with innate soul power reaching level 8. Her talent is remarkable. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a hint of admiration gracing his expression. As he spoke, a shy smile illuminated Su Yao's face, reminiscent of a flower blooming in spring, before she returned to her place in the line with a light-hearted skip. At last, it was Lin Yi's turn. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and steadily approached the awakening array. Lin Yi began to channel his soul power, which surged into Lin Yi's body like a mighty tide. In that moment, Lin Yi felt a peculiar force stirring within him, as though it possessed its own consciousness, weaving through his meridians. Soon, he sensed something striving to break free from his hands. The intensity of that force grew stronger, causing his palms to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot upwards like a comet, so brilliant that it compelled all present to squint against its radiance. Within that brilliance, a long sword, exuding an aura of mystery, gradually manifested in Lin Yi's grasp. The sword was entirely crystalline, its blade appearing to swirl with stars, rendering it extraordinarily dreamlike. The hilt was adorned with a resplendent gemstone that emanated an overwhelming energy, as if it harbored boundless power. The surrounding crowd was left in awe. They had never witnessed such a unique and potent spirit. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief, his voice trembling with excitement. This is the Sword of Time and Space, an exceedingly rare and powerful artifact. Lin Yi, quickly check your innate soul power, Lin Yi urged, hastily presenting a crystal ball for testing. Lin Yi gently touched the orb, and it erupted with a blinding light. Lin Yi exclaimed, "Innate full soul power. Wow, Lin Yi, your spirit is incredible, and your talent is so high." Su Yao could not help but marvel, her lively eyes brimming with envy and admiration. Lin Yu smiled and nodded at her, responding, "Thank you, your spirit is impressive, as well the ice magic wand is truly special," as Yao cheerfully remarked. "Hee, your time-space sword must be extraordinarily powerful. You are bound to become incredibly formidable in the future." Lin Yu, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness, replied, "Haha, I certainly hope so, but I will strive diligently in my cultivation." The news swiftly spread throughout the Spear Hall, prompting the high-ranking officials to rush over for a closer look. Yes, they beheld the martial spirit in Lin Ye's hands. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. Lin Ye's parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in their eyes as they embraced each other tightly, bursting with pride for their child's exceptional martial spirit. From that moment onward, Lin Yu became the focal point of the Spirit Hall. Aware that he had embarked on a path unlike any other, he silently resolved to harness the power of his martial spirit to carve out his own illustrious legacy on the Douluo continent. He began to train with greater fervor, continually delving into the mysteries of his martial spirit, eagerly anticipating the day he could transform the world through his own strength. The Spirit Hall, in turn, brimmed with renewed expectations and hopes for the future due to Lin Ye's emergence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Su Yao forged a strong friendship, vowing to cultivate together and face the challenges ahead, determined to etch their own legendary tale on the Douluo continent that, in the days to come, they would join hands in pursuit of endless possibilities and glory. Chapter 3. A new journey into cultivation. In the days following the awakening of his martial soul, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in an atmosphere brimming with anticipation and hope. He envisioned a path rich with enchanting colors unfurling before him, a pathway leading into the wondrous realm of martial soul cultivation. Within the hallowed and majestic halls of the Martial Soul Palace, the immensely experienced mentor Emilia stood as a beacon of light, poised to illuminate Lin Yu's direction and guide him into this captivating domain. As he stepped into the spacious and luminous training room, sunlight streamed through the pristine windows, cascading like golden drapery and weaving intricate patterns of dappled beauty upon the floor. Lin Yu stood respectfully before mentor Emilia, his gaze reflecting an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as if he were clutching the most precious treasure of his existence. Observing this young man before her, mentor Emilia felt a surge of gratification. She recognized that he was a child brimming with potential and determination. With the right guidance and encouragement, he would undoubtedly blossom into an exceptional martial soul master. With a warm smile, mentor Emilia nodded, signaling to Lin Yu that he could commence with his inquiries. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart, and then cautiously inquired, "Mentor, I wish to understand how I can enhance the strength of my martial spirit." Emilia smiled gently and replied, "To strengthen your martial spirit, one must engage in relentless training and elevate one's own abilities. First and foremost, you must familiarize yourself with and master the characteristics and skills of your martial spirit, honing your proficiency through repeated practice. Furthermore, it is essential to focus on physical conditioning and the cultivation of inner strength, as the robustness of your physique and inner energy will directly influence the manifestation of your martial spirit. Additionally, one should continuously explore and learn new techniques and strategies to adeptly navigate various circumstances." Lin Yu listened attentively, occasionally nodding to indicate his understanding. He then posed another question. "Are there any special methods or techniques that can expedite the growth of a martial spirit?" After a moment of contemplation, Emilia replied, "There are indeed some unique cultivation methods and techniques, but they typically require specific conditions and fortuity. For instance, certain martial spirits necessitate particular environments or energies to unlock their potential. Others may rely on extraordinary treasures or elixirs to enhance their strength. However, these methods are not easily attainable and demand persistent effort and exploration on your part." A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he resolved to diligently seek ways to enhance the potency of his martial soul. Subsequently, he continued to consult his mentor on various aspects of martial soul cultivation, to which the mentor responded with unwavering patience. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day slipped by, during which Lin Yu gleaned profound insights and a deeper understanding of martial soul cultivation. Emilia's expression was notably grave and earnest, his deep, resonant voice echoed like a thunderous bell, gradually permeating the air. "Lin Yu, your time-space sword martial soul is an exceedingly rare and formidable entity in this world. However, to truly unleash its immense power, you must dedicate yourself to relentless toil and possess the unwavering determination and resilience to pursue your training." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded solemnly and resolutely, silently vowing to himself that he would spare no effort and would never betray this rare martial spirit. He was determined to carve out a realm of his own on the path of cultivation. As Mentor Amelia commenced her detailed exposition on the characteristics of the temporal sword martial spirit, Lin Yu's gaze became focused and luminous, akin to a star ablaze. His ears stood attentively, fearing he might miss a single word or phrase uttered by the mentor. He listened intently to her discourse, much like a parched sponge eagerly absorbing the nourishing rain of knowledge. Lin Yu was acutely aware that this opportunity was a rare and invaluable chance for him. He felt compelled to cherish this moment and absorb every ounce of knowledge regarding the soul of the time-space sword. Only by doing so could he hope to master this formidable power and transform himself into a true formidable being. Thus, he dared not indulge in even the slightest complacency. His focus was entirely devoted to his mentor, ensuring that he did not overlook any subtle detail. He gradually came to understand that the time-space sword harbored an enigmatic and profound force capable of controlling the delicate fluctuations of time and space, possessing extraordinary capabilities beyond imagination. It was akin to a key that could unlock the doors to unknown realms, awaiting his exploration and discovery. As Mentor Amelia's explanations deepened, Lin Yu felt as though a brand new world was slowly unfurling before his eyes, a realm brimming with boundless possibilities and the mysteries of martial souls, evoking both excitement and curiosity within him. In this realm, time could be distorted, and space could be folded. Each transformation was imbued with infinite secrets and power. Is this the true essence of martial soul power? Lin Yu mused inwardly, utterly astounded by its wonder. However, mastering such power was no trivial endeavor. Amelia cautioned him that although the time-space sword was formidable, it required relentless practice and enhancement to unleash its true might. Thereafter, Amelia began imparting fundamental cultivation methods to Lin Yu. She emphasized that to become an exceptional soul master, one must first possess a solid foundation. Thus, each morning, Lin Yu would rise early to engage in meditation exercises, enhancing his mental strength and his ability to control his martial soul. Simultaneously, he would partake in simple physical training to bolster his physical fitness and reaction speed. In addition to these foundational practices, the mentor also imparted to Lin Yu several specialized techniques and methods. For instance, she taught him how to harness the power of time-space to accelerate or decelerate the flow of time, as well as how to utilize spatial distortion for instantaneous movement. Though these techniques appeared straightforward, they actually demanded a high degree of skill and precision to master. Lin Yu, following Amelia's guidance, gently crossed his legs and slowly settled down. He closed his eyes tightly, directing his attention inward to fully embrace the subtle yet potent soul power within. With unwavering focus, he devoted himself to guiding and harnessing this energy, yearning to feel it flow steadily through his being. However, at the outset, this force appeared elusive, akin to a mischievous sprite that slipped away just as he sought to grasp it. Chapter 4. The Initial Steps of Cultivation 2. Yet Lin Yu did not succumb to discouragement. Rather, he persevered through repeated attempts, continuously adjusting his approach and mindset. Each failure became a catalyst for his growth, and every setback only strengthened his resolve to advance. Gradually, his efforts bore fruit. The soul power began to respond to his summons, no longer as elusive as before. It commenced a gentle flow within him, akin to a warm brook nourishing his entire being. As time progressed, the circulation of soul power became increasingly smooth and robust. Lin Yu felt invigorated, a newfound confidence surging within him. He recognized that as long as he maintained this state, he would surely master this enigmatic force and realize his aspirations. Meanwhile, in another cultivation chamber, Su Yao was diligently honing her ice magic wand martial spirit. She was wholly absorbed, immersing herself in the realm of cultivation, channeling her entire energy into her practice, eager to elevate her prowess. Her graceful figure danced lightly within the training room, the ice magic wand gleaming with a frigid radiance in her hands, resembling a resplendent jewel that exuded captivating charm. With each swing of the wand, she felt a powerful energy surging from within, as if composing a melody uniquely hers in the symphony of cultivation. During occasional breaks, Lin Yu would seek out Su Yao, and they would excitedly exchange insights about their respective training experiences. Lin Yu, I feel my mastery over the ice magic wand is becoming increasingly adept, Su Yao exclaimed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. That's wonderful, Su Yao. I, too, am striving to grasp the power of the time-space sword. Although the journey is challenging, I am convinced I can achieve it, Lin Yu replied, his gaze resolute and his face adorned with a confident smile. As time flowed gently onward, Lin Yu gradually ventured into the realm of martial spirit cultivation. He began to wield soul power with greater ease, mastering the control of that mysterious energy. His movements became more fluid and natural, each technique imbued with formidable strength. Simultaneously, his understanding of the time-space sword martial spirit deepened. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, with countless challenges and obstacles awaiting his conquest. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for within his heart resided an unwavering belief and boundless anticipation for the future. These experiences will serve as the wellspring of his unwavering motivation. Throughout his journey of cultivation, Lin Yu encountered numerous obstacles and setbacks. At times, he felt a sense of anxiety and despair due to the slow progress of his training, as if the path ahead were shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring his vision of the future. On other occasions, he found himself perplexed and adrift, grappling with insurmountable bottlenecks, akin to being trapped in a labyrinth devoid of an exit. However, whenever he recalled the teachings of his mentor, Emilia, her words illuminated his path like a beacon, providing him with courage and strength. Furthermore, the encouragement from Su Yao, with her gentle smile and steadfast gaze, became a source of solace for his spirit, instilling in Lin Yu the belief that perseverance would surely lead him to triumph over adversity. Most significantly, when Lin Yu reflected upon the convictions and aspirations residing in his heart, the fervent desire for power and pursuit of greatness propelled him onward, rendering him unable to halt his progress. These beliefs and aspirations burned like an unquenchable flame, driving Lin Yu to continually forge ahead and transcend his own limitations. Thus, he would gather his resolve once more and immerse himself in arduous training. Lin Yu began to delve deeper into the mysteries of the time-space sword martial soul, submerging himself in an infinite ocean of knowledge, relentlessly exploring the potential and possibilities of his martial soul. He tirelessly experimented with new cultivation methods and techniques, seeking the opportunity for breakthrough. Lin Yu would occasionally spend an entire day in the training room, utterly absorbed in the world of cultivation, to the extent that he forgot to eat and rest. Time slipped away quietly amidst Lin Yu's unwavering focus. He disregarded all external distractions, solely concentrating on his inner growth and progress. His sweat drenched his garments, and fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide, yet his gaze remained steadfast and resolute. Lin Yu understood that only through relentless effort and steadfastness could he realize his dreams and become a truly formidable soul master. Through his unwavering dedication, his strength consistently grew, and his soul power became increasingly solidified. Each advancement filled Lin Yu with unprecedented joy and satisfaction, simultaneously igniting within him a more fervent fighting spirit and determination. He was acutely aware that this was merely a small step towards success, with myriad challenges awaiting his conquest. Yet, he remained undaunted, resolutely forging ahead. In her hands, Su Yao's ice magic staff soul flickered with a chilling radiance as she tirelessly practiced and honed her martial spirit, rendering it ever more potent and enigmatic. Her ice abilities, as austere as a glacier and as fierce as a biting wind, delivered a bone-chilling sensation with each strike. Like a goddess of winter, she vowed to safeguard her beliefs with her frigid power. Much like Lin Yu, Su Yao was also diligently striving to fulfill her aspirations. She yearned to become a premier soul master, protecting all that she held dear, willing to pay any price, including sweat, tears, and even blood. As time passed, the renown of Lin Yu and Su Yao gradually spread throughout the continent from the Spirit Hall. Their remarkable performances captivated countless spectators, and the expectations for them grew increasingly lofty. They were hailed as the future stars of the Spirit Hall, a beacon of hope in the eyes of many. However, despite receiving such accolades and accomplishments, Lin Yu and Su Yao remained humble and grounded. They understood that a long journey lay ahead, fraught with further challenges. Maintaining an attitude of humility and diligence, they continuously sought to enhance their abilities, for only in this manner could they truly become top-tier soul masters and achieve their dreams. In the days to come, Lin Yu and Su Yao would continue to walk hand in hand, crafting their own legendary tales within this enchanting and challenging world of soul masters. Their friendship would shine like the eternal starlight, illuminating their path ahead. Their convictions would burn like an unquenchable flame, bestowing upon them boundless strength. They would pursue their rightful glory and brilliance through their unwavering efforts and toil. Chapter 5: The Trials of Cultivation in the Radiant World of Douluo Continent, where the sun shone brightly and all things thrived. Lin Yu embarked on his unique path of cultivation. As he delved deeper into his training, he increasingly realized that this journey was far from the ease he had initially envisioned. Why must it be so difficult? Lin Yu murmured to himself in the solitary confines of the training room. Sitting upon the meditation mat, his brow furrowed. He gazed intently at the time-space sword soul in his grasp, which shimmered with an extraordinary light. He recognized that, despite possessing the enviable time-space sword soul, he encountered a series of formidable obstacles in the process of actual cultivation. During one particular training session, Lin Yu's brow was tightly knit, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He gripped the time-space sword firmly, attempting to concentrate his soul power upon the blade. However, no matter how hard he tried, the soul power eluded him like a mischievous child, refusing to heed his commands. "Gather for me," Lin Yu silently implored. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure surging from all directions, as if it sought to crush him. With gritted teeth, he struggled to withstand this force. "No, I cannot give up," Lin Yu resolutely reminded himself. He took a deep breath, recalibrating the flow of soul power within him, and attempted once more to concentrate it upon the sword of time and space. After considerable toil, Lin Yu finally sensed a glimmer of soul power successfully coalescing on the blade. However, just as he prepared to intensify this energy, an unforeseen event transpired. That fleeting essence of soul power abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. "What is happening?" Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sword of time and space in his hand. "Why can I never accurately gather it according to my will? It either disperses too widely or dissipates midway. What am I to do?" He murmured in frustration, his mood growing heavier. At that moment, his friend Li Ming entered, and upon noticing Lin Yu's distress, inquired with genuine concern, "Lin Yu, what troubles you?" Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, "I can never seem to gather my soul power. It's quite frustrating." Li Ming comforted him, saying, "Do not be anxious. Cultivation is not something that can be rushed. Take your time." Lin Yu nodded slightly, yet a trace of sorrow lingered on his face. "Alas, I am aware of that, but I simply cannot find a way." During another attempt, Lin Yu endeavored to unleash a simple martial soul skill. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and strived to gather his soul power. It must succeed, he silently prayed within himself. However, as he attempted to manifest the skill, he discovered that his soul power once again dispersed, scattering like a flock of startled birds. "Oh no, another failure," Lin Yu lamented. "What is the matter?" Li Ming inquired from the side. Lin Yu expressed his frustration. "I always encounter problems when executing my skills. Either I fail to release them completely, or they deviate from my intentions, failing to achieve the desired effect." Li Ming gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Do not lose heart. Everyone faces such challenges. With diligent practice, you will surely improve." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Yet a sense of disappointment lingered within him. He internally lamented, "My control over soul power is simply too unrefined." He realized that when wielding the sword of time and space, he struggled to precisely regulate the intensity and rhythm of his soul power output. At times, exerting too much force left him utterly exhausted. At other moments, insufficient strength prevented him from unleashing the sword's full potential. This inconsistency deeply troubled him. As night fell, Lin Yu lay in bed, his mind racing, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. He pondered relentlessly on how to transcend his current predicament and enhance his mastery over soul power. However, the deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more perplexed and helpless he felt. Observing Lin Yu's distress, Li Ming softly reassured him, "Lin Yu, do not overthink it. Rest well, and we shall strive again tomorrow." Lin Yu sighed and gratefully replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Li Ming." Nevertheless, a profound sense of anxiety and unease still resided within him. Lin Yu was acutely aware that he could not easily concede defeat. Regardless of the challenges he faced, he must find a way to overcome them. For this was an essential path to becoming a formidable soul master. Thus, he resolved to discover a solution to his predicament. He dedicated himself to an even more rigorous study of the characteristics of his martial soul and the methods of cultivation, continually experimenting with various techniques and strategies. Often, he would spend entire days in the training chamber, tirelessly practicing difficult movements and skills, his garments drenched with perspiration, yet he displayed no sign of fatigue. "Hey, Lin Yu, what do you think of my approach?" One day, Li Ming excitedly approached Lin Yu to share his insights. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding thoughtfully before responding, Perhaps we could give it a try." The two engaged in lively discussions about different methods, encouraging and supporting one another. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect to seek guidance from the mentors at the Martial Soul Hall. The mentors patiently addressed his queries, advising, "Lin Yu, pay attention to the subtle control of your soul power. Do not be too hasty. Lin Yu listened respectfully, silently committing the mentor's words to memory, vowing to strive for improvement. Thus, after a period of diligent effort, Lin Yu finally discovered a cultivation method that suited him. His strength gradually increased, and his progress was swift. During a martial soul assessment, he successfully merged his martial soul into its optimal state, displaying astonishing power. The mentors praised his performance, deeming him a soul master of great potential. Lin Yu gazed at his mentors with heartfelt gratitude, fully aware that his efforts had been acknowledged. He silently resolved to continue striving, determined not to disappoint their expectations. In the days that followed, he would embrace this steadfast conviction, ready to confront greater challenges and aspire toward loftier goals. The mentor continued, advising him to concentrate fully while executing his skills, to truly feel the flow of spiritual energy. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, expressing his thanks. I will certainly endeavor to improve. The mentor smiled. Yes, work diligently. You possess immense potential. The mentors provided him with invaluable advice and guidance. With their assistance, Lin Yu gradually discovered various approaches and methods to tackle his challenges. However, obstacles continued to arise in rapid succession. During a sparring session with fellow Spirit Hall trainees, Lin Yu believed he had made significant progress. Yet when confronted with a fierce attack from his opponent, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Oh no, Lin Yu exclaimed as his techniques were effortlessly countered, putting him at risk of injury. After the match concluded, Li Ming rushed over. Lin Yu, are you all right? Lin Yu shook his head. I'm fine. But I feel that I am still too weak. Li Ming comforted him. Do not say that. You have worked very hard. This defeat was merely an accident. Lin Yu replied with a wry smile. No, this is not an accident. I have come to realize that I have a long way to go and many shortcomings to address. Yet, Lin Yu was not daunted by these difficulties and challenges. On the contrary, he regarded these setbacks as the crucible for his growth. He vowed to himself, I must overcome these obstacles, continuously enhance my abilities, and truly deserve the formidable temporal sword spirit. In the days that followed, Lin Yu trained with even greater diligence, persistently pushing his limits. I can definitely do this. He encouraged himself internally. Li Ming remained by his side, facing the challenges together. Lin Yu, you can do it. Li Ming cheered him on. Lin Yu smiled. Yes, I will. He continued to focus intently on his training, each advancement filling him with exhilaration. Time passed swiftly, and Lin Yu pressed onward on his path of cultivation. Despite the myriad difficulties, he never wavered. He understood that only through the trials of tempestuous storms could he traverse this path of cultivation further and more steadily. I will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master, Lin Yu firmly believed. His friend Li Ming stood steadfastly by his side, both pursuing their dreams together. The road ahead was still long, but Lin Yu was prepared to embrace every challenge and realize his aspirations. Chapter 6. Special training on a particularly bright and sunny morning. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a refreshing coolness. With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, Lin Yu followed his mentor to the mysterious secret training grounds of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering this arena, Lin Yu's attention was immediately captured by the diverse training facilities and the array of challenging obstacles before him. These facilities encompass a variety of walls of differing heights, balance beams, ropes, and an array of peculiar yet perilous obstacles. Surrounding the arena are numerous traps that evoke an undeniable sense of trepidation. The mentor's expression was grave, his gaze radiating authority as he fixedly observed Lin Yu, solemnly declaring, From this day forth, you shall engage in specialized training here. These exercises are no mere trifles. They will profoundly challenge your physical strength, endurance, and adaptability. You must prepare yourself mentally for what lies ahead. Lin Yu took a deep breath and nodded, signifying his readiness. He understood that this would be a journey fraught with challenges and hardships, yet it also represented a crucial opportunity for his personal growth and enhancement of strength. The mentor continued, stating that each training exercise here possesses a distinct purpose and set of requirements, necessitating his utmost dedication to accomplish them. Simultaneously, he assured Lin Yu that he would consistently monitor his progress, offering essential guidance and advice. Remember, it is only through relentless effort and practice that one can truly elevate their capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu gazed steadfastly at his mentor, nodding vigorously as he declared with unwavering conviction, Mentor, I am prepared. I will undoubtedly strive to enhance my abilities through this training. His voice resonated with confidence and determination, greatly pleasing his mentor. The mentor nodded slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile, and replied, Well, such resolve is commendable. Let us commence. With that, He turned and walked towards the center of the training ground, where various training apparatus had already been arranged. The first exercise was the exceedingly complex obstacle course. The course was adorned with an array of obstacles at varying heights, with hidden traps lurking within, while torrents of rushing water surged past. Linyu took a deep breath, as if summoning courage within himself, and then without hesitation, he dashed into the course. "Be careful, Linyu," the mentor anxiously called out from the sidelines. "Understood, mentor." Linyu responded loudly, his voice resolute and powerful. His gaze was focused and brimming with fighting spirit, his movements as agile as a nimble monkey. He gripped the obstacles tightly, constantly seeking the next foothold, striving to ascend. Throughout this arduous endeavor, his body was occasionally ensnared by the concealed traps or destabilized by the relentless currents of water, yet he never faltered in his forward momentum. Suddenly, Linyu let out a startled cry. Ouch! He had inadvertently tripped over a protruding rock, his knee crashing heavily against the ground, instantly scraping his skin. Observing this, the mentor called out with concern, "Linyu, are you all right?" Linyu gritted his teeth, swiftly rising from the ground, and unhesitatingly replied, "I'm fine, mentor, let's continue." With that, he dusted himself off and immersed himself in the grueling training, pushing onward with unwavering resolve. At that moment, his heart was filled with a singular belief. He must conquer himself and transcend his limits. Next, Linyu faced strength training. Before him loomed massive stones and heavy barbells, each demanding immense effort from him. He inhaled deeply, adjusting his state of mind, then gritted his teeth, gripping the barbell tightly as he summoned all his strength to lift it. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he remained undeterred. "Come on, Linyu. Exert yourself a bit more," the mentor encouraged from the side. Linyu summoned his last reserves of energy, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, and finally managed to lift the barbell slowly. Each exertion left his muscles aching, yet he persisted through gritted teeth, continuously challenging his own limits. Sweat drenched his attire, streaming down his cheeks. "Well done, Linyu, keep it up." The mentor nodded in approval. Linyu clenched his jaw, mustering all his strength once more to raise the barbell above his head. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, pooling on the ground beneath him. During agility training, countless small balls flew towards him from all directions, requiring Linyu to react swiftly to evade them. His entire focus was on the rapidly moving spheres, his body weaving through them with the swiftness of lightning. Every movement was executed with such precision and swiftness, as if he had become one with his surroundings. As time progressed, Linyu's speed escalated, his figure flickering amidst the small spheres, creating a dazzling spectacle. His breath quickened, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. "Pay close attention, Linyu," the mentor reminded him. "Understood, mentor," Linyu replied, his focus entirely fixated on the small spheres. Initially, he was often struck, but as time passed, his reaction time improved dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly evade these assaults. "Aha, I did it, mentor," Linyu exclaimed with exhilaration. They then commenced the training of soul power control. Linyu was required to wield his soul power precisely within various complex environments, such as executing martial spirit skills on a swaying platform or maintaining a stable output of soul power amidst fierce winds. This demanded an exceptionally high level of mastery over his soul power. "Concentrate, Linyu, and feel the flow of your soul power," the mentor instructed. Linyu closed his eyes, intently attuning to the surging energy within him, and gradually endeavored to control it in a unique environment. Though his initial attempts were fraught with difficulty, persistence allowed him to gradually master the technique. In addition to this, he engaged in a rigorous regimen that included endurance runs and meditation training. Linyu devoted himself wholeheartedly to each training session, losing track of time and fatigue. With a singular focus on self-improvement, each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the playground, Linyu commenced his daily training. He jogged along the perimeter, savoring the invigorating air and the warmth of the sun, allowing his body to acclimate to the rhythm of exercise. Subsequently, he would proceed to the strength training area, utilizing various equipment to enhance his muscular power, from dumbbells to barbells, from push-ups to sit-ups. Each movement posed a challenge to his physical endurance. After the morning classes, Linyu did not rest. Instead, he headed directly to the meditation room. Here, he needed to concentrate deeply, entering a profound meditative state to elevate his soul power. This training tested his willpower immensely, requiring prolonged focus, as even the slightest distraction could undo his efforts. Nevertheless, Linyu, with his indomitable spirit, overcame obstacles time and again, successfully completing his meditation training. The afternoon sessions typically involved practical exercises, where Lin Yu engaged in simulated battles with fellow students, assessing his mastery of skills through practice. He would clash fiercely with opponents, employing learned soul techniques, striving to identify weaknesses and deliver decisive blows. Throughout this process, he continually reflected on his experiences, refining his tactical strategies. At the end of each training day, Lin Yu would collapse on the ground, utterly exhausted, yet his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. He could feel his strength incrementally increasing, drawing ever closer to that formidable goal. "Instructor, I feel I have made some progress today," Lin Yu said, fatigued yet joyful. The instructor smiled and replied, "Indeed, Lin Yu, I have witnessed your hard work. Continue your perseverance, and you shall undoubtedly become the most exceptional soul master." Lin Yu nodded resolutely and declared, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, mentor." Throughout this unique training process, both his body and will were subjected to an unprecedented trial, as he gradually underwent a profound transformation, advancing towards a higher realm. "Keep it up, Lin Yu. The road ahead is long, and together we shall strive," the mentor encouraged. "Indeed, mentor, we shall endeavor together." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation and hope for the future. Chapter 7. Joint cultivation during that intense and fulfilling period of training. The bond between Lin Yu and Su Yao blossomed like a resilient vine, intertwining ever more deeply. Each morning, as the first warm rays of sunlight gently illuminated the expansive courtyard of the spirit hall, Lin Yu would arrive early at their designated meeting spot, patiently awaiting Su Yao's arrival. Before long, her graceful figure would approach, her face adorned with a radiant smile akin to sunshine, her eyes brimming with eagerness and dreams for the day's cultivation. "Good morning, Lin Yu." Su Yu greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Su Yao. Today promises to be another day filled with challenges," Lin Yu replied. "Indeed, let us give our all." Su Yao's gaze revealed unwavering determination. They walked side by side towards the training room, engaging in cheerful conversation along the way. "I broke through another level yesterday. I feel myself growing stronger," Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. "That is wonderful. I have also come to some new insights," Lin Yu shared. They encouraged one another, exchanging experiences and progressing together. Throughout this journey, their relationship deepened, as if they had become integral parts of each other's lives. "Lin Yu, do you think we will make any new discoveries in our training today?" Su Yu inquired with curiosity, her lively eyes sparkling. "Well, I am uncertain. But I believe that as long as we put forth our efforts, we will surely reap rewards," Lin Yu responded earnestly. Upon arriving at the training room, they each found a tranquil spot and began to immerse themselves in their cultivation with unwavering focus. Lin Yu was wholly engrossed in wielding the soul of the sword of time and space, his hands deftly dancing through the air as brilliant rays of light flickered around him. He persistently experimented with new techniques and applications, occasionally murmuring to himself, "This seems to enhance the condensation of temporal and spatial forces." Meanwhile, Su Yao stood quietly, clutching her ice magic wand. Her eyes closed as she meticulously delved into the mysteries of the ice element. She softly whispered, "How can I better master the power of ice?" In the intervals of their training, they would come together to exchange insights and experiences. Lin Yuxing excitedly said to Su Yao, "I have just discovered a new method of harnessing temporal and spatial powers, which can significantly enhance the potency of our attacks." Su Yu replied with a smile, "That's wonderful. I want to give it a try as well." She softly began to share with Lin Yu her insights and discoveries during her cultivation of the ice magic wand martial soul. Her lively eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if she had unearthed a treasure, eager to share it with Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, I have noticed that when I concentrate my soul power more intensely into the ice magic wand, the power of the ice cones becomes much greater. Moreover, if I condense the elemental force of ice more tightly, the speed of the ice cones also increases," Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with confidence. Lin Yu listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. Before sharing his own insights, "I believe that the sword of time and space demands an exceptionally precise control of soul power when executing the teleportation skill. Even the slightest deviation can lead to failure. Therefore, I have been diligently working on enhancing my mastery over soul power to ensure greater accuracy in teleportation." "Ah, I see. I shall pay closer attention to the control of soul power next time," Su Yao responded thoughtfully, as if she were already envisioning improvements to her own techniques. "Haha, as we learn from one another, our progress will undoubtedly accelerate," Lin Yu remarked with a smile, his gaze towards Su Yao brimming with admiration and encouragement. At times, they faced various challenges together. On one occasion, the Spirit Hall arranged a dual collaboration trial, requiring them to navigate through numerous dangers and obstacles. This presented an excellent opportunity for training, yet also posed a formidable test. Before the task commenced, they rallied each other. "Su Yao, we can do this," Lin Yu declared, his eyes resolute as the sword of time and space shimmered with a mysterious light. Su Yu nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with a fervent desire for victory. During the execution of the task, they worked in perfect harmony. Lin Yu utilized the teleportation abilities of the sword of time and space to swiftly maneuver across the battlefield, creating prime opportunities for Su Yao to strike. "Su Yao, I am ready. You may attack at any moment," Lin Yu whispered. However, they encountered formidable foes and faced some setbacks. Yet, Su Yao remained undeterred, encouraging Lin Yu, "Do not lose heart. Lin Yu, we will surely overcome this challenge." Upon hearing Su Yao's words of encouragement, Lin Yu felt a surge of strength within him. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward the enemy once more. "All right. Here I come." Su Yao brandished her ice magic wand, unleashing a swift and fierce ice spike toward the adversary. Simultaneously, she adeptly employed her ice-based skills, providing Lin Yu with robust cover and formidable support. "Lin Yu, watch out on your left." Su Yao, with keen eyes, spotted an enemy ambush and quickly alerted him. Lin Yu nimbly teleported away, evading the attack. Throughout the intense battle, they consistently encouraged and trusted one another. With every challenge they faced, their belief in each other's ability to overcome grew stronger. Ultimately, after enduring great hardship, they successfully completed the task. "Wonderful. We did it," Lin Yu exclaimed jubilantly. Su Yu beamed with relief, and they embraced tightly, celebrating their hard-won victory. As time passed, both of their skills saw significant enhancement. Lin Yu wielded the sword of time and space with increasing finesse, able to react swiftly in battle and unleash its formidable power. "Su Yao, look. My sword of time and space has become even more powerful," he exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, it is impressive, Lin Yu," Su Yao praised with a smile. As time went on, Su Yao's ice magic wand also became increasingly intuitive to her, allowing her to effortlessly execute a variety of exquisite and powerful ice-based skills. Whenever she wielded her ice magic wand, a chilling aura emanated from it, sending shivers down the spine. "Haha, I have made progress too." Su Yu joyfully showcased her newly acquired skill to Lin Yu, her face radiating with confidence and satisfaction. Meanwhile, their friendship flourished like a robust sapling, growing ever more steadfast and profound. In both their training and daily lives, they consistently supported and encouraged one another. On a tranquil night, Lin Yu and Su Yao quietly sat atop the Spirit Hall, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. The heavens sparkled with countless stars, resembling a myriad of gemstones embedded within, emitting a faint yet warm glow. Lin Yu softly remarked, "Su Yao, how fortunate I am to be able to cultivate alongside you in this Spirit Hall. Your companionship renders everything more splendid." His voice was gentle and sincere, imbued with an almost imperceptible emotion. Su Yao responded with a smile, "Indeed, Lin Yu, we must always accompany one another and progress together." Her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with anticipation for the future. "No matter what challenges we may encounter, we shall face them together," Lin Yu declared resolutely, his tone revealing a profound determination and courage. He understood well that only by standing side by side could they conquer the daunting obstacles ahead. "Very well, it's a promise," Su Yao said, extending her pinky finger, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Observing this, Lin Yu also extended his pinky to intertwine with hers, and together they recited a pinky promise. Bound for 100 years without change. They laughed as they sealed this small vow, as if in that moment, their hearts were intertwined more closely than ever. Their silhouettes appeared particularly warm under the moonlight, and they knew that the road ahead was long. Yet, as long as they walked hand in hand, nothing could impede their forward momentum. They envisioned the future, eager to continually ascend the peaks of their cultivation journey, together penning their own legendary tale. Within this Spirit Hall, their story continued to unfold, and their friendship and growth would become a cherished memory, forever etched in each other's hearts. Chapter 8. The first soul ring in the inexorable flow of time. Moments slipped away like water, yet each instant nurtured new hopes and possibilities. At last, that pivotal moment arrived. Lin Yu was on the verge of taking a significant step to acquire his first soul ring. On this day, the sky was as blue as a flawless sapphire, clear and profound. The sunlight cascaded gently, like a golden veil softly draping over the earth, bestowing warmth and radiance upon the entire world. Lin Yu and Su Yu walked side by side, their figures exuding a harmonious presence. Following closely behind were several mentors from the Spirit Hall, serving as a formidable support system, bestowing upon the duo boundless encouragement and protection. With resolute strides, the group ventured into the vast and enigmatic Douluo Forest. The Douluo Forest is one of the three major gathering points for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. It is said that at the heart of the forest resides a 100,000-year soul beast, yet Lin Yu knew this was more than mere legend. From the tales of the Douluo continent, he learned that at least 200,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, inhabit its depths. This place felt like an entirely unfamiliar realm, brimming with endless mysteries and latent dangers. Each towering tree reached for the heavens, its dense foliage weaving a verdant canopy that rendered one acutely aware of their own insignificance. Lin Yu and Su Yao treaded cautiously, their eyes brimming with vigilance and curiosity. The forest around them exuded an air of mystery, seemingly concealing countless unknown secrets. They could sense the subtle changes in their environment. The wind whispered softly, and the leaves rustled gently, as if imparting some hidden tale. Everyone, please exercise utmost caution and remain perpetually alert, the lead mentor advised solemnly, his countenance grave. His piercing gaze swept across each face, as if attempting to unveil the fears and anxieties lurking within. Understood, mentor, Lin Yu and Su Yu replied in unison. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a resolute courage. It was a brave exploration into the unknown, an intrepid pursuit of what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, they clutched their martial souls tightly, steeling themselves for the challenges that awaited. Upon entering the forest, each step forward felt laden with a profound caution. The towering, dense trees loomed around them, their branches intertwined, creating a verdant canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, resembling enigmatic symbols. The earth was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step producing a faint rustling sound, as if the ground were softly revealing some secret. Occasionally, faint sounds echoed from afar, perhaps the chirping of birds or the wind's howl as it wove through the trees, but more often than not, an oppressive silence enveloped them, so profound that it was almost suffocating. This stillness seemed to serve as a reminder to maintain vigilance, leaving no room for complacency. Gazing ahead at the seemingly endless woods, Su Yu felt a flicker of confusion arise within her. She softly inquired of Lin Yu beside her, "Do you truly believe that our aimless search for soul beasts will lead us to one that suits us?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze deepening with contemplation. After a moment of silence, he responded slowly, "Indeed, it is not an easy task, but if we observe and feel with intention, we are bound to make discoveries. Do you recall what our mentor once told us? Each soul beast possesses a unique habitat and set of habits, and as long as we follow these characteristics, we will surely reap rewards." With that, Lin Yu continued onward, his expression resolute and focused. The two proceeded along the forest path, meticulously observing their surroundings, wary of missing any subtle signs that might indicate the presence of soul beasts. Lin Yu occasionally halted, crouching down to scrutinize footprints or disturbed ground, seeking any clues of soul beast activity. He was wholly absorbed in the task, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, his sole desire being to locate the soul beast that belonged to him. "Look, over there, the grass appears to have been trampled." Lin Yu pointed to a patch of grass not far away. The group quickly gathered around, and after examining it closely, the mentor remarked, "This must have been left by a small soul beast passing through, not the target we seek." They pressed on, discovering several similar traces along the way, yet none aligned with their hopes. As time trickled by, a sense of anxiety began to envelop the group. "Do not fret. Let us remain patient. We will undoubtedly find it," Lin Yu reassured them. At that moment, he suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. Following the source of the aroma, he peered into the distance and noticed something stirring beneath a large tree. "There seems to be something over there," Lin Yu whispered, his gaze fixated on a particular spot, sensing an anomaly. Upon hearing this, the group halted, cautiously making their way toward the direction indicated, mindful of making too much noise in case of potential danger. As they approached, they discovered a soul beast, roughly the size of a small rabbit, nibbling on a plant. It radiated faint waves of soul power, appearing rather unremarkable. "This is merely an ordinary soul beast, not what we are searching for," the mentor observed after a brief inspection. Disappointment washed over the group, yet they pressed onward. They had scoured the forest for quite some time, yet the elusive target remained unfound. As seconds turned to minutes, a heavy atmosphere settled among them. Suddenly a low, rumbling roar echoed through the woods, as if a fearsome creature were drawing near. The group exchanged anxious glances, instinctively alert to their surroundings. However, the roar soon faded, leaving the forest in silence. "What was that just now?" someone whispered. "I do not know, but it sounded like some formidable soul beast," another replied. The group exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding swelling within their hearts. As they continued on their journey, they grew increasingly cautious, fearful of unforeseen dangers. After an arduous search that seemed to stretch on endlessly, they finally stumbled upon some extraordinary signs within a secluded valley. An eerie pressure pervaded the atmosphere, and the ground bore enormous claw marks, while the surrounding flora showed clear signs of trampling and destruction. It was evident that a formidable soul beast prowled this area. A flicker of excitement sparkled in the mentor's eyes. He realized they had finally uncovered a clue. The group, elated, quickened their pace, following the trail of claw prints. Just then, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the valley, causing their expressions to shift instantly. Lin Yu gripped his sword tightly, bracing himself for battle. Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the valley. It was a netherwolf, its size comparable to a young calf. Its jet black fur shimmering with an eerie luminescence in the sunlight. Its sharp fangs instilled a chilling sense of dread, and its eyes glinted with a ferocious light. "It is the netherwolf," the mentor murmured. "By its aura, it seems to be a century-old soul beast, perfectly suited for Lin Yu." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with determination. He understood that this was the challenge he had to confront. The netherwolf advanced step by step, each movement exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that instilled fear. Lin Yu clutched his sword firmly, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching creature. The netherwolf appeared to sense their presence, letting out a low growl before lunging fiercely towards them. Lin Yu's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the attack of the spectral wolf. He brandished his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy directed at the creature. The spectral wolf sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught, yet the sword energy left a profound scar upon the ground. The wolf launched another strike, its jaws agape as it expelled a plume of black flames. Lin Yu swiftly retreated, wielding his sword to disperse the dark fire. However, the spectral wolf was remarkably swift, closing the distance in an instant, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it lunged toward Lin Yu. A sudden shock coursed through Lin Yu's heart as he swiftly raised his sword to ward off the assault of the spectral wolf. The creature possessed immense strength, sending a jolt through Lin Yu's arm, leaving it numb. Yet, he did not falter. Summoning all his might, he forcefully pushed the spectral wolf away. In a flicker of motion, he maneuvered behind the creature and thrust his sword toward its back. The spectral wolf yelped in pain, turning to retaliate. But Lin Yu had already seized the opportunity to retreat. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, locked in a relentless struggle. Chapter 9, First Soul Ring 2. Lin Yu unhesitatingly unleashed the skill of the Sword of Time and Space, his figure flickering instantaneously. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning as he surged toward the netherwolf. Observing this, the netherwolf bared its fangs, attempting to sink its teeth into Lin Yu. Yet, Lin Yu, with his agile physique and extraordinary ability to teleport, effortlessly evaded its assaults. "What incredible speed!" Siyu exclaimed in awe from the sidelines. She had believed she possessed a sufficient understanding of Lin Yu's prowess, but at that moment, witnessing his remarkable swiftness and reflexes left her utterly astounded. Frustrated by its failed strike, the netherwolf grew even more enraged. It let out a series of ferocious roars, lunging at Lin Yu repeatedly. However, Lin Yu's form consistently vanished at critical moments, causing the netherwolf's attacks to miss their mark. Lin Yu, while evading, was also seeking opportunities to strike. He occasionally darted around the shadow wolf, and at other times, he would suddenly appear behind it, leaving the creature unable to seize him. "Be careful, Lin Yu," Su Yao called out anxiously, her heart racing with concern for his safety. "Do not worry. I am unharmed," Lin Yu replied, his voice brimming with confidence, which offered Su Yao a modicum of reassurance. Lin Yu was acutely aware that this battle could not be prolonged. Otherwise, he might find himself in peril. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. As he engaged in a contest of wits with the phantom wolf, his body leaned slightly backward, his grip firm upon the longsword. His gaze focused and composed. He moved deftly, seeking the opportune moment to strike. With the passage of time, he began to familiarize himself with the phantom wolf's attack patterns and rhythms. He discerned that although the creature possessed immense strength, its movements were relatively sluggish, presenting him with an opportunity. He then began to deliberately provoke the phantom wolf into making reckless moves, seizing the chance to counterattack. Once again, the phantom wolf lunged at Lin Yu, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. Lin Yu seized the moment, his form flickering as he teleported to the side of the beast, striking fiercely at its flank with his sword. The phantom wolf howled in pain but did not retreat. Instead, it became even more frenzied in its assault. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yu's brow as he tirelessly battled the creature, sustaining various wounds along the way. Yet, he did not falter, maintaining an unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. "Lin Yu, you can do it," Su Yao shouted anxiously from the sidelines, her fists clenched and her heart filled with concern. The mentors watched the fierce confrontation with bated breath, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. They understood that Lin Yu had exerted himself to the utmost, and if the fight continued, he might face mortal danger. Nevertheless, they hoped to witness him triumph over adversity through his own efforts, achieving personal growth. After a fierce struggle, Lin Yu finally discerned a remarkable opportunity. Following a failed pounce, the phantom wolf hesitated momentarily. Seizing this fleeting chance, Lin Yu unleashed the full might of the time and space sword, his form flickering like a specter as he struck a vital point on the phantom wolf. With a heart-wrenching cry, the creature collapsed to the ground. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Above the carcass of the phantom wolf, a soul ring of yellow tinged with purple slowly ascended, radiating a gentle glow as if beckoning Lin Yu. Observing this spectacle, a mentor could not help but exclaim, "Lin Yu, judging by the color, this soul ring is over 700 years old. Are you truly certain you wish to absorb it? I advise against taking such a risk. After all, the older the soul ring, the greater the difficulty in absorption, and it may inflict severe harm upon your body." However, Lin Yu remained steadfast, undeterred by the mentor's caution. "Thank you for your concern, but I have made my decision. I believe in my ability to absorb this soul ring and trust that it will grant me greater power." With that, Lin Yu settled into a meditative position, his gaze fixated on the gently swirling soul ring. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner soul power in preparation for the absorption process. The moment Lin Yu's soul power made contact with the soul ring, an overwhelming surge of energy surged into his body, akin to a torrential flood, crashing against his meridians and bones, bringing forth a wave of excruciating pain. Yet Lin Yu clenched his teeth, resolutely striving to prevent the collapse of his will. Suddenly, he felt a thunderous roar within his mind, as if an overwhelming tide of information was surging in frantically. He bit down harder, endeavoring to maintain a state of alertness, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse. He could sense that force recklessly traversing through his meridians, the pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Yet he understood that this was an inevitable path of transcendent absorption of the soul ring, a journey from which he could not afford to retreat. As time ticked by, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the onslaught of that power. He endeavored to guide it, allowing it to gently merge with his own soul force. In this process, Lin Yu felt as though he had entered a fantastical realm. Countless radiant lights and lines materialized before him, as if the mysteries of the universe were slowly unfolding in his sight. He exerted every ounce of his strength to comprehend these wondrous visions, seeking to unearth the power that belonged uniquely to him. "Lin Yu, hold on. You can undoubtedly achieve this." The voice of his mentor suddenly resonated in his ears, like a powerful source of motivation continuously infusing his being. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, as if burdened by immense pressure, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Glimmering with a radiant light, sweat cascaded from his forehead like a spring, soaking his garments, but he remained unperturbed, wholly engrossed in absorbing the power of the soul ring. Time passed, each moment stretching out interminably. Nevertheless, Lin Yu steadfastly upheld his conviction, continuously drawing energy from the soul ring. His body gradually acclimated to this formidable force. His muscles tightened, and his bones emitted crisp sounds. At long last, after an arduous wait, Lin Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with excitement and joy. That brilliance resembled the most resplendent star in the night sky, illuminating the entire space. "I did it," Lin Yu exclaimed, his voice imbued with uncontainable exhilaration. Upon hearing his call, those around him gathered, their faces aglow with joyous smiles. Su Yao, unable to contain her eagerness, rushed to Lin Yu's side and embraced him tightly, her eyes filled with concern and blessings. The mentors also displayed smiles of relief, fully aware of the effort and perseverance Lin Yu had demonstrated during this training. In that moment, they beheld a young warrior of great potential blossoming before them, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Lin Yu felt a surge of newfound power coursing through his veins, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude. He understood that his achievements were inextricably linked to the unwavering support and guardianship of Su Yao and his mentors. It was their companionship and encouragement that empowered him to surmount numerous challenges and realize his aspirations. Thank you, everyone. Without you, I could never have succeeded in obtaining the Soul Ring, Lin Yu expressed, his voice imbued with sincerity and emotion. His gaze swept across each individual present, and his heart swelled with warmth. In this moment, he profoundly sensed the strength of camaraderie and the invaluable nature of friendship. This gratitude would be eternally etched in his heart, motivating him to forge ahead on his future path of cultivation. Chapter 10. Su Yao's first soul ring. Do not mention it. This is the fruit of your own labor, his mentor replied with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Yu began to feel and explore the soul skill he had just acquired. He discovered that this soul skill was named Netherworld Traverse. When he unleashed this ability, his form could flit through the void like a specter, with speed that was both swift and silent, rendering him nearly invisible to his adversaries. This not only significantly enhanced his agility, but also afforded him a plethora of strategic options in battle. This soul skill is incredible, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Haha. With this soul skill, you will find yourself even more adept in future battles, his mentor remarked. Indeed, Lin Yu, you must make the most of this soul skill. Su Yao encouraged. Lin Yu nodded emphatically, silently vowing to dedicate himself to rigorous training so as not to disappoint the expectations of those around him. Simultaneously, he recognized that he still had a long journey ahead, requiring constant enhancement of his abilities to confront the challenges that lay in wait. All right, Lin Yu. Having absorbed the soul ring, what is your current soul power level? The mentor inquired with a smile. Mentor, I have absorbed this soul ring that is over 700 years old, so my soul power should now be at level 15. The exact level will need to be tested once I return, Lin Yu replied with excitement. The mentor nodded thoughtfully. Well done. This marks a significant advancement. Let us take a brief respite. Once you have regained some strength, we shall continue. With that, the mentor found a spot to sit and began to meditate. Lin Yu stood aside, observing his surroundings and savoring the newfound power coursing through him. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for the seamless acquisition of the soul ring, his heart brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. After a short while, the mentor opened his eyes and regarded Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, I did not expect to assist you in obtaining your soul ring so early. Furthermore, the day is still young. How have you rested? Shall we proceed to help Su Yao acquire her first soul ring? What do you think? Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before responding, Of course, master. In that case, let us rest for half an hour before we set out to procure a soul ring for Su Yao. The mentor nodded in agreement. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire, Lin Yu followed suit, stretching his limbs in preparation for the journey ahead. Just then, a deep, resonant hiss pierced the air. The mentor and Lin Yu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with caution. Following the direction of the sound, they beheld a colossal python slowly slithering towards them from the depths of the distant forest. Its entire body was adorned with crystalline, ice-blue scales that glimmered with a frigid luminescence. The creature's massive and robust form stood before them like a small mountain. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Wow, what a colossal ice-armored python! Standing beside him, Su Yao, with unwavering determination, replied, I am not afraid of it. Without hesitation, she grasped her ice magic wand and strode boldly towards the massive creature. In an instant, Su Yao deftly brandished her wand, reciting incantations as she unleashed a flurry of piercing ice spikes. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp ice spikes surged towards the ice-armored python like a torrential downpour. However, the python demonstrated remarkable agility, skillfully twisting its massive form to effortlessly evade the lethal barrage. Subsequently, the ice-armored python opened its gaping maw and unleashed a chilling, bone-piercing ice mist. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Su Yao swiftly conjured an ice shield, attempting to withstand the formidable force. The ice mist collided violently with the shield, emitting a sizzling sound as if it threatened to freeze everything in its vicinity. Su Yao, be careful, Lin Yu shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Su Yao reassured him. Don't worry, I can handle this. She then lightly tapped the ground with her toes, soaring into the air like a bird, skillfully executing the ice explosion technique. Energy-laden ice orbs cascaded towards the ice-armored python like shooting stars. Sensing the impending threat, the python emitted a low growl and forcefully swept its incredibly tough tail, creating a fierce gust of wind that collided violently with the ice orbs, resulting in a dazzling display of light and overwhelming force. Lin Yu anxiously observed from the sidelines, his grip on the hilt of his sword unwavering, ever ready to render assistance. He understood that this battle represented a trial for Su Yao, yet he held steadfast faith in her strength and courage. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Su Yao, through her acute insight, seized an opportune moment during the ice-armored python's turn. A flicker of determination ignited in her eyes as she swiftly maneuvered her hands, executing a formidable ice-based soul technique of her own creation, Absolute Ice Seal. As she chanted, a beam of frigid light erupted from her palms, enveloping the massive form of the ice-armored python. In the blink of an eye, the creature was encased in ice, transformed into a crystalline sculpture. Before long, a yellow soul ring began to coalesce upon the ice sculpture, eliciting excitement among the onlookers. For such a sight of a soul ring was indeed a rare occurrence. Su Yao promptly seated herself, adjusting her posture to commence the absorption of the ice-armored python's soul ring. With her eyes closed, she focused intently, feeling the surge of formidable power gradually enter her being. Lin Yu and the mentors stood guard nearby, shielding her, understanding that this moment required tranquility, free from disturbance. Su Yao, hold on. The mentor encouraged softly, aware that the absorption of a soul ring was no simple feat, demanding considerable willpower and endurance. With gritted teeth and beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Su Yao persevered, striving to integrate that potent energy. Gradually, the soul ring of the ice-armored python began to meld into her body, her aura shifting from chaos to a growing stability, culminating in a robust presence, as though she were undergoing a metamorphosis. As moments ticked by, Su Yao ultimately completed the absorption of her first soul ring, significantly enhancing her ice abilities. With exhilaration, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "I did it." Eagerly, she wished to test her newly acquired soul technique, Ice-Armored Shield. With a mere thought, a wave of icy blue light surged from her, coalescing into a transparent shield. This shield appeared remarkably resilient, radiating an aura of coldness. Curiously, Su Yao reached out to lightly touch the shield, feeling a bone-chilling coldness. She realized that this protective barrier not only could withstand enemy assaults, but also possessed a freezing effect, inflicting harm on any adversary daring to approach her. Elated within, she recognized that with this formidable defensive skill, she would have an added layer of assurance in future confrontations. She resolved to diligently practice and master this ability to unleash its full potential in battle. Chapter 11. Training. After a prolonged and arduous period of relentless dedication and rigorous training, Lin Yu and his companions finally achieved remarkable progress that drew attention. Lin Yu stood resolutely in the training arena, his grasp firm upon the sword of time and space. His gaze was both focused and steadfast. Drawing a deep breath, he began to channel the soul power within him. The sword of time and space shimmered with radiant light as he softly uttered, "Time and space slash." In an instant, a fierce wave of sword energy, accompanied by the twisting forces of time and space, surged forth, leaving a profound scar upon the ground. Lin Yu gazed at his accomplishments, a contented smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "I am becoming increasingly adept at wielding the soul of the sword of time and space." Beside him, Sophie expressed her admiration, saying, "Lin Yu, your self-created soul technique for the sword of time and space is truly remarkable. When will I ever be able to possess a self-created soul technique like yours?" Lin Yu smiled at Su Ming and said, "Su Ming, your flame leopard martial spirit is remarkably powerful. You must understand that with persistent effort in your cultivation, you will undoubtedly achieve tremendous progress in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with determination and fighting spirit as he replied, "Yes, Lin Yu, I will certainly strive harder. I believe I can become stronger." With that, Su Ming began to unleash his flame leopard martial spirit. In an instant, his body was enveloped by a searing blaze, forming a fiery barrier around him. He shouted, "Flame leopard's first soul skill, flame impact." Immediately, an enormous fireball shot forth from before him, propelled by an unstoppable momentum toward the distance, ultimately erupting with immense force and unleashing a scorching aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its vicinity. Witnessing Su Ming's formidable fiery assault, Lin Yu could not help but nod in approval. contemplating how significantly Su Ming's strength had indeed improved. Meanwhile, their other companions diligently labored within their respective martial spirit domains, showcasing their unique talents. Some were adept at defense, conjuring a thick shield of soul power before them, resembling an indomitable fortress. Others specialized in support, radiating light from their hands to bestow various enhancements upon their comrades. Everyone was striving to elevate their abilities, learning from one another and progressing together. As the comprehensive assessment from the Spirit Hall approached, Lin Yu and the others appeared particularly excited yet anxious. Lin Yu regarded his companions with a serious expression and declared, "Friends, this assessment is a pivotal moment to evaluate the fruits of our training. It holds great significance for each of us. We must all give our utmost effort." One companion responded, "Lin Yu, rest assured, we understand the importance of this assessment and will certainly exert ourselves to the fullest." Another chimed in, "Indeed, we will not disappoint anyone, nor shall we let our efforts go to waste." Su Ming added, "Yes, we must demonstrate our strength in this assessment, allowing everyone to witness our growth and progress." The group engaged in encouraging dialogue, their eyes filled with anticipation and confidence regarding the impending evaluation. "All right, let us unite our efforts and strive for our goals." Lin Yu inspired them. "No problem," they replied in unison, their voices echoing in the air as if declaring their resolve and courage. As the examination time drew near, everyone devoted themselves more intently to their final preparations, eager to perform outstandingly during the assessment. During the soul power test, the students lined up, each stepping onto the testing platform in succession. Each one awaited the results with a mixture of tension and anticipation. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he took a deep breath and unleashed his soul power with all his might. As he exerted himself, the values on the testing apparatus began to rise steadily, the numbers flashing rapidly as if racing against time. Finally, the value settled at an astonishing height of level 20. The attendees gasped in astonishment, and the mentors displayed expressions of surprise. They had initially assumed that Lin Yu was merely an ordinary student, but they now discovered that his spiritual power was remarkably elevated. "Wow, Lin Yu, your spiritual power level is astonishingly high. You seem to be only 8 years old, yet you have reached level 20. One student exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. Lin Yu smiled faintly as he descended from the testing platform, fully aware that such a score was not easily attained. Yet, he refrained from indulging in pride or complacency. He understood that only through relentless effort could he truly harness his potential. Subsequently, his comrades also showcased remarkable performances, their soul power levels far surpassing those of their peers, revealing immense potential and innate talent. These outstanding achievements elicited elevated expectations from their instructors. During the practical assessment, the students were divided into groups, each tasked with completing a series of challenges, including combat, puzzle solving, and collaboration. Lin Yu led his group into the simulated battlefield, where they were confronted with various trials and tribulations. "Everyone, stay vigilant," Lin Yu cautioned. "Understood." His partners responded in unison. Shortly after entering the battlefield, they encountered a horde of formidable soul beasts launching a simulated attack. "Prepare for battle," Lin Yu shouted, charging ahead, utilizing the space-time sword. He instantaneously traversed into the midst of the soul beasts, unleashing a fierce assault. Su Ming, not to be outdone, wielded his fire leopard spirit, summoning powerful flames to engulf the soul beasts. The other companions coordinated closely, each deploying their skills to collectively combat the threats. "Lin Yu, there's a particularly strong soul beast approaching," one partner exclaimed. "I'll handle it," Lin Yu declared, employing the power of time and space to swiftly appear before the beast, dispatching it with a single stroke of his sword. Throughout the skirmish, they maintained constant communication and cooperation. "Su Ming, watch out for the soul beast on the left." "Got it, I see it." After an intense battle, they successfully repelled all the simulated attacks from the soul beasts. Next, they faced a series of tactical dilemmas, some requiring offensive strategies while others necessitated defensive formations. Lin Yu demonstrated his leadership prowess, guiding his comrades to respond with composure. "Let us divide into 2 groups. One will launch a frontal assault while the other maneuvers from the side," Lin Yu orchestrated. "No problem," his partners eagerly agreed. Through their collective efforts, they adeptly resolved each tactical challenge that arose. Their brilliant performances captured the keen interest of the high-ranking officials at the Spirit Hall. The elders and instructors seated in the observation area nodded in approval as they witnessed the students' prowess. "This batch of students possesses remarkable potential," one elder remarked. "Especially that Lin Yu. His space-time sword spirit is truly a rare sight, another elder concurred. The Spirit Hall resolved to provide them with additional resources and opportunities. When this news reached Lin Yu and his companions, they were overwhelmed with excitement. This is fantastic. We have more resources and opportunities now. One partner cheered. Lin Yu calmly stated, "This is the fruit of our labor, yet we must not succumb to arrogance. We must persevere and journey further along the path of cultivation. Indeed, we cannot betray the expectations of the Spirit Hall," Su Ming declared resolutely. From that moment onward, Lin Yu and his companions fortified their convictions. They dedicated themselves to rigorous daily practice, continually enhancing their abilities. We shall achieve greater feats in our future cultivation endeavors, striving tirelessly for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Lin Yu silently vowed. In addition to their training, they would exchange insights and experiences together. "I believe we must place greater emphasis on the synergy in our battles," Lin Yu remarked. "Absolutely. We should engage in more practical drills to improve our teamwork," Su Ming suggested. "Excellent idea. Let us commence tomorrow," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Thus, they encouraged and supported one another, progressing steadily along the path of cultivation, aspiring toward loftier goals. Their future brimmed with boundless possibilities, and they would inscribe their own magnificent saga through diligence and perseverance. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Soul Master during this period. The cultivation courses at the Spirit Hall had reached a temporary conclusion. Lin Yu felt the need to take a respite. Thus he resolved to leave the Spirit Hall and explore the outside world. He hoped to uncover new opportunities and insights, while also alleviating his tense nerves. Consequently, he ventured alone into a bustling and vibrant town. Upon his arrival, he was enveloped by a rich atmosphere of festivity. The streets were thronged with people, the sounds of lively chatter and calls filling the air, evoking a sense of vibrant vitality. A diverse array of individuals traversed the area, all adorned with radiant smiles. Lin Yu strolled along the street, his spirits buoyant. He felt a vibrant essence of life that starkly contrasted with the atmosphere of the Spirit Hall. Here, there was no palpable tension of rigorous training, only the leisurely existence of the townsfolk. Curiously, he observed everything around him, as if he had stepped into a wondrous new realm. "Excuse me, coming through." Suddenly, a vendor hurried past Lin Yu, pushing a cart brimming with goods. Lin Yu quickly stepped aside, and as he watched the vendor's receding figure, a smile crept across his face. This quaint town was indeed alive with vitality. As he continued on, Lin Yu spotted a fruit stall surrounded by eager customers. The proprietor greeted him warmly. "Hey there, young man. Come take a look at my fresh fruits." Approaching the stall, Lin Yu was delighted to see a dazzling array of colorful, appetizing fruits artfully displayed. Unable to resist, he purchased several, savoring their sweetness as he walked along. Wandering further, he arrived near a bustling square at the heart of the town, where a crowd had gathered, animatedly engaged in fervent discussion. Lin Yu, filled with curiosity, leaned closer and perked up his ears to listen intently. "Have you heard? Recently, a particularly mysterious and formidable young soul master has emerged," a plainly dressed middle-aged man exclaimed vividly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Who could this enigmatic young soul master be? Could it be someone he knows, or merely a topic of idle gossip among the populace? With a sense of curiosity and intrigue, he continued to listen. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "I believe he's just a fraud. There can't possibly be such an extraordinary person," scoffed a young man clad in opulent attire. "Indeed, perhaps he is merely a charlatan, preying on the Na'vi." Another voice chimed in. Nevertheless, a greater number of individuals remained filled with anticipation and curiosity regarding this legendary young soul master. They speculated about his identity, origins, and future prospects. Lin Yu stood silently to the side, contemplating the discussions unfolding around him. He understood that in this world, rumors and hearsay often wielded more allure than the truth, yet they might also conceal some undisclosed realities. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. "Oh, come now. Let us not argue. Perhaps this young soul master is indeed quite formidable." The speaker was a lively and charming girl, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. The crowd turned to her, and with a smile, she continued, "Maybe he is the fabled genius soul master, diligently honing his skills, preparing to astonish us all." Lin Yu could not help but chuckle. The girl's notions were indeed Na'vi yet amusing. However, he also recognized that in this world, anything is possible. Perhaps this enigmatic young soul master truly exists and is diligently advancing on the path to becoming a formidable soul master. Contemplating this, Lin Yu resolved to seek out this legendary young soul master personally, eager to discover the extent of his mystery and prowess. Just then, a kindly old man interjected, saying, Indeed, indeed, I too have heard tales regarding that young soul master. It is said that his combat style is remarkably unique and elusive, allowing him to unleash astonishing power at critical moments, leaving everyone in awe. Another individual nearby quickly chimed in, Yes, yes. I have also heard that he seems to possess a rather extraordinary martial soul. The specifics remain unclear, but it is certainly not an ordinary one. Listening to the whispers around him, Lin Yu's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. The rumors surrounding this enigmatic young soul master enveloped his mind like a mysterious fog, compelling him to unravel the truth hidden within. Hey, my friend, how formidable is this young soul master really? Unable to contain his inquisitiveness any longer, Lin Yu finally inquired of the middle-aged man. The man glanced at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and replied, Well, young lad, that is not an easy question to answer. Suffice it to say, he is exceedingly powerful. Unsatisfied with such vague remarks, Lin Yu pressed on. Could you provide some more concrete examples? Perhaps instances where he triumphed over formidable adversaries. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, There was an occasion when he faced a particularly strong soul master, renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, our young hero managed to identify the opponent's weaknesses, ultimately securing victory. On another occasion, he was besieged by a throng of enemies but navigated through the chaos with remarkable ease, successfully escaping. In summary, his prowess is unfathomable. Leaving all to speculate, Lin Yu listened with great interest, secretly admiring the extraordinary prowess and combat skills of the enigmatic young soul master. However, his true identity and background remained shrouded in mystery. The elder pondered for a moment and remarked, I have heard that he once faced a formidable opponent in a competition, seemingly on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, he unleashed a peculiar soul technique that turned the tide of battle, leaving his adversary utterly vanquished. Wow, that's incredible, Lin Yu exclaimed. Indeed, that's why everyone is so curious about him, the middle-aged man added. Lin Yu began to conjure an image of the young soul master in his mind, pondering the nature of his abilities and what made him unique. These mysterious rumors acted like a hook, ensnaring Lin Yu's heart and igniting an insatiable desire to uncover more about this enigmatic figure. Do you know where he is now? Lin Yu inquired once more. The crowd collectively shook their heads, indicating their ignorance, for he was elusive and enigmatic. Lin Yu was lost in contemplation, pondering the potential truths hidden behind these rumors and the impact that this enigmatic young soul master might have on himself and the spirit hall. At that moment, voices began to murmur again within the crowd. I heard that he has recently been spotted in the Douluo forest. Is that true? I'm not entirely certain. I've only heard it from others. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and a plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps he could venture into the Douluo forest to seek out this enigmatic young soul master, potentially unraveling the mysteries that surrounded him. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to return home to make preparations before embarking on his journey to the Douluo forest. Do you think he might visit our town? It is quite possible. He may have already arrived. Oh, how wonderful it would be to encounter him and witness firsthand if he truly possesses such remarkable prowess. Listening to their conversation, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation swell within him. He couldn't help but wonder who this enigmatic young soul master was, and why he had garnered so much attention and discussion. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly turned to Lin Yu and inquired, Hey, young man, you are a soul master as well, aren't you? Lin Yu nodded and replied, Yes, I am from the Spirit Hall. The man's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, Oh, the Spirit Hall. That is indeed a sanctuary for soul masters. I never expected such a young man to hail from there. Upon hearing the man's words, those around them cast envious glances. The Spirit Hall, as one of the most formidable organizations of soul masters on the Douluo continent, holds an undeniable status and influence. To be a member of the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly a mark of honor. Chapter 13. The Mysterious Soul Master. To Lin Yu smiled a bit shyly and humbly remarked, Haha, it's nothing much. However, he secretly felt a sense of pride. After all, his affiliation with the Spirit Hall indeed conferred numerous advantages upon him. At that moment, the elderly man inquired with curiosity, What is your opinion on this enigmatic young soul master? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, immersed in contemplation. He pondered quietly, Who exactly is this enigmatic young soul master? Is his strength and talent truly exceptional? Although the outside world sings his praises, Lin Yu feels compelled to witness his prowess firsthand to ascertain the truth of his capabilities. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu resolved to seek an opportunity to uncover the true circumstances of this young soul master. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, "I believe that his considerable renown must stem from remarkable abilities. However, the extent of his prowess can only be truly ascertained through first-hand experience." At that moment, those around him nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, we have also heard whispers of his exploits, yet to genuinely comprehend his strength, one must engage with it directly." An air of anticipation enveloped them all. Subsequently, Lin Yu lingered in the square for a while longer before turning to depart. As he strolled along the streets of the town, his mind remained preoccupied with inquiries regarding the enigmatic young soul master. Just then, a chorus of gasps shattered the tranquility. Lin Yu swiftly turned his head and spotted a small girl recklessly dashing towards a galloping horse-drawn carriage, perilously close to danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the soul power within him and darted towards the girl with the swiftness of lightning. He grasped her tightly, successfully steering her away from the carriage and averting a potential tragedy. That was close. Around them, the onlookers exhaled in relief, the tense atmosphere finally dissipating. "Thank you, big brother," the little girl said, her pale face betraying her fright as she trembled slightly, clinging to Lin Yu as if he were her anchor. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude and reliance, as though she regarded him as her savior. "You're welcome, but do refrain from running off next time," Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, softly patting her back to reassure her. At that moment, the girl's mother rushed over, her face etched with anxiety and worry. Upon seeing her daughter safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief, enveloping the little girl in her arms while continuously expressing her gratitude to Lin Yu. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely intervention. The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise." Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand, signaling her not to mention it. "It's nothing. Just be sure to keep a close eye on your child in the future," he said kindly. After bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, Lin Yu resumed his leisurely stroll through the town, feeling lighthearted and savoring the rare moments of tranquility. As he meandered, he found himself before a bustling tavern. "Perhaps I shall step inside for a while and see if there are any tidings regarding that young soul master," he mused inwardly. With that thought, he entered the tavern. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Lin Yu found a vacant seat and ordered some food and drink. He listened attentively to the chatter around him, hoping to glean some valuable information. "Hey, have you heard? That mysterious young soul master has appeared again," a nearby table whispered, their voices tinged with curiosity and excitement, immediately capturing Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu perked up his ears to listen intently. "Is it true? Where did it happen?" he inquired, his face alight with anticipation. "It seems to be in the neighboring town. They reportedly achieved a splendid victory," another replied with enthusiasm. "Wow, that's remarkable. I can't wait to witness it," the third person exclaimed in admiration, as Lin Yu savored the delectable dishes and listened quietly to their discussions. His curiosity about the enigmatic young soul master intensified. He yearned to uncover the identity of this individual and the reason behind the considerable commotion he had stirred. Thus, he resolved to continue his exploration of the town in hopes of discovering some clues. Once satiated, Lin Yu exited the tavern and resumed his quest through the town. As night descended, the lights within the town gradually illuminated, casting a warm glow upon the streets. Wandering amidst the vibrant ambience, Lin Yu reveled in the town's liveliness and charm. Unbeknownst to him, darkness enveloped the sky. Observing the brilliantly lit town, he felt a surge of emotions. This place thrived with vitality, and its residents lived in utmost contentment. Moreover, the rumors surrounding the mysterious young soul master added an intriguing layer of mystique to the town. "Perhaps I should seek out this young soul master and engage in a friendly contest," Lin Yu pondered. He felt it had been far too long since he had encountered a worthy adversary. A duel with this young soul master would undoubtedly prove to be exhilarating. With that thought, Lin Yu's resolve solidified. He determined to set forth the following day in search of the elusive young soul master. On the morrow, as the sun began to rise, Lin Yu promptly prepared his belongings and departed from the town, embarking on his journey to find the mysterious young soul master. He carried a heavy backpack filled with provisions, water, and essential items. Clad in light attire and wearing comfortable boots, he strode forth with unwavering determination. Along the way, Lin Yu encountered a myriad of individuals, Some regaled him with tales and legends about the enigmatic young soul master, further fueling his curiosity. Others advised him to abandon his quest, deeming it an impossible endeavor. Yet, Lin Yu remained undeterred by their words. Firmly believing in his ability to locate the mysterious soul master and acquire advanced soul techniques from him. As time progressed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the rigors of travel. He learned to endure harsh weather and challenging environments, as well as how to communicate with strangers to extract useful information. Throughout his journey, he persistently inquired about the mysterious young soul master, slowly piecing together a more comprehensive understanding of him. It was said that this enigmatic young soul master hailed from distant lands, possessing formidable soul techniques and exceptional combat prowess. He had once displayed astonishing strength during a fierce battle, leaving many in awe. However, little was known about his lineage or background. It was only understood that he roamed in search of stronger adversaries and more profound soul techniques. Lin Yu silently vowed to find the enigmatic young soul master and learn profound soul techniques to enhance his own prowess. Regardless of the myriad challenges that lay ahead, he would not waver. He firmly believed that with unwavering persistence, he could surely achieve his aspirations. Chapter 14. Unveiling the veil of the mysterious soul master. In the lengthy and arduous quest for clues, Lin Yu felt ensnared within an immense enigma. Treading carefully yet resolutely with each step, he resembled an indefatigable explorer, weaving through a labyrinth of intricate clues, striving to edge closer to the truth. I must uncover the answer. I must reveal the true identity of this mysterious soul master, Lin Yu fervently reminded himself, his eyes sparkling with determination. Day and night, he meticulously sifted through the seemingly chaotic threads of information, leaving no minuscule detail overlooked, as he sought the pivotal connection within this tangled web. Time passed, and Lin Yu's eyes grew bloodshot, yet his spirit soared ever higher. At long last, after prolonged contemplation and deduction, he unearthed some telling traces. Though slight, these clues ignited a fresh perspective and direction. One day, as Lin Yu immersed himself yet again in the study of these clues, a sudden spark illuminated his mind. He murmured softly, his gaze fixating intently on several strands of evidence in his grasp. He began to analyze the relationships among these clues meticulously, seeking to discern the hidden patterns within. As time progressed, Lin Yu's brow gradually unfurled, a glimmer of joy gracing his countenance. To his astonishment, this mysterious soul master possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul, a talent widely deemed inferior in the soul master realm. Yet this individual had harnessed the blue-silver grass martial soul to attain such formidable strength. What a miracle! Lin Yu marveled, his face a canvas of surprise. He could scarcely fathom how a martial soul considered a liability could wield such immense power in the hands of this enigmatic soul master. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. According to the clues at hand, this mysterious soul master had also mastered a unique method, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his level. This suggested that even when faced with opponents of superior rank, he could effortlessly contend with, and perhaps even conquer, them. Such an ability was undoubtedly unparalleled in the soul master world. Lin Yu silently recited these key pieces of information, and vague images began to materialize in his mind. As his contemplation deepened, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. It felt as though the identity of this mysterious soul master was not entirely foreign, yet he struggled to pinpoint who it might be. Why do I feel this way? Where have I encountered this person before? Lin Yu pondered, his brow furrowed in profound thought. His mind raced like a swiftly turning machine, scouring every recess of his memory in search of something that would correspond with this sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a bold conjecture surged within Lin Yu's heart. Could it be him? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated wildly like a rampant weed, consuming his entire mind. At that moment, his companion Su Yao approached. Noticing Lin Yu's intense concentration, she couldn't help but curiously inquire, "Lin Yu, what are you pondering so deeply?" Lin Yu regained his composure, shifting his gaze from the clues to Su Yao. "Su Yao," he said, "the characteristics of this enigmatic soul master remind me of someone." "Oh, who might that be?" Su Yao inquired eagerly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Tang San. Tang San. Who is he? Is he formidable? Su Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a mask of confusion. Lin Yu nodded, a glimmer of reverence fleeting across his eyes, and continued, "Indeed, the more I examine these clues, the more I perceive a striking resemblance to him. He is an extraordinarily formidable soul master, possessing a unique martial spirit and astonishing prowess. Su Yao furrowed her brows and remarked, "However, this seems rather coincidental, doesn't it? Could it be that you are overthinking this?" Lin Yu shook his head, his gaze as resolute as iron, and declared with unwavering conviction, "No, my intuition tells me that I cannot be mistaken." His eyes revealed a profound dedication and confidence, as if he possessed absolute certainty in his judgment. Simultaneously, fragments of memories from his past life began to flicker in his mind like countless twinkling stars. They shimmered faintly in the darkness, each representing a forgotten piece of history. Among those hazy images, a figure seemed to gradually align with the semblance he was piecing together now. It must be him. Lin Yu silently cried out in his heart, overwhelmed with emotion. He felt a surge of powerful energy rising within him, compelling him to pursue the memories he had once lost. He firmly believed that this figure was a significant person from his past life, someone of utmost importance to him. I must seize these memories. Lin Yu tightly closed his eyes, exerting every ounce of effort to capture the recollections of his former life. His thoughts raced like untamed stallions, galloping through the vast ocean of memories. He struggled desperately, attempting to grasp that crucial thread that would weave all the fragmented memories together once more. Almost there, almost there. Lin Yu repeated in his mind, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His breathing grew rapid, his heart raced, and he immersed himself fully in this pursuit of memory. Suddenly, as if lightning had split the darkened sky, a name flashed clearly through his mind, Tang San. Those two syllables served as a key, unlocking the door to his past life's memories. Scenes surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him in an inescapable reverie. Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face, his eyes wide with shock. Could it truly be him? He sat rooted in place, the images replaying incessantly in his mind, the tumult of his emotions akin to crashing waves that were difficult to quell. How is this possible? Lin Yu murmured, his gaze vacant, as though he had lost focus. I am destined to intersect with such a remarkable figure. He recalled every fragment related to Tang San from his past life. Those once murky memories now surged forth with unparalleled clarity. He remembered Tang San's unmatched strength, his indomitable will, and his unique charm. A profound sense of reverence blossoming within him. He was destined to become the pinnacle of Douluo continent, possessing boundless potential and talent, while I am but a fledgling character. In the face of such a formidable adversary, can I truly rise to the occasion? Lin Yu pondered, feeling both excitement and trepidation. However, he was not crushed by fear. Rather, it ignited a fierce determination deep within him. He understood that encountering a powerhouse like Tang San was both a challenge and an opportunity. It was only through clashes with the strong that he could continually elevate himself and push his limits. I will not retreat, nor can I retreat. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of steadfast resolve shone in Lin Yu's eyes. Whatever lay ahead, he would wholeheartedly embrace the challenge. Lin Yu's heart began to spiral into a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he yearned to encounter a formidable figure like Tang San, desiring to elevate himself through the trials of challenge. On the other, he harbored trepidations that his own strength might falter in the face of the challenges Tang San could present. No, I cannot waver. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, rallying his spirit within, resolutely affirming that he must confront whatever lies ahead with courage, determined to give his all, regardless of the uncertainties the future may hold. Lin Yu took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. He understood that this was not the time for hesitation or fear. He must prepare himself to confront the formidable adversary that emerged from the memories of his past life. Su Yao, we must strive even harder, Lin Yu declared, his gaze fixed upon her, filled with unwavering determination. Su Yao nodded vigorously, affirming, rest assured, Lin Yu, I will always stand by your side. Together we shall face whatever comes our way. Her voice resonated with a resolute courage that enveloped Lin Yu in a profound warmth. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Su Yao, then continued to immerse himself in contemplation about the future. He understood that the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and obstacles, yet he firmly believed that as long as he remained steadfast, he would conquer all. In the days that followed, Lin Yu dedicated himself even more fervently to his training, continuously enhancing his abilities. He meticulously analyzed every clue, seeking further information about Tang San. Together with Su Yao, he deliberated on strategies, preparing thoroughly for the challenges that might lie ahead. They were acutely aware that this battle was not merely a contest of strength, but also a test of wisdom and courage. Deep within, Lin Yu harbored a singular conviction. To find Tang San and unravel the mystery. Regardless of the difficulties he might face, he would not relent. For he bore the hopes of the entire world upon his shoulders. No matter what the future held, he vowed silently to himself that he would bravely forge ahead, in pursuit of the truth and glory that rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 15. Embarking on a new journey upon confirming the enigmatic identity of the Soul Master as Tang San. Lin Yu felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into his heart, sending ripples of tumultuous emotion that refused to settle. He stood quietly in a secluded corner of the spirit hall, the surrounding world seemingly partitioned from his existence. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, cascading in delicate rays that danced upon him, creating a mosaic of shadows and brilliance, reminiscent of a mysterious tableau. Lin Yu's profound gaze grew increasingly distant, as if striving to transcend the barriers of time and space in pursuit of all that was intertwined with Tang San. Tang San, it truly is him. Lin Yu murmured within, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave. He recalled the memories of Tang San from his previous life, that formidable and legendary figure, now inextricably linked to his own destiny. Lin Yu gradually closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to slowly descend into the depths of his past life's memories. Those fragments of recollections, long dormant and buried under the dust of time, unfurled like an ancient scroll within his mind. He beheld Tang San from his previous existence, showcasing unparalleled grace across a myriad of scenes. In the midst of fierce battles, Tang San wielded the blue-silver grass martial soul, his form as agile as a cheetah, each movement imbued with boundless strength and exquisite skill. A resolute and fearless conviction shone in his eyes, as if nothing in the world could hinder his forward march. The ferocity with which he fought was truly awe-inspiring, making it no surprise that he became such an extraordinary figure. Lin Yu couldn't help but silently admire him in his heart. Furthermore, Tang San's unwavering demeanor in the face of adversity left a profound impression on Lin Yu. With a slight furrow in his brow and an indomitable light flickering in his gaze, even in the direst of circumstances, he would never concede defeat easily. This tenacity was indeed worthy of the utmost admiration, filling Lin Yu with a deep sense of respect. He also witnessed the profound bonds of camaraderie between Tang San and his companions, as they supported one another, advancing and retreating together, confronting countless challenges and hardships side by side. Lin Yu felt a wave of emotion. Such sincere camaraderie was indeed a rarity. He meticulously sifted through these memories, leaving no detail overlooked. It appeared that his blue-silver grass martial soul possessed numerous extraordinary abilities. What could they possibly be? As he pondered, he endeavored to recall. With the passage of time, some hazy images began to sharpen. He witnessed Tang San's unwavering focus during cultivation, his composed demeanor in the face of formidable adversaries, and his decisive actions at critical junctures. It seemed he had quite a history. Lin Yu discerned some of Tang San's lesser-known past experiences, which had forged his indomitable spirit. No wonder he was so formidable. Every bit of his strength was earned through relentless effort. Lin Yu's admiration for Tang San grew even deeper. Lin Yu continued to immerse himself in his memories, unearthing further information about Tang San. He discovered that Tang San possessed not only extraordinary strength but also noble character and steadfast beliefs. Tang San consistently adhered to his principles, remaining unshaken by external influences. He treated his friends with sincerity and showed no mercy to his enemies. This blend of firmness and gentleness rendered him a figure worthy of admiration. Moreover, Lin Yu noted Tang San's attitude towards soul beasts. He recognized that soul beasts are living beings, not merely tools or resources. Tang San respected the life of each soul beast and would not harm them lightly. This approach reflected the kindness and compassion that lay deep within his heart. As Lin Yu explored Tang San's memories, he gained a deeper understanding of this formidable opponent. He realized that to defeat Tang San, he needed not only to enhance his own abilities, but also to learn from his strengths. Only through continuous self-improvement could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of power. Having acquired this invaluable information, Lin Yu developed a more comprehensive and profound understanding of Tang San. He recognized the immense strength and potential that Tang San possessed, and that failure to respond cautiously could pose a significant threat to himself. Nonetheless, he understood that merely knowing his opponent was insufficient. He needed to devise effective strategies and plans to gain an advantage in the competition against Tang San. Thus, Lin Yu began to meticulously analyze Tang San's personality traits and behavioral patterns, attempting to identify his weaknesses and predict his next moves. Simultaneously, He contemplated how to leverage his own advantages and utilize the resources around him to enhance his strength. After much deliberation, Lin Yu finally formulated a detailed action plan. He decided to focus first on augmenting his own abilities through relentless training and learning to elevate his soul power and combat skills. Furthermore, he aimed to strengthen collaboration with his teammates to collectively confront Tang San. I must be thoroughly prepared and refrain from acting recklessly, Lin Yu silently reminded himself. At that moment, Su Yao approached. Noticing Lin Yu's contemplative demeanor, she curiously inquired, "Lin Yu, what are you thinking so intently about?" Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just pondering a few matters." Su Yao's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, really? You don't seem to be contemplating ordinary issues. Are you thinking about Tang San?" Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am reflecting on Tang San. After all, he is our future rival, and I must understand his situation to better contend with him." Su Yao furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. "But is Tang San really that powerful? Can we truly defeat him?" Lin Yu gently patted Su Yao's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Rest assured, as long as we unite and diligently enhance our abilities, we shall surely triumph over him. Moreover, I have devised a comprehensive action plan, and I am confident we will succeed." Upon hearing Lin Yu's unwavering confidence, Su Yao felt a slight easing of her anxiety. With a smile, she replied, "All right. I shall place my trust in you this once. However, do not let me down." Lin Yu chuckled and reassured her, "Fear not, I shall not disappoint anyone." Curiously, Su Yao scratched her head and inquired, "What have you contemplated?" A flicker of contemplation crossed Lin Yu's eyes as he slowly articulated, "I have considered his formidable prowess. That astonishing strength, his unique martial soul and skills, seemingly bestowed by the heavens, and his character and experiences, which conceal countless untold stories." Admiration blossomed on Su Yao's face as she exclaimed, "Wow, you have thought of so much. What do you plan to do next?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his gaze resolute as he responded, "I must train harder and continuously elevate my strength. Only then will I possess the means to confront him." Su Yao nodded vigorously in agreement, stating, "Yes, I support you. However, do not be overly anxious. Together, we shall strive and surely overcome the challenges ahead." Gratitude shone in Lin Yu's eyes as he sincerely remarked, "Thank you, Su Yao. Your presence brings me great comfort." To better prepare for the myriad challenges that may arise in the future, Lin Yu intensified his training regimen. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of martial techniques, laboring day and night, resulting in a significant enhancement of his soul power. As night descended and most had long succumbed to slumber, Lin Yu remained steadfast in the training room, his garments soaked with sweat, yet he exhibited no signs of fatigue. Deep within his heart resided a singular, unwavering belief: to become stronger, I must surpass myself to stand a chance against Tang San. He silently encouraged himself. Simultaneously, he actively sought to engage with other skilled practitioners, eager to glean their invaluable experiences and wisdom. During one sparring session with a seasoned soul master, Lin Yu focused intently on countering each of the opponent's attacks. Suddenly, that soul master unleashed a fierce onslaught, and Lin Yu quickly adapted, nimbly sidestepping while rapidly devising a countermeasure in his mind. "Here it comes." Lin Yu seized the moment, calling out as he executed a newly learned technique. This move was an evolution of a martial arts skill from his past life, and although not yet fully mastered, it possessed considerable power. The opponent, caught off guard by Lin Yu's sudden maneuver, displayed a fleeting look of surprise. Nonetheless, being a seasoned soul master, he swiftly regained composure and responded promptly. Thus, an intense exchange ensued, with neither side yielding an inch. In the end, Lin Yu was slightly outmatched, as his opponent discovered a flaw and emerged victorious. After the sparring session concluded, Lin Yu respectfully inquired, "Esteemed senior, what shortcomings do you perceive in my performance?" The seasoned soul master replied with a smile, "Your reflexes are quite sharp, and your grasp of the technique is commendable. However, you could benefit from a more adaptable application of your moves. Do not confine yourself too rigidly to the techniques themselves, but rather learn to respond spontaneously to the circumstances." Lin Yu nodded humbly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall remember your words." Throughout the preparation process, Lin Yu remained acutely vigilant and possessed a keen insight. He continually analyzed the information gleaned from his past life memories, striving to predict the potential course of action that Tang San might undertake. What would I do if I were Tang San in this situation? He frequently pondered. Through this empathetic reflection, He gradually came to comprehend Tang San's thought processes and decision-making patterns, thereby better equipping himself to face the forthcoming challenges. At last, after thorough preparation, Lin Yu felt ready to embark on a new journey. He packed all the essential items into his satchel, slung it over his shoulder, and, imbued with unwavering faith and a vision for the future, resolutely departed from the spirit hall. Before his departure, Suyao came to see him off. Her eyes shimmered with concern and reluctance as she softly implored, "Lin Yu, please take care. I will be here waiting for your return." Lin Yu paused, turned to face Suyao, and with a warm smile, gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Suyao. I will take good care of myself. When I return, we shall continue our adventures together." With that, Lin Yu turned away, not casting a glance back. His strides were firm and powerful, as if propelled by a profound sense of determination and purpose. He understood that this journey would present formidable challenges. Yet he firmly believed that only through such trials could he truly grow and emerge even stronger. Lin Yu embarked on a new journey, fully aware that the path ahead was rife with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, he remained undaunted, for he believed that with the knowledge gleaned from his past life's memories and his continually honing strength, he would surely carve out his own path amidst the intertwining fates with Tang San and achieve his aspirations. His steps were resolute and powerful, each stride seemingly imbued with anticipation and determination for the future. Within him burned a fervent flame, a longing for exploration of the unknown and a passionate pursuit of his dreams. Chapter 16. The Nodding Strategy. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Lin Yu, guided by the memories of his past life, made his way to the city of Nodding in the Balak Kingdom, where Tang San was destined to attend school. Upon his arrival, the sights before him evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth. At this moment, Lin Yu stood amidst the bustling streets of Nodding, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He understood that while the city may appear unremarkable, it was the very cradle of his grand ambitions. In this world teeming with uncertainties and challenges, forging connections would be the key to unlocking the doors of success. Thus, he took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and resolutely ventured towards the social venues brimming with unknowns and opportunities. Lin Yu began to frequently grace various noble banquets. There, the resplendent palaces, dazzling lights, and melodious music collectively created a unique ambience. This extraordinary stage became the quintessential setting for him to showcase his personal charm. Lin Yu was adorned in a remarkably exquisite and impeccably tailored suit, each step he took resonating with both steadiness and poise. His every gesture appeared as though it had been meticulously sculpted, perfectly showcasing an air of elegance. The moment he entered the banquet hall, countless gazes instantly converged upon him. "Wow, he has arrived," someone whispered in awe. "Look, he is exceptionally radiant today." A noblewoman could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Yu wore a gentle smile, courteously nodding to those around him. His unhurried demeanor evoked a sense of fondness. He elegantly navigated through the crowd, engaging in brief conversations with one nobleman and exchanging polite pleasantries with another lady. His comportment was both gracious and appropriate, with every detail meticulously attended to. "Your gown is truly exquisite today," Lin Yu remarked with a smile to one of the ladies. "Oh, thank you. You are quite the charmer," she replied with delight. In Lin Yu's heart, a sense of quiet pride blossomed, yet he refrained from manifesting such emotions upon his countenance. Instead, he maintained a polite and humble smile, as though it had become second nature to him. His strides were light and graceful, weaving through the throngs of people, standing in stark contrast to those around him. He exuded a unique charm that effortlessly drew others towards him. Each of his movements appeared so natural and fluid, evoking the impression that he hailed from an aristocratic lineage. His gaze was keen and penetrating, always adept at swiftly identifying influential figures and approaching them for conversation. His voice was deep and gentle, imbued with an irresistible warmth. "Greetings, esteemed sir. It brings me great joy to encounter you here." Lin Yu smiled as he courteously greeted a nobleman. His tone carried a hint of excitement and anticipation, as if the individual before him were someone he had long desired to meet. "Oh, and who might you be?" The nobleman's face bore a look of mild perplexity, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Lin Yu displayed no signs of fluster. Rather, he exuded calm composure, aware that he needed to leave a lasting impression. He succinctly introduced himself. "I am Lin Yu, having recently arrived here, and I hope, esteemed sir, that you will kindly look after me in the future." His tone was sincere and heartfelt, with his gaze reflecting respect and gratitude towards the nobleman. After delivering this statement, Lin Yu continued to wear that polite smile, his eyes brimming with reverence for the nobleman. He understood that in such a setting, Showing respect to others was of paramount importance, as it would help garner goodwill and trust. The nobleman nodded slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible appreciation flashing in his eyes, seemingly satisfied with Lin Yu's demeanor. Observing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. He recognized that earning the nobleman's acknowledgement signified he had successfully etched a mark in the minds of these influential figures, a crucial step for his future endeavors. He proceeded to glide elegantly through the banquet hall, his discerning gaze seeking the next significant individual to befriend. Each step was imbued with an air of poise, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Throughout his conversations with these esteemed figures, Lin Yu maintained a humble demeanor, engaging with genuine sincerity, striving to comprehend their needs and thoughts. Esteemed sir, what is your perspective on the current developmental trends in Notting City? Lin Yu inquired softly, his tone revealing both respect and curiosity. The nobleman furrowed his brow slightly, pondering seriously for a moment before responding slowly. Notting City indeed possesses considerable potential for development. Yet, as he spoke, he hesitated, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Lin Yu promptly nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he echoed, "Indeed. That's precisely what I think. I have always held great optimism for the future of Nottingham." His countenance radiated earnestness, as if he genuinely anticipated the development of Nottingham. He then continued to engage with the nobleman on various topics concerning the city, attentively absorbing every word spoken while occasionally interjecting his own insights and perspectives. With a gentle yet resolute tone, he articulated his affection and confidence for the city, hoping to garner the nobleman's recognition and support. The nobleman regarded Lin Yu with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He began to share his own understanding and aspirations for Nottingham, emphasizing the city's potential and opportunities. Lin Yu listened intently, nodding in agreement while also offering some of his own viewpoints and suggestions. Through this exchange, he gained a deeper understanding of the nobleman's perspectives and expectations for Nottingham, which in turn clarified his own plans and direction for the future in the city. He realized that maintaining a good relationship with such influential figures was crucial for establishing and developing himself in Nottingham. As their conversation deepened, Lin Yu increasingly felt that his decision to proactively engage with the nobleman was indeed a wise one. They discussed ways to enhance Nottingham's economic strength, improve infrastructure, and attract more talent, sharing opinions and ideas with one another. Lin Yu discovered that, despite their elevated status, these nobles were remarkably approachable and open to listening to others' opinions and suggestions. In conclusion, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to the nobleman and indicated his eagerness to actively participate in the development of Nottingham. The nobleman smiled encouragingly, confident that Lin Yu would achieve success in the city. Chapter 17. The layout of Nottingham II in regard to those exceptionally powerful soul masters. Lin Yu approached them with a humble desire to learn. He recognized that these individuals were seasoned experts with extraordinary abilities, and if he could gain their guidance and assistance, his growth would undoubtedly accelerate. Thus, he always engaged with these formidable figures with a sense of reverence, seeking to absorb valuable knowledge and skills from them. During a particular banquet, Lin Yu encountered a remarkably gifted soul master named Carlos, who bore the esteemed title of Star Minter. His presence enlivened the entire gathering, prompting many to approach him with greetings. Lin Yu, too, was no exception. His eyes gleaming with excitement, he briskly approached Carlos and respectfully bowed, saying, "Esteemed Minter, you are the illustrious Star Minter Carlos? I have long admired your reputation, and I am in profound awe of your remarkable prowess. It is truly a great honor for me to meet you today." Star Minter Carlos regarded the young soul master before him with a slight smile and nodded, inquiring, "Ah, young one, how did you recognize me? Do you have any questions?" Lin Yu hurriedly replied, "Esteemed Minter Xingqian, I find myself perplexed in the realm of soul technique cultivation. Might you be so kind as to offer me your guidance?" Upon hearing this, Minter Carlos of Xingqian revealed a faint smile and said, "Of course, please share your concerns." Lin Yu then articulated the challenges he faced in detail, while Minter Carlos listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding and at times furrowing his brow in contemplation. Once Lin Yu had finished, Minter Carlos pondered for a brief moment before gently responding, "I see. I comprehend your predicament. The issues you encounter are not overly complex, however, may necessitate a degree of skill and experience for resolution. Firstly, you must pay attention to the control of your own aura. Secondly, when confronting adversaries, do not be overly rigid. Rather, employ a variety of tactics and skills with agility. Lastly, your mindset is of paramount importance. Maintain your composure and confidence, trusting in your ability to overcome challenges. Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, nodding frequently in agreement, secretly admiring the profound knowledge and unique insights of Master Xingqian. Once the master had finished speaking, Lin Yu rose respectfully, bowing deeply to Master Xingqian, and with tears of gratitude, he expressed, "Thank you, esteemed mentor, for your guidance. I have truly gained invaluable wisdom." His face was a portrait of sincerity and gratitude, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Master Carlos, the Xingqian mentor, smiled gently and gestured for Lin Yu to take a seat, earnestly saying, "No need for such formality, young man. I see great potential in you. With diligent effort, you are destined for greatness. It brings me joy that our paths have crossed today, and I hope to assist you in your journey." Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, pledging to remember the mentor's teachings and to double his efforts in cultivation. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the rarity of receiving guidance from such an extraordinary mentor of the stars, and he silently resolved to seize this opportunity to enhance his own abilities. Observing Lin Yu's earnest and studious demeanor, the stellar mentor could not help but feel a heightened admiration for him. He recognized that a young man with such potential and diligence as Lin Yu was destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Perhaps, in time, he might even find himself seeking Lin Yu's assistance. As for the influential elite, Lin Yu adeptly tailored his approach to align with their preferences. On one occasion, he learned that a certain dignitary held a particular fondness for a rare piece of art. Thus, he embarked on a quest to seek out similar treasures. After considerable effort, he finally discovered the whereabouts of the coveted artwork, only to find it had already been purchased by another individual. Nevertheless, Lin Yu did not relent. He navigated various channels and ultimately succeeded in contacting the buyer, persuading him to part with the piece. In this manner, Lin Yu exerted great effort to acquire a remarkably similar artwork. When he finally met with the dignitary, he smiled warmly and said, "My lord, I chanced upon a small object that I believe compliments you splendidly, so I have brought it here as a gift." With that, he gently opened the box to reveal the exquisite artwork within. The dignitary's eyes lit up upon seeing the piece, and he exclaimed with delight, "Oh my! This is truly a delightful surprise. You have shown such thoughtfulness." Lin Yu humbly smiled and replied, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is my greatest honor to bring you joy." He then added, "In truth, I am merely acting on behalf of a friend, wishing to present this gift to you. However, since you cherish it so dearly, I consider my task accomplished." The nobleman nodded with a smile, contentedly stating, "Indeed, your friend is commendable. I must insist on being introduced should the opportunity arise. That said, this piece of art truly aligns with my taste. I am exceedingly fond of it." Lin Yu promptly responded, "I am delighted that you appreciate it. I shall convey your admiration to my friend." Subsequently, the two engaged in further discourse about art, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. In the end, the nobleman extended an invitation for Lin Yu to share a meal, expressing a desire to properly thank him. Thus, Lin Yu established a favorable rapport with these dignitaries, winning their esteem through his attentiveness and diligence, thereby laying a more solid foundation for his future endeavors within this circle. Lin Yu was acutely aware that in order to establish himself within this circle, it was imperative to maintain amicable relations with those in power. Thus, he consistently exerted himself to cater to their preferences, yearning for their acknowledgement and support. For these influential figures, Lin Yu's presence was also a valuable asset. Not only did he possess remarkable talent and capabilities, but he also understood the art of interpersonal relations, rendering him a highly esteemed individual. As time progressed, Lin Yu's standing among these elites grew increasingly solid. He began to attract greater attention and admiration, consequently opening doors to more opportunities and resources. He adeptly leveraged these connections to continuously enhance his prowess and influence, advancing towards his aspirations. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu encountered various challenges and adversities. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that with perseverance, he could surmount any obstacle and fulfill his dreams. Ultimately, through his diligence and innate talent, he emerged as a figure of considerable prominence within this sphere. Chapter 18. The Nottingham Layout 3. On a balmy and sun-drenched day, Lin Yu strolled through the streets of Nottingham, relishing the warmth of the sun and the gentle caress of the breeze. At that moment, he fortuitously crossed paths with an exquisitely dressed individual, exuding an extraordinary charisma. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this person was none other than the influential merchant, Ma Hu. When Lin Yu first laid eyes on Ma Hu, an inexplicable surge of excitement welled up within him. Surely, this was the renowned merchant Ma Hu, and indeed, The reality surpassed mere reputation. With a heart full of enthusiasm, Lin Yu approached without hesitation, his face adorned with a genuine smile, and courteously greeted Ma Hu. "Good day. Esteemed merchant Ma Hu, I have long been aware of your illustrious name, and it is truly an honor to encounter you today." The merchant, intrigued, scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes as he replied with a smile. "Oh? And who might you be? How is it that you know of me?" Lin Yu promptly smiled and responded, "I am Lin Yu. I have long held deep admiration for the remarkable achievements you have attained in the realm of business. I believe your successful experiences are an invaluable treasure for our younger generation. Thus, it is indeed a stroke of luck to meet you here today." Through numerous in-depth conversations with affluent entrepreneurs, Lin Yu gleaned some of their unique philosophies and invaluable insights regarding commerce. These experiences proved to be immensely beneficial to him, and he could not help but express his profound sentiments. "Sir, the decisions you have made in business are truly astute. I have the utmost respect for your wisdom and insight. As a junior, I am genuinely in awe." Upon hearing this, the wealthy merchant burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand dismissively and saying, "Ha ha, you flatter me. They are merely some reflections based on experience. Young people, as long as you are willing to learn and act with diligence, you will surely reap the rewards." Lin Yu promptly nodded in agreement and seized the opportunity to inquire about various business matters from the affluent merchant. Observing Lin Yu's humble eagerness to learn, the merchant generously imparted his years of experience without reservation. He meticulously elucidated every aspect, from market trend analysis to product positioning and marketing strategies. Lin Yu listened intently, occasionally posing questions or suggestions, engaging in fervent discussions with the merchant. As time gradually unfolded, Lin Yu, through relentless learning and practical application, began to master an expanding array of business knowledge and skills. Simultaneously, through his sincerity and talent, he successfully garnered the trust and friendship of the merchant. The merchant not only provided substantial assistance and support in business matters, but also introduced him to numerous other significant connections. Lin Yu cherished this hard-won friendship and resources deeply, striving even harder to learn and enhance himself, aspiring to achieve greater accomplishments in the business realm, thereby honoring the merchant's trust and support. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu discovered that his perspective had broadened significantly, and his way of thinking had undergone a profound transformation. He began to view the commercial world through an entirely new lens, no longer confined to immediate gains, but rather focusing on long-term development and strategic planning. This transformation enabled Lin Yu to thrive in the business domain, with his career flourishing remarkably, all thanks to the guidance and teachings of the merchant. Moreover, Lin Yu actively sought to engage with certain hidden forces operating in the shadows. Though these entities remained largely unknown to the public, their influence was not to be underestimated. Lin Yu understood that dealing with them required utmost caution and vigilance, as any misstep could lead to unforeseen troubles. During a meeting with a representative of a mysterious faction, Lin Yu's heart brimmed with wariness. He recognized the significance of this encounter, yet was acutely aware of the inherent risks. The background and motives of this enigmatic force were shrouded in secrecy, making collaboration with them an undeniable gamble. Nevertheless, Lin Yu perceived this as a rare opportunity. Should he successfully establish a favorable relationship, it might open a new door for his future. "What brings you to us?" the other party inquired in a deep voice, akin to a whisper emanating from the abyss, sending a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. He gazed into the representative's profound and piercing eyes, responding unwaveringly, "I seek to collaborate with you, as I firmly believe we can mutually assist each other, achieving a win-win outcome." The other party fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Lin Yu's words. Finally, he spoke, "State your terms." This statement struck Lin Yu's heart like a sharp blade, making him acutely aware that each subsequent word would determine the trajectory of this dialogue. Lin Yu elaborated on his thoughts and plans in great detail, encompassing his vision for the future and the potential for mutual growth. He underscored his advantages and resources, expressing a willingness to share these invaluable assets with his counterpart. Simultaneously, he articulated several reasonable requests, hoping for corresponding support and collaboration from the other party. After listening, the other party fell into deep contemplation, refraining from an immediate response. As time ticked away, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Lin Yu's heart raced. He was uncertain whether he had succeeded in persuading the other party or, indeed, whether they genuinely cared about his words. At that moment, the other party suddenly lifted their head, a fleeting glimmer of awareness flickering in their eyes. "This matter requires our careful consideration," they said earnestly, gazing intently at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. After all, they were about to confront a world replete with uncertainties, where each step necessitated utmost caution. As he departed, Lin Yu silently prayed for a successful collaboration, fully aware that only through such an accomplishment could he better fulfill the tasks that lay ahead. As time progressed, Lin Yu's network of connections steadily expanded. He often found himself pondering alone in the stillness of the night, reminiscing about his experiences and the achievements he had garnered. At last, the fruits of my networking efforts began to manifest, laying a robust foundation for my explorations in Notting City. Lin Yu reflected with a sense of inner satisfaction. Yet, he also recognized that this was merely the beginning. Numerous challenges and opportunities awaited him on the horizon. He resolved to persevere, continuously broadening his connections and enhancing his capabilities to navigate the tribulations of the future. In this enigmatic world, Lin Yu would forge ahead, utilizing both wisdom and courage to carve out a realm that belonged to him. These invaluable connections would undoubtedly serve as a significant support along his journey. Chapter 19. The nodding strategy for Lin Yu was acutely aware that in order to successfully navigate the forthcoming landscape replete with challenges and opportunities, ample preparation of resources was paramount. Consequently, he resolutely immersed himself in the demanding and bustling preparatory work. "Hey, my friend, I see you have been quite busy in the materials market lately," remarked an individual who was also perusing the market. Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Indeed. In light of future plans, I must diligently prepare." He first directed his keen gaze towards the bustling and vibrant markets of rare materials in Notting City. Each day, he tirelessly navigated through the throngs of people and the myriad of stalls, his eyes reflecting a steadfast dedication as he meticulously sought after those unique materials that could play a pivotal role in his grand ambitions. Over the past few days, Lin Yu had frequented this market, earnestly searching for the materials he required. As he walked, he perused the items displayed at various stalls, occasionally picking up an object to examine, but more often than not, he would merely shake his head and move on. On this particular day, Lin Yu finally discovered the material he had been seeking, a mineral known as amethyst chalcedony. This stone could be refined into a liquid called amethyst essence, renowned for its potent energy, which could be utilized in crafting high-grade soul-guiding devices and elixirs. However, this mineral was exceedingly rare, found only in specific locales. After a round of haggling, Lin Yu ultimately procured the amethyst chalcedony at a relatively reasonable price. He carefully stowed it away and continued his search for other necessary materials within the market. In addition to the amethyst chalcedony, Lin Yu also gathered numerous other precious materials, such as millennium spirit wood and 10,000-year cold iron. Though these materials were not as rare as the amethyst chalcedony, they were nonetheless essential for the creation of advanced soul-guiding devices and elixirs. In his dealings with the merchants, Lin Yu showcased exceptional wisdom and eloquence. He understood that these traders were wily individuals, and securing a bargain from them was no simple task. However, he had his own strategies. "Boss, don't you think this price is a tad excessive?" Lin Yu inquired with a smile, negotiating with one merchant, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I genuinely wish to make a purchase, but your price is quite burdensome for me." The merchant furrowed his brow, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "Oh, but this price is already very reasonable. It cannot be lowered further." Lin Yu secretly chuckled, realizing that these merchants were indeed challenging, yet he remained undeterred. Calmly, he said, "Boss, please reconsider. I will be a regular patron in the future, and we could establish a long-term partnership." The merchant hesitated for a moment, clearly swayed by Lin Yu's proposition. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu continued, "Furthermore, I can introduce more friends to purchase your goods. Wouldn't that enhance your business?" Finally, the merchant relented. "Very well, then please propose a price." Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within, yet his expression remained composed. He quoted a price significantly lower than before, and the merchant's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, this price is far too low. I cannot possibly make a profit," the merchant exclaimed in anger. Lin Yu remained unfazed, well aware that this was merely a tactic employed by merchants in the art of negotiation. He replied calmly, "My good sir, there is no need for haste. We can engage in a leisurely discussion." After a spirited exchange of words, Lin Yu ultimately leveraged his wit and intellect to acquire a substantial quantity of high-quality metals at a relatively reasonable price. These metals shimmered with an enchanting brilliance under the sun, seemingly heralding their impending significance in the future. Subsequently, he dedicated himself tirelessly to the pursuit of rare herbs. These herbs exuded a unique and enigmatic aura, as if they harbored boundless power and secrets. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation, for he understood that these herbs might serve as invaluable allies on his path of cultivation. In addition to the extraordinary herbs, Lin Yu also stumbled upon some rare crystals. These crystals sparkled with a dazzling luminosity, each one as precious as a radiant star. With utmost care, Lin Yu stowed them away, savoring the warmth and strength they imparted. These crystals could potentially play a pivotal role in crucial moments, providing Lin Yu with formidable energy support. Lin Yu deeply comprehended that knowledge held an equally pivotal position in all of this. It was an intangible, yet profoundly significant resource. Consequently, he frequently frequented the solemn and majestic library of Nottingham, along with various other places imbued with an academic atmosphere. Each time he entered the library, it was as if he was immersed in an ocean of knowledge, eagerly perusing an array of texts and documents related to the cultivation of soul masters and the mysteries of martial spirits. He read each line with unwavering concentration, as if striving to extract the essence contained within. Upon encountering valuable information, he would promptly seize paper and pen, meticulously recording his findings. His focused demeanor akin to that of one treating the most precious of treasures. Throughout this process, he not only amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding martial spirits, but also gained a deeper understanding of how to obtain soul rings. He recognized that only through hunting soul beasts could one acquire soul rings, yet the effects of soul rings varied significantly depending on their age. Moreover, he learned of some unique cultivation methods that could aid in enhancing his strength. This knowledge proved immensely beneficial, laying a robust foundation for his future development. As time progressed, Lin Yu's reservoir of knowledge continually expanded, resembling an ever-growing treasury. The insights within this treasury not only guided him along the path of cultivation, helping him avoid unnecessary detours, but also equipped him with a multitude of solutions when confronted with challenges. Simultaneously, he realized that the acquisition of knowledge was not an instantaneous endeavor, but rather required prolonged accumulation and effort. Thus, he resolved to maintain this fervor for learning, tirelessly enriching his repository of knowledge in pursuit of his aspiration to become a formidable soul master. "Hey, why do you spend all your time here? Don't you ever feel tired?" inquired a curious reader sitting nearby, observing Lin Yu. Lin Yu lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Haha, I am not the least bit fatigued. The knowledge contained herein is as alluring as a treasure." Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not overlook the whispers of concealed troves and ancient relics hidden within the city of Nottingham. He understood profoundly that these locales might harbor forgotten precious artifacts and formidable methods for cultivating martial souls, all of which were indispensable to his future endeavors. To acquire such invaluable information, Lin Yu was prepared to pay a steep price, even willing to invest a considerable amount of time and energy to befriend those who might possess insider knowledge. During an unexpected gathering, Lin Yu's attention was drawn to a rather enigmatic elder. A thrill coursed through him, and without hesitation, he approached the elder and engaged him in conversation. "Esteemed elder, you appear to be quite knowledgeable," Lin Yu remarked with a smile. The elder cast a glance in his direction, offering a silent smile in return. Undeterred, Lin Yu continued to converse, transitioning from mundane life matters to the legends of Nottingham. Gradually, the elder's demeanor softened towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu subtly inquired about the secrets of the hidden troves and ancient relics. Under the influence of Lin Yu's sincerity and persistence, the elder finally divulged a few cryptic words. "Young man, there are matters not meant for your ears. However, I can tell you that Nottingham City indeed conceals some unknown secrets. Though these are matters of the past, seldom spoken of in the present," the elder spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and continued to inquire, "Are these secrets related to treasures? Or perhaps to some formidable artifacts?" The elder gently shook his head. "I cannot ascertain whether it pertains to treasures, but those places have borne witness to numerous tales. It is possible that some invaluable items lie buried therein." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he realized he had finally uncovered a clue. He continued his conversation with the elder, hoping to glean further information. After an extensive exchange, Lin Yu learned of a potential location for a secret treasure trove. Armed with the elder's hints, he embarked on a quest to locate this enigmatic site. Following a rigorous exploration, he ultimately stumbled upon an ancient ruin concealed within the depths of the mountains. This place was steeped in history, with walls etched by the passage of time. Lin Yu cautiously ventured into the ruins, meticulously searching for traces of treasure. In a concealed chamber, he stumbled upon an immense treasure chest, brimming with golden soul coins and an array of exquisite artifacts. This discovery filled him with elation, as he realized that his adventurous endeavors had finally borne fruit. Furthermore, Lin Yu tirelessly gathered various intelligence resources in secret. Through discreet channels, he diligently sought to comprehend the power dynamics and key figures of Nodding City. Recently, it seemed that a certain family was up to something significant, with rumors circulating about the arrival of a prominent individual. Every fragment of information was meticulously collected by the protagonist. As time passed, Lin Yu's network of intelligence expanded, deepening his understanding of Nodding City. Simultaneously, he continually honed his abilities to better confront the challenges that lay ahead. One day, thrilling news arrived through his intelligence network. A grand auction was to be held in Nodding City 3 days hence, featuring an exceptionally rare storage soul guide. Lin Yu's acquisition of such crucial information was entirely attributable to the formidable intelligence network he had painstakingly established. This soul guide bore a melodious name, the Heart of the Stars. Its origins were said to be extraordinary, having been forged through the dedication and expertise of a legendary master who devoted his lifetime's wisdom and skill to its creation. The Heart of the Stars was resplendent in appearance, radiating a mysterious deep blue hue, as if it encapsulated the infinite secrets of the cosmos. Its surface was adorned with intricately carved celestial patterns, shimmering faintly like the brilliant stars of the night sky, seemingly sealed within. Not only was the Heart of the Stars aesthetically captivating, but it also possessed a vast internal space of 100 cubic meters, capable of accommodating a substantial number of items. Even more astonishing were its unique functionalities, such as the automatic categorization of belongings and the preservation of food, making it exceptionally practical for an adventurer. Moreover, the Heart of the Stars had a distinctive feature. It could transform its shape at the user's whim. Whether desired as a ring, necklace, or earrings, the Heart of the Stars could instantly metamorphose into the corresponding adornment simply through the user's imagination. This design rendered it both visually appealing and conveniently portable, making it a coveted treasure among many formidable individuals. However, acquiring such a precious soul guide was no simple task. Due to its rarity and utility, numerous factions eyed it covetously, resulting in fierce competition. Thus, to successfully secure this prized possession would require a considerable investment. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was well prepared. He had already begun to amass funds and devise a series of strategies to ensure his successful acquisition of the Heart of the Stars. On the day of the auction, Lin Yu arrived at the venue early, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. The atmosphere was electric, filled with a throng of buyers from various regions, all gathered to witness this grand auction. As the exhibition and bidding of rare artifacts reached a crescendo, the auction gradually entered its climax. At long last, the enigmatic soul guide device, the Heart of the Stars, was presented upon the stage. Once the bidding commenced, the price surged skyward like a rocket, swiftly surpassing the monumental threshold of 50,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins, one buyer exclaimed. Lin Yu tightly gripped the bidding paddle in his hand, his fingers turning pale from the exertion, while his palm became damp with sweat. His eyes were fixed intently on the auction stage, reflecting a resolute determination, his expression taut with nervous focus. 60,000 gold soul coins, Lin Yu declared, his voice quivering slightly. The other bidders, unwilling to concede, hastened to raise their offers. 70,000 gold soul coins. Came another bid. 80,000 gold soul coins. Lin Yu felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he raised his paddle without hesitation. At that moment, another bidder, seemingly equally determined, shouted, 90,000 gold soul coins. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence, each person holding their breath in anticipation of the next round of bidding. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, with everyone's nerves taut, hearts racing, as if a thrilling battle was unfolding before them. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, though the determination in his gaze was unmistakable. He turned to his assistant beside him and whispered, "It seems we've encountered a formidable competitor this time." The assistant nodded in silent agreement, responding, "However, this soul-guiding device is indeed exceptionally rare, young master. If possible, it is worth pursuing." Lin Yu's eyes flickered with resolve. He clenched his fist and stated firmly, "Indeed, no matter what, I must obtain it." He then raised his bidding paddle once more, exclaiming, 100,000 gold soul coins. This proclamation reverberated through the auction house like a thunderclap, leaving all present in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief at the price. After a brief lull, the hall erupted into a chorus of astonished whispers, with murmurs of admiration for Lin Yu's audacity filling the air. The competitor, momentarily taken aback by such a staggering bid, hesitated, ultimately choosing to withdraw from the competition. Observing this, the auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement as he announced, 100,000 gold soul coins for the first time. 100,000 gold soul coins for the second time, 100,000 gold soul coins for the third time sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring the Heart of the Stars. As the final gavel struck, the auction house erupted in thunderous applause. Cheers and congratulations echoing throughout the room. When the host declared the sale, the audience erupted in a cacophony of acclaim. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Yu's face as he ascended the stage to personally receive the Heart of the Stars from the host. In that moment, a wave of profound satisfaction surged within him, as if the entire world belonged to him. Returning to his seat, Lin Yu eagerly cradled the Heart of the Stars in his palm, examining it closely. The gemstone was crystalline and translucent, with countless star-like glimmers flickering within, resembling a resplendent pearl from the cosmos. Its exterior was lavish and exquisitely crafted, emanating an intoxicating aura that captivated all who beheld it. Lin Yu gently caressed the surface of the Heart of the Stars, feeling the immense power it contained. This force surged within him like a warm current, enveloping him in an unparalleled sense of comfort and joy. He understood that this Heart of the Stars was not merely a precious artifact but an indispensable companion for his forthcoming adventures. This Heart of the Stars shall become a vital ally in my future journeys, Lin Yu murmured, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He was acutely aware that possessing this treasure would significantly enhance his strength, equipping him to better confront various challenges. He believed that with diligent cultivation and relentless exploration, he would surely unleash the Heart of the Stars' utmost potential, transforming into a true powerhouse. Chapter 21. The initial layout unveiled within the seemingly tranquil confines of Nodding City. Lin Yu quietly commenced his meticulous planning concerning Shrek Academy. On this day, he found himself alone in his exceedingly secretive chamber, its walls adorned with meticulously detailed maps of Shrek Academy and its surroundings. In addition, there was a plethora of information intricately linked to Tang San and the academy itself. These materials were gathered through various channels, meticulously filtered and organized to present such a comprehensive and intricate visage. Presently, Lin Yu sat at the table, his brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze sharp and focused like that of a keen falcon, deeply immersed in profound contemplation. His fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, producing a crisp sound, as if each tap resonated with the thoughts and decisions brewing within him. Countless plans surged and intertwined in his mind, as he endeavored to extract the most flawless scheme from the complex web of clues. This plan needed to account for the current state and future trajectory of Shrek Academy while fully leveraging the resources and advantages at his disposal. Simultaneously, he had to ensure that this plan would not attract undue attention or suspicion, lest he invite unnecessary troubles upon himself. As time passed, Lin Yu maintained a heightened sense of focus and composure. He recognized the critical importance of this layout. If successful, it would lay a solid foundation for his future endeavors. Conversely, failure could plunge him into unprecedented challenges and dilemmas. Thus, he had to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring every detail was flawlessly executed. At last, after extensive deliberation, Lin Yu formulated a preliminary plan. He began with a meticulous analysis of Tang San's character traits, his habitual behaviors, and the likely patterns of action he would adopt. Lin Yu understood that to defeat such a formidable adversary, he must delve deeply into Tang San's inner world, uncovering his weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Tang San was an intelligent and resolute individual, whose wisdom and perseverance propelled him to continually surpass himself on the path of cultivation, ultimately becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Lin Yu understood that enticing Tang San into the trap he had meticulously crafted would be no simple task. It required thorough consideration of every intricate detail. He repeatedly simulated the possible courses of action Tang San might take in his mind, from his movements within the academy to the routes he might choose when venturing outside, leaving no potential variable unexamined. He even contemplated various unforeseen circumstances that Tang San could encounter, preparing himself extensively for each. After a prolonged period of contemplation and analysis, Lin Yu finally devised a flawless plan. This strategy not only accounted for Tang San's personal traits, but also integrated the specific environment and circumstances surrounding him. He was confident that if he executed this plan, he would successfully lead Tang San into his snare. However, Lin Yu did not allow himself to relax his vigilance. He recognized that Tang San was an exceptionally cautious individual, and even the slightest oversight could jeopardize the entire scheme. Subsequently, Lin Yu immersed himself in studying the geographical terrain surrounding Shrek Academy. He meticulously observed every street and corner, his pen ceaselessly marking the map. Every potential hiding spot for traps was annotated, as he refused to overlook any detail. He contemplated how to leverage the terrain to facilitate his plan, ensuring that Tang San unwittingly fell into his web. He envisioned setting up disorienting mazes at critical locations, ensnaring Tang San within their depths. In narrow passageways, he planned to install trigger-based attack mechanisms to catch Tang San off guard. Additionally, he considered the possibility of Tang San employing hidden weapons in retaliation, thus deliberately avoiding positions vulnerable to such attacks in his layout. Simultaneously, he pondered how to counter Tang San's other skills and abilities to guarantee the smooth execution of his plan. After much thoughtful deliberation, Lin Yu completed his research on the terrain surrounding Shrek Academy and formulated a detailed layout scheme. He believed that by adhering to this plan, he would undoubtedly capture Tang San. Concurrently, Lin Yu was exhaustively contemplating how to influence Tang San's decisions through the manipulation of public opinion. He understood that to successfully alter Tang San's mindset, he must start with the power of discourse. Thus, he began to meticulously devise plausible rumors and false information, discreetly disseminating them around Shrek Academy in an attempt to entice Tang San into making decisions that aligned with his own expectations. Lin Yu conceived a myriad of potential plots and scenarios, pondering how to spark curiosity in Tang San, thereby leading him into the meticulously crafted trap he had set. He meticulously analyzed Tang San's character traits and psychological state, aiming to discover the most effective means of guidance. Ultimately, Lin Yu resolved to exploit Tang San's concern for Tang Hao as a focal point, fabricating a rumor regarding Tang Hao to capture Tang San's attention. In this rumor, Lin Yu asserted that Tang Hao had been abducted by a mysterious force and was imprisoned in a distant and perilous locale. This enigmatic force appeared to possess some connection to Tang San, although the specifics remained elusive. This rumor not only piqued Tang San's curiosity, but also instilled a sense of anxiety within him, for Tang Hao was a pivotal figure in his life. Furthermore, Lin Yu intentionally crafted certain details to enhance the rumor's credibility. Subsequently, Lin Yu began devising a strategy to disseminate this rumor. He identified several reliable channels to relay the information to the students of Shrek Academy. The rumor swiftly circulated throughout the academy, eventually reaching Tang San's ears. As time progressed, Tang San became increasingly preoccupied with the rumor, actively seeking information to ascertain more about his father, Tang Hao. Observing Tang San's reaction align with his expectations, Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. He understood that as long as he maintained pressure, it was highly probable that Tang San would act in accordance with his plan. However, Lin Yu recognized that fundamentally altering Tang San's decisions would not be a simple endeavor. He needed to continually refine his strategy and remain vigilant. Throughout this protracted process, Lin Yu found himself ensnared in an endless whirlpool of thoughts, perpetually overturning his previous notions while generating a stream of new ideas and strategies. At times, he would meander slowly around the room, seemingly searching for inspiration. At other moments, he would abruptly halt, intensely scrutinizing a large map, as if hoping to uncover hidden clues within, and occasionally he would lapse into prolonged contemplation, utterly still, resembling a statue. Time passed incrementally, and Lin Yu's mind was inundated with a plethora of ideas, each brimming with limitless potential. He continuously contemplated, analyzed, and compared, striving to identify the most exquisite solution. Occasionally, he would be exhilarated by a sudden flash of inspiration, only to find himself ensnared by another, more favorable alternative. Thus, after extensive deliberation and meticulous design, Lin Yu finally sketched a preliminary yet comprehensive layout plan for Shrek Academy in his mind. This plan not only encompassed the Academy's safety, functionality, and aesthetic appeal, but also incorporated numerous innovative elements that captivated the imagination. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Countless details required further refinement and practical implementation. Only by doing so could he truly transform this plan into reality, guiding Tang San step by step into his trap. Chapter 22. On-site arrangement. As night fell, the moon remained obscured and the wind howled, enveloping the world in silence. With unwavering determination and a meticulously crafted blueprint in hand, Lin Yu stealthily glided into the vicinity of Shrek Academy like a phantom. His silhouette flickered in the darkness, seemingly merging with the night, evading the notice of all. He resembled a specter lurking in the shadows, each movement light and imbued with caution. First, he arrived at a tranquil and serene alley, seldom trodden by the common folk, yet a secluded path that Tang San might potentially traverse. Lin Yu cautiously extracted some specially prepared materials from his pocket and began to intricately set up an illusionary trap at the entrance of the alley. He carefully buried crystals that glimmered with an unusual radiance in specific positions, then delicately strung nearly invisible threads, weaving them into an extraordinarily complex network. Each step was executed with utmost precision, ensuring the trap would function flawlessly, ensnaring Tang San in a seemingly boundless fog. Upon completing the arrangement of the illusionary trap, Lin Yu swiftly departed from the alley, resuming his search for the next suitable ambush location. His gaze was sharp and vigilant, missing no corner that might conceal danger. Next, he found himself at the edge of an unremarkable forest. Lin Yu meticulously observed the surrounding environment, leaving no detail unnoticed. After identifying several critical positions, he began to install his offensive mechanisms. He securely embedded cleverly modified concealed weapons into the tree trunks, their placements ingeniously devised to elude detection by the untrained eye. Simultaneously, he meticulously set up triggering devices that, with a mere inadvertent touch from Tang San, would unleash a formidable force capable of inflicting lethal consequences. In addition to the concealed weapons, Lin Yu also laid hidden traps upon the ground, their surfaces camouflaged by fallen leaves and dust, rendering them nearly undetectable. However, once someone stepped upon them, they would instantaneously activate, releasing immense energy to inflict severe harm upon foes. At several crucial intersections, Lin Yu cautiously placed herbs exuding a distinctive aroma. These were the elusive and intoxicating herbs he had procured at a high price from a herbalist. Their fragrance subtle yet disorienting, capable of disrupting one's mental perception and judgment, while also possessing a certain beguiling effect on the soul. Lin Yu mused to himself that the scent of these herbs must be faint, allowing them to influence Tang San's perception and judgment unnoticed. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated this. Subsequently, Lin Yu approached a series of walls, his expression focused and earnest as he inscribed some exceedingly obscure symbols. As he meticulously etched the symbols, he murmured to himself, "These symbols must be sufficiently obscure, only revealing themselves under specific lighting, thus conveying misleading information to Tang San, leading him step by step into the trap I have meticulously set." Once all the symbols were inscribed, Lin Yu carefully scrutinized them several times, ensuring that everything was flawless. Lin Yu was wholly absorbed in the task at hand, exhibiting an extraordinary level of patience and meticulousness in every arrangement and detail. He meticulously checked and rechecked, leaving no potential issue unexamined, and diligently fine-tuned each element to ensure flawless operation. In his mind, he pondered, there must not be even the slightest error. He was acutely aware of the significance of this mission. Any lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he was determined to ensure that these mechanisms and traps would function seamlessly, remaining undetectable to Tang San. Otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile, and he might even find himself in peril. With this resolve, he immersed himself completely, repeatedly confirming every minute detail. He scrutinized the sensitivity of the triggering devices, the concealment of the traps, and the solidity of the connections, leaving no room for negligence in any step. As time ticked away, beads of perspiration gradually formed on Lin Yu's forehead, yet he maintained an unwavering focus, undistracted in the least. He understood that only through such diligence could the plan be executed successfully, ensuring its maximum efficacy at a critical moment. Lin Yu tirelessly darted between various locations, diligently working while quietly murmuring to himself. To meticulously orchestrate this elaborate scheme, any amount of time and effort expended is undoubtedly worthwhile. He firmly believed that by ensnaring Tang San within this intricate web of traps, he would have the opportunity to make him truly appreciate his prowess. Thus, through his unwavering diligence and keen intellect, he successfully integrated every corner surrounding Shrek Academy into his grand design, transforming them into indispensable components of his plan. Once all the practical arrangements were completed seamlessly, Lin Yu stood elatedly at a vantage point, passionately surveying his magnificent creation, a wave of profound accomplishment swelling within him. He contemplated with a sly grin. Ah, Tang-san, this time I shall see what means you possess to escape from my grasp. A surge of intense anticipation and self-assurance welled up within Lin Yu. As if he could vividly envision Tang-san writhing in agony and distress within the meticulously crafted trap he had devised. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a subtle smile, radiating a sense of triumph, as though victory was already assured. He awaited the moment when Tang-san would step into this snare, at which point he could leisurely relish the sight of Tang-san's profound embarrassment. Lin Yu was acutely aware that his efforts had not been in vain. This meticulously crafted trap would undoubtedly serve as a pivotal means to achieve his ambitions. He was unwaveringly confident that this time, success was within his grasp. In his heart, he resolutely declared to himself, "Just wait and see, Tang-san. It will not be long before you comprehend my formidable prowess." He believed that once Tang-san fell into this snare, he would possess ample means to ensnare him in a predicament from which escape would be impossible. Consequently, he would emerge victorious and realize his aspirations. With this thought, Lin Yu's spirits soared even higher as he eagerly anticipated the moment of reckoning, looking forward to Tang-san's struggles and despair within the trap. Chapter 23. The Guidance of Public Opinion. Lin Yu was acutely aware that merely relying on on-site arrangements was far from sufficient, as the influence of public opinion was immense and could not be underestimated. Thus, without hesitation, he embarked on a meticulously planned campaign of public discourse manipulation. At that moment, he silently vowed to himself, everything must proceed flawlessly according to the meticulously crafted blueprint. Tang-san, I shall see how you manage to escape from my grasp. A confident glint shimmered in his eyes, as if he could already envision Tang-san struggling in agony under his control. He pondered every detail with utmost seriousness, meticulously orchestrating each step to ensure that this initiative and guiding public sentiment would yield the maximum effect, gradually ensnaring Tang-san in the trap he had so carefully woven. He firmly believed that this endeavor would undoubtedly succeed, allowing Tang-san to profoundly experience his formidable prowess and tactics. Lin Yu repeatedly reminded himself, "Wait for it, Tang-san. Soon you shall willingly fall into my trap, and then you will comprehend my formidable prowess." This was an exhilarating moment, for Lin Yu was orchestrating a scheme against Tang-san. Lin Yu embarked on an active quest to seek out the villagers surrounding Shrek Academy, who had long been renowned for their adeptness in disseminating information. These villagers, with an insatiable appetite for gossip and whispers of intrigue, were perpetually animated in their conversations. Employing subtle tactics and promising generous rewards, Lin Yu successfully enlisted them as the harbingers of his carefully orchestrated public opinion campaign. In a dimly lit corner, Lin Yu clandestinely convened a secret meeting with these villagers. He lowered his voice deliberately, meticulously recounting the fabrications he had artfully concocted. Although a sense of trepidation lingered in Lin Yu's heart, it was overshadowed by a profound sense of anticipation for the future. Lin Yu endeavored to lower his voice to a near whisper, yet not so much as to render it inaudible. Imbued with an air of mystery as he softly proclaimed, "If you are to convey this, let it be known that within a forsaken courtyard near the academy lies a treasure of extraordinary enigma, rumored to significantly augment the prowess of soul masters. Should you disseminate this information, each of you shall be rewarded with 10 golden soul coins." As Lin Yu spoke, he simultaneously kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, ensuring that no one else was eavesdropping, thereby safeguarding the privacy of their conversation. Lin Yu spoke so vividly that the students were captivated, their eyes beginning to sparkle with excitement and anticipation, their faces reflecting a sense of thrill and eagerness. Lin Yu observed the excited expressions of his students and could not help but feel a sense of quiet delight, as if he could already envision the scene that would unfold after Tang-san took the bait. Lin Yu contemplated that if these villagers spread the news, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir within the academy. At that point, Tang-san would surely be drawn into the fray, bringing Lin Yu's plan one step closer to fruition. With this thought, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he felt, filled with unwavering confidence in his scheme to manipulate public opinion, convinced that he would successfully ensnare Tang-san within his carefully laid trap. The villagers, captivated by his words, exhibited glimmers of excitement in their eyes. They seemed deeply enthralled by the tale, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to disseminate it. Observing their expressions, Lin Yu felt a sense of private triumph. From here on, all he needed to do was wait for the news to spread, and Tang-san would find himself in a predicament, while Lin Yu would reap the rewards from the ensuing chaos. The villagers quickly grasped Lin Yu's intentions, each donning a smile of enthusiasm, aware that this would be an exhilarating adventure, and they promptly began to take action. They commenced the propagation of this rumor in every nook and cranny of the academy, whether during breaks, mealtime in the cafeteria, or casual chats in the dormitories. They would intentionally or unintentionally mention the so-called mysterious treasure, depicted in an almost mythical light. I heard that treasure is truly remarkable. If one could acquire it, instant success would follow, one villager declared, feigning an air of mystery. Indeed, it is said to be an ancient inheritance, endowed with boundless power and wisdom. Another villager chimed in. A plethora of varied versions of the rumor surged through the academy like a tidal wave. Some claimed the treasure was hidden in a secret corner of the library. Others insisted it was concealed within the safe in the principal's office, while yet another version suggested it lay buried deep within the campus garden. Each rendition was imbued with an aura of mystery and allure, enticing curiosity and speculation. As the rumors continued to proliferate, the students began to develop a keen interest in this enigmatic treasure. They eagerly speculated on its true location and sought clues. Some intrepid students approached the villagers disseminating the rumors for more details, yet they always received vague and ambiguous responses, further deepening the intrigue surrounding the entire affair. Lin Yu observed all of this, and a great weight was finally lifted from his heart. He secretly rejoiced that his initial plan had come to fruition, while also anticipating that Tang San would soon hear the rumors surrounding the mysterious treasure. He could almost envision the excitement on Tang San's face upon receiving this news, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. Lin Yu was acutely aware of Tang San's fervent desire for strength enhancement. He was convinced that once Tang San learned of a treasure capable of significantly augmenting a soul master's abilities, he would be irresistibly drawn to it. Such a treasure held immense allure for any soul master, especially for someone like Tang San, who relentlessly pursued ultimate power. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips, barely perceptible. However, he was also keenly aware that ensnaring Tang San would not be a simple task. Although he had meticulously laid out his trap, he needed to await the opportune moment to ensnare his target. During this interval, he must remain vigilant, ensuring that no one uncovers his scheme. Otherwise, not only would his efforts be in vain, but he might also unwittingly invite unforeseen troubles upon himself. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He reminded himself that this was not the time for relaxation. There were still numerous tasks awaiting his attention. He must continue to refine his plans, ensuring that every detail was meticulously addressed. Only in this manner could he hope to successfully apprehend Tang San. In the days that followed, Lin Yu closely monitored Tang San's movements, while simultaneously adjusting and perfecting his own strategies. He understood that a thrilling confrontation was imminent, and he had to exert every effort to secure victory in this battle. Chapter 24, Covert Surveillance. Lin Yu, akin to a specter concealed within the endless abyss of darkness, stealthily lurked in the critical, clandestine corners surrounding Shrek Academy. Draped in a dark cloak that seamlessly blended with the environment, his true presence remained nearly undetectable. He lay in these shadows, becoming one with the darkness, silent and elusive, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to spring into action. A glint of sharpness occasionally flickered in his eyes, as if he were plotting something or scrutinizing every subtle movement around him, missing not a single-minute change. In this shroud of obscurity, he transformed into a figure of enigma, difficult to fathom, rendering his intentions and ambitions inscrutable. Perched atop a towering rooftop, Lin Yu wielded a specially crafted telescope resembling a vigilant falcon, his gaze sharp and focused as it fixed upon Tang San's every action within the academy below. His eyes, akin to arrows, conveyed a chilling intensity and concentration, ensuring he would not overlook even the slightest alteration in Tang San's expressions or gestures. Whenever Tang San engaged in conversation, Lin Yu immediately perked up, fully immersed in listening intently to their dialogue, striving to capture crucial information pertinent to his meticulously devised plan. He observed with unwavering attention, leaving no detail unexamined, as though he were executing a mission of paramount importance. His demeanor was grave and tense, fearful of missing any vital clues. Gripping the telescope as one would a rare treasure, he handled it with utmost care, terrified of damaging it through a moment's negligence. His eyes remained fixated on Tang San, the intensity of his gaze akin to that of a hunter tracking its prey, as if he aimed to etch every movement of Tang San into his memory. As Tang San conversed with others, Lin Yu's anxiety heightened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he remained oblivious to his own distress. In that moment, he was wholly absorbed in the exchange, even his breathing becoming cautiously subdued, fearful of producing a sound that might disrupt his auditory focus. He listened intently, missing not a single word, striving to decipher their lip movements in search of advantageous clues. Such insights could potentially enhance his understanding of Tang San, allowing him to craft a more refined strategy for the seamless execution of his plans. As Tang San stepped out of the academy, gradually approaching the direction Lin Yu had strategically prepared, his concentration intensified, his entire being taut like a tightly drawn string. He watched Tang San's every forward movement with particular anxiety, silently calculating the distance between Tang San and the various traps he had set. If Tang San's course of action deviated even slightly, Lin Yu would swiftly employ a unique method of communication to decisively issue commands to his subordinates stationed nearby, instructing them to create seemingly insignificant disturbances that would adeptly guide Tang San back onto the predetermined path. His gaze was fixed intently on Tang San, unblinking, with beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, betraying the extreme tension and concentration within him. As each fleeting moment passed, Tang San drew nearer to the first trap, and Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened in tandem. He could almost hear the thumping of his own heart, his palms growing clammy with sweat. He understood that if this plan succeeded, it would spell considerable trouble for Tang San, yet it could also expose him. Nonetheless, for Lin Yu, all of this was worthwhile. For he had grown weary of Tang San's indifference and neglect. He sought to validate his own strength and worth. Just as Tang San was about to step into the trap, a wave of intense unease washed over Lin Yu. He realized he had seemingly overlooked a crucial detail: Tang San's concealed weapons. These hidden armaments could effortlessly dismantle the traps he had meticulously set, jeopardizing the entire scheme. Lin Yu's eyes widened in alarm, silently lamenting his blunder. How could he have made such a rudimentary mistake? What should he do now? If Tang San discovered the trap, he would undoubtedly become more vigilant, making future encounters all the more difficult. Lin Yu's expression grew grim as he clenched his jaw, striving to devise a countermeasure. Lin Yu's hand was clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale, as if he were on the verge of crushing something in the next moment. His taut demeanor resembled a bow drawn to its fullest, poised to unleash a lethal arrow at any instant. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, conveying an unmistakable resolve and decisiveness, as if he intended to see straight through the person before him. Lin Yu's mind raced with the speed of an intricate machine, tirelessly calculating various potential scenarios and corresponding strategies, leaving no room for complacency or carelessness. He was acutely aware that this was a life-and-death struggle. Even the slightest misstep could lead to complete failure. He scrutinized every subtle movement of Tang San, his gaze sharp as that of a leopard, missing no sign of disturbance. His breathing was steady and profound, as if he were silently attuned to the fluctuations of his surroundings, fearful of overlooking any opportunity to guide Tang San. Upon detecting any deviation from the predetermined path by Tang San, he would unhesitatingly issue commands to his subordinates, his voice deep and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. His followers sprang into action, employing minor distractions to redirect Tang San's course, ensuring everything unfolded according to his meticulously crafted plan. In that dimly lit corner, Lin Yu fixed his gaze on Tang San, his eyes gleaming with a keen intensity. He noticed that Tang San seemed intrigued by a particular rumor, even pausing momentarily, which ignited a spark of realization within Lin Yu. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His mind whirred as he contemplated whether to amplify the rumor's reach or strategically introduce new clues to maximize Tang San's attention. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he ultimately reached a decisive resolution, issuing new instructions to his subordinates without hesitation. A shrewd and resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, as if everything lay within his grasp. In that shadowy corner, he meticulously observed Tang San's every movement while continuously devising the next steps in his plan. He understood that this opportunity was rare. Should he miss it, there would be no second chance. Therefore, he had to commit fully, allowing no room for error. He carefully considered every detail, pondering how to make his plan flawless, ensuring Tang San developed precisely as he envisioned. After thorough contemplation, he finally resolved that this was the wisest course of action. He conveyed his thoughts and directives to his subordinates in a unique manner, commanding them to adhere strictly to his requirements. As Chapter 25 unfolds, Lin Yu felt a mix of tension and excitement while observing Tang San progressively delve deeper into the territory he had meticulously orchestrated. Internally, he mused, "Ah, Tang San. You have finally stepped into the trap I have so carefully laid." His heartbeat quickened slightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms. As his unwavering gaze remained fixated on Tang San's every action, continually making subtle adjustments based on Tang San's real-time responses. When Tang San found himself ensnared in the illusionary maze, Lin Yu could not suppress a chuckle, thinking, "Ha! Let's see how well you fare against the might of this confounding maze. Escape will not be so simple." Watching Tang San stumble about within the labyrinth, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, contrary to Lin Yu's expectations, Tang San remained composed, calmly surveying his surroundings in search of an escape route. Lin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of surprise, yet he quickly donned a look of disdain and remarked, "Humph. Even if you manage to find a way out, there are countless more traps awaiting you." Subsequently, Tang San discovered a concealed attack mechanism, prompting Lin Yu to swiftly alter the conditions for its activation. He smugly thought to himself, "I shall see how you respond to this unexpected turn of events." Indeed, Tang San was caught off guard by the suddenly activated attack mechanism. However, he swiftly regained his composure and evaded the assault. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Yu could not help but feel a surge of frustration. However, he quickly regained his composure, continuing to observe Tang San's movements, ready to make new adjustments at any moment. As Tang San stepped into this area, an inexplicable sense of vigilance surged within him. He acutely sensed that the atmosphere around him was somewhat unusual, as if hidden eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching his every move. His brows furrowed slightly, and his steps became increasingly cautious while he warily scrutinized the surrounding environment, just as he noticed the effects of the illusionary array intensifying. A wave of unease washed over him. This illusion seemed to be more formidable than any he had encountered before, necessitating heightened caution. As time passed, he increasingly perceived the intricate challenges posed by this illusionary array, demanding meticulous attention. Suddenly, he detected a subtle shift in the aura of a particular location, suggesting that some form of offensive mechanism was on the verge of activation. His gaze sharpened instantaneously, his mind racing as he contemplated potential strategies. Simultaneously, his body instinctively entered a defensive posture, prepared to confront any imminent danger. Lin Yu observed Tang San with a sense of amusement, finding the latter's cautious demeanor, as if he were facing a formidable adversary, exceedingly entertaining. It was as though he himself had transformed into a master capable of orchestrating every nuance. This sensation filled him with increasing pride, simultaneously compelling him to invest greater energy and thought into each detail, striving to refine the entire scheme to an impeccable standard, achieving a state of flawless perfection devoid of any vulnerabilities. Lin Yu focused intently on every movement of Tang San. The moment Tang San exhibited the slightest shift, he could swiftly react and make the necessary adjustments. At times, he would amplify the effects of the illusion, rendering it increasingly difficult for Tang San to discern his directions. On other occasions, he would cleverly alter the triggering conditions of the traps, ensnaring Tang San in peril without his awareness. His meticulousness and attentiveness were astounding, bordering on nitpicking, as he overlooked no minute detail that could potentially influence the effectiveness of his strategy. He resembled a master craftsman, diligently refining each component to present the most exquisite masterpiece. He aimed to render the entire layout flawless, ensuring that no matter how hard Tang San tried, escape from his grasp would be nearly impossible. His gaze exuded confidence and resolve, firmly believing that his strategy would succeed in ensnaring Tang San in a predicament. Throughout this process, Lin Yu maintained an exceptionally high level of vigilance, embodying a calmness that surpassed ordinary composure. He was acutely aware that even the slightest misstep could render all his previous efforts futile, leading to a complete debacle. Thus, he resolutely forbade himself any semblance of negligence or carelessness, as Tang San stepped steadily and resolutely into the heart of the layout. His countenance remained as tranquil as still water, his eyes sharp and vigilant, seemingly capable of perceiving all latent dangers. He cautiously extended his left foot, gently placing it on the ground as if testing for any anomalies. His movements were light and careful, as if the ground concealed countless traps beneath. Following suit, his right foot lagged behind, yet its slow pace carried an undeniable strength, reflecting the courage and decisiveness within him. His right hand gripped his weapon firmly, positioned horizontally before him, ever prepared to confront any imminent threats. The weapon gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura, as if proclaiming its formidable power to any adversary. His left hand was slightly raised, adopting a defensive stance, ready to fend off attacks from all directions. Leaning slightly forward, he turned his head, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with the keen awareness of a hawk, leaving no detail unexamined. With each measured advance, he paused momentarily, attentively listening to the ambient sounds, assessing any potential threats. His ears were as acute as those of a cheetah, capable of detecting the faintest variations in noise. Upon sensing any irregularity, he would react instantaneously, responding to the crisis with utmost swiftness. In that moment, Tang Sen epitomized the demeanor of a top-tier Tang Min assassin, calm, decisive, and resolute, evoking a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lurked in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding scene. His heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from his chest. A complex amalgamation of tension and anticipation surged within him, akin to a tumultuous tide sweeping through his soul. Lin Yu's palms were drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly, and his gaze fixed intently on Tang San, fearful of missing any detail. His heart was a tumult of contradictions and turmoil. On one hand, he wished for Tang San to unwittingly fall into his carefully laid trap, while on the other, he was anxious that Tang San might sense something amiss and evade capture, which tormented him deeply. Nevertheless, he could not suppress the fervent fantasies and desires that surged from the depths of his being at the thought of success. Each vivid imagination exhilarated him, driving him to scrutinize every movement of Tang San with even greater intensity. At a remarkably concealed observation point, Lin Yu leaned forward slightly, his expression grave and tense, fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands prominently visible. His piercing gaze resembled two blazing torches, fervent and unwavering, locking onto Tang San's slowly moving silhouette. His breathing quickened, and the rhythm of his heartbeat resonated distinctly in the hushed surroundings. At this moment, Tang San, whose brow had previously been relaxed, now furrowed slightly, as if pondering something or sensing an unusual presence. He advanced with utmost caution, moving as slowly as a snail, each step taken with meticulous care, as if wary of treading upon some unseen peril. His right hand gripped his martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, with the firmness of a vice, as if the grass melded seamlessly with his palm, imparting an indomitable sense of strength. His gaze swept vigilantly across his surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked, brimming with caution and doubt. Tang San's movements were exceedingly deliberate, each motion imbued with an air of carefulness. His eyes sparkled with alertness, maintaining acute sensitivity to the environment around him. His ears perked slightly, attuned to the slightest sounds, even the faintest noise capable of capturing his attention. His steps were light yet assured, as if he were perpetually poised to confront any impending threat. Lin Yu silently observed the unfolding events, a wave of admiration swelling within him. He was astonished by Tang San's caution and vigilance, which made him acutely aware of the many lessons he still needed to learn in the face of danger. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions, maintaining his focus on every movement of Tang San. As Lin Yu had anticipated, Tang San was deeply influenced by the orchestrated public opinion and the meticulously arranged surroundings. He resembled a puppet, guided by invisible strings, inching ever closer to the concealed traps and mechanisms. Lin Yu felt a thrilling excitement mingled with a tinge of apprehension, silently repeating to himself, "It's almost time. He is about to fall into the snare." As seconds ticked by, Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing grew slightly labored. His eyes fixed intently on Tang San, as if he aimed to imprint every action into his memory. In his mind, he envisioned the various scenarios that would unfold once Tang San fell into the trap, a triumphant smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He could almost see Tang San's disheveled figure ensnared, hear his startled exclamations. In that moment, he would emerge as the victor of this game. When Tang San stepped into the realm of the mesmerizing array, Lin Yu's lips subtly curled upwards in concealed delight. As soon as Tang San entered, his pace faltered slightly. He appeared to sense something amiss, though uncertainty lingered. Soon, he found himself seemingly immersed in an illusory world, the surroundings becoming increasingly blurred and distorted. A look of confusion crept into his eyes as he began to wander aimlessly. The once crystal-clear sense of direction evaporated like mist, and he furrowed his brow, straining to discern the correct path forward. Tentatively, he took a small step to the left, hesitating as if an unknown peril awaited him. Then cautiously, he stepped to the right, each movement laden with trepidation, as if a trap lay in wait. Thus, Tang San spun in place, time slipping away, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and soaking his garments. His lips quivered with tension, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, leaving deep imprints. His heart raced faster, breaths coming in quick succession, as if enveloped by an overwhelming dread. Yet, despite this, Tang San refused to surrender. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, recalling the knowledge and experience he had acquired regarding formations. He urged himself to trust his judgment and abilities, resisting the allure of the illusions before him. Summoning his resolve, he attempted to take a step forward once more. After his first step, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, prompting him to halt abruptly, his gaze filled with contemplation and doubt. He gently shook his head, as if questioning the decision he had just made. Subsequently, he swung his weapon to the right, the motion imbued with a sense of caution and unease, as if he were fervently seeking a breakthrough. Yet, each attempt only deepened his bewilderment. A profound confusion gradually manifested upon his visage, resembling a gathering storm cloud that increasingly overshadowed his features. His eyes darted restlessly, endeavoring to extract a glimmer of insight from the chaotic scene before him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not glean any valuable information. His breath grew increasingly rapid. Fine beads of sweat began to surface on his forehead, and he appeared increasingly flustered and helpless. Internally, he felt a rising urgency, aware that this state of affairs could not persist. Yet, the predicament before him loomed like an immense enigma, leaving him at a loss. He could not help but ponder his next course of action, contemplating how to shatter this impasse. Through that peculiar device, Lin Yu meticulously observed the slightest nuances of Tang San's expressions, even capturing the glimmers of confusion and doubt that flickered across his face. He understood that this was the opportune moment to ensnare his target, a chance he could not afford to miss. Lin Yu's gaze intensified, his heart swelling with elation like a tidal wave, rendering him unable to contain his excitement. He fixated on Tang San, his hands beginning to tremble imperceptibly, as if victory were already beckoning to him. Suddenly, as Tang San pressed down with his foot, a faint crack resonated, and the ground slightly gave way, followed by the sound of mechanisms being triggered, evidently activating a concealed trap. In that instant, a series of swift, whistling sounds erupted, and numerous concealed weapons shot toward him like a tempest. The speed of these projectiles was astonishing, reaching Tang San in the blink of an eye. True to his prowess, Tang San reacted with remarkable swiftness. Almost instantaneously, he executed a nimble roll to the side. His movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a leaping cheetah, and his blue silvergrass weapon whirled rapidly, forming an impenetrable barrier before him. His eyes were fixed intently on the incoming projectiles, his expression grave and focused, fully immersed in the perilous endeavor of evasion. Yet, the onslaught of concealed weapons did not relent. They traced arcs in the air, relentlessly pursuing Tang San. His body twisted and rolled, the blue silvergrass in his grasp continuing to fend off the projectiles. Each swing was accompanied by a fierce gust, as if he were tearing through the very fabric of the air. As time passed, Tang San's stamina and soul power began to wane, yet he persevered, refusing to yield even a fraction, for he knew that being struck by one of those weapons would yield dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, he silently prayed for the mechanism to conclude swiftly. Otherwise, he feared he might not withstand the assault for much longer. However, despite Tang San's utmost efforts, the barrage of projectiles proved too dense, akin to a tempestuous storm that offered no escape. Ultimately, one of the concealed weapons grazed his sleeve, leaving a shallow cut. His expression shifted momentarily, a flash of indignation and anger crossing his features. Yet, that feeling quickly dissipated, replaced by heightened vigilance and calm. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with pride and exhilaration. He clenched his jaw, his hands forming tight fists, overwhelmed with joy. For he was acutely aware that Tang San had fallen entirely into the meticulously crafted trap he had devised, and everything was unfolding according to his grand design. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of achievement surged within Lin Yu, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory beckoning him. He stifled his exhilaration, focusing intently on every movement of Tang San, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. He believed that as long as he maintained this rhythm, he would inevitably lead Tang San step by step into the trap, ultimately achieving his goal. As Tang San struggled desperately within that snare, a trace of smugness appeared on Lin Yu's face, and he privately mused, you have finally fallen into my trap. Let's see how you escape." The corners of his mouth curved slightly upwards, his eyes shimmering with cunning light. He then began to activate more subsequent measures. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged, and several exceedingly concealed ropes were swiftly pulled tight, their speed catching one off guard. These ropes crisscrossed like a grand web, attempting to ensnare Tang San's movements. They resembled venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, launching a surprise assault without granting Tang San even a moment to react. Simultaneously, cleverly disguised sections of the ground unexpectedly sank, creating numerous pits that were difficult to perceive. The once solid ground abruptly became soft. As Tang San stepped down, he nearly stumbled. This sudden alteration caused his figure to sway precariously, plunging him into a dire predicament. In that moment, Tang San resembled a bird struggling for survival amidst a tempest. Confronted with an unprecedented crisis, his silhouette flickered under the onslaught, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. At times, he soared high like a graceful swallow, attempting to evade the troublesome ropes. At other times, he crouched low, his movements agile and nimble, showcasing his extraordinary skills and remarkable reflexes. However, despite exerting his utmost effort, he could not avert the unforeseen mishap. Suddenly, a rope, like a sly serpent, coiled around his ankle, severely restricting his movement. He tugged desperately at the rope, a look of anxiety etched on his face, summoning all his strength to break free from the bindings. Yet the rope clung to him as if it possessed a life of its own, plunging him into a perilous situation. At this moment, Tang San had completely succumbed to the quagmire of chaos and adversity, surrounded by dangers and obstacles, making every step arduous. His eyes revealed a flicker of panic and confusion, but more prominently, there was determination and resilience. He was diligently seeking a way to extricate himself from this predicament, fighting tenaciously against the turmoil. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood not far away, quietly observing the unfolding events with a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He was fully aware that the trap he had set had successfully ensnared Tang San, and now all that remained was to bide his time until he could fully subdue him. The protagonist secretly reveled in his triumph. Believing the outcome of this confrontation to be already determined, he eagerly anticipated witnessing Tang San's defeat. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was precisely his arrogance and underestimation that had rendered the situation so convoluted. As Tang San navigated through this chaotic world, his heart was brimming with doubts and unease. Confronted with the current predicament, he continually pondered and explored, striving to uncover a path to salvation. Despite the myriad challenges, he steadfastly clung to hope, firmly believing that as long as he persevered, he would surely find a solution to the problem at hand. At this moment, Tang San exemplifies an indomitable will and an unwavering spirit, which have always been the foundation of his beliefs. In this pivotal instant, he suddenly uncovers a subtle clue. With keen perception, he discerns the anomalies within his surroundings and begins to observe meticulously. After an in-depth exploration, he ultimately identifies the key to breaking free from his predicament. Tang San seizes this opportunity with fervor, striving earnestly to unravel the enigma while employing his acquired knowledge and skills to confront various challenges. Although the path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty, he harbors unwavering confidence in his ability to surmount all obstacles. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon Tang San, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He observed Tang San struggling desperately within the intricately woven web of his design, a surge of indescribable pleasure swelling within him. Every detail unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Tang San gradually fell into the trap, unable to extricate himself. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. This smile was not born of arrogance or mockery, but rather a profound sense of satisfaction. He was acutely aware that victory in this battle was almost within his grasp. Lin Yu inwardly sighed, reflecting on how long he had awaited this moment. He recalled the countless days and nights spent in meticulous planning and preparation, the innumerable instances of contemplation and refinement. Each step had been painstakingly orchestrated, and every detail had been scrutinized repeatedly. Now, everything unfolded as he had anticipated, filling him with immense pride. Tang San's struggles grew increasingly fervent. Yet Lin Yu understood that it was futile. Tang San was destined to become his prey, to be vanquished by him. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation, yearning to witness the ultimate outcome. He believed that this battle would thrust him into the spotlight, demonstrating his strength and intellect. At this moment, Lin Yu experienced an unprecedented surge of confidence. He understood that his plans would ultimately bear fruit, and all his efforts would be rewarded. This sense of achievement was akin to a victor at the summit, gazing down at the world below. It was also reminiscent of a fisherman returning home, reveling in the joy of a bountiful catch. Tang San struggled desperately within the confines of the net, yet he was unable to liberate himself from the bindings. His strength waned, while Lin Yu's resolve only grew stronger. As time passed, Lin Yu's excitement intensified. The moment he had long awaited was nearing, and his plan was about to unfold flawlessly. However, despite the elation and sense of accomplishment swelling within him, Lin Yu remained vigilant and unyielding. He was acutely aware that at such critical junctures, complacency and carelessness were his greatest foes. Thus, he remained utterly focused, closely monitoring the developments around him. His eyes fixed intently on Tang San and every subtle movement in the vicinity, leaving no detail overlooked. He repeatedly reminded himself, "Be cautious, remain vigilant." He understood that any slight misstep could lead to the collapse of all his efforts. His nerves were taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, constantly alert to prevent any unforeseen occurrences from disrupting his meticulously laid plans. In this tense atmosphere, time passed slowly, each moment laden with uncertainty. Yet Lin Yu steadfastly believed in his judgment. He was convinced that perseverance would ultimately lead them to victory. At last, after what felt like an interminable wait, the opportunity arose. Tang San, following the trajectory of his plan, took action, and Lin Yu seized the moment, their collaboration seamless. In that instant, he felt that all his endeavors had been worthwhile. He silently urged himself, this perfect conclusion must become a reality. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to face the final challenge with unwavering resolve. In the midst of this chaotic scenario, Tang San felt as if his mind were enveloped in a dense fog, rendering his thoughts increasingly obscure. He struggled to clarify his ideas, but each attempt only deepened his confusion. Just then, a flicker of insight illuminated his mind, presenting a startling notion. Had he unwittingly fallen into an enormous conspiracy? This realization sent a shiver down his spine, and he involuntarily gasped. Tang San lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings, where treacherous traps and mechanisms lay in wait, presenting formidable barriers that hindered his progress. These obstacles were like invisible shackles, binding his movements and restricting his freedom. As time wore on, a profound sense of unease surged within him. He now recognized that he was ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Like an insect trapped in a colossal spider's web, the more he struggled, the tighter the bindings became. Lin Yu stood nearby, quietly observing Tang San. He noted the gradually emerging expression of despair in Tang San's eyes, which elicited a faint, mocking chuckle from within him. His gaze was filled with pride and disdain, as if ridiculing Tang San's folly and ineptitude. He was acutely aware that this confrontation was nearing its conclusion, and he would soon emerge as the ultimate victor. Everything unfolded precisely as he had envisioned, progressing steadily according to the predetermined plan. Meanwhile, Tang San would become the prey in his intricate scheme, akin to a defenseless lamb, firmly held within his grasp, entirely at his mercy. He could almost envision Tang San trembling under his oppressive presence, utterly powerless to retaliate. A thought that filled him with exhilaration. He understood that both his strength and intellect vastly surpassed that of his opponent, rendering this battle merely a one-sided domination. Lin Yu envisioned the scene of triumph, and the joy within him grew ever more intense. He could picture himself standing atop the pinnacle, surveying the defeated adversaries beneath him, reveling in endless glory and power. This sensation entranced him, ensnaring his very being. His gaze remained fixated on Tang San, eagerly awaiting that decisive moment, anticipating the instant he would completely subdue him. With each passing second, excitement surged within him, for victory drew ever closer, and his heart grew resolute and confident. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze wafted through, and the Shrek Academy basked in tranquility and harmony. The teachers busied themselves with their respective tasks, some preparing lessons, others grading assignments, and a few engaging with students. However, when a teacher named Zhao Wujie concluded his lecture, he habitually scanned the classroom, his brow furrowing slightly. Tang San was absent. Tang San had always been a model student, rarely missing class without cause. Thus, doubts began to creep into Zhao Wujie's mind. Why had this young fellow suddenly chosen to skip class? He turned to Dai Mubai, his gaze laced with curiosity, and inquired, "Mubai, have you seen Tang San today?" Dai Mubai shook his head, indicating he was unaware. "Oh," Zhao Wujie frowned, concern evident, and then directed his question towards Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, have you seen Tang San today?" Ning Rongrong, equally perplexed, replied, "Brother San? I haven't seen him today." As his furrowed brow deepened, his worry intensified. At that moment, Ning Rongrong seemed to recall something and suggested, "However, Teacher Zhao, you might inquire with Xiao Wu. She shares the closest bond with Tang San and should know." Upon hearing this, he quickly turned his gaze towards Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xiaowu blinked and softly responded. There have been some rumors circulating in the village lately. Brother Sin said he would investigate the source of those rumors and would return shortly. A growing sense of unease settled within Zhao Wujia, prompting him to seek out Tang Sen personally. He searched from the teaching building to the playground, the cafeteria, the library, and even the dormitories, yet found no trace of him. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Where on earth has this fellow gone? Could something have happened?" The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, and he hastily summoned several other teachers, informing them of Tang San's disappearance and requesting their assistance in the search. Upon learning of the situation, the teachers immediately set aside their tasks and joined the effort to locate Tang San. They scoured the campus, leaving no corner unexplored. Yet, as time slipped by, they still found no sign of him. With mounting anxiety, the teachers feared he might be in danger. Ultimately, they decided to broaden their search to include the surrounding forests and rivers. As the sun gradually sank and nightfall approached, the lights of Shrek Academy flickered to life. The teachers, consumed with worry, called out Tang San's name repeatedly, hoping for a response. Yet, the campus remained silent, save for their desperate cries. Their hearts grew increasingly heavy, uncertain of what had transpired with Tang San. Just as the teachers were engulfed in anxiety, a perceptive instructor suddenly discerned some peculiarities on the ground. He bent down for a closer inspection and discovered faint scratches and unusual marks, as if something or someone had dragged an object across the surface. The realization struck him. Could these traces be related to Tang San's disappearance? Without hesitation, he relayed his discovery to the other teachers and proposed that they follow the trail for clues. Their consensus was immediate, and thus, they cautiously advanced along the path laid out by the marks. Throughout their journey, the educators remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds surrounding them. After a strenuous pursuit, they finally arrived at a seemingly ordinary yet oddly eerie location. This was near the place where Tang San was ensnared, and they could sense a mysterious, potent energy permeating the air. Exchanging anxious glances filled with trepidation, they heard the echoes of commotion and Tang San's cries emanating from within, leading them to comprehend his dire predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, the teachers unleashed their formidable soul abilities, swiftly dismantling portions of the intricate mechanisms. Those once formidable traps succumbed to the might of their collective strength. Through their combined efforts, they forged a path to salvation for Tang San, battling against the mechanisms while calling out to him, guiding him towards safety. Upon hearing the teachers' voices, a surge of hope enveloped Tang San, and with their assistance, he began to extricate himself from the quagmire that had ensnared him. Despite his overwhelming exhaustion from the ordeal, he persevered, inching closer to the sound of their encouragement. Ultimately, he succeeded in escaping the terrifying confines. At that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. Though physically weakened, his spirit brimmed with vitality. He inhaled deeply, relishing the invigorating air filling his lungs, a sensation that was utterly intoxicating. However, when he glanced down at his body, marred with scrapes and dust, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He realized that he must appear rather disheveled, yet he paid it no mind. For he understood that in the face of life itself, such trivialities were inconsequential. He looked gratefully at his teachers, his eyes brimming with emotion. They had not only saved his life but had also imparted to him the invaluable lesson of teamwork. Without their unwavering support and assistance, he might have met a grim fate. Henceforth, he resolved to cherish this bond and to reciprocate their kindness through tangible actions. This experience profoundly underscored the significance of collaboration, filling him with deep respect for his mentors. He recognized that only through united efforts could they surmount challenges and achieve success. Therefore, he silently vowed that regardless of the obstacles he might encounter in the future, he would face them with courage and never surrender. At the same time, he must strive to enhance his abilities in order to better safeguard himself and others. Chapter 29, Reflection. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding events before him, struggling to accept the stark reality. In an instant, his complexion darkened, brows knitted together, revealing an abyss of regret and fury within his gaze. He ground his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, drawing forth droplets of crimson. Yet, at this moment, he paid no heed to the pain radiating from his hands. His heart was consumed by self-loathing and the helplessness of his predicament. He could scarcely fathom that circumstances had spiraled to such an extent. What had once been a flawless plan now lay in ruins. The unexpected appearance of the teacher loomed like an insurmountable chasm before him, rendering all his efforts futile. His stare was fixated on the direction in which Tang Xin departed, a blaze of wrath igniting in his eyes, wishing nothing more than to rend him to pieces. Yet, reality proved merciless. He could only stand helplessly, a mere spectator as Tang San was led away by the teacher, watching his meticulously crafted trap crumble to dust. Lin Yu was engulfed in profound anguish and despair, his heart laden with guilt and regret. He had believed himself to be infallible in his plans, yet he was unprepared for such an unforeseen twist of fate. Now, he found himself not only deprived of the opportunity for vengeance, but also potentially facing greater troubles. He was acutely aware that this failure would have significant repercussions, possibly altering the very trajectory of his destiny. His mood was as heavy as a mountain, as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. He understood that he must confront this harsh reality, regardless of the bitterness that churned within him. Yet, he recognized that, given the circumstances, he had no alternative. He could only accept what had transpired in silence, and seek ways to remedy the losses and rediscover opportunities. However, Lin Yu did not succumb easily to despair. He concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze dark yet resolute, resembling a wounded wolf poised to strike. His eyes were fixed intently on the retreating figures of Tang San and the teachers, flickering with sparks of indignation and fury. His teeth were clenched tightly against his lips, nearly drawing blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. An overwhelming sense of resentment surged within him, a relentless blaze that rendered him unable to find tranquility. Why? He murmured softly, his voice laced with endless suffering and bitterness. He recalled the sacrifices he had made to become a soul master, those countless days and nights of arduous training, the sweat and tears that had now evaporated into nothingness. He felt as though his efforts had been disregarded and his worth diminished, plunging him into profound despair. Yet, he refused to be overwhelmed by such emotions. He understood that only through his own endeavors could he alter the status quo and validate his worth. Drawing a deep breath, he gradually rose, his gaze regaining its resolute strength. He resolved that, regardless of the difficulties and setbacks he might encounter, he would not relent. He would persist in his efforts, proving his value through strength, allowing all to witness his brilliance. For he believed that, one day, he would emerge as a formidable soul master and fulfill his dreams. Upon returning to his hidden sanctuary, Lin Yu's expression was ominously grim, as if it could draw water from the air. His jaw was clenched tightly, his eyes alight with fury. He struck the table before him with a fierce blow, producing a thunderous sound that echoed in the silence. He stood there, breathing rapidly and heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. After a moment, he gradually seated himself, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous spirit. He recognized that this was not a time for rage, but rather for sober contemplation. To identify the root of the problem and devise a solution, he began to steady his mind, meticulously retracing the events that had transpired. He replayed every detail and step in his mind repeatedly. It dawned upon him that he had underestimated the vigilance and responsiveness of the teachers from Shrek Academy. He had initially believed they would not detect the anomaly so swiftly, yet he was astonished at their rapid arrival. This led him to exclaim in admiration that these teachers truly deserved the titles of Spirit Emperor and Spirit Saint, for their strength and experience far exceeded his imagination. Lin Yu was engulfed in profound regret, lamenting the glaring flaws in his meticulously devised plan. He chastised himself for not having contemplated the situation more thoroughly, for failing to foresee that the instructors of Shrek Academy would pose a significant obstacle. He berated his own overconfidence and the lack of adequate preparation. Yet, regret could not alter the reality of what had transpired. He must learn from this experience to avert similar missteps in the future. His heart was heavy with self-reproach and remorse, but simultaneously, he vowed silently that next time, he would undoubtedly strive for excellence, ensuring that his plans were flawless and that he would never repeat the same errors. He was determined to demonstrate to everyone that he possessed the capability to achieve his aspirations, regardless of the formidable challenges and adversities he might face. Lin Yu sat by the window, his brow slightly furrowed, with a gaze both profound and piercing, as if capable of penetrating all illusions. After much contemplation, he resolved to formulate a meticulously crafted and impeccable plan. To achieve this objective, Lin Yu began to take decisive action. He traversed various locales, tirelessly gathering formidable contraptions. Whether through purchase or barter, he exerted every effort to acquire items that would aid in realizing his ambitions. Each item was chosen with great care, for they would become crucial components of his new strategy. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect his own preparations. He incessantly refined his layout, meticulously considering every detail. He understood that only through flawless execution could he ensure success. To this end, he scrutinized every facet, ensuring that not a single oversight occurred. However, Lin Yu did not confine his focus solely to his own endeavors. He remained acutely attuned to the happenings within the academy, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for any slight disturbance. He observed the behaviors of those around him with keen insight, seeking to uncover exploitable opportunities. This sharp observational prowess enabled him to discern numerous concealed truths beneath the seemingly tranquil facade. As time progressed, Lin Yu felt increasingly prepared, akin to a seasoned hunter quietly awaiting the moment his prey revealed a vulnerability. Once the opportune moment arrived, he would strike without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow to his adversaries. In this silent struggle, Lin Yu exhibited extraordinary wisdom and courage, evoking admiration from those who bore witness. Chapter 30. A renewed offensive. Meanwhile, he closely monitored every movement within the academy, leaving no whisper unheeded as he meticulously sought the most advantageous moment to act. Like a patient predator, he awaited the instant when his quarry would falter. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu labored day and night, dedicating all his energy to the preparations of his new scheme. He appeared tireless, with his thoughts consumed solely by the intricate details of his plan. He silently vowed that next time, he would ensnare Tang San without a hint of resistance, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would thwart his intentions. He aimed to employ his intellect and strength to make Tang San his captive, thus avenging past humiliations. During this period, Lin Yu seemed to grow increasingly enigmatic. His actions became shrouded in mystery, leaving others perplexed. No one knew precisely what he was up to, as if he were enveloped in a fog. Yet, from the confidence gleaming in his eyes, one could clearly sense a formidable power brewing within. This confidence was not blind. It stemmed from his grasp of the future and the meticulous planning he had undertaken. Clearly, he was orchestrating an unprecedented event, a storm capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. However, all of this will only truly astonish everyone when the storm finally arrives. At long last, an exceptionally rare and splendid opportunity has quietly presented itself before Lin Yu. It turns out that Lin Yu had long since placed his own informants within Shrek Academy, these informants being the villagers who usually prepared meals for Tang San and his companions. These individuals maintained an air of nonchalance, appearing as if nothing were amiss, yet in reality, they were constantly vigilant, discreetly monitoring the various happenings and information within the academy. The intelligence gathered by these informants was ceaselessly relayed to Lin Yu, providing him with invaluable support. Naturally, these informants were rewarded handsomely by Lin Yu for their efforts. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the adage, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles." Thus, he meticulously arranged everything in advance, enabling him to promptly grasp the movements of his adversaries and formulate appropriate countermeasures. The spies positioned within Shrek Academy served as Lin Yu's invaluable assistants, silently observing and recording within the institution, subsequently relaying vital information to him. This allowed Lin Yu to gain a deeper understanding of Shrek Academy's circumstances and to devise more effective strategies targeting its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, these spies afforded Lin Yu a profound insight into the layout and strength of Shrek Academy, which held paramount significance for his future endeavors. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, and the spies strolled about the campus as usual. Suddenly, one of them overheard a discussion among some teachers regarding the organization of students for an outdoor trial, aimed at assisting Oscar in acquiring his third spirit ring. Curiosity piqued. The spy drew closer and discovered that Tang San was, in fact, included in the list of participating students. The spy's heart raced, realizing that this could be an exceptional opportunity. Hastily departing the scene, he sought out a quiet corner and swiftly conveyed this crucial information to Lin Yu. Upon receiving the news, a triumphant smile graced Lin Yu's face. He understood that this was the moment he had eagerly anticipated. His nerves tightened, and his heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu secretly rejoiced, feeling that he had finally awaited his opportunity. He was eager to act immediately. Yet reason urged him to remain calm and devise a meticulous plan. He began to contemplate how to leverage this wilderness trial to secure the third soul ring for Oscar while placing Tang San in a predicament. He envisioned the scene of Tang San struggling within the intricately designed trap he had crafted, and a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Lin Yu was immersed in his thoughts, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. He firmly believed that as long as he remained cautious, success was within his grasp. He had meticulously prepared everything, awaiting the moment when Tang San would fall into the trap he had meticulously laid. In this instant, Lin Yu's determination was as unyielding as steel. He was convinced that victory was imminent. He rubbed his hands together, ready to embark on a grand endeavor, intent on transforming this opportunity into a pivotal turning point for his ultimate triumph over Tang San. He aimed to ensure that everyone recognized him as the definitive victor. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the significance of acquiring the third soul ring. As he vividly recalled from the narrative of his past life that Tang San and his companions would halt at a quaint town on the periphery of the Douluo forest for rest and sustenance. However, their mentor, Zhao Wujing, responsible for escorting them, would not partake in their meal. Furthermore, when Tang San, driven by the desire to rescue Xiao Wu, who had been captured by the Titan giant ape, consumed the mushroom sausage crafted by Oscar and ventured into the depths of the Douluo forest alone, he would encounter numerous perils, including the formidable humanoid spider soul beast, the man-faced demon spider. This confrontation would deplete his stamina, and he would ultimately obtain an external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, from this powerful foe. These intricate details provided Lin Yu with profound insights. He discerned multiple opportunities to strike against Tang San. Consequently, he promptly commanded his subordinates to investigate the various towns surrounding the Douluo forest, seeking out potential resting places for Tang San and his party. Once he ascertained their chosen town for repose, Lin Yu could meticulously recalibrate his strategy. He aspired to intercept the precious external soul bone that Tang San would acquire from the man-faced demon spider, while also contemplating the possibility of eliminating Tang San in advance, whether in the town or within the Douluo forest, thereby eradicating a future threat to the Spirit Hall. After all, preemptively disposing of Tang San would undoubtedly serve the interests of the Spirit Hall and facilitate their ambition of unifying the Douluo continent. Lord Lin Yu, what troubles you? He inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. My lord, we have gleaned information regarding the hotel where Tang San and his companions are likely to rest, one subordinate cautiously replied. What shall we do now, my lord? Upon receiving this news, a faint, sinister smile graced Lin Yu's lips. He gently clapped his hands, beckoning his subordinate closer. Then, he extracted several pouches from the Heart of Stars and handed them to the man before him. Since you have discovered the hotel where Tang San and his companions may seek refuge, the matter becomes simpler, Lin Yu spoke in a low tone. You may first bribe the hotel staff, instructing them to discreetly add this powder to the food ordered by Tang San and his party during their meal. Remember, it must be executed with utmost stealth. No one must uncover our scheme. With that, Lin Yu placed the pouches into the hands of the man before him. Curiosity piqued. The subordinate inquired, My lord, what exactly are these? Lin Yu's gaze turned frosty, and he replied in a chilling tone. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much may prove detrimental to your well-being. The man was taken aback, quickly lowering his head in apology. My lord, I beg your pardon. It was my indiscretion. Observing the subservient demeanor of the man before him, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to withdraw. Once the man had departed, a smug smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he muttered to himself, Tang San, oh Tang San, I have once again taken action. I wonder if this time you will possess the same fortune to evade this calamity. Chapter 31. Once again taking action after giving the necessary instructions to his subordinates. Lin Yu rose from his seat and made his way towards the Spirit Hall in the city of Notting. Lin Yu pondered silently. This time, the Shrek Academy is to procure the third spirit ring for Oscar, and it is led personally by the formidable immovable king, Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia had previously harbored grievances against the Spirit Hall. At one point, they sought to punish him, yet he astonishingly managed to escape the siege of 16 bishops. Eventually, that matter faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are at least Soul Emperor level, exceeding the 60th rank, while Zhao Wujia at that time was merely in the early 60s. Now, he has ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, his strength vastly transformed compared to the past. Meanwhile, the strongest among my subordinates barely exceeds the 40th rank of Soul Master. To challenge Tang San and his team, led by the immovable king Zhao Wujia, with such feeble strength is akin to throwing eggs against a stone. To contend with them, one would need at least the prowess of a Soul Douluo. It appears that I must seek assistance from my parents. I had originally hoped to resolve matters with my own strength, but it seems I must ultimately rely on my family. With this thought, Lin Yu could not help but let out a sigh. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the Spirit Hall in Notting City. The area was bustling with activity, teeming with people coming and going. Occasionally, individuals would enter the Spirit Hall, only to emerge shortly after, their faces reflecting either joy or disappointment. Curiously, Lin Yu inquired of a nearby person, "Why are there so many people at the Spirit Hall? Constantly entering and exiting? Is it not solely tasked with awakening people's martial souls and suppressing evil soul masters?" The man beside Lin Yu turned to him, surveying him from head to toe, and with a smile remarked, "Given your splendid attire, I presume you have yet to visit the Spirit Hall to claim your soul master subsidy? Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for you to be unaware of such matters." Lin Yu nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head, and said, "Indeed, that is why I harbor these questions. I kindly ask this esteemed gentleman to enlighten me." The man chuckled heartily, clapping Lin Yu on the shoulder, and replied, "The Spirit Hall is not merely responsible for awakening individuals' martial spirits and suppressing evil soul masters. Its duties extend far beyond that. It also administers subsidies for soul masters below the rank of soul sect. Those who come and go from the Spirit Hall are here to receive these subsidies. While these financial aids may not be substantial, they are sufficient for these individuals' needs. The existence of these subsidies significantly reduces the likelihood of those receiving them turning to the path of evil soul masters. After all, with such support, these soul masters need not worry about their livelihoods, thereby diminishing the temptation to resort to crime for sustenance and training resources. It is crucial to understand that even a soul master of merely rank 10 is not someone an ordinary person can contend with. Thus, providing subsidies for lower-ranked soul masters is indeed a commendable initiative. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. He inwardly marveled at the unexpected facets of the Spirit Hall. Previously, he had only known it as a formidable organization tasked with upholding the order and security of the Douluo continent. Yet he possessed scant knowledge of its intricate operations and policies. Now, after listening to the man's elucidation, he gained a more profound insight into the workings of the Spirit Hall. Lin Yu couldn't help but reflect on his own circumstances. Had his parents not held high positions within the Spirit Hall, and had he been an ordinary soul master rather than a second-generation heir, he might have found himself like those soul masters awaiting subsidies at the Spirit Hall's entrance, reliant on its support to sustain his livelihood. This thought deepened his gratitude towards the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, Lin Yu recognized that becoming a soul master is no simple feat. It demands not only innate talent but also considerable effort and time devoted to training. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall serve as a vital source of support and assistance for novice soul masters, enabling them to cultivate their abilities more effectively. Lin Yu resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would seize the resources and prospects offered by the Spirit Hall to enhance his strength and lay a solid foundation for his future growth. He firmly believed that with relentless effort, he would one day become a formidable spirit master, contributing his strength to protect his family and friends. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and resolutely stepped into the Spirit Hall. Although the branch hall in Notting City was not as grand as the main hall, it nonetheless retained the dignity and solemnity befitting the Spirit Hall. As Lin Yu entered, his gaze swept over the resting attendants, and he calmly addressed them, "Please summon the bishop to meet with me." Upon hearing these words, one attendant raised his head, assessed Lin Yu from head to toe, and then bluntly replied, "Who are you?" "The bishop is not someone you can simply request to see." Lin Yu was not angry. He merely smiled faintly before retrieving the token bestowed upon him by his father from the heart of the stars. He presented it to the steward, inquiring, "Is it now permissible for the bishop to meet with me?" Upon glancing at the token in Lin Yu's hand, the steward's face expressed astonishment. He immediately recognized it as the elder's token of the Spirit Hall, a privilege typically reserved for those of the title Douluo rank and the leaders of the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sections. The steward respectfully bowed to Lin Yu and stated, "My lord, I shall fetch the bishop post-haste." With that, he hurriedly made his way to the bishop's quarters. Upon reaching the entrance to the bishop's resting room, the steward gently knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a voice inside beckoned, "Come in." The steward cautiously opened the door and strode inside. He approached Bishop Skiki, who was reclining on the bed, and respectfully announced, "Lord Skiki, there is a young man outside holding the elder's token who wishes to see you." Upon hearing this news, Bishop Skiki was taken aback, swiftly rising from his bed. He quickly adjusted his attire and hair before hastening toward the door, his mind brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was leisurely wandering through the Spirit Hall, admiring the surrounding architecture and decor. Before long, he noticed the steward approaching him, accompanied by another individual. Lin Yu halted his steps, quietly awaiting their arrival. As Bishop Sky approached, Lin Yu smiled and inquired, "You must be the Bishop of Nottingham, am I correct?" Bishop Sky promptly replied, "Indeed, my lord. I am the Bishop of this Nottingham Soul Hall branch. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our humble establishment?" As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized the mysterious young man before him, who held the Elder's token, pondering his identity and intentions. Chapter 32, Arrival. Lin Yu, without further ado, I have come to request the use of the information transmission channel of the Nottingham City Soul Hall branch to convey some messages to my parents. Bishop Skage, may I inquire about the identities of your esteemed parents? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Lin Yu, it appears that Archbishop Skage harbors some doubts regarding my identity. Indeed, were I in his position, I would share the same skepticism. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu addressed Archbishop Skage, stating, "My father, Lin Shun, known by the title of Time and Space, is a revered elder within the Hall of Spirits. Before you lies the inherited martial spirit of my father, the sword of time and space." As he spoke, Lin Yu summoned his martial spirit, a sword radiating a golden brilliance that exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Surely, Archbishop Skage's doubts have now been dispelled. Archbishop Skage's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the martial spirit in Lin Yu's hand, and he exclaimed with fervor, "So, you are the son of Lord Lin Shun. I am truly humbled." At that moment, he comprehended why Lin Yu was able to possess the Elder's token so effortlessly. He was, after all, a descendant of the legendary title Douluo. It was evident that the token he held was bestowed upon him by Lord Lin Shun himself. With profound respect, Archbishop Skage lowered his head and inquired earnestly, "Lord Lin Yu, may I ask what message you wish to convey? Do you require expedited delivery?" Lin Yu retracted his martial soul and replied with a smile, "There is no need for urgency. Simply inform them of my current situation and assure them that they need not worry about me. Additionally, please deliver this letter to my parents." Bishop Skage nodded eagerly. "Of course, Lord Lin Yu. Rest assured, I shall convey your message to your parents at the earliest opportunity." He silently rejoiced that he had not offended this esteemed individual moments ago, for the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, he resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with this future powerhouse, as it might afford him protection in times to come. After these matters were settled, Lin Yu turned to Bishop Skage and instructed, "Should anyone seek me out, direct them to room XX at the XX Hotel in Nottingham City. I shall be residing there for the next few days." With that, Lin Yu turned and departed, leaving Bishop Skage with a knowing smile, as if he had grasped the underlying meaning. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yu pondered the contents of the letter with great care. The primary request within was for his father to dispatch a formidable soul Douluo, one whose level exceeded 80, to assist him in acquiring his second soul ring. While this request posed no difficulty for Lin Yu's father, identifying a suitable candidate would require some time. Meanwhile, upon receiving the letter, Lin Yu's father carefully opened it and began to read. After finishing, he fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he summoned a soul Douluo named Luo Mei, who possessed a level of 85. Luo Mei wielded the martial soul of a meteor bow and was a significant member of the Lin family. Father Lin addressed Luo Mei, saying, "Luo Mei, I must entrust you with a matter of utmost significance. I wonder if you would be willing to undertake this task?" Luo Mei responded with utmost respect, "Please, esteemed sir, guide me. I shall exert every effort to fulfill the mission." Father Lin continued, "I hope you can journey to Nottingham City to protect Lin Yu and assist him in acquiring the second soul ring. This matter is of paramount importance and must not encounter any mishaps." Upon hearing this request, Luo Mei was flooded with cherished memories of her childhood with Lin Yu. Back then, he was but a small child, yet he possessed an unparalleled charm and innocence. He would always cling to Luo Mei, trailing behind her like a little shadow. Each time she beheld his tender face, she could not help but smile. Now, that once adorable boy had grown into an exceptional soul master. Though much time had passed, those delightful memories remained indelibly etched in Luo Mei's heart. With this in mind, Luo Mei readily consented. "I am willing to accept this task. I shall set forth to Nottingham City immediately." She understood that this was not merely an important assignment, but also a testament to her support and trust in Lin Yu. She aspired to aid him in realizing his dreams and becoming an even mightier soul master. Thus, Luo Mei swiftly prepared her belongings, gathering the necessary items and equipment. Dressed in light attire and armed with a sharp sword, she embarked on her journey to Nottingham City. Along the way, she was filled with confidence and anticipation. convinced that she would accomplish her mission and reunite with Linyu. With profound longing for Linyu, Luo Mei stepped into the spirit hall of Noting City with resolute strides. A hint of eagerness and expectation adorned her exquisite visage as her gaze fell directly upon Bishop Sketch. Linyu, has he mentioned where I might find him? Luo Mei inquired softly, her voice revealing her concern and yearning for Linyu. Bishop Sketch, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Luo Mei, felt a tightening in his chest. This woman radiated an astonishing configuration of 8 optimal soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, instilling within him a sense of reverence. Lord Linyu has stated that should anyone seek him, they may find him at room XXX of the XXX Hotel in Noting City. Bishop Sketch replied promptly and respectfully. Upon hearing this answer, a satisfied smile finally graced Luo Mei's face. She gradually withdrew her released soul power, alleviating the pressure on Bishop Sketch. Then, she turned and departed the spirit hall, making her way toward the address provided by the bishop. Once Luo Mei had left, Bishop Sketch breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow, internally marveling. Such formidable strength. Surely her soul power must be around level 85. Lord Linyu is indeed the most cherished child of the time and space Douluo. It is no wonder that Lord Linshan would send such a powerful individual to protect him. Upon returning to his room after dining at the hotel, Linyu closed the door behind him, only to be enveloped in sudden darkness, as if something had been draped over him. Just as he prepared to retrieve an item from the Heart of Stars to defend himself, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Recognizing the voice, Linyu hastily released his grip on the Heart of Stars and instead removed the obstruction from his eyes. As he pulled it away, he remarked, "Is that you, Sister Luo Mei? The moment I heard your familiar voice and words, I knew it was you." Indeed, as he unveiled the delicate hand that had concealed his vision, he turned to behold a flawless visage adorned with the distinctive attire of the Lin family, which could not conceal Luo Mei's enchanting figure. At that moment, Luo Mei gazed at Linyu with a playful and curious sparkle in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly and inquired softly, "Is that so? How did you guess it was me so quickly?" Linyu smiled faintly, gazing at Luo Mei's beautiful visage, and gently replied, "Your voice is simply unparalleled, and such just can only be conceived by you." His eyes were drawn to Luo Mei, captivated by the enchanting allure she exuded. Upon hearing Linyu's words, a satisfied smile graced Luo Mei's face. She nodded slightly and said, "You are quite astute. However, my purpose for this visit extends beyond mere jest." Chapter 33, Compendium of Herbs. 1. Linyu, filled with perplexity, inquired, "By the way, Sister Luo Mei, how is it that my father has entrusted you with the task of assisting me? I distinctly recall requesting that the soul master he sends to aid me possess at least the strength of a soul Douluo. Yet, if memory serves me right, your power was merely that of a soul sage, was it not?" Luo Mei replied with a gentle smile, "Indeed, that was the case. However, I am no longer a soul sage. After more than a year of diligent cultivation, I have successfully transcended to become an 85th level assault-type soul Douluo. Thus, I am entirely qualified to assist you now." Linyu gazed at her in astonishment, inquiring, "Sister Luo Mei, how have you managed to elevate your prowess so swiftly? In just over a year, you have transitioned from Soul Sage to Soul Douluo, and remarkably, you have increased your soul power by 6 levels. Could such rapid advancement not adversely affect your foundation?" Luo Mei chuckled softly, elucidating, "In truth, all of this is connected to you." Linyu blinked in confusion, asking, "Because of me?" "Sister Luo Mei, I haven't done anything particularly special." Luo Mei reminisced about the past and slowly replied, "Do you remember your initial decision to venture out for experience? Witnessing your unwavering pursuit of growth deeply inspired me. I thought to myself, if you can bravely traverse the outside world, why can't I?" At that time, my soul power had already reached level 80, allowing me to acquire my 8th soul ring. Thus, I sought permission from Lord Linshan to embark on my own journey, and he readily agreed, granting me the opportunity to explore. I then set forth towards the Douluo forest, gradually honing my skills along the way. During my adventures, I elevated my inner state. On one occasion, deep within the Douluo forest, I stumbled upon a ghostly magic wolf, boasting an impressive 8,000 years of cultivation, and a soul-devouring bird, nearing 9,000 years, locked in a fierce battle over a prized plant, both equally wounded and exhausted. I cautiously approached, concealing myself behind some bushes, quietly observing their movements. Despite their grievous injuries, they remained locked in a deadly glare, refusing to relent. A surge of excitement coursed through me. I recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. Gripping my weapon tightly, I awaited the perfect moment. When they both finally collapsed from their injuries, I dashed forward with remarkable swiftness, striking decisively at the ghostly magic wolf's vital point, extinguishing its life. The soul-devouring bird attempted to rise and retaliate, but I swiftly unleashed several precise strikes, ultimately bringing it down as well. In this manner, I successfully seized the moment, vanquishing both the soul-devouring bird and the ghostly magic wolf, absorbing the crimson-tinged black soul ring that materialized from the bird. To my astonishment, this absorption enabled my 8th soul skill to gain the power to attack souls. After assimilating this soul ring, my soul power smoothly ascended to level 81. Lin Yu expressed his confusion, saying, "That cannot be right, Sister Luo. Even if the soul ring of the soul-devouring bird you absorbed is nearly 90,000 years old, it should not enable you to advance to the 85th level of soul power in less than half a year." Luome's lips curled into a captivating smile as she softly replied, "Have you forgotten the mysterious plant I once mentioned to you?" Fiercely contested by the 80,000-year-old phantom demon wolf and the nearly 90,000-year-old soul-devouring bird, her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Yet it carried a hint of playful mirth. Lin Yu suddenly slapped his forehead, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ah, could it be, Sister Luo, that you actually consumed that plant?" His gaze was filled with disbelief and curiosity. Luo smiled gently, nodding slightly, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. Lin Yu, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, "Then, what exactly is that plant? Does it possess any extraordinary effects? Sister Luo, could you possibly enlighten me?" His tone was imbued with anticipation and longing. Seeing Lin Yu's eager expression, Luo could not help but chuckle. She patiently explained, "You, having never perused the herbal compendium borrowed by Lord Lin Xun from the chrysanthemum Douluo, naturally lack the knowledge to deduce a plant's capabilities from its appearance. This time, aside from dispatching me to assist you in acquiring your 2nd soul ring, Lord Lin Xun specifically instructed me to present you with this herbal compendium, intending for you to study it diligently, lest you encounter precious medicinal herbs in the future and remain entirely oblivious. You must understand, the value of these herbs often surpasses our imagination. Now, Lin Yu, I entrust this herbal compendium to you. Take great care of it and ensure it does not suffer any damage, for I must return it to Lord Lin Xun upon my return, so he can return it to the chrysanthemum Douluo." With that, Luo carefully retrieved the herbal compendium from the storage soul guide at her waist and gently handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu solemnly accepted the herbal compendium, his heart brimming with gratitude and curiosity. As he opened the compendium, he was greeted by a plethora of information and illustrations of various herbs, leaving him awestruck. He meticulously perused each entry, captivated by the unique qualities of every herb. He discovered that some plants appeared rather ordinary, yet possessed remarkable properties, while others were oddly shaped, but were exceedingly rare treasures. The more he read, the deeper he plunged into this enchanting realm. Before long, Lin Yu had finished the herbal compendium and closed the book, handing it to Luo with a smile. "Sister Luo, I have completed my reading and memorized the contents," he declared. Luo chuckled. "Then I shall put your knowledge to the test." With unwavering confidence, Lin Yu replied, "Bring it on, Sister Luo." After a moment of contemplation, Luo posed her question. "Please describe the appearance and effects of the ethereal fragrance of the enchanted silk." Lin Yu swiftly recalled in his mind and then confidently spoke. "Its appearance resembles a large flower of delicate pink, devoid of leaves, with a stem extending 3 feet in length. The blossom is remarkably large, boasting a diameter of over a foot, with each petal appearing as crystalline and translucent as water. The stamens of the pale pink petals are a soft lavender hue, resembling clusters of purple diamonds embedded within, creating a particularly enchanting sight. Although its fragrance can travel great distances, it is not overpowering. Rather, it possesses a subtle, refreshing aroma akin to the delicate scent of a maiden, captivating to the senses. The fragrant celestial herb serves as a formidable antidote, capable of neutralizing all toxins. While it does not possess the ability to detoxify on its own, it effectively restrains the effects of poisons. The scent of the fragrant celestial herb is ethereal and refined. Within its vicinity, no toxic substance can prevail, as its aroma possesses the capability to counteract a myriad of poisons. However, it is worth noting that if one has already succumbed to poisoning before entering its fragrant domain, the fragrant celestial herb would be of little assistance. It can be said that it is an exceptionally fine antidote herb, though regrettably incapable of curing toxins. Lin Yu mused, chuckling to himself. That such a question posed no challenge for him, as he had memorized the details firmly. Chapter 34. The Millennium Vermilion Fruit. Luo Mei, smiling Lin Yu. I truly did not expect your memory to be so remarkable. You have memorized such a thick tome of herbal illustrations so swiftly. Lin Yu, smirking with pride, hee. My memory has always been remarkable. Didn't you already know that, Sister Luo Mei? Luo Mei, reminiscing about the time spent studying soul beast knowledge with Lin Yu. She couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, I recall when we were learning about soul beasts together, it took me 2 weeks to comprehend a single soul beast compendium, while you mastered it in merely 2 days. It seems this herbal compendium is also a piece of cake for you. However, I still wish to test your knowledge to see if you have truly grasped all these concepts. Lin Yu, with unwavering confidence, no problem, Sister Luo Mei. Feel free to pose your questions. No matter how you challenge me, I shall answer correctly. Luo Mei, with a sly smile, very well. Can you guess what plant I just consumed? Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback, scratched his head and remarked, Sister Luo Mei, could you at least provide a hint? It would be helpful if you could describe the plant's appearance or its effects. Otherwise, I might never guess correctly. With a gentle smile, Luo Mei replied, Allow me to describe the plant's characteristics and its effects. It stands approximately 10 feet tall, its trunk erect and straight, radiating a vibrant red hue reminiscent of the most exquisite coral, bright and striking. The leaves are a delicate shade of green, elegantly crafted, resembling finely carved jade. Their veins are distinctly visible, and under the sunlight, they seem to emit a subtle glow. Most captivating of all is the fruit borne upon its branches, presenting a rich crimson hue akin to a dazzling amethyst, plump and round, charmingly shaped like an apple. The skin of the fruit is smooth and refined, shimmering with a mysterious luster, as if it harbors boundless vitality. Furthermore, this fruit exudes a unique, delicate fragrance, both elegant and penetrating, intoxicating all who encounter it. Once the fruit is plucked, the entire plant disintegrates into ash. After consuming the fruit, I noticed a dark, murky stain appearing on my body, and my spiritual power surged from level 81 to 85. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly pondered in his heart and then remarked, It resembles an apple, with a deep crimson hue. After being plucked, the plant turns to ash. Consuming it seems to cleanse the marrow and elevate one's soul power. Could it be that Sister Luo Mei indulged in the Zhu fruit? Moreover, it is not the ordinary variety that blossoms every 100 years and bears fruit thereafter, but rather the rare Zhu fruit that flowers once every millennium and bears fruit only after another millennium. Sister Luo Mei, am I correct in my supposition? Lin Yu mused, considering that such a remarkable plant must indeed be the Zhu fruit. Fortunately, he recalled the details of the herbal compendium with clarity. Luo Mei, filled with delight, nodded and responded. It appears you have truly committed the herbal compendium to memory, being able to deduce the name of the plant I consumed from my description. Quite impressive. Lin Yu said with a face full of envy, Sister Luo Mei, you are indeed fortunate. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei displayed a hint of confusion on her face and retorted, In what way am I fortunate? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, What a stroke of misfortune you have encountered. Just look at the marvel of your journey. Not only have you significantly elevated your state of mind, but during your quest for the 8th spirit ring, you fortuitously stumbled upon a ghostly demon wolf aged 8,000 years and a soul-eating bird nearing 90,000 years, both engaged in a fierce battle over the crimson fruit, resulting in their mutual downfall. How serendipitous this is, allowing you to effortlessly acquire your 8th spirit ring. Furthermore, you have also laid claim to the crimson fruit they were vying for. Lin Yu spoke with increasing excitement, as if he could see Luo Mei's good fortune just within reach. Consider this. After consuming that Zhu fruit, your soul power inexplicably surged by 4 levels. This is the caliber of soul power akin to a soul Douluo. Typically, a soul Douluo can only elevate their soul power by 1 level in an entire year. Yet you, merely by consuming a single Zhu fruit, you have ascended 4 levels. And the residual potency can further aid your cultivation until you attain the rank of a tidal Douluo. Tell me, is this not the epitome of good luck? Had fortune not favored you, perhaps when the spectral magic wolf and the soul-devouring bird contended for the Zhu fruit, they would have detected your presence long before. In that case, acquiring the soul-devouring bird soul ring and the Millennium Zhu fruit would have been utterly impossible. Worse yet, you might have met your demise within the Star Doe forest, leaving you with nothing at all. As Lin Yu spoke, He marveled at his sister Luo Mei's extraordinary stroke of luck, genuinely happy for her. Meanwhile, Luo Mei listened quietly, yet she did not entirely concur with Lin Yu's sentiments. To her, this so-called fortune was merely a confluence of diligence and opportunity. If not for her relentless training, how could she possess such formidable strength to confront various challenges? Moreover, those opportunities arose precisely because she had continuously sought exploration and advancement. Thus, true fortune is not a matter of chance, but rather a reward for one's earnest efforts. With a smile, Luo Mei inquired, "All right, Lin Yu, when do you plan to acquire your second soul ring? Which type of soul beast do you intend to hunt? And what age of soul beast are you considering?" Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement within, contemplating the moment he could finally share his plans with Sister Luo Mei. He promptly replied, "Sister Luo Mei, I have long since decided which soul beast to hunt, and for how many years. I was merely awaiting your arrival. This time, I have resolved to pursue the nightmarish spider, a sinister entity that devours life itself, the object of all soul beasts' disdain. A terrifying and malevolent killer with a lifespan exceeding 2,000 years. Yet, deep down, Lin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of how Sister Luo Mei would perceive his audacious choice. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei could not help but furrow her brow, her heart brimming with concern. She inquired, "Why do you wish to hunt the nightmarish spider as your second soul ring? Are you certain you can absorb a soul ring that is over 2,000 years old?" It is worth noting that, according to the records of the Spirit Hall, no one has ever surpassed the 1,000-year mark for a second soul ring. "Are you truly certain?" Luo Mei pondered, reflecting on Lin Yu's audacity. This was no trivial matter, although a trace of doubt lingered in Lin Yu's heart. A greater sense of determination and confidence prevailed. He resolutely declared, "Sister Luo Mei, there is no need for further persuasion. I have made my decision, and I shall not waver. I believe that my physical form, having undergone special training, can withstand the 2,000-year soul ring." He contemplated the immense effort he had dedicated to reaching this moment. Convinced of his impending success, Luo Mei let out a sigh, feeling both helpless and somewhat admiring of Lin Yu's bravery. She responded, "Lin Yu, since you have made up your mind, I will cease my counsel. Rest well tonight. For tomorrow we shall embark on the journey to assist you in hunting for your second soul ring." In her heart, Luo Mei silently prayed for a smooth endeavor, hoping that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Chapter 35, Departure. Lin Yu. "Very well, Sister Luo Mei. We shall set off tomorrow. It is time to rest now. Luo Mei, good night." Lin Yu. "Lin Yu. Good night, Sister Luo Mei." The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the bed as Lin Yu and Luo Mei opened their eyes to embrace a new day. They quickly rose, freshened up, and tidied their personal belongings before checking out of their room and descending to enjoy breakfast. After their meal, Lin Yu and Luo Mei stepped out of the hotel. The streets were already bustling with activity as people began their daily routines. The two made their way to a car rental agency, where they procured a modest carriage and set off towards the Douluo forest. As the carriage progressed, the path became increasingly rugged, yet their spirits soared with excitement. At last, they beheld the dense expanse of the Douluo forest ahead, renowned as one of the 3 most famous habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. This vast and boundless forest sprawled over an extensive area, nearly equivalent to the territory of the Barak Kingdom. It is a colossal primeval woodland characterized by its intricate and varied topography, encompassing wetlands, swamps, and diverse ecological environments. Countless powerful and enigmatic soul beasts inhabit this realm, each commanding its own territory. The deeper one ventured into the heart of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts became, with whispers of ancient soul beasts aged over 100,000 years lurking within. For Lin Yu, these were not mere myths. He was acutely aware that within the annals of Douluo continent's history, the core region of the Douluo forest housed the legendary sky blue bull python and the titan great ape, 200,000-year soul beasts yet to be hunted. Not to mention the tragic fate of Xiao Wu's mother, a 100,000-year soul beast, and the transformation of Xiao Wu herself. There were even tales that Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, emerged from the depths of the Douluo forest, though the truth of such stories remains uncertain. As they drew nearer to the Douluo forest, the carriage approached the enigmatic woodland with increasing proximity. Ultimately, they arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Lin Yu expertly maneuvered the carriage back to the rental agency, returning it as further advancement led directly into the forest, where the paths were too treacherous for a carriage to navigate. Entering this small town, The lively scene far exceeded Lin Yu's initial expectations. The scale of the town was approximately 3 times that of the village housing Shrek Academy. Although it lacked towering walls for protection, it resembled a vibrant little city. The streets were lined with shops, each one more dazzling than the last, showcasing a plethora of various establishments. Lin Yu observed intently for a while and discovered that the majority of the shops here were surprisingly related to spirit masters. Some specialized in selling an array of weapons, each shelf brimming with an assortment of arms. Others offered armor that appeared both robust and striking. Still others peddled antidotes and potions designed to restore vitality. Even the clothing stores exclusively featured garments adorned with numerous pockets, ideal for spirit masters embarking on adventures. As Lin Yu strolled and took in the sights, his heart brimmed with curiosity about this quaint town. Lin Yu remarked, "This is likely akin to relying on the mountains for sustenance when one is near them, or drawing from the sea when it is at hand. It is simply a matter of depending on the starry big forest for sustenance." He mused that this vast forest must have provided for countless souls over the years. "Would you not agree, Sister Luome?" At that moment, Luome gestured towards a nearby 2-story hotel and said, "Let us rest here today, however. I shall need you to cover the expenses." Lin Yu glanced at the hotel indicated by Sister Luome and couldn't help but chuckle, for it was the very establishment acquired by the force he had founded. He promptly turned to Sister Luome and said, "No problem, order whatever you desire." Having said that, he accompanied her to the entrance of the hotel. Upon entering, Lin Yu addressed the hotel staff, stating, "Could you please summon your manager?" The attendant responded courteously, "Certainly, sir," and proceeded to fetch the manager. In a short while, the hotel manager approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Lin Yu smiled gently, his gaze fixed upon the hotel manager, and spoke in a calm tone, "I would like to inquire whether this hotel is part of the Starry Pavilion's holdings." The hotel manager was momentarily taken aback, quickly revealing a look of astonishment on his face. "How did you know?" "Indeed, this hotel is one of the establishments owned by the Starry Pavilion." Lin Yu's smile radiated even more brightly as he continued, "I am a member of the Starry Pavilion, and I happen to pass through this area, wishing to seek accommodation here. Therefore, I hope to receive some special consideration." Upon hearing this, the hotel manager immediately transformed into a figure of utmost respect, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed an esteemed guest from the Starry Pavilion. Rest assured, we shall certainly do our utmost to ensure that you receive the highest quality of service." Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "That's wonderful. Furthermore, this lady beside me is my friend, and she too requires a comfortable room." The hotel manager promptly agreed, then personally guided Lin Yu and Luome to select their accommodations. Along the way, he enthusiastically expounded on the hotel's various amenities and services. Upon reaching their room, Lin Yu surveyed the space and discovered it to be exceptionally spacious, illuminated by abundant natural light, adorned with exquisite decor, and outfitted with all necessary facilities. A profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Luome, gleefully smiling beside him, remarked, "It seems your reputation truly precedes you. Who would have thought that the hotel manager would extend such warm and attentive hospitality towards us?" Lin Yu responded with a touch of humility, smiling as he remarked, "This is merely because we are members of the Star Pavilion. It is only natural for us to assist one another. However, I must admit that being afforded such treatment indeed brings a delightful warmth to my heart." In the ensuing moments, Lin Yu and Luome indulged in an extraordinarily sumptuous dinner at the hotel before preparing to explore the quaint charms of the town. Lin Yu arrived at the front of an establishment known as the Yulai Inn, poised to depart, when suddenly he was startled by a cacophony emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the commotion was the result of a discussion concerning Tang San and Shrek Academy. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and promptly halted his steps, striding into the hotel. He approached the 2 individuals engaged in conversation and eagerly inquired, "Could you elaborate on the matter concerning Tang San?" The pair turned to him, appraising him from head to toe, yet offered no response, resuming their discussion instead. Lin Yu, noticing their indifference, hurriedly called out, "Waiter, please bring a few substantial dishes to this table along with a fine bottle of wine, and charge it to my account." As he spoke, he placed a gold soul coin on the table. The waiter, upon hearing this, promptly complied. Before long, the food and wine were served. With a smile, Lin Yu addressed the 2 individuals, saying, "Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal." He then inquired once more about the matter concerning Tang San. Chapter 36. News of Tang San. The 2 conversing gentlemen, perceiving Lin Yu's eagerness, invited him to sit beside them and began to elaborate on the situation. Last night, a group of students from some academy called Shrek came to our hotel for dinner. Initially, everything seemed perfectly normal, but what transpired later was simply unbelievable. Oh, what occurred? Lin Yu asked with curiosity. During their meal, the hotel staff unexpectedly served a jug of poisoned wine to those students. Fortunately, one of the students named Tang Sen detected the anomaly and promptly knocked over the jug of poison. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What? Poison wine? Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. Moreover, this was no ordinary poison. When Tang San spilled the wine, it hissed as it hit the ground, causing smoke to rise and releasing a foul odor. Had anyone taken a sip, they would have undoubtedly perished on the spot, with no chance of survival. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but exclaim, "How terrifying this is! Who are these people? Why would they resort to such nefarious actions?" The two continued. After the wine was spilled, that waiter still thought about fleeing, but he failed to consider that he was merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly outrun a soul master before he could take more than a few steps? The student named Tang San swiftly employed a technique called the Phantom Shadow Step, capturing the waiter with ease. He then summoned the hotel manager to discuss how to handle the situation. The hotel manager stormed over, visibly enraged, and shouted, "Long Tiao Jia! What on earth is going on? How could you serve poison to a customer?" At that moment, the waiter, Long Tiao Jia, shook his head vigorously. A look of confusion etched on his face as he turned to Tang San and asked, "Who are you? Why are you holding me?" It seemed as if he had completely forgotten the events that had transpired, as if his memory had been erased. Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling a growing sense of caution. The waiter's reaction was rather peculiar. Could there be something amiss with the poisoned wine? Or had he fallen victim to some sort of narcotic or mind-controlling soul skill? The hotel manager, observing this, grew increasingly stern, glaring at Long Tiao Jia as he barked. "How dare you still question who we are? Are you not aware of the gravity of your actions? You poisoned a customer." Long Tiao Jia gazed blankly at the hotel manager and Tang San, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He struggled to recall the events, but his mind was a complete blank, devoid of any memories. Suddenly, Tang San sensed that something was amiss. He released his grip, allowing Long Tiao Jia to stand. The waiter swayed slightly as he regained his balance, his gaze still vacant. Tang San glared at the man before him, fury flickering in his eyes as he bellowed, "Do you not realize what you've done? Just moments ago, you served me a poison drink. Had it not been for my heightened vigilance due to a prior attack, I might well have succumbed to your poison today. And you dare question why I apprehended you? How utterly absurd." Long Tiao Jia fought to stand upright, his eyes gradually regaining clarity as he began to speak slowly. "I seem to recall some details. Weren't you all supposed to rest here tonight? Shortly after you entered, someone followed closely behind. That person called me aside, handed me 10 gold soul coins, and instructed me to add a package to your order, compelling you to consume it. Instinctively, I sensed that the package must be dubious. If it were harmless, why the secrecy in its administration? Thus, I resolutely declined the request. However, to my shock, he threatened me, saying, if you refuse the toast, you'll face punishment." Suddenly, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged around him. He yelled, "Third soul skill, Hypnotic Ray." After that, my consciousness faded into oblivion, and I lost all recollection of what occurred. Only now have I been apprehended by you. Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, a grave expression overtaking his features as he murmured to himself, "Could it be that mysterious figure once more? In the days of my tenure at Shrek Academy, he once endeavored to take my life, but fortunately, Teacher Zhao arrived just in time to rescue me. In recent days, he had refrained from making another attempt, leading me to believe he had abandoned his pursuit. However, I was taken aback to discover he lay in ambush here. It seems I must exercise extreme caution in the days to come, lest I fall into his trap." Tang Sen inwardly cursed, that detestable, mysterious figure. "How dare you strike at me time and again? It is utterly infuriating. If I ever catch you, I shall ensure you experience the might of the Tang sect." Nevertheless, Tang San was acutely aware that his situation remained perilous. The enemy lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into an irreversible abyss. Thus, he had to maintain a heightened state of vigilance, without the slightest hint of relaxation or complacency. Only by doing so could he ensure his safety and assist Oscar in acquiring the 3rd spirit ring. Having contemplated this, Tang San addressed the hotel manager. "Since this incident transpired within your establishment, how do you propose to resolve it?" At that moment, Tang San was keenly observing how the hotel manager would handle the situation. Should it be deemed unfair, he would not easily relent. The hotel manager, with an eager smile, replied, "Of course, esteemed spirit masters. How about this? I will compensate you with 1,000 gold spirit coins and dismiss this waiter. What do you think?" Upon uttering these words, the hotel manager gazed at Tang San, his eyes brimming with a plea. He was anxious, fearful that Tang San and his companions might be dissatisfied. For offending a spirit master was no trivial matter. Tang San waved his hand and spoke calmly. "Very well, we shall accept the compensation. But let the waiter keep his position." He mused to himself that the waiter had been coerced, and it was only humane to show leniency. After all, everyone has their moments of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the hotel manager breathed a sigh of relief and promptly said, "You should thank the esteemed spirit masters." The waiter, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he fervently nodded, "Thank you, esteemed spirit masters. Thank you." His heart swelled with gratitude, secretly relieved to have encountered such magnanimous spirit masters. Otherwise, losing his job would have left his family of 6 in dire straits. In that moment, he felt an inherent respect for Tang San and his companions, vowing to work harder in the future to repay their kindness. Chapter 37. Conflict. After Tang San and his companions accepted the hotel as compensation and finished their dinner, as they stepped out of the hotel, Ma Hongjuan's old habit resurfaced. His gaze seemed fixed, intently focused on the prominent features of a female student from another academy, and he was not merely observing but commenting as well. This drew the ire of a male student from the other academy, who angrily exclaimed, "Damn you, fatty. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Ma Hongjun thought defiantly, "Humph. Dare to be so fierce with me? I won't be intimidated." Responding loudly, he retorted, "My eyes are on my face. I can look wherever I please. Besides, isn't that what they are for? Don't you agree, old Dai?" After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself that this fellow was truly beyond redemption. Meanwhile, the boys were incensed by Ma Hongjuan's words, their eyes wide with fury, itching to rush over and give him a good thrashing. Yet, Ma Hongjun remained utterly unfazed, proudly continuing to gaze at the girl. Dai Mubai pondered that Ma Hongjun was his steadfast comrade, and it was only natural to defend him at this moment. Without a second thought, he chimed in, "Exactly. What's the point of growing it if no one can see it?" After his remark, he chuckled proudly, completely unaware that trouble was looming. Just then, an icy chill suddenly enveloped him from the side. Instinctively, he turned his head to see Zhu Zhuqing glaring at him with a frosty expression. Internally, Zhu Zhuqing seethed with anger, thinking, "This Dai Mubai is still as irreverent as ever." She shot him a fierce glare before turning away, dismissing him entirely. It was at that moment that Dai Mubai realized he had misspoken, and he hurriedly attempted to explain, but it was already too late. Zhu Zhuqing had walked too far to heed him. Dai Mubai inwardly lamented, feeling as though he had just sealed his fate. He regretted his foolishness, wondering how he could have been so thoughtless as to drive Zhu Zhuqing away with a careless comment. Now, he faced the daunting task of winning her back. However, he understood that he could not blame anyone but himself for his loose tongue. He needed to be more cautious in the future to avoid repeating the same mistake. With this realization, Dai Mubai quickened his pace to catch up with Zhu Zhuqing, his expression filled with urgency as he implored, "Zhuqing, I truly meant to support Fatty. Please believe me. I have reformed my ways and will never make the same mistake again. Please don't stay angry with me." As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's face for any signs of forgiveness. However, she did not respond immediately, continuing to walk, her countenance unchanged. Dai Mubai was consumed by regret, wishing he could slap himself for his impulsive defense of Ma Hongjun. Now, not only had he failed to assist, but he had also thoroughly angered Zhu Qing. How could he allow her to ignore him completely? As he chastised himself, he racked his brain for ways to mend the situation and regain Zhu Zhuqing's trust and affection. Zhu Zhuqing felt deeply aggrieved, her thoughts a tangled mess. She recalled the trials she had endured for Dai Mubai, fleeing from the Star Luo Empire, facing countless hardships and dangers along the way. Enduring sleepless nights and constant fear, she had teetered on the brink of death more times than she could count. Yet, what had Dai Mubai done? He had repeatedly disappointed her. The encounter with the twin sisters at the Rose Hotel had already left her feeling unsettled, and now, he was once again indulging in frivolity to support Ma Hongjun. Zhu Zhuqing pondered sorrowfully. How could this man be so lacking in growth? Does he not comprehend the value of all I have sacrificed for him? How can he repeatedly inflict wounds upon my heart? The more she contemplated, the heavier her mood became, and the sense of grievance surged within her like relentless tides, assaulting her inner defenses wave after wave. Crystal tears slipped uncontrollably from her eyes, akin to pearls severed from their string, each drop laden with her anguish and helplessness. She felt as though her heart was gradually sinking, descending into an abyss of darkness and pain from which there was no escape. Memories of her past flooded her mind, those moments of ridicule and humiliation, the days spent in disdain and neglect. Now, having finally grasped an opportunity, she found it slipping away due to her own frailty. A profound sense of guilt and regret enveloped her. Why could she not be stronger? Why did she always feel so powerless? Her hands clenched into fists, nails digging painfully into her palms, yet this agony paled in comparison to the torment within her heart. She despised her own ineptitude, loathed her weakness, and harbored resentment towards the injustices of the world. Nevertheless, regardless of her grievances, reality remained ruthlessly indifferent. She could only endure in silence. Once more, Zhu Zhuqing's inner turmoil ensnared her thoughts, spiraling into despair. Where could she go if she left Daimubai? The vastness of the world seemed devoid of a refuge for her. Despair and helplessness filled her heart, as if the entire universe conspired against her. Was she to await a fate of death at the hands of the Dai and Zhu families once she and Daimubai came of age? She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with fear. Such a tragic end was unbearable. She refused to become a pawn in the struggle for familial power. Yet, she remained at a loss as to how to alter her circumstances, left only to silently bear her internal agony. She recalled the hardships and dangers she faced when fleeing the Douluo Empire, enduring countless trials and tribulations in pursuit of a new life. Yet now, she realized she remained ensnared by the shackles of fate. Had she not escaped the terrifying destiny that awaited her in the Douluo Empire, braving numerous hardships to reach the Balak Kingdom in search of Daimubai, the one who had abandoned her? Tears shimmered in her eyes as memories flooded back. She had resolutely departed from her homeland, yearning for a safe haven, far from the conflicts of her family. Alas, reality proved merciless, leaving her engulfed in profound disappointment and despair. I refuse to succumb. I have invested so much, forging ahead through thorns and challenges. How can I relinquish everything over such a trivial matter? I have endured too much suffering and torment, each a testament to my efforts. Yet he continues to wound me time and again, shattering my heart. I am uncertain whether I should still believe he will truly change, ceasing to cause me pain, no longer making me weep. Each time, I tell myself to grant him another chance, yet the outcome invariably leads to utter disappointment. Perhaps this time is no exception. Yet I cannot help but harbor hope for him, yearning for him to recognize his mistakes and genuinely strive for change. After all, we once shared beautiful memories and a profound bond. To relinquish it so easily would render all that we built as mere folly. Yet, I am truly terrified of enduring further heartache. Chapter 38. Choice 1. Zhu Zhuqing's heart felt as though it were torn asunder, one half brimming with anticipation and hope for Daimubai, while the other was shrouded in past wounds and disappointment. These conflicting emotions waged a fierce battle within her, plunging her into profound anguish. Should she choose to grant Daimubai another chance, she would again immerse herself in this relationship. Yet she remained uncertain whether he could genuinely transform. If he remained unchanged, she would inevitably suffer further torment and sorrow. This choice resembled a gamble, wagering her heart and future. Conversely, should she decide to depart, she would forfeit all her previous efforts and sacrifices, rendering them as ephemeral as mist. Simultaneously, she would confront the uncertainties of the future, uncertain of what awaited her. This decision demanded an abundance of courage to sever ties with the past and face the unknown ahead. Zhu Zhuqing felt utterly perplexed, uncertain of how to make the right choice. Should she place her trust in Daimubai once more, granting him an opportunity, or summon the resolve to turn away, severing their connection for good? Each option loomed like a heavy mountain, nearly suffocating her. She found herself ensnared in an endless struggle and turmoil, unable to discern a path forward. In the midst of her torment, her body trembled, her heart an arena of contradiction and strife. At that moment, Daimubai, frantically pursuing her from behind, grasped one of her hands tightly, while his other hand struck his own face with force. With a sharp crack, his cheek instantly reddened and swelled, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. With a visage marred by guilt and regret, Dai Mubai gazed at Zhu Zhiqing and implored, "Zhiqing, it is all my fault. My words were too hurtful. Please forgive me." It was a moment of impulsiveness, devoid of consideration for the consequences. "If you are willing to grant me another chance, I promise not to repeat my mistakes. Please do not leave me, will you?" His voice resonated with sincerity and remorse, his eyes radiating profound contrition. He understood that his actions had wounded Zhu Zhiqing and now sought to salvage their relationship. However, Zhu Zhiqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on the horizon, revealing a trace of resoluteness. Seeing her demeanor, Dai Mubai's anxiety intensified. He recognized that without decisive action, he might lose Zhu Zhiqing forever. Thus, he resolved to cast aside his pride and once more apologize to her. "Zhiqing, please listen to me. I deeply regret those words. I failed to consider your feelings. Yet, my love for you is genuine, and I hope we can begin anew." His tone softened, striving to sway Zhu Zhiqing with earnest words. He understood that to earn Zhu Zhiqing's trust, he must first set aside his pride and self-esteem. At that moment, Dai Mubai was overwhelmed with regret and self-reproach, incessantly berating himself. "I am truly a fool, so incredibly foolish." Memories of all that Zhu Qing had done for him flooded his mind, deepening his sense of guilt. Each time, it was his impulsiveness and stubbornness that caused her sorrow. He felt like an irredeemable simpleton, and if Zhu Qing chose not to forgive him this time, he truly did not know how he would face the situation. Losing Zhu Qing was simply not an option. Thus, Dai Mubai resolved silently. If Zhu Qing were willing to grant him another chance, he would cherish it profoundly and dedicate himself to protecting her, ensuring she would never again suffer injustice or harm. He closed his eyes, envisioning a future devoid of Zhu Qing's presence, a future steeped in endless loneliness and anguish. This sensation felt like an unbearable nightmare, sending chills down his spine. With this thought, he instinctively clenched his fists, palms growing sweaty, his heart racing. He yearned for Zhu Qing to reconsider and return to his embrace. With this in mind, Dai Mubai declared once more, "I will correct my flaws. Together, we shall confront our fate and shatter it. I vow by the name of my ancestors that I will treat you well henceforth, ensuring you never feel that your escape from the Star Luo Empire to the Balik Kingdom for my sake was in vain. So, Zhu Qing, can you grant me one last chance?" After uttering these words, Dai Mubai's gaze turned resolute, locking onto Zhu Zhiqing with sincere fervor. At that moment, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He feared Zhu Qing might decisively walk away, causing his world to crumble entirely. Yet, he still hoped for her forgiveness, for only then could he have the opportunity to start anew. He silently vowed that if Zhu Qing could forgive him this time, he would wholeheartedly strive to atone for his mistakes, offering her a future filled with happiness. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, Zhu Zhiqing found herself wavering. She could distinctly sense the sincerity and urgency in his voice, which seemed to carry an invisible force, attempting to breach her emotional defenses. However, the past wounds felt like sharp thorns, embedded deeply in her heart, leaving her unable to find peace. She wrestled internally. He truly seems to understand his faults this time. Should I trust him once more? Perhaps he has genuinely turned over a new leaf, but he has made such promises before, only to leave me disappointed. Can I endure such pain again? Yet, if I do not give him a chance, can I truly let go of this relationship and face the future alone? Zhu Zhiqing felt her heart being tugged by two invisible hands, one representing her deep feelings for Dai Mubai and a glimmer of hope, while the other embodied her past pain and disappointment. She found herself at a loss, for every choice bore the weight of immense risk and consequence. The past pains pierced her heart like sharp thorns, and whenever she recalled those agonizing memories, an indescribable sorrow surged within her. As for the future, it was shrouded in terror, leaving her uncertain whether she could endure such pain once more. These tangled emotions ensnared her mind in chaos. A cacophony of voices echoed in her thoughts, and her mind swirled like leaves scattered by the wind. She incessantly questioned herself. What am I to do? This query loomed like a heavy stone upon her heart, constricting her breath. She realized that she faced two stark choices: to bravely trust him once more and grant them both an opportunity, or to resolutely turn away and end their relationship. Yet, either choice seemed overwhelmingly arduous, as if she stood at a crossroads, utterly lost. She endeavored to calm her tumultuous thoughts and ponder the repercussions of each option. Should she choose to continue trusting him, she would need to relinquish the shadows of her past and rebuild her faith in him. However, if she were to suffer again, the blow would be devastating. Conversely, if she opted to leave, while she could evade further heartache, It would also signify relinquishing the possibility of breaking free from fate with him, rendering all her previous suffering self-inflicted. This inner turmoil tormented her, leaving her in a state of indecision. Chapter 39. Choice 2. Zhu Zhuqing was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, recalling countless instances of disappointment in Dai Mubai. Those heart-wrenching moments flashing through her mind like scenes from a film. She grappled with the painful struggle within. Should she grant him another chance? Was he truly worthy of her trust? Simultaneously, she recalled the arduous journey of escape, those days spent braving the elements and living in fear, each moment unbearable. Could she truly abandon everything after enduring so much for him? Moreover, she felt a profound sense of resentment and rebellion against the fate dictated by her family. Was she really to bow to destiny and allow her family to manipulate her? All these emotions intertwined, ultimately solidifying Zhu Zhuqing's resolve. Perhaps she should grant Dai Mubai one final opportunity, as well as grant herself a chance to defy fate. After all, she had invested so much. How could she easily forsake it? Taking a deep breath, as if making a solemn vow, she decided to trust him once more. Should he disappoint her again, she would have no one to blame but her own unfortunate fate. Zhu Zhuqing gazed quietly at Dai Mubai, her heart a tempest of thoughts. She understood that this moment could serve as a pivotal turning point in their relationship. Drawing in a deep breath, she declared with unwavering conviction, Dai Mubai, I will give you one last chance, and it shall be the final opportunity. If you let me down again, we shall await the arrival of our fate. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing wrestled with profound conflict and anguish. On one hand, her feelings for Dai Mubai ran deep. On the other, she feared the prospect of being hurt once more. However, she understood that this was her final boundary. If Dai Mubai persisted in his obstinacy, she would have to resign herself to fate. Alas, Dai Mubai, I am truly in a state of turmoil. I am profoundly afraid of being hurt once more. Yet I cannot relinquish the bond we share. I fervently hope that this time he can genuinely transform and cease to bring me sorrow. I am utterly exhausted and yearn for this to be the last time I fear for him, the final occasion my heart shatters for him. Should he remain unchanged, I genuinely do not know if I possess the courage to endure any longer. This time, it all hinges on his actions, Zhu Zhuqing silently asserted in her heart. She was acutely aware that love is seldom a smooth journey, yet she remained willing to believe that Dai Mubai could undergo a metamorphosis. Nonetheless, how the future will unfold remains uncertain. Only time holds the answer. Dai Mubai clasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand tightly, tears glimmering in his eyes. With fervor, he pounded his chest and declared, Zhuqing, thank you for granting me this opportunity. I am truly grateful. Rest assured, I will strive to change and will no longer disappoint you. His heart brimmed with gratitude and determination. Fully cognizant of the rarity of the opportunity Zhu Zhuqing had bestowed upon him, as well as the gravity of his past mistakes. In this moment, he resolved to transform entirely, intending to demonstrate his sincerity through tangible actions. How fortunate I am that Zhuqing can grant me another chance. Her feelings for me run so deep, and yet I failed to cherish them properly before. This time, I must not betray her expectations. I am resolute in my commitment to change and to ensure her happiness. I will devote all my efforts to protect her, ensuring she endures no further harm or injustice. Dai Mubai silently vowed, his gaze resolute and filled with affection. Having spoken, Dai Mubai raised his right hand to the heavens and swore, I, Dai Mubai, solemnly pledge before the heavens that from this day forward, I will wholeheartedly cherish Zhu Zhuqing and will never again let her down. Should I violate this vow, may I be struck by lightning and meet a dreadful fate. His voice was unwavering and powerful, as though he sought to etch his vow into the fabric of existence. Deep within, Dai Mubai vowed to cherish Zhu Zhuqing this time, determined not to cause her further anguish. He understood that only through genuine actions could he earn Zhu Zhuqing's trust and love. I must prove my vow through my actions, allowing Zhuqing to believe in me. Dai Mubai murmured, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, filled with profound affection. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's oath, although her expression remained as cold as frost, a flicker of flame named hope quietly reignited in the depths of her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing silently wished for him to truly deliver on his promises this time, her tone betraying a hint of anticipation and concern. She was acutely aware that she had granted Dai Mubai numerous chances before, each time laden with disappointment and pain. Yet, this time she was still willing to choose faith, despite the lingering unease within her heart. Zhu Zhuqing paused, standing still in place, her gaze fixed on the horizon, as if contemplating something profound. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly approached, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, her mind replaying Dai Mu Bai's earlier words, a complex swirl of emotions surging within her. She initially contemplated withdrawing her hand from his grasp, but ultimately relinquished that thought, allowing him to hold her hand firmly. Let me place my trust in him this time. Zhu Zhuqing resolved silently. Should Dai Mu Bai disappoint her again, she vowed to relinquish all hope for this relationship, as she could no longer bear any further heartache. Dai Mu Bai held on to Zhu Zhuqing's hand tightly, as though fearing that if he loosened his grip, she would vanish. Gradually, he led her back to the side of Tang San and the others. In that moment, his heart was flooded with an indescribable joy. And he silently vowed, I must give my all to showcase my best self, ensuring that Zhuqing feels genuine happiness and fulfillment. I must allow her to witness my transformation, to experience boundless joy. I can no longer indulge in past recklessness and absurdity. Instead, I must embrace responsibility and provide her with ample security. I shall prove to the world that I, Dai Mu Bai, am a man worthy of Zhu Zhuqing's trust and lifelong commitment. His eyes sparkled with determination and a yearning for a brighter future. Meanwhile, as Dai Mu Bai was encouraging Zhu Zhuqing, the argument among Ma Hongjun and the others grew increasingly intense. Ma Hongjun shouted hoarsely, his face flushed and neck thick with indignation. What if I merely glanced? Is that forbidden? He widened his eyes, exuding an air of righteous defiance, as if he had committed no wrongdoing. The students from Tsanghui Academy, not to be outdone, retorted with fury. Was that merely a glance? Your gaze was utterly disrespectful. They clenched their fists, seemingly ready to engage in a brawl. Humph, cease your slander. I, Ma Hongjun, am upright and innocent. He countered, hands on his hips, brimming with indignation. He puffed out his chest, attempting to display his integrity and innocence. You continue to deny it. Just look at your lecherous expression, and it's clear you are no good. The opposing voice rose further, filled with anger and accusations. Chapter 40. The wager. The two parties exchanged heated words, each refusing to back down, embroiled in a fierce dispute. At that moment, the team leader of Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu, stepped forward and remarked, I shall not argue with you. In the realm of soul masters, strength dictates the rules. If you can defeat me, then this matter shall be settled. However, should you lose, that chubby fellow must bow and apologize to my female student. What say you? Do you accept? If not willing to wager, then let that chubby fellow simply apologize. But should you lose the bet, you shall indeed have to bow an apology. Yi Zhiqiu was calculating in his heart, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. He thought to himself, these young lads before me possess no remarkable skills. I shall seize this opportunity to teach them a lesson, making them aware that Tsanghui Academy is not to be trifled with, and instilling in them a lasting memory not to provoke our people lightly. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain, while his eyes sparkled with self-assurance. He believed victory in this wager was assured, as the opposition consisted merely of youth, incapable of contending with a seasoned and formidable five-ring Soul King like himself. In contrast, Tang San and his companions appeared somewhat hesitant and anxious, fully aware that their adversary's strength was not to be underestimated, yet unwilling to concede easily. Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words, was instantly consumed by rage, his fury erupting like a volcano. He mused silently that these individuals were indeed overstepping their bounds. He had merely glanced in their direction and was now subjected to such humiliation. However, he recognized that this battle transcended personal pride, as it pertained to the reputation of the entire Shrek Academy, and retreat was not an option. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his true prowess, ensuring that they would not belittle him. Meanwhile, Tang San was quickly strategizing in his mind, contemplating how to respond. He understood that accepting the challenge too readily could lead to a disadvantageous situation. Yet, he also could not afford to tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. He scrutinized the opponent, reflecting, this Yi Zhiqiu appears formidable, and we must tread carefully. Nonetheless, we cannot allow ourselves to be subdued. We must devise a comprehensive plan that preserves our dignity while successfully navigating the assessment. When Dai Mu Bai returned with Zhu Zhuqing, they stumbled upon the tense standoff. Dai Mu Bai's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze exuding authority and dominance. He inquired loudly about the situation and learned of the provocation from Tsanghui Academy. With a cold snort, Dai Mu Bai dismissed their threats, saying, what is there to fear? We shall confront them. Let us not forget the principles of Shrek Academy. He thought to himself that these individuals dared to act so brazenly before Shrek Academy, clearly unaware of their own insignificance. As a member of Shrek Academy, he could not afford to retreat. Tang San, however, appeared somewhat perplexed and hesitantly asked, "Principals? Does Shrek Academy have any such rules?" He felt uncertain, as he faced the opposing team's leader and mentor, whose strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, he also understood Dai Mubai's character. Should a confrontation arise, it would be unavoidable. He pondered quietly, if a fight truly breaks out, will we be able to hold our ground? Dai Mubai crossed his arms, raised his chin, and wore an expression of unyielding confidence as he declared, "Indeed, aside from our recruitment rules, we abide by another. Avoiding trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent. So, do not hesitate to engage them. Besides, we have teacher Zhao Wujia, a soul sage. Even if we were to lose, he would support us. What is there to fear?" Dai Mubai silently encouraged himself, feeling a surge of confidence with teacher Zhao Wujian by his side. Even if mishaps occurred, he believed they could be resolved, and he doubted anyone would dare to challenge him. With this thought, his resolve strengthened, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Tang San, upon hearing this, brightened with realization and exclaimed, "Indeed, we have teacher Zhao. Even if we were to lose, what could he possibly do to us?" Instantly, his worries diminished, and the tension that had gripped him began to ease. He contemplated that, at worst, they could face their opponents head-on, for with teacher Zhao backing them, what was there to fear? Seeing Tang San's newfound clarity, a spark of excitement flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He straightened his back and strode forward with unwavering determination. Each step he took resonated with strength and resolve, as though the very earth trembled beneath his feet. He approached Yujichio with his head held high, exuding the regal demeanor of a lion. His eyes shone brightly, akin to two blazing flames, radiating unparalleled confidence and authority. With a slight smile and a tone that carried a hint of provocation, he declared, "We accept this wager." His voice boomed across the arena, drawing the attention of all present. At that moment, an inferno of passion ignited within Dai Mubai, who indignantly thought, "No matter what, we cannot falter in our momentum. We must make it known that the members of Shrek Academy are not to be trifled with." "Who am I, Dai Mubai? I shall not be intimidated. I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities." With this resolve, he clenched his fists so tightly that the knuckles turned pale, as if gathering strength for the imminent confrontation. Yujichio observed Dai Mubai and his companions accept the wager without hesitation, and a slight frown creased his brow. His previously serene expression momentarily flickered with barely perceptible surprise. However, this astonishment was fleeting, swiftly replaced by a cold, piercing calmness. "Let us proceed outside the town to duel. Lest our combat disturb the surrounding area," he stated coldly, dismissively flicking his sleeves before turning away, leading the members of Tsanghui Academy with firm strides toward the outskirts. Within, Yujichio plotted, "These audacious young fools dare to accept a wager, utterly unaware of their own limitations. I shall certainly demonstrate my prowess and show them just how foolish and arrogant they truly are." With this thought, his pace quickened, eager to commence the duel and impart a profound lesson to Dai Mubai and his companions. Without any hesitation or doubt, Dai Mubai and his companions followed closely behind Yujichio, their expressions resolute, their steps swift and powerful. As they rapidly made their way to the edge of the small town, their figures moved with the swiftness of arrows loosed from a bow, each stride brimming with strength and determination. Upon reaching the outskirts, Yujichio clasped his hands in salute, slightly bowing, his expression gravely serious as he formally introduced himself. "I am Yujichio, a level 56 defense system soul master, with the spirit of the Xiangui." His voice was deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very soul of a person. Upon finishing his utterance, he unleashed a thunderous shout, the sound reverberating like a clap of thunder, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Following this, a radiant light flickered around him, and a formidable soul power surged forth from within, summoning his martial spirit. A colossal black turtle materialized behind him, its shell as hard as iron, adorned with enigmatic runes that exuded an aura of ancient solemnity. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, shone with a dazzling brilliance, orbiting him in an orderly fashion, emanating a powerful pressure. This overwhelming aura instilled a sense of reverence, as if confronting an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 41. The battle. Dai Mubai and the others clasped their fists together, their expressions grave as they addressed Yujichio. Dai Mubai declared, "I am a level 34 assault-type beast spirit master, wielding the evil eye white tiger." His gaze was steadfast and confident, reminiscent of a tiger poised to strike, radiating an immense presence. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, "In this battle, I shall ensure they recognize my prowess." Then, Oscar chimed in cheerfully, "I am a level 30 food-type soul master, with the martial spirit of sausage." Although he appeared relaxed on the surface, he harbored a strong determination within, secretly thinking, "I cannot bring shame to the team. I too can play a significant role." Finally, Tang San spoke with an impassive demeanor, "I am a level 29 control-type soul master, possessing the martial spirit of blue silvergrass." His expression was calm and composed, his eyes reflecting wisdom and resolve. Inside, he was as tranquil as still water, akin to a fathomless lake, contemplating, "No matter how powerful the opponent may be, I can control the situation." Ma Hongjun, a level 27 assault-type soul master with the martial spirit of the evil fire phoenix, stood with his arms crossed, exuding arrogance as if victory was already assured. His heart brimmed with confidence. "My evil fire phoenix is not to be trifled with." He stood there, his gaze revealing a formidable spirit, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Ning Rongrong, a level 24 support-type soul master with the martial spirit of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, tilted her head slightly, her charming face reflecting a hint of pride. She thought to herself, "With my support, everyone's strength will surely increase." Her petite figure radiated a unique charm that was simply irresistible. Zhu Qing, a level 26 agility-type soul master with the martial spirit of the nether cat, bore a solemn expression, akin to a cat in the darkness, ever ready to strike. She resolved silently, "I must conclude this swiftly." Leaving no opportunity for the opponent to catch their breath, she stood quietly, her eyes conveying determination and decisiveness, as if she had already prepared for battle. Upon hearing Dai Mubai and the others proclaim their martial spirits and soul master levels, Yujichio felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his expression darkening considerably. He inwardly lamented, contemplating the formidable strength of his opponents, which was undeniably daunting. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the imperial lineage and the ducal estate of the Star Luo Empire, wielding noble status and profound backgrounds, while Ning Rongrong was a member of the esteemed Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, making her an adversary not to be trifled with. As for the other four, despite their current soul master levels being only in the 20s and 30s, their remarkable achievements at such a young age hinted at boundless potential for the future. Faced with such a formidable assembly of foes, Yujichio felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure, silently rallying himself. "No matter what, I, Yujichio, am not an ordinary individual. The outcome remains uncertain." Just as he was bolstering his spirits, Dai Mubai and his companions charged forth with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. The first to strike, Ning Rongrong, let out a spirited cry, her melodic voice seemingly piercing the heavens. Her hands danced gracefully like agile butterflies, her delicate face radiating focus. Her earnest expression was impossible to overlook. With a slight tilt of her head, she proclaimed loudly, "The seven treasures bestow the glazed tile. The first, strength; the second, speed." No sooner had her words left her lips than two resplendent beams of light shot forth from the magnificent Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, resembling meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a brilliant trail as they raced towards Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixed intently on the luminous streaks, her heart silently wishing to empower her comrades. After receiving Ning Rongrong's assistance, Dai Mubai felt akin to a powder keg ignited, a surge of volatile energy swelling within him. This force coursed through his body, igniting his blood and quickening his heartbeat, infusing every muscle with explosive potential. He could distinctly sense his speed surpassing previous limits, instantly elevating to a new echelon, with his strength augmented by 20%. At that moment, his gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, like two icy blades. His muscles tightening instantaneously, veins bulging, transforming him into a ferocious tiger poised to pounce upon its prey. His overwhelming presence instilled a sense of dread in those around him. Then he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a deep, thunderous roar, which was none other than his second soul skill, the white tiger's fierce light wave. A dazzling white light rapidly converged, forming a spherical orb of energy. This orb contained unparalleled power, erupting from his mouth with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball. The brilliance of the light was so intense that it rendered anything in its path nearly unobservable, as if it sought to mercilessly consume all before it. Dai Mubai fixated on the orb, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. He inwardly vowed to deliver a heavy blow to his adversaries, ensuring they would recognize his formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Tang Xin executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps beneath him, his movements as nimble as the wind, his form elusive and ethereal, akin to a specter that was difficult to grasp. His hands clenched tightly, the blue silver grass in his grasp seemed imbued with vibrant life, moving with a fluid grace. Tang Xin appeared as a streak of blue lightning, racing across the arena with a speed that dazzled the onlookers. His movements were smooth and natural, devoid of any hesitation. As if he had melded seamlessly with his surroundings, everything unfolded with an effortless elegance. The blue silver grass slithered like a serpent, tracing elegant yet menacing arcs through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle that threatened to strike Yujichio. They shot forth like arrows, propelled by immense force and a fierce momentum, instilling a sense of dread. Tang San's gaze was unwavering and sharp, his mind resolute. What if you are a Soul King? We, the members of Shrek Academy, fear no formidable foes. This battle shall make you aware of our prowess. His heartbeat was steady and powerful, each pulse infusing him with greater courage and determination. In that moment, Tang Xin seemed to transform into a valiant warrior, his silhouette towering majestically in the sunlight. Zhu Qing moved like a ghost, her form flickering so swiftly that she was nearly imperceptible, akin to a streak of lightning tearing through the night sky, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. Her speed was astonishing, resembling a shadow racing across the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Her movements were light and agile, each step imbued with strength and resolve. The claws in her hand glimmered with a chilling brilliance, as if capable of slicing through the very air. Her gaze radiated determination and conviction, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. She focused intently on her adversary, her eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. One thought echoed in her mind: she must defeat him. This thought reverberated within her like a battle drum, urging her onward. She understood the significance of this fight, not only for her personal honor, but also for the triumph of her team. She silently vowed to overcome the enemy before her, no matter the cost, resolutely refusing to retreat or surrender. She aimed to prove herself through her strength, answering the expectations of all with victory. Chapter 42. Battle 2. At that moment, Ma Hongjun unleashed a thunderous roar, a sound akin to a clap of thunder that seemed to reverberate through the very air around him. With a sudden burst of strength, he stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to tremble as he launched himself into the air like a cannonball. In an instant, flames enveloped his body, blazing fiercely as if intent on reducing everything around him to ashes. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. A torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a ferocious fire dragon, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, exuding an overwhelming might as it charged directly towards Yujichio. Despite Yujichio being a Soul King of over 50 levels, a substantial disparity in strength existed between them. Yet, Tang San, Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun exhibited no signs of fear. In their eyes, there resided not a trace of timidity, only unwavering determination and fearless courage. Deep within their hearts, they firmly believed that with united efforts, no adversary was insurmountable. Faced with the fierce onslaught of Tang San and his companions, Yujichio's countenance darkened, and a wave of panic surged within him. These youngsters were surprisingly formidable, their relentless assault catching me off guard. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Clenching his teeth tightly, his muscles tensed and bulged, resembling solid rock. His first and second soul rings radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating everything around him. Subsequently, an incessant chill emanated from him, as if the frigid air could freeze one's very blood. At the onset of battle, Yujichio decisively unleashed two formidable soul techniques. The first, Xianshui Bing Feng, and the second, Xiangui Hu Ti. The unending coldness stemmed from his first soul technique, the icy aura swiftly diffusing in all directions, attempting to thwart the vigorous assault of Tang San and his group. Yujichio inwardly scoffed, musing, "Humph, these youngsters do possess some skills. Yet, they remain too youthful. Barely in their teens, how much soul power could they possibly have? No matter how potent their martial souls or exceptional their talents, they could never bridge the vast chasm that lay between us. I refuse to believe that, with my strength and experience, I could be bested by a few fledgling novices." With this thought, a hint of arrogance surfaced on his face, his heart brimming with confidence. He felt assured of victory, as if it were already within his grasp. After years of navigating the Soul Master realm, Having endured countless battles, what sort of scenes had he not witnessed? To be challenged by mere children today was nothing short of a grand jest. His eyes shimmered with disdain, filled with contempt for Tang San and the others. Just as Tang San had surmised, Yi Zhiqiu's Xiangui martial soul boasted immense defensive capabilities. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with anger and reluctance as he once again concentrated his soul power, preparing to unleash a more formidable attack. His entire body tensed to its utmost, bones cracking like crisp thunder, each muscle as hard as steel. He summoned all his strength, channeling his soul power into his hands. The potent white tiger's fierce light wave surged forth with the might of a thunderbolt, crashing violently towards Yi Zhiqiu. In his heart, he roared, "I refuse to believe I cannot harm you." Yet, this powerful strike struck Yi Zhiqiu as if it had plummeted into the abyss, falling silent in an instant. Causing negligible damage, Yi Zhiqiu remained steadfast, not even budging an inch. He stood there, a mocking smirk gracing his lips, as if deriding Dai Mubai's audacity. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai was engulfed by a mixture of fury and astonishment, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale from the strain. He had not anticipated that his all-out effort would be utterly ineffective against Yi Zhiqiu. He was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of frustration, yet simultaneously. It ignited within him a fervent resolve. He resolved to unleash his full potential, determined to make this arrogant individual aware of his true capabilities. At that moment, Tang San's gaze resembled an unyielding rock. The determination and tranquility emanating from it were nothing short of breathtaking. His figure flowed like a gentle breeze, dancing with grace. His steps erratic yet fluid, akin to a sprite navigating through the wind. He executed the enigmatic ghost shadow perplexing step, his feet moving in rapid succession. Each motion precise and imbued with mystery, as he swiftly arrived before Yi Zhiqiu with dazzling speed. At that instant, a chill radiated from Yi Zhiqiu, akin to a surging wave of icy ferocity, laden with an overwhelming sense of cold and oppression, rushing fiercely towards Tang San. This icy aura seemed to possess a life of its own, clawing and grasping, as if intent on devouring Tang San whole. His hair was whipped chaotically by this formidable cold, and he felt the bone-chilling temperature gnaw at his cheeks. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, betraying no hint of retreat or fear. In that fleeting moment, Tang San experienced a piercing cold enveloping him, akin to countless sharp ice needles piercing deep into his marrow. He felt as though his blood was beginning to congeal in this extreme chill, and his pores involuntarily tightened, as if desperately resisting this terrifying cold. A wave of alarm surged within him. This cold was indeed formidable, possessing an overwhelming ferocity. However, in the blink of an eye, he quickly steadied his mind. Reflecting inwardly, "I cannot allow this cold to deter me. I must discover a way to break through. After all the trials and tribulations I have faced, how could I possibly be intimidated by mere cold? I must conquer it." He clenched his teeth, the sound echoing like thunder, veins protruding from his forehead. His hands swiftly came together in prayer, his movements as swift as lightning, and he began to channel the Xiantian skill with all his might. At that moment, the soul power within him surged like a torrent, unstoppable in its force. As the soul power coursed rapidly through his meridians, a wave of warmth gradually spread within him, akin to the gentle sun of spring dispelling the harshness of winter. Tang San could distinctly feel the warmth enveloping him, with the icy sensation slowly receding, providing him with a semblance of relief. He exhaled deeply, a newfound sense of confidence blossoming within him. Chapter 43, Battle 3 Yet. The once agile and flexible blue silvergrass now seemed ensnared by a mysterious and formidable force, unable to extend freely. The chill clung closely, enshrouding each blade of blue silvergrass tightly, the icy breath permeating every fiber. These once supple and resilient strands of blue silvergrass had now become incomparably rigid, as though encased in a thick layer of frost. They had lost their former pliability and flexibility, each movement appearing extraordinarily laborious. Tang San, in a state of anxious desperation, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow, his forehead furrowed tightly in a deep frown. His mind raced with urgency as he pondered strategies. How could he possibly contend with such fierce cold? How could he extricate himself from this predicament? There must be a way. He inhaled deeply, attempting to compose himself. His gaze remained fixed on the adversary ahead, attuned to the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. He understood that only by maintaining his composure could he discover a means to unravel the crisis. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in fury, his expression fierce, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. "Yeah, The sound erupted like a clap of thunder, deafening and instilling fear in all who heard it. Following this, he clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his arms tensing instantly, veins bulging like hardened steel. Then, with all his might, he expelled a torrent of flames forward. In an instant, an intensely scorching phoenix flame surged forth from his mouth, reminiscent of a raging torrent, exuding a cataclysmic force as it surged wildly towards Yijiqiu. Wherever the flames coursed, the surrounding air seemed to distort under the extreme heat, creating visible ripples of shimmering heat waves. As if the very fabric of space were warped by this terrifying temperature. Although Ma Hongjuan's ferocious phoenix flames were significantly tempered upon contact with Yijiqiu's frozen water, which drastically reduced their temperature, the once blistering blaze, capable of incinerating all, was now akin to being doused with cold water, its momentum visibly diminished. Yet, despite the waning intensity of the phoenix flames, they persisted stubbornly, striving to break free from the confines of the frozen water. The clash between the phoenix flames and the frozen water resulted in a tumultuous confrontation. Simultaneously, the chilling aura emanating from Yijiqiu experienced a slight increase in temperature following the impact of the phoenix flames. The previously frigid air, reminiscent of a polar wind that felt as if one were plunged into an ice cellar, was no longer unbearable, at least not to the point where one felt their bones might freeze solid. However, despite the diminished intensity of the cold, it still lingered in the air, imparting a piercing chill. Yijiqiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the phoenix flames of Ma Hongjuan to be so formidable, capable of weakening his icy aura. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This lad's flames are unexpectedly fierce. They can even diminish my cold." Conversely, Ma Hongjuan gritted his teeth, resolutely thinking, "No matter how formidable your frozen water is, I shall not be easily subdued." His gaze was steadfast and resolute, determined not to yield to anyone. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix was a rare, mutated martial soul, its flames imbued with extraordinary power. The purple-red flames resembled a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, clawing and roaring with ferocity. The flames exhibited a peculiar purple-red hue, akin to the eyes of a demon, flashing with a sinister light. It leaps through the air, roaring as if to declare its formidable and inviolable nature to the entire world. Wherever the flames reach, the air ignites, crackling with a cacophony of sound. They twist and contort as if imbued with life, relentlessly seeking new targets to devour. Although Yijiqiu's tortoiseshell defense is remarkably sturdy, it appears somewhat feeble in the presence of the crimson flames. The fire swiftly engulfs the shell, burning fiercely. Each flicker of flame seems to possess its own consciousness, fiercely attempting to consume everything in its path. The ferocious momentum shows no sign of abating. This sudden turn of events startles Yijiqiu, his heart contracting sharply. Filled with astonishment, this fire is incredibly formidable, truly a relentless adversary. He hurriedly channels the soul power within him, striving to resist the encroaching flames. However, the fire appears to possess boundless strength, continually assaulting his defenses. Yijiqiu dares not let down his guard. His brow furrows deeply as he fixates on the blazing flames. Contemplating a strategy, he understands that if he cannot swiftly devise a solution, he risks being vanquished by this inferno. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seizes the fleeting opportunity, her delicate form quivering as if a black lightning bolt has struck. Her movements are akin to a phantom, each step imbued with unparalleled speed and strength, instantly transforming into a blurred shadow that swiftly reaches the blind spot behind Yijiqiu. Her presence is akin to a wraith, evading capture. In this instant, her once gentle visage is replaced by an expression of cold resolve. Her gaze is piercing, as if it could penetrate anything, locking onto Yijiqiu's head with unwavering intensity. Zhu Zhuqing takes a deep breath, channeling all her strength into her hands, which tense with effort, the joints paling slightly, betraying her unwavering determination. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashes her first soul technique, the ethereal thrust, calling out in her mind, "Yijiqiu, prepare yourself." She aims to demonstrate her prowess to all, affirming that she shall not be easily defeated. The ethereal thrust is Zhu Zhuqing's signature skill, capable of instantly enhancing her attack power and speed. As she activates it, a tremendous energy erupts from her hands, forming a sharp wave of dark force that surges toward Yijiqiu's back. This strike encapsulates all of Zhu Zhuqing's strength and skill. She is confident it will pose a significant threat to Yijiqiu. Simultaneously, Tang San furrows his brow tightly, as if his concentration could crush a fly. His eyes remain fixed upon Yijiqiu, filled with focus and determination as he meticulously manipulates the blue silver grass. The blue silver grass, imbued with life, moves like a serpentine entity, swiftly advancing toward Yujichio under Tang Sen's mental guidance. They traverse the air, carving exquisite yet menacing arcs, accompanied by the piercing whistle of the wind. In the blink of an eye, the blue-silver grass soared before Yujichio, as if endowed with a will of its own, unhesitatingly entwining itself around him. Each strand of the blue-silver grass tightened resolutely, as if determined to bind Yujichio, leaving him no chance of escape. Tang San silently mused, "Yujichio, let us see how you evade this time." Chapter 44, Battle for as if time had slowed. Yujichio reacted with remarkable swiftness. In the very moment when Zhu Zhuqing's attack was about to land, a sense of foreboding flashed through his mind, and he thought, "This is bad." Almost instinctively, his head withdrew into his shell like a turtle retreating into its protective abode, executing the motion with astonishing speed. His actions were both skilled and rapid, perfectly timed to evade Zhu Zhuqing's fierce onslaught. Inside his shell, Yujichio breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "That was close. I nearly took a hit, but thankfully, my reflexes were sharp." He couldn't help but marvel at his own luck and adaptability. He understood that had he not made that timely decision, the consequences could have been dire. At that moment, he felt a genuine pride in his cleverness and decisiveness. After successfully dodging Zhu Zhuqing's attack, Yujichio's countenance darkened, as if a storm were brewing, thick clouds gathering in the sky. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, brimming with intent to kill and resolve. Subsequently, the third spirit ring upon him shimmered, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the area around him. This brilliance signified that he was poised to unleash a formidable assault. He slowly extended his head from his shell, opening his mouth, his cheeks puffing out. With a mighty exhalation, he unleashed a torrent of mist from his shell, the water vapor rushing forth with the ferocity of a high-pressure water gun. Yujichio thought fiercely, "Let us see how I shall retaliate this time." His gaze was filled with confidence and determination, as if he held absolute assurance in the efficacy of his attack. Although Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flame possessed an extraordinary combustibility capable of incinerating all in its path, Yujichio's spirit power far surpassed his, creating a significant disparity between them. Furthermore, Yujichio's mystic water was immensely powerful, harboring tremendous energy. Suddenly, with a soft puff, the blazing phoenix flame that had been raging atop his shell was unexpectedly extinguished by Yujichio's sudden spray of mist. The once resplendent purplish-red flames vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of anxiety, as if countless ants were scuttling chaotically within his heart. He contemplated, "This fellow is truly formidable. I cannot allow him to gain the upper hand. I must find a way to suppress him once more." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing flickered like a ghost, her speed so astonishing that her movements were nearly imperceptible, transforming her into a mere shadow in an instant. In her enchanting eyes, a flicker of determination flashed, akin to a meteor streaking through the night, resolute and radiant. Her feline paw was raised high, its sharp claws glistening with an icy sheen under the moonlight, carrying an unrelenting gale as it struck forcefully upon Yujichio's tortoiseshell-like back. In that fleeting moment, her form dissipated like a wisp of smoke, light and swift, effortlessly vanishing into the night. Yet, in that single strike, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if her claw had brushed against an ancient glacier, an excruciating chill surged through her arm, akin to countless icy needles piercing her skin. Alarmed, Zhu Zhuqing realized she may have underestimated her opponent's prowess, but there was no time for contemplation as that coldness spread rapidly throughout her body. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her soul power with all her might to resist the encroaching chill, hastening her escape. In that instant, her claw seemed to be frozen by a frigid force, becoming utterly rigid, as if stripped of all sensation. Deeply astonished, Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged the formidable strength of this icy aura, feeling a wave of coldness rising from her core. She understood the peril of this chill. If not handled with caution, it could ensnare her limbs, rendering her unable to unleash her true potential. Thus, she knew she must remain perpetually vigilant, skillfully wielding her abilities to confront this overpowering cold. Meanwhile, Tang San's gaze suddenly grew resolute and unwavering, as if he had made an essential decision in an instant. His handsome brow furrowed deeply, forming two pronounced lines that conveyed seriousness and gravity. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to retract the blue-silver grass entwined around Yujichio. The blue-silver grass, sensing Tang San's determination, swiftly retracted, akin to a well-drilled army responding to its commander's orders. Its movements were agile, quickly returning to Tang San's side, each strand exuding vitality. as if imbued with its own will. Tang San watched intently as the blue-silver grass returned. Pondering to himself, it is imperative to protect the blue-silver grass from harm, for any injury could jeopardize the forthcoming battle. He was acutely aware of the blue-silver grass's significance in the impending conflict, thus it was paramount to safeguard it. As the blue-silver grass reunited with him, Tang San's expression gradually returned to normal, yet his gaze remained piercing, watchfully scanning his surroundings. At that moment, Dai Mubai's eyes widened like brass bells. His pupils seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets, and he unleashed a low, powerful roar, White Tiger Protection Barrier. This roar resonated like a fierce beast emerging from the depths of the mountains, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. In an instant, his muscles bulged, each one resembling hardened rock, brimming with explosive strength. A soft, ethereal white light rippled around him, casting him as if a war deity had descended upon the earth. In an instant, he resembled a ferocious white tiger. With a powerful push from his legs, he lunged at Yujichio with astonishing speed. Akin to a cannonball propelled into the air, his robust arms were raised high above his head, and with the whoosh of the rushing wind, he descended upon Yujichio like a colossal mountain. A resounding thud echoed, as if thunder had struck, deafening in its intensity. Yujichio was knocked back 2 steps by this overwhelming force, each step echoing like a heartbeat, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The ground bore the marks of his powerful stride, 2 deep impressions left behind as dust swirled, as if the earth itself trembled in response. Yet, seasoned by experience, he quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening to an ominous shade, as if he were on the verge of tears. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Third soul skill, mysterious water surge." His voice brimmed with fury and indignation, as though he sought to unleash all his pent-up rage. With frenzied gestures, he orchestrated a torrent, each movement imbued with immense authority. A surging wave of water erupted from his hands, resembling a fierce dragon, roaring forth towards Dai Mubai with relentless ferocity. Dai Mubai scoffed inwardly. "Come on, I fear you not." His gaze unwavering, he stood resolute, maintaining his composure in the face of such formidable aggression. Just then, Ma Hongjun shouted, "Watch me." His cherubic face was now marked by determination, his eyes wide and focused. He inhaled deeply, summoning the soul power within him with fervor. He felt a wave of potent energy surging through his body, even more intense than before. As he exerted himself, his skin flushed red, as if ablaze. Then, with a whoosh, a second torrent of phoenix flames erupted from his mouth. This flame was even more fervent and radiant than the last, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. Where the flames reached, the air sizzled, as if on the brink of ignition. Although this fire did not entirely evaporate the tumultuous, mysterious water, it successfully diminished its onslaught, granting Dai Mubai precious moments to react. A glimmer of hope ignited within Dai Mubai as he thought, "What a splendid opportunity." With agility, he swiftly sidestepped, his movements fluid and unencumbered, showcasing his exceptional skills and combat prowess. Ma Hongjun, panting heavily, mused, "Do not underestimate my phoenix flames." However, a series of actions by Yujichio left Tang San deeply perplexed. His brows knitted tightly, nearly pinching a fly, as doubt and confusion danced in his gaze. Deep within, he ruminated. Could he not be a defensive soul master? Yet, the Xiangui martial spirit is supposed to follow a defensive path. Have I misremembered? No, I cannot have been mistaken. Tang San shook his head vigorously, convinced that something was amiss. What could possibly be wrong? Why did his method of attack starkly contrast with that of an ordinary bearer of the Xian turtle martial spirit? The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more he sensed a profound secret lurking beneath the surface, yet he struggled to untangle the threads of confusion. In truth, he was not alone in his bewilderment. Yujichio was equally astonished, his eyes wide and his expression a canvas of disbelief. A tempest raged within him, churning with the realization that despite the vast disparity in soul power levels, Tang San and his companions had managed to create such a multitude of complications for him, far beyond his expectations. Particularly, the chubby fellow named Ma Hongjun sent shivers down Yujichio's spine, had it not been for the boy's relatively low soul power. He might have found it impossible to extinguish his flames, as if he were inherently designed to counteract him. Moreover, the synergy among these 4 was striking. Their every move seemed to resonate in perfect harmony, surpassing the capabilities of Yujichio's own students by leaps and bounds. Clenching his teeth, he resolutely vowed not to lose face before his own pupils, determined to turn the tide of the situation. With that thought, his gaze sharpened, and he formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power. He resolved to no longer underestimate these young opponents, intent on confronting this battle with utmost seriousness. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to utilize his third soul skill, Tang Xin placed his hand upon the 24 bridges under the moonlight, his fingers brushing against the concealed weapon, poised to retrieve it at a critical moment. When Zhao Wuji's thunderous voice erupted like a clap of thunder in their ears, "What are you all doing out here at this late hour? You should be resting. Tomorrow we must venture into the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his soul ring." The unexpected reprimand startled both Dai Mubai and Tang San, freezing their movements. Dai Mubai stood there, a picture of embarrassment, while Tang San quickly withdrew his hand from the 24 bridges under the moonlight, silently grateful that he had not actually drawn the concealed weapon. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, the others emerged from the shadows, their faces reflecting astonishment. They realized they had been discovered, and trouble was surely on the horizon. After all, gathering clandestinely at such a late hour could not bode well. A wave of unease swept through them, uncertainty looming over what consequences awaited, especially for Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had initially intended to support their plump friend. The plan now seemed destined for failure. However, having been caught, they could only brace themselves for the inevitable. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and approached Zhao Wuji. Tang Xin followed closely behind, his face inscrutable as he contemplated how to navigate the impending situation. As they drew nearer, Zhao Wuji's imposing figure became increasingly visible, his serious gaze piercing through the crowd, radiating an intensity that made it difficult to meet his eyes. Zhao Wuji's intervention ignited Yi Zhiqiu's fury like a powder keg, his anger blazing fiercely. He sprang forth like a triggered spring, propelled by an incredible velocity that stirred up a tempestuous gust. His face flushed crimson in an instant, a visage of fury reminiscent of the ominous clouds preceding a fierce storm, dark and foreboding. With a voice that thundered like a tempest, he bellowed, "Are you the leader of this Shrek Academy? That chubby boy from your institution just harassed a female student from Songhui Academy, while that fellow named Dai Mubai insulted my academy. How do you propose we resolve this?" His voice quivered with profound rage, as if each syllable was forcibly extracted from his clenched teeth, infused with an intense ire. His eyes bulged with fury, as if their very orbs might leap from their sockets, radiating a seething wrath that felt almost tangible. Yi Zhiqiu's chest heaved like a volcano on the verge of eruption, each breath seemingly drawing in the very air around him. His visage was a canvas of fury and indignation, his gaze betraying an uncontrollable hatred. Clenching his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, as if to channel his discontent through this physical manifestation. Today, Shrek Academy must provide me with a satisfactory explanation, otherwise I shall not relent. Yi Zhiqiu seethed inwardly, the resonance of his thoughts reverberating like a thunderclap in his mind. He felt his dignity severely wounded as a soul king. To be so disdainfully belittled and insulted ignited an inferno of rage within him, compelling him to confront his adversary without delay. Zhao Wuji emanated a radiant aura, his 7 soul rings emerging sequentially. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The resplendent glow was particularly striking against the night backdrop. With an air of authority, he strode confidently towards Yi Zhiqiu, each step imbued with an overwhelming force that caused the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Upon reaching Yi Zhiqiu, Zhao Wuji looked down upon him with a frigid demeanor and coldly inquired, "What sort of explanation do you seek?" No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a formidable wave of soul power, a torrent surging forth like a colossal wave, overwhelming Yi Zhiqiu. Zhao Wuji silently scoffed, "Daring to behave insolently before me, you ought to consider your own weight." Yi Zhiqiu felt an invisible yet immense pressure bearing down upon him, nearly rendering him breathless, his legs involuntarily quaking. Chapter 46. The battle concludes. Yi Zhiqiu was engulfed by an immense and formidable force, akin to a colossal mountain pressing upon him, causing his breath to falter. It felt as though an unseen giant's hand was tightly gripping his throat, nearly suffocating him. His complexion swiftly paled to a ghostly white, devoid of any color. Nevertheless, despite this overwhelming pressure, Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth, steadfastly enduring the discomfort in his body and the fear in his heart, striving to maintain his composure. With great difficulty, he raised his hands, preparing to summon his Xin Gui martial soul. As he executed the gesture, a mysterious radiance surged from within him, gradually coalescing into the form of a colossal tortoise. Immediately, 5 resplendent soul rings gradually materialized around him, emanating a dazzling radiance. Witnessing this scene, Yi Zhiqiu's heart sank, an ominous premonition surging within him. He silently lamented, thinking, "It's over. I've encountered a formidable trouble. The opponent is a soul sage, a power far beyond my own." Yet, he was unwilling to succumb so easily. How could he retreat in such a dejected manner? Clenching his teeth, he steeled himself, determined to reason with Zhao Wujie. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "Esteemed soul sage, do you not adhere to reason? This is indeed a mistake on the part of your Shrek Academy." However, despite his efforts to control his emotions, a slight tremor betrayed his underlying fear and unease. He struggled to maintain a facade of calm, yet the faint quiver in his voice revealed his inner turmoil. Encouraging himself inwardly, he thought, "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I cannot be intimidated. I must persist and argue my case." Upon hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words, Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a slight smirk, a look of disdain gracing his features. He opened his mouth, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth that gleamed under the moonlight. Then, he let out a deep, mocking laugh, filled with contempt and derision. In a haughty tone, he remarked, "Reason? Ha! Do you not understand that in the world of soul masters, strength is everything? Only the powerful are entitled to speak of reason. Therefore, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall gladly entertain this so-called reasoning." Before his words had fully faded, Zhao Wujie showed no hesitation, swiftly raising his arm, as robust as a tree trunk. Veins bulged from his muscular arm, taut with latent power. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and with a gust of wind, he unleashed a crushing slap towards Yi Zhiqiu. A blow so forceful it seemed intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Inwardly, Zhao Wujie scoffed. "Humph, do you think you can reason with me? Truly overestimating yourself. Today, you shall learn what true disparity in strength means." Yi Zhiqiu, now thoroughly provoked by Zhao Wujie's unreasonable demeanor, felt as though a volcano was about to erupt within his chest, the flames of fury threatening to engulf him. He thought defiantly, "Humph. So what if you are a soul sage? I shall fight back and show you that I, Yi Zhiqiu, am not easily bullied." Clenching his jaw so tightly that the muscles on his cheeks bulged, his eyes widened, nearly popping out, with the corners reddening from the intensity of his exertion. His gaze was filled with fury and defiance, as if he intended to devour Zhao Wujie whole. "Xian Shui Bing Feng," Yi Zhiqiu roared, unleashing his third soul skill. Xian Shui Bing Feng with all his might. A chilling aura erupted from him, instantly freezing the surrounding air into ice. Countless sharp ice blades descended upon Zhao Wujie like a torrential rain, each glimmering with a chilling light and carrying an unbearable coldness. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu harbored but a singular thought. He must ensure that Zhao Wujie, the soul saint, suffers a significant loss, even if only slightly. To impress upon him that he is not a mere soft persimmon to be easily squeezed, he sought to demonstrate to all that he, Yi Zhiqiu, was a person of dignity and grit, unwilling to allow anyone to trample upon his honor. Alas, reality often diverges from one's desires. The one who suffered was not Zhao Wujie, but rather Yi Zhiqiu himself. Zhao Wujie's palm, imbued with an unmatched force, surged forth like a tidal wave, a power seemingly capable of obliterating all in its path. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Zhao Wujie's strength could be so formidable, the might of that strike far exceeding his imagination. With effortless ease, it shattered the defensive shell upon which Yi Zhiqiu relied, reducing it to countless fragments that scattered in all directions. At the moment the shell was destroyed, a powerful recoil surged through Yi Zhiqiu's body, compelling him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, Zhao Wujie, as if swatting a fly, effortlessly sent Yi Zhiqiu hurtling several meters away. In midair, Yi Zhiqiu was utterly defenseless, akin to a kite severed from its string, completely devoid of control. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon impact, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and with a sudden gasp, he expelled another mouthful of blood, which arced through the air before splattering onto the ground, a sight both alarming and vivid. His complexion instantly turned ashen, devoid of color, resembling a lifeless sheet of paper. At that moment, his body felt as though it had disassembled, engulfed in excruciating pain. Every joint, every muscle, felt as if they had been ruthlessly hammered, a sensation both aching and numbing. Particularly in his chest, a sharp, piercing pain radiated, rendering him nearly breathless. His mind swirled in chaos, a cacophony echoing as if a swarm of bees buzzed within. His vision began to blur, the surrounding scenery obscured by a veil of mist, making it difficult for him to discern direction. He struggled to rise, yet his body refused to obey, each movement accompanied by fresh waves of pain and discomfort. He could only lie there, gasping for air, striving to quell the rising tide of fear and unease within. It felt as though his very organs had been displaced. The intense agony akin to countless daggers thrashing within, causing his vision to darken, nearly leading him to lose consciousness. Only then did the members of Songhui Academy rouse from their stupor, hurriedly rushing to his side to assist him. Their faces were etched with panic and concern, continuously calling out his name. "Teacher Yi, are you all right? Are you injured? Hang in there, Teacher Yi. We will take you for treatment immediately." Yet, Yi Zhiqiu lay quietly on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his pallor reminiscent of paper, as though he had lost consciousness. The hearts of the crowd sank to a profound low, as they were at a loss on how to confront the unfolding situation. Zhao Wujie, noticing this, strode over with an air of arrogant confidence. He held his head high, gazing down at Yi Zhiqiu with a condescending glare. A smirk of derision gracing his lips as he disdainfully inquired, "Do you still wish to reason?" With great difficulty, Yi Zhiqiu lifted his head, supported by those around him, his heart brimming with anger and resentment upon witnessing Zhao Wujie's brazen demeanor. His lips trembled slightly, yearning to articulate something, yet ultimately, no sound escaped his mouth. Despair and helplessness shone in his eyes, as if all hope had shattered in that very moment. At this juncture, he lacked the strength to resist, merely gasping for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt his life slipping away, yet he remained powerless to halt it. He understood that he had lost this battle, and quite miserably at that. However, he bore no regrets, for he recognized that this was the only path to safeguard his students. Chapter 47. Reflections post-battle. After hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu shook his head vigorously like a clapper drum, repeatedly murmuring, "I dare not, I dare not." His voice was fragile, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, tinged with an unmistakable fear, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Yet within, resentment festered. He silently vowed, "I, Yi Zhiqiu, shall remember this debt. One day, I will ensure that Shrek Academy pays for this humiliation, which I shall return doubly." Thus, Yi Zhiqiu, amidst the throng of Songhui Academy supporters, turned away in disgrace. His steps were unsteady, his form swaying, exuding a sense of utter defeat. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie remained oblivious to the venomous glare Yi Zhiqiu cast toward Shrek Academy as he departed, a look that seemed capable of inflicting harm, as if to declare, "I shall not rest until I avenge this insult." Yi Zhiqiu's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, the overwhelming hatred seemingly poised to engulf Shrek Academy entirely. He silently vowed to seize an opportunity for revenge, to allow them to taste the bitterness of humiliation. Zhao Wujie's countenance was dark as ink, the furrows on his brow tightly knit together, resembling a profound chasm. He strode forward with fury, leading the others toward the hotel. His broad, sturdy chest heaved as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Each step he took radiated power, as if the very ground beneath him trembled in response to his wrath. His strides were so expansive that the others had to jog to keep pace with him. Simultaneously, his voice thundered like a storm, causing the surrounding air to quiver slightly. His bellowing echoed down the street, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, sending ripples cascading outward. "Mu Bai, you have truly brought me shame. Upon our return, I shall rigorously train you." His roar was imbued with anger and disappointment, sending a chill through those who heard it. His gaze was fierce and penetrating, akin to that of an enraged beast. His eyes betrayed an extreme dissatisfaction with Dai Mu Bai and the others, as if he intended to devour them whole. He bellowed furiously, brandishing his robust arms, as if such an expression of rage was the only means to liberate his pent-up emotions. At that moment, Zhao Wujie silently mused, "Humph. These youngsters possess commendable strength yet remain utterly oblivious to their limits. If they do not engage in diligent training, who knows what calamities they may unleash in the future." His gaze swept over Tang San and the others, and his fury began to subside somewhat. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. They conveyed unspoken thoughts through their silent communication. Dai Bai curled his lips in disdain, inwardly grumbling, "Humph. Can we truly be blamed for this? After all, our opponent is a soul king, while we are merely soul masters and soul sovereigns of the second and third tiers." Yet, despite these thoughts, he dared not voice his dissent, suppressing his dissatisfaction within. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow lightly, contemplating, "Teacher Zhao is indeed strict, but it is for our own good." She gently bit her lip, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue. And when Zhao Wujie was not paying attention, she mischievously made a face at Tang San, as if to say, "Look at teacher Zhao's fearsome demeanor." Oscar raked his fingers through his hair, his face adorned with a bittersweet smile, inwardly lamenting, "What a stroke of bad luck. Returning to the academy will surely bring punishment." Ning Rongrong pressed her lips together tightly, remaining silent, yet her mind pondered. Although teacher Zhao is stern, he genuinely wishes for us to grow stronger. However, Tang San held a differing opinion. He contemplated inwardly, Once I retrieve the concealed crossbow from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and meticulously coat the bolts with poison, their potency will undoubtedly catch my enemies off guard. Or, I could utilize the dragon whisker needle that previously injured Zhao Wujie. Its small yet exceedingly sharp nature guarantees a fatal strike. Not only can I contend with someone of Yi Zhiqiu's caliber, but even against more formidable foes. I am confident in my exquisite manipulation of hidden weapons and my unexpected methods of attack to defeat or even slay them. Tang San understood that the true power of hidden weapons lies in their element of surprise. They must be employed at critical moments for maximum effect. Thus, he refrained from hastily showcasing his strength, opting instead for a more discreet approach. He also contemplated how to better utilize hidden weapons to address the myriad of potential challenges that may arise in the future. Despite his inner confidence, Tang San's expression remained placid, revealing none of his thoughts. He was acutely aware that this was not the time to flaunt his abilities. He must learn to conceal his trump cards, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash their full impact. After all, in this world, the true powerhouses often remain hidden from view. Nevertheless, they all understood that this was Zhao Wujie's distinctive way of protecting them. On the surface, it may seem like reproach. Yet it is a profound expression of care and higher expectations for their growth. They are acutely aware that Zhao Waoqi aims to cultivate them through such trials, guiding them to gradually evolve into truly formidable soul masters. Zhao Waoqi, seemingly still harboring his inner turmoil, had his chest heaving violently, and the flames of fury blazed in his eyes, as if seeking to consume everything before him. He then bellowed, "You must remember. The 7 of you are a single entity." Each word seemed to be forcefully extracted from between his clenched teeth, imbued with sternness and urgency. As Zhao Waoqi's voice resonated, the surrounding air appeared to solidify, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. His gaze was piercing, fixating intently on the 7 individuals before him, as if striving to penetrate their very souls to discern their innermost thoughts. With your talents, each of you is truly exceptional. If you can harmonize your efforts and direct your hearts and strength towards a common goal, overcoming formidable challenges will not be insurmountable, Zhao Waoqi articulated, punctuating his words with vigorous gestures of his robust arms, amplifying the intensity of his message. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and encouragement, hoping that these 7 students would grasp the significance of teamwork. "Do take heed. Cease your frivolities and squander not your innate gifts." His voice echoed through the silent streets, startling a few birds perched on nearby branches. A flicker of helplessness and disappointment crossed his face, yet his expression was predominantly one of hope for his students. He aspired that this lesson would illuminate their shortcomings, enabling them to better harness their potential. At that moment, Zhao Waoqi internally lamented, "These children possess commendable talents, yet they remain woefully youthful." He shook his head slightly, a trace of concern glimmering in his eyes. In his view, while these young individuals were remarkably gifted, they lacked a profound comprehension and practical experience of teamwork. He understood that only through collaborative efforts could each person's maximum potential be realized, achieving greater accomplishments. Unfortunately, these children seemed oblivious to this fact, still overly reliant on individual prowess. Chapter 48. Interception 1. Upon hearing Zhao Waoqi's reprimand, Tang San and the others dared not be negligent, promptly responding in unison, "Understood, Teacher Zhao." Tang San reflected inwardly. Although Teacher Zhao is strict, his intentions are undoubtedly for the betterment of the entire team. After this battle, I have come to a profound realization of the importance of teamwork. In the future, we must place greater emphasis on collaboration, fully leveraging each team member's strengths to secure more significant victories in combat. With this thought, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement of Teacher Zhao's teachings. Dai Mubai was also stirred by the moment. He silently vowed that upon returning to the academy, he would intensify his training to enhance his strength, ensuring he would no longer incite such anger in Teacher Zhao. Simultaneously, he resolved to learn how to better synergize with his teammates to collectively confront various challenges. Xiao Wu, however, appeared somewhat indifferent, muttering, Oh, I know. I'll pay attention from now on. Yet, deep within her heart, she comprehended the sincere intentions of teacher Zhao, though she was reluctant to acknowledge it verbally. Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong also engaged in silent introspection regarding their own shortcomings. They were acutely aware that to become exceptional soul masters, it was imperative not only to enhance their individual prowess but also to learn the art of collaboration and mutual progress. Meanwhile, the onlookers cast envious glances in their direction. Their eyes filled with admiration and yearning as they beheld Tang San and his companions. Whispers floated through the air. Look at them, so young yet so accomplished. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, to receive instruction from teacher Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, their future is undoubtedly bright. Others marveled. Is this what students of Shrek Academy are like? Truly remarkable. These remarks reached Tang San and his friends, instilling within them an overwhelming sense of pride. Under the weight of such attention, they quickened their pace and returned to the hotel. Tang San, leading the way, felt a tumult of emotions. Exhilarated by the day's experiences yet burdened by the challenges that lay ahead. The others followed, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. The next morning, as dawn broke with a faint light and a few scattered stars lingered in the sky, the world seemed to remain ensconced in slumber. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's booming voice resounded like thunder. Get up. Stop dawdling. He pounded vehemently on the door, the forceful knocks reverberating through the frame, and shouted with a fervor that made the veins in his neck stand out. Hurry up. Has everyone fallen into a deep sleep? Zhao Wujia bellowed, contemplating that these youngsters needed a firm hand to rouse them. His knocking and shouting pierced the serene morning silence like a jarring storm. Each knock challenging the limits of human hearing, impossible to ignore. His vocalization surged like a torrent, striving to awaken those still ensconced in dreams. Standing in the corridor, Zhao Wujie continued his relentless assault on the door while calling out loudly, a look of urgency etched on his face. He understood the time was of the essence. Every second counted. Through this method, he aspired to awaken all the trainees swiftly, preparing them for the day's rigorous training. Thanks to Zhao Wujie's efforts, the occupants of the rooms gradually stirred from their slumber. Some rubbed their bleary eyes, others expressed their annoyance, yet everyone hastily donned their clothing and gathered their belongings, readying themselves for departure. Get up. You have 1 minute to dress and assemble downstairs. Anyone who is late will face punishment. Zhao's voice thundered through the corridor, startling the birds resting on nearby branches into flight. The suddenness of his shout jolted everyone awake, their eyes still heavy with sleep. Mine's foggy. Daimubai rubbed his eyes, muttering, this teacher Zhao is far too fierce. Xiaowu stifled a yawn, stretching her arms wide, reluctantly rising from her bed, grumbling internally about her insufficient slumber. Oscar, groggy, sat up, ruffling his tousled hair and muttering, this early morning truly offers no respite. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, battling drowsiness as she hastily arranged her attire. Ning Rongrong wore a look of helplessness, taking her time to put on her shoes. In contrast, Tang Sin swiftly shook off his sleepiness, promptly tidying his bedding. After finishing their breakfast, the sun gradually ascended from the east, its warm rays dispelling the morning chill. Golden light bathed the earth, adorning all things with a shimmering gilded edge. Subsequently, after settling their accounts, Tang San and his companions embarked on their journey to the Douluo forest alongside Zhao Wujing. A blend of anticipation and anxiety stirred within Tang San as he pondered the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. He clutched the blue-silver grass in his hand, drawing strength from its essence, quietly bolstering his resolve. Daimubai strode ahead, chest out and steps firm, his gaze exuding confidence and determination, as if declaring war on the lurking dangers. Xiao Wu bounced with energy, her face radiant with excitement, brimming with curiosity for the impending adventure. Meanwhile, Oscar silently prayed for a smooth journey, chewing on a sausage to alleviate his inner tension. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained stoic, her eyes fixed resolutely ahead, prepared to confront any adversity. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She understood the enormity of the task ahead for everyone, yet believed that through unity and cooperation, they could surmount all obstacles. Trailing behind Zhao Wujing, they advanced step by step toward the Douluo forest, their figures gradually receding into the distance. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. Their footsteps echoed in the tranquil forest, infused with a resolute determination. In that moment, they transcended their identities as mere soul masters, transforming into a united force, unwavering in their pursuit. They would face the unknown challenges ahead, embracing the glory and growth that awaited them. Upon hearing the news from the two, Lin Yu's expression instantly shifted to one of acute anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, as he impatiently inquired, "How many days have they been gone?" His voice trembled, reminiscent of leaves drifting in the wind, the subtle quiver betraying his inner turmoil. His gaze burned with fervent urgency, a blazing fire of desperation, while his yearning for answers resembled a bottomless vortex, threatening to engulf him entirely. Lin Yu's heart raced like a small rabbit, thumping wildly in his chest as he quietly pondered, "I must not be away for too long, otherwise I shall miss my chance." His hands instinctively clenched into tight fists, the palms slick with sweat, as if awaiting a life-altering answer. In Chapter 49, Interception 2, one of the onlookers, noticing Lin Yu's anxious demeanor, felt a pang of alarm and quickly responded, "Do not fret, do not fret. They left only a short while ago this morning." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, attempting to soothe Lin Yu's distress. "If you hurry and pursue them, you may yet catch up." His words flowed rapidly, his gaze sincere and full of concerns, as if fearing that Lin Yu might succumb to panic upon hearing this news. At that moment, the man mused internally, "Why is this young man so frenzied? Clearly, those who departed hold great significance for him. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it seems he harbors no ill intentions. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such urgency. It is best to share this information, lest he continue to inquire relentlessly." With this thought in mind, he continued, "They headed north. I cannot say for certain where they are bound." After speaking, he scrutinized Lin Yu's reaction, contemplating whether he had divulged too much. What if this young man had a grievance with those individuals? Would he not be inviting trouble upon himself? However, seeing Lin Yu's earnest and anxious expression, he reassured himself that perhaps he was overthinking. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's mind resembled a high-speed machine, whirring into action with fervor. He swiftly recalled the information from the book regarding Tang San and his companion's endeavor to assist Oscar in acquiring the third soul ring. It was on the second day after their entrance into the Douluo forest that Tang San and his group managed to seize the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent from the snake lady. Shortly after Oscar absorbed the soul ring, Xiaowu was captured by the Titan giant ape. On the third day, Tang San ventured forth alone, consuming the mushroom sausage crafted from Oscar's third soul skill to rescue Xiaowu. Along the way, he achieved a breakthrough in his soul power, reaching level 30, and vanquished a 2,000-year-old face demon spider, obtaining an external soul bone from its remains. Lin Yu repeatedly pondered these crucial details in his mind. His brow furrowed tightly as his thoughts swirled like drifting willow catkins, rapidly untangling the intricate threads of the narrative. He contemplated privately, according to this timeline, they surely had no gains today. Tomorrow would be the pivotal moment. I must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. Lin Yu furrowed his brows tightly, as if his two eyebrows were destined to twist into a braid. He pondered inwardly, this means that today they have yielded no results. And only by tomorrow can Oscar successfully acquire the third soul ring. The day after tomorrow, Tang San will break through to Soul Douluo in order to save Xiaowu, and subsequently slay the man-faced demon spider to obtain the external soul bone. Thus, I have ample time to prepare. With this in mind, I must act with caution and refrain from taking unnecessary risks. His thoughts were as tangled as a mess of threads as he struggled to untangle the complexities within. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to draw in all the surrounding air into his lungs. He endeavored to calm himself, instinctively clenching his fists, his eyes narrowing slightly as he contemplated his next course of action. At this thought, a subtle smile of confidence graced Lin Yu's lips. He gently brushed off the dust from his clothing and respectfully saluted his two elder brothers, bidding farewell with courtesy. "Thank you, esteemed brothers. I have greatly benefited today. Let us converse again another day." With that, he turned and departed, his steps light as he strolled towards the hotel where he was staying. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yu found Luo Mei and smiled as he said, "Sister Luo Mei, we shall head to the Douluo forest early tomorrow. Let us rest early tonight." Luo Mei nodded gently, responding with warmth, "All right, Xiaoyu, I understand." Subsequently, Lin Yu ascended to the second floor, entered his room, and prepared to rest. As night fell, moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mystical glow upon the floor and enhancing the tranquility of the evening. Lying on his bed, Lin Yu closed his eyes, allowing his body and mind to relax thoroughly. However, images of the challenges and unknowns he would face the following day continuously surfaced in his mind. He envisioned himself stepping into the Douluo forest, where thick fog enveloped him and the calls of various soul beasts echoed around. Clenching his fists, he silently urged himself to confront all difficulties with courage. At the same time, he anticipated encountering formidable soul beasts within this mysterious forest, eager to engage in fierce battles. As the night deepened, Lin Yu's thoughts gradually settled, and he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to have already entered that enigmatic forest, engaged in intense combat with soul beasts. His body soared through the air, his weapon shimmering with radiant light, each strike infused with unparalleled power. The soul beasts clawed and lunged, attempting to hinder his advance, yet he remained unafraid, pressing forward fearlessly. In this dreamlike battle, Lin Yu experienced an unprecedented thrill and sense of achievement. He firmly believed that as long as he maintained his courage and determination, no matter the challenges that lay ahead, he could overcome them. The next day, as the eastern sky began to blush with dawn, Luo Mei gently approached Lin Yu's door. She lightly tapped on the door and softly called out, "Lin Yu, it's time to wake up." Her voice was like a gentle stream, soft yet resolute, carrying an irresistible power. It was as if the morning's first ray of sunlight caressed Lin Yu's ear, rousing him from his sweet dreams. Lin Yu, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes upon hearing Luo Mei's call. He mumbled in a slurred voice, "Got it, Sister Luo Mei, I'll get up right away." After uttering those words, he turned over and continued to linger in bed, relishing the last remnants of warmth enveloping him. Outside the door, Luo Mei stood quietly, listening to the sounds within, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood that this little fellow required a bit more time to acclimate to rising early, yet she was confident that he would eventually rise on time. With a gentle nod, she turned and descended the stairs to arrange for the staff to prepare breakfast. Lin Yu lay on the bed, eyes closed, lingering for a few minutes before reluctantly rising. He stretched lazily, stifled a yawn, and felt a deep longing for the warm embrace of his blankets. With a languid gait, he shuffled into the bathroom, completed his morning rituals, and then leisurely donned his attire, preparing to greet the new day. When Lin Yu finally descended the stairs, the sun had only just begun its ascent. Golden rays poured through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor, enveloping the room in a cozy ambience. He noticed that Luo Mei had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him, and he walked directly to the dining table, taking a seat opposite her. The two sat facing each other, indulging in the delightful meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. After breakfast, Lin Yu reclined in his chair, contentedly patting his stomach. The sunlight gradually intensified, with golden beams spilling onto the window frame, reflecting off the glass to create beautiful patches of light upon the walls. All of this signified that a new day had officially commenced. Lin Yu sat upright at the dining table, his gaze filled with a mixture of anticipation and unease. He fixated on the breakfast before him, as if attempting to see through it. Deep within, he silently urged himself that today he must successfully acquire his second soul ring. Luo Mei stood beside him, her gentle yet resolute eyes resting on Lin Yu, seemingly conveying a silent encouragement. "You can certainly achieve this." Lin Yu nodded slightly, as if in acknowledgement of Luo Mei's hopes. He grasped his chopsticks firmly and slowly reached for a morsel on the plate, bringing it to his mouth. Each bite was imbued with strength and courage, mirroring the challenges that lay ahead. Though simple, this breakfast radiated the warmth of home. Every dish had been meticulously prepared by Luo Mei for his taste, each one infused with her care and blessings for him. He savored each bite, absorbing the warmth and strength it offered. Upon finishing his meal, Lin Yu rose, taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes, as if he could hear the call of nature and feel the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheek. Opening his eyes, he gazed out the window, where sunlight bathed the earth in a resplendent glow. In that moment, his heart brimmed with strength and determination, ready to embrace the new challenges ahead. After breakfast, Lin Yu packed his belongings, embarking on the journey to the Douluo forest alongside Luo Mei. Standing by the window, he looked out at the sunlight, his heart a blend of excitement and anxiety. The radiant sun seemed to infuse him with boundless energy. He inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, as if he could scent the forest and hear the melodic songs of the birds. He meticulously organized his pack, each item carefully chosen, filled with a yearning for the unknown and a sense of preparation. He glanced at Luo Mei, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve, sensing her support and encouragement. Together, they would face the unknown challenges and explore this mysterious, perilous world. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, feeling its weight, a catalyst for his journey and a symbol of his pursuit of dreams. His steps were resolute and vigorous, each stride brimming with power and speed. As he moved toward the sunlight, ready to embrace the challenges that awaited. As he departed the room, he glanced back with a smile, one filled with confidence and courage, tinged with anticipation for the future. He understood that no matter what lay ahead, he was thoroughly prepared. Approaching the window once more, he took a deep breath, attuning himself to nature's call. His gaze drifted toward the horizon, the direction of the Douluo forest. He envisioned himself amidst the dense woods, encountering wondrous creatures and experiencing the allure of the natural world. He finished packing, each item reflecting his eagerness for adventure. He was ready to confront difficulties and challenges, poised for new growth and breakthroughs. He believed this journey would become a pivotal experience in his life, one that would render him stronger and more mature. With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. His steps were light yet resolute as he ventured down the path of the unknown. His heart brimmed with hope and passion, ready to venture into that mysterious and enchanting world. Sister Luome, how much farther do we have to the starry forest? Lin Yu inquired weakly, his voice betraying a hint of fatigue and unease. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his collar. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his palm slick with perspiration as his heartbeat quickened, echoing the fear that lurked deep within him. Luome gazed at him, her eyes filled with encouragement and resolve, as if she could sense his tension. In a gentle tone, she replied, "We are close, at our current pace. We shall arrive in just a quarter of an hour." Her voice resonated with confidence and strength, instilling a sense of reassurance. She softly patted Lin Yu's shoulder, offering him a warm smile in an effort to ease his anxiousness. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing thoughts. He reminded himself to trust in Luo Mei's judgment and experience, for they had navigated numerous adventures together. He raised his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the distance, silently vowing to face the impending challenges with courage. As time elapsed, they drew ever closer to the starry forest. The air was infused with a rich aroma of foliage. Birds jubilantly serenaded from the branches, and sunlight cascaded through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. However, this seemingly serene and beautiful forest concealed endless perils. Before long, Lin Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the starry forest. The scenery before them was breathtaking, revealing a verdant sea. The trees stood at least 20 meters tall. It was worth noting that this was merely the periphery of the starry forest, where the trees were so towering and abundant that a proper path was nowhere to be found. Lin Yu and his companions were utterly astonished. The sight before them was nothing short of breathtaking. They began to tread cautiously, mindful of the branches that might trip or scratch them. A mystical and serene aura enveloped the forest, instilling a sense of awe and curiosity within them. Shortly after entering the woods, they noticed the air becoming refreshingly pleasant, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees compared to the outside world. Lin Yu took a deep breath, savoring nature's generous gift. He felt as though his body had become lighter, as if he were harmoniously merging with the forest itself. Luo Mei turned to him, her expression serious. "Xiaoyu, we have now entered the starry forest, a place fraught with dangers far beyond those of the soul-hunting forest. You must stay closely behind me and never fall behind." She gazed at Lin Yu intently, as if endeavoring to impart her knowledge of the starry forest to him. Upon hearing the grave tone in Sister Luome's voice, Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest, a chill ascending from his spine. He immediately recognized the perilous nature of the starry forest. This was no place for jest. He promptly nodded to Luo Mei, saying, "Understood, Sister Luo Mei," his voice tinged with a hint of tension, yet predominantly infused with resolve and determination. Having spoken, Lin Yu heightened his vigilance to the utmost, resembling a startled rabbit. His eyes darted around, meticulously scanning the surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. His ears pricked up like radar, keenly attuned to any potential sounds. He closely trailed behind Luo Mei, not daring to lag even a step, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead him to become lost in this vast and treacherous forest. Lin Yu's heart raced, and his breath quickened. He could feel the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, cascading onto the ground. His hands clenched into tight fists, braced to confront any potential peril that may arise. In this moment, a singular thought dominated his mind: to protect himself and not to disappoint Sister Luo Mei. As time passed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the tense atmosphere. He began to observe his surroundings with heightened acuity, discerning genuine threats from mere ordinary sounds. His footsteps became lighter as he endeavored to move silently, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. However, despite his vigilant efforts, danger lurked everywhere. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached Lin Yu's ears, prompting him to halt. his gaze alertly directed toward the source of the noise. Chapter 51. Interception. Luo Mei. Xiao Yu, what's the matter? She slightly furrowed her crescent-like brows. Her eyes filled with concern. Her voice, akin to a gentle breeze weaving through the woods, flowed softly yet carried an undertone of urgency. As if fearing that Lin Yu might be in danger, she suddenly turned her body, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu's face, her expression imbued with worry and inquiry. Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, it seems there is something over there. Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly, his finger quivering as he pointed towards the thicket ahead. At that moment, the outer region of the starry forest was bathed in sunlight, filtering through the dense foliage and casting a myriad of shimmering spots, akin to countless golden sprites dancing in the air. The atmosphere was thick with moisture, infused with the earthy aroma of soil and the refreshing scent of flora. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound, as if nature were softly crooning a lullaby. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves and dry twigs, while a few industrious insects busily navigated through the debris. Following Lin Yu's pointed direction, Luo Mei's gaze caught a fleeting shadow darting through the underbrush. Her heart raced, and she immediately became alert. Slowly, her martial spirit, the meteor bow, materialized in her hands, glimmering with a chilling light. She whispered to Lin Yu, "Don't be afraid. Stay close behind me." With that, she cautiously advanced, her steps as light as a cheetah's. Lin Yu closely followed Luo Mei, his heart racing and breath quickening. He gripped the sword of time and space tightly, ready to confront any impending danger. As they approached, the shadows in the underbrush became increasingly distinct, revealing a delicate bone rabbit. This was a rabbit of over 20 years, its fur as white as snow, resembling a freshly blossomed cloud, with soft hair shimmering under the sun's gentle rays. Its petite head bore a pair of long ears standing upright, the tips tinged with a faint blush, akin to petals kissed by the evening glow. The ears occasionally quivered, as if acutely attuned to every sound in its surroundings. Its eyes sparkled like two radiant rubies, glimmering with a vigilant light. This brilliance conveyed a sense of alertness and unease in the unfamiliar environment, akin to stars flickering in the night sky, bright and enigmatic. Surrounding its eyes was a subtle ring of dark fur, accentuating the ruby-like gaze. Its small mouth was slightly puckered, revealing two pristine and petite incisors, resembling two translucent pearls. Its limbs were slender and graceful, akin to finely sculpted white jade pillars. The tips of its limbs were adorned with tiny claws, covered by a layer of soft pads, enabling it to move soundlessly. When it alighted on the ground, it resembled a feather drifting softly, making not a single sound. Its tail was round and fluffy, resembling a small, fuzzy pom-pom, gently swaying with its movements, exuding an irresistible charm. Every detail of the delicate bone rabbit radiated a sense of liveliness and cuteness, evoking an instinctive desire to approach, yet its watchful gaze served as a formidable deterrent. Just as Lin Yu was marveling at the rabbit's appearance, it suddenly appeared to be greatly startled, its eyes widening, mouth slightly agape to reveal sharp teeth, and with astonishing speed, it charged towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's previously taut nerves were suddenly jolted, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. His breath became rapid and erratic, his face a canvas of astonishment and dread. A gasp escaped his lips, betraying an undeniable sense of panic. Instinctively, he took a step back, attempting to distance himself from the soft-boned rabbit, yet his legs felt weak and powerless. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. At that moment, Lin Yu's mind was a blank slate, utterly at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation, and a singular thought consumed him, to flee from this place. Yet his body remained unresponsive, seemingly ensnared by fear, unable to move. Luo Mei glanced at him. Her tone relaxed as she reassured Lin Yu, "Little Yu, there's no need to be so tense. It's merely a soft-boned rabbit. We are merely on the outskirts of the starry forest, a place where soul beasts over 5,000 years old rarely appear. Even if a 10,000-year soul beast were to emerge, I could easily handle it. So you needn't be so anxious." She slightly raised her chin, her eyes brimming with confidence, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if everything were well within her control. However, at that very moment, another shadow suddenly darted from the woods, moving with incredible speed, and appeared before them in an instant. Lin Yu focused his gaze and beheld that the shadow before him was none other than the husband of the delicate-boned rabbit he had observed earlier. At that moment, it was glaring at them with fierce intensity, emitting a low growl as if poised to launch an attack at any given moment. Lin Yu felt a sudden tightness in his heart and swiftly cautioned Luo Mei to be on guard. However, Luo Mei merely smiled lightly. seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by the soft bone rabbit. Xiaoyu, do not worry, this soft bone rabbit is merely a millennium soul beast. And I can effortlessly dispose of it, she assured, as a bow materialized in her hand. This bow was none other than her martial soul, the flowing star bow, which shimmered with a chilling light. Upon seeing this, the soft bone rabbit's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, quickly replaced by a surge of anger as it lunged toward Luo Mei with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Yu utterly astonished. With a cold huff, Luo Mei drew the flowing star bow, and an arrow, swift as lightning, was unleashed, striking the soft bone rabbit directly. The creature let out a shriek, its body hurtling back before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Moments later, purple dots of light began to emanate from it, coalescing above into a purple millennium soul ring. Lin Yu gazed at the scene before him, a wave of admiration swelling within his heart. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Luo Mei, realizing that he must exert relentless effort to catch up with her. Thus, he promptly replied, Sister Luo Mei, I understand. A faint tremor lingered in his voice, as if the remnants of being startled by the gentle-boned rabbit had yet to fully dissipate. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, drawing the fresh air around him into his lungs, allowing his inner turmoil to gradually subside. His hands clenched into tight fists, the intensity causing his knuckles to pale slightly, as though he sought to empower himself through this physical manifestation. After a moment, he slowly unclenched his fists, and with their release, the tension within him began to wane. Upon finishing his words, the taut nerves that had gripped him since entering the Douluo forest began to ease. He sensed his shoulders relaxing, his body gradually becoming lighter. Gently rolling his neck, he cast his gaze once more upon the surrounding forest, now imbued with a newfound calmness and poise. Chapter 52. Interception. Luo Mei furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixated on a branch ahead, declaring, Xiaoyu, observe the signs of a broken branch here. Her voice resonated with clarity amidst the tranquil outskirts of the Douluo forest. At this moment, a mysterious aura enveloped the woods, sunlight filtering through layers of foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the ground like a dreamscape. A gentle breeze whispered through, the leaves rustling softly, as if recounting ancient tales. Luo Mei crouched down, meticulously examining the fracture of the branch. Her eyes were keen and focused, as if capable of piercing through all obscurity. She delicately brushed aside the surrounding fallen leaves, her fingers caressing the break with tender precision, as if seeking to uncover a hidden secret. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, merging harmoniously with the natural surroundings. Her expression was grave and earnest, akin to that of an archaeologist engaged in a significant excavation. Wisdom and curiosity sparkled in her eyes, as she appeared to be piecing together the answer to a riddle. Her breathing became steady and profound, resonating with the rhythm of nature. In this serene forest, time seemed to stand still, with only Luo Mei's focused figure moving purposefully in pursuit of the unknown. From the nature of the break, it appeared to have occurred within the past couple of days. Luo Mei's brow furrowed slightly as she squinted at the fractured branch, scrutinizing it closely. Her gaze was piercing, as if she could see everything that had transpired here. You mentioned that the individuals from Shrek Academy entered the Douluo forest yesterday, so this mark was likely left by them. She straightened up, surveying her surroundings, the forest imbued with a mysterious and tranquil ambience. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, like golden threads woven upon the earth. The gentle breeze caressed the leaves, which rustled softly, seemingly whispering the secrets of the forest. Luo Mei raised her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting determination and wisdom as she continued to analyze the situation. If we follow this trail, we are likely to catch up with them. Her voice, steady and resolute, resonates through the tranquil forest, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. Lin Yu, I understand, Sister Luo Mei. Let us hasten our pace and follow closely. My intuition suggests that by trailing behind them, we stand a significant chance of discovering the soul beast I desire. With that said, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes, as if he could already envision the soul beast he yearned for waiting just ahead. Eagerly, he took a step forward, the fallen leaves beneath his feet whispering softly, seemingly cheering him on. Gripping his weapon tightly, he readied himself for any danger that might arise. His heart raced, blood surged through his veins, and his entire being was infused with strength and courage. Observing Lin Yu's excitement, Luo Mei could not help but smile faintly. She sensed the deep-seated longing within him for the soul beast. Nodding in agreement, she joined Lin Yu in following the trail left behind, venturing into the unknown. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its fervent rays upon the earth. Lin Yu and Luo Mei pursued the path marked by others, ultimately arriving beneath a colossal tree. This majestic tree soared into the clouds, standing tall and proud, its foliage sprawling like a vast green parasol, sheltering the ground beneath. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating beams of golden light that illuminated the surroundings, resembling an enchanting dreamscape. The trunk of the great tree was immensely robust, requiring several adults to encircle it hand in hand. Its bark was rugged and thick, adorned with the marks of time, bearing witness to the passage and transformation of ages. Surrounding the great tree, a dense thicket of wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, each vying for attention and exuding enchanting fragrances. Butterflies danced among the blossoms, their wings shimmering with iridescent hues, while bees busily flitted about, gathering nectar. In the distance, the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard, crisp and melodious, akin to a serene symphony. The water cascaded over stones, splashing crystalline droplets, infusing the tranquil forest with a refreshing vitality. Luomei narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing the marks on the tree, her fingers lightly grazing the somewhat coarse bark. She tilted her head slightly, sunlight cascading like golden threads across her face, accentuating her delicate features, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. A flicker of hesitation appeared in her gaze, a moment of indecision hanging between choices. Xiaoyu, observing the marks on the tree. They must have departed only about half an hour ago. Luomei's voice was soft, like a gentle breeze brushing past. Do you think we should pursue them immediately? Or would it be wiser to rest here for a while and have lunch before we continue? Her gaze shifted from the tree to Linyu, her eyes brimming with inquiry. Sunlight danced in her eyes, concealing a multitude of thoughts. She gently bit her lower lip, her slightly furrowed brow revealing her inner turmoil. This forest was serene yet mysterious, and the uncertainty of the path ahead compelled her to weigh her options carefully. The leaves around them rustled softly in the breeze, echoing their concerns about the decision that lay before them. Linyu gazed up at the sky, the scorching sunlight piercing his eyes with a painful intensity. He squinted slightly while reminiscing about the moment Oscar absorbed the soul ring and the appearance of the Titan giant ape. He murmured, Sister Luomei, perhaps we should pause here for a while and regain our strength. After all, we have pursued them all the way from the hotel to this place, and our physical energy is nearly depleted, not to mention our soul power is running low. Should we recklessly continue the chase now? Any confrontation with the enemy could lead to dire consequences. As he spoke, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and his expression reflected profound exhaustion. Linyu slowly sank to the ground, his hands trembling as he retrieved provisions and water from the heart of the stars to distribute to Sister Luomei. When he extended the food towards her, his movements became painfully slow and laborious, as if each minute action drained him of immense energy. Luomei accepted the provisions and water without hesitation, voraciously devouring them in mere moments. She leaned against the tree trunk, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate on replenishing her physical and spiritual strength. Her actions were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitance, with her gaze reflecting a resolute determination. Linyu gazed at Luomei, a sense of admiration swelling within him. He swiftly finished the food in his hands and settled onto the ground, channeling his soul power to allow his body ample rest. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yearning to discover a suitable soul beast to enhance his strength. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, rustling the leaves as if cheering for them. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled shadows that evoked a serene and enchanting ambience. In this tranquil forest, only the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves could be heard, instilling a profound sense of relaxation. Time passed slowly, with both Luomei and Linyu immersed in their respective cultivation. They understood that only by replenishing their physical and soul energy could they continue their pursuit and possess the requisite strength to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 53. Interception 6. Luomei slightly turned her head, her delicate features adorned with a look of concern. Her lips parted gently as she inquired softly, Xiaoyu, have you rested well? If you are ready, we shall continue our chase. Her voice resembled a spring breeze, tender and warm. Linyu blinked his bright eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, his face radiating enthusiasm as he cheerfully responded, I'm well rested, Sister Luomei. Let us continue our pursuit. No sooner had the words left his lips than he surged forward like a bird eager to take flight, swiftly trailing closely behind Luomei. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, intently fixed on the elusive traces ahead, as if fearing they might vanish into thin air. With swift strides, he pursued with unstoppable energy and fervor. Before long, a faint sound echoed from ahead, reminiscent of the Oscar's thousand-year phoenix tail cobra's third soul skill, soaring at the speed of the phoenix tail cobra for a minute. Upon hearing this sound, Luo Mei's demeanor instantly shifted. Her ears perked up as she braced herself. Her expression tightening with concern, her elegant brows knitting together like two crescent moons. She dared not hesitate, quickly turning her head to Lin Yu, her voice tinged with urgency. Xiaoyu, the one speaking ahead must be from the Shrek Academy that you mentioned, correct? Lin Yu's gaze revealed a hint of caution. He instinctively narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice, saying, from the name, it seems they are from Shrek Academy. Sister Luo Mei, be careful not to be discovered. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Luo Mei was taken aback. The tranquility of her heart was suddenly disturbed. She instinctively retorted, Xiaoyu, I believe you have it reversed. It is you who should be cautious and avoid being found out. As she spoke, her face was etched with concern, and her eyes were filled with care for Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled faintly and replied softly, I will be just fine, Sister Luo Mei, do not worry. It seems we have already caught up with Shrek Academy. Lin Yu's expression was grave, his gaze imbued with a resolute determination. He earnestly elucidated, Sister Luo Mei. I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. You must exercise utmost caution, for my martial spirit, the sword of time and space, is endowed with an exceptionally formidable domain, the temporal realm. This domain possesses astonishing capabilities, significantly diminishing my presence, rendering it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to perceive me. Furthermore, it weakens the strength of my foes, manifesting in a marked reduction of their speed, power, and reaction time. In stark contrast, my own abilities are considerably augmented, with enhancements in speed, strength, and reflexes. Remarkably, within this realm, I can teleport at will, instantly arriving at any location of my choosing. Hence, my earnest warning for you to remain vigilant. As Luo Mei absorbed Lin Yu's explanation, her eyes sparkled with awe and admiration, her heart silently marveling at the wonders of this domain. She widened her eyes, seemingly intent on etching every detail into her memory. Just as Luo Mei remained engulfed in her contemplation of the temporal realm, an unusual sound echoed from ahead, reminiscent of some colossal entity drawing near. Her heart raced, an ominous premonition surging within her. Startled, she swiftly turned her gaze forward, only to behold a massive figure violently parting two towering trees. Its imposing presence emerging before the crowd of Shrek Academy. The figure loomed tall and formidable, akin to a moving mountain peak. Its body was shrouded in a thick layer of fur, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Sharp claws extended from its fingertips, emanating a chilling glint. A pair of crimson eyes revealed a cruel and malevolent nature, sending shivers down the spine. With the advent of this colossal figure, the surrounding air grew heavy, oppressive to the point of stifling breath. Suddenly, a gargantuan silhouette slowly materialized from the haze, intruding upon the collective gaze of the onlookers. This figure bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla, yet its size was so immense that it left spectators utterly astounded. An approximate estimation placed its height at a staggering 15 meters, resembling a towering hillock. Lin Yu noticed that Luo Mei was staring intently in a particular direction. Her lips pressed tightly together, uttering not a single sound. An unsettling sense of foreboding surged within him, an ineffable fear enveloping his being. With a heart laden with apprehension, he nervously followed her gaze. In an instant, a chill coursed through him, as he gasped in shock at the sight before him. The figure that bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla was none other than the sovereign of the Douluo forest. The king of the forest, a titan ape with a cultivation of 100,000 years. This colossal being stood there, emanating an aura of immense power and authority, as if the very world quaked beneath its presence. It is important to note that the titan ape is a transcendent entity among soul beasts, a paragon of dominance. Its size was incomprehensible, akin to a moving mountain, each step reverberating through the earth. Its strength was astonishing, capable of effortlessly rending mountains apart and obliterating any obstacles in its path. In the realm of soul beasts, the titan ape reigned supreme, a monarch that left others merely gazing in awe at its majesty. It was indeed an extraordinary existence, capable of contending with ordinary soul beasts of 10,000 years of age, despite its mere century of existence. Such a staggering disparity in power is hard to fathom, and it is not uncommon for people to marvel at its innate talents and formidable strength. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to wield soul techniques with remarkable prowess, showcasing dazzling and potent skills that countless soul masters could only dream of but find unattainable. Most terrifying of all was its unparalleled strength, seemingly capable of cleaving mountains and shattering all barriers before it. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a tempest that swept past, leaving no trace of its shadow. The ferocity of its attacks was chilling, each strike imbued with the force to annihilate. Its defenses were equally remarkable, as if clad in indestructible armor, rendering it impervious to substantial harm from any assault. There were virtually no discernible flaws. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a perfect hexagonal warrior. It is precisely because of its awe-inspiring power that countless soul masters coveted, longing to hunt it down and absorb the precious soul ring it produces. After all, possessing the soul ring of a Titan ape undoubtedly symbolizes the highest honor and strength within the soul master realm. However, it is regrettable that, to date, no one has succeeded in fulfilling this aspiration. Yet, there was one exception. It is said that only one individual has ever successfully hunted a Titan ape. Who is this person? By what strength and courage did they accomplish such a formidable feat? At this moment, Luo Mei was engulfed in confusion, her brow furrowed tightly, her mind entangled like a ball of yarn. As she warily observed the Titan ape before her, she pondered internally. How could this Titan ape appear here? Logically, they should inhabit the core region of the Douluo forest, not be found on the outskirts. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Her gaze was filled with confusion and unease as the enigmas in her heart multiplied. Had the ecological balance of the Douluo forest been disrupted? Or was there some unforeseen event that had driven these formidable spirit beasts from their habitats? This question echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her in a state of agitation. Meanwhile, Linyu, standing nearby, was fully aware of the situation. He understood that the Titan great ape had ventured from the core of the Douluo forest to the outskirts due to its keen sense of smell, which had detected the scent of Xiaowu, who had transformed from a 100,000-year spirit beast, the soft-bone rabbit, into a human form. Even in her new guise, she still emanated a distinctive aura. The Titan great ape had tracked her trail with its acute olfactory senses, journeying from the heart of the forest to the periphery. However, Linyu could not divulge this truth to Luo Mei, for he wished to shield her from the impending danger. He was acutely aware that the matter was far too intricate, entangled with numerous secrets and perils. Should Luo Mei discover Xiaowu's true identity, not only would Xiaowu face immense threats, but Luo Mei herself could also become embroiled in the turmoil. Thus, Linyu chose to safeguard this secret, ensuring no one learned of Xiaowu's existence. I cannot tell Sister Luo Mei. This matter is too complicated. I cannot allow her to fall into danger. Linyu pondered silently, a flicker of determination and concern in his eyes. He understood the necessity of protecting himself while ensuring Luo Mei's safety. In the face of such formidable adversaries, he needed to remain calm and devise a strategy. Observing Luo Mei, who was still stunned by the appearance of the Titan great ape, standing as if ensnared by a spell, Linyu's brow furrowed deeply, anxiety coursing through him. Sister Luo Mei is in grave danger. His feet quickened, propelling him like the wind towards her, enveloping her within his protective domain. At that moment, Luo Mei's mind was in disarray, her body completely devoid of response. It was not until she suddenly sensed a strange yet gentle force, akin to a delicate veil, softly draping over her, that she experienced an indescribable sensation, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Instinctively, she turned her head sharply, only to find Linyu approaching with a grave expression, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, hastily encasing her within his protective sphere. The emergence of this power instilled an inexplicable sense of safety within Luo Mei. She gazed at Linyu, her eyes brimming with gratitude and reliance. Linyu noticed that Luo Mei had finally reacted, and he hurriedly lowered his voice, speaking urgently, yet soothingly. Sister Luo Mei, rest assured, as long as we do not create too much commotion, we shall remain undetected under the veil of my domain. Upon hearing this, the anxiety that had been lodged in Luo Mei's throat finally subsided with a palpable thud. Yet she soon began to fret about the safety of both herself and Linyu. After all, they were confronting a formidable entity like the Titan giant ape, where even the slightest disturbance could attract its attention, although she was aware that Linyu's domain could obscure their presence. The thought of such a powerful adversary still filled her with trepidation. She inwardly expressed her gratitude. Thank goodness for Xiaoyu's domain. However, the mere thought of facing the Titan giant ape reignited her worries. After all, it was the king of the forest for 100,000 years. If it were an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, she would be confident in her ability to ensure Linyu's safety, even if she could not defeat it. Yet the Titan giant ape was no ordinary soul beast. It was the sovereign among them. Before it, she lacked the certainty of escaping its formidable claws. A moment's misstep could lead to an irreversible demise. Luo Mei's heart was filled with contradictions and turmoil. On one hand, she yearned to protect Linyu. On the other, she was acutely aware of her limited strength, which rendered her incapable of contending with the Titan giant ape. In such circumstances, She could only hope that Lin Yu's domain would prove effective in keeping them concealed. Simultaneously, she was incessantly contemplating strategies for what to do if they were discovered. In that case, she would have no choice but to fight with all her might to secure an opportunity for Lin Yu to escape. Lin Yu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Sister Luo Mei's mind. At that moment, he was intently focused on the direction of Tang San and the others. Zhao Wujia appeared anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan, flailing his arms in a frantic attempt to communicate with the Titan Great Ape. However, before long, his expression turned exceedingly grim, as if the sky had been shrouded in dark clouds, heavy and oppressive. At that moment, 7 resplendent soul rings suddenly materialized around him, radiating brilliance. He inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and simultaneously activated the dazzling light of his first, second, third, and fifth soul rings. Under the immense pressure exerted by the Titan Great Ape, he unleashed 4 soul skills in a single bound, charging fiercely towards the Titan Great Ape while shouting, "Tang San, you all must flee. I will hold them off." Yet, Tang San and his companions did not heed his advice to retreat. Instead, they stood resolute, preparing to face the Titan Great Ape alongside Zhao Wujia. Daimubai, his jaw clenched tightly, exuded an air of determination as he invoked his most potent third soul skill, the White Tiger Vajra transformation. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. All gazes were fixed upon Daimubai, who was expected to deliver an astonishing display of strength. Meanwhile, Daimubai felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Confronted with the formidable Titan Great Ape, he knew he must exert every ounce of his power, lest the consequences be dire. Before the eyes of all, Daimubai's physique, once enhanced by his martial spirit, began to swell dramatically yet again. His muscles, defined and brimming with strength, pulsated rhythmically with each breath, emanating an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Simultaneously, a layer of golden luminescence enveloped his skin, rendering him as if sculpted from gold. His eyes transformed into a striking golden hue, glinting with a fierce intensity. In that instant, Daimubai seemed to metamorphose into a ferocious white tiger, poised to engage in a life-and-death struggle with his adversary. With the completion of his transformation, his garments were instantly shredded, cascading into fragments that fluttered away. His physique stood fully exposed to the air, showcasing his robust, well-defined muscles, as solid as steel and brimming with untold power. With a thunderous roar akin to that of a tiger, Daimubai surged forth like a cannonball, launching himself toward the Titan Great Ape's forelimb. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's petite form trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of retreat. She clenched her silver teeth and let out a spirited cry, as her 7 treasures glazed tower radiated a brilliant light, expanding in size, accompanied by her melodious voice proclaiming, "The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, the second grants speed," for vibrant beams of light shot forth from the 7 treasures' glazed tower, striking precisely upon Daimubai and Zhao Wujia. Their bodies were instantly enveloped in radiant light, feeling a formidable force continuously surging into them. Zhao Wujia's soul power, originally at the 76th level, seemed to undergo a profound transformation, as if reborn, filled with boundless strength. He clenched his fists tightly, sensing this sudden influx of power. His eyes shimmering with excitement, and an unprecedented confidence surged within him. At this moment, he felt as though he possessed the attacking prowess of an 80-level soul master. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions showed no intention of retreating. Tang San's gaze was resolute as his hands moved swiftly, calling out, "Come forth, blue-silver grass martial soul." In an instant, the blue-silver grass erupted from his palm. He then widened his eyes and shouted, "First soul skill, bind." Utilizing his first soul skill, he directed it towards the Titan Great Ape, silently praying that even a slight restriction on its movement would suffice. Countless strands of blue-silver grass entwined around the Titan Great Ape's remarkably robust body like agile and frenzied serpents. The toxins within the grass eagerly flowed towards the Titan Great Ape, as Tang San hoped to inflict even the slightest harm. His brow furrowed, and his expression tense to the utmost degree. At the same moment Tang San launched his attack, Zhu Shiqing and Xiao Wu darted to either side like lightning. Zhu Shiqing bit her lip, determined to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the colossal beast, resolutely refusing to back down. Her form appeared ghostly, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Xiao Wu's gaze was sharp as a hawk's, fully concentrated on seeking weaknesses, thinking to herself that given the slightest chance, she could make it suffer. Among them, the most cunning was Ma Hongjun, who sported a sly grin, hands on his hips, exclaiming triumphantly, "Behold my might!" Standing in place. With a mischievous smile, he took a deep breath, ready to showcase his prowess. With a low growl, his body began to transform. Flames erupted from his skin, forming a colossal evil fire phoenix. The phoenix's wings unfurled, its blazing flames dancing in the air. After the phoenix possessed him, the two soul rings on Ma Hongjuan's body shone with blinding brilliance. His aura intensified, as if he had merged with the phoenix. Fixing his gaze on the Titan Great Ape, a cold smirk crept across his lips. He opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of phoenix fire as thick as an arm, aimed directly at the Titan Great Ape's vital area. The fire swirled like a dragon, radiating intense heat and formidable energy as it sped toward its target. Ma Hongjun, feeling a sense of satisfaction, thought, regardless of the Titan Great Ape's gender, that spot is undoubtedly critical. Just watch how I subdue you. Suddenly, the Titan Great Ape let out a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens, the sound waves crashing forth like tangible, surging waves. Zhao Waoqi was suddenly thrown like a fragile leaf by the merciless force, crashing heavily to the ground with a loud thud that left him grimacing in pain. The blue-silver grass entwined around the Titan giant ape was abruptly torn apart, scattering in a cacophony of noise. However, the most unfortunate was Ma Hongjun, whose phoenix flames were violently swept back by the shockwave of the Titan giant ape's roar. With a pitiful cry, he found himself scorched and blackened. A few strands of hair singed, as he lamented, "What terrible luck!" A deafening roar reverberated through the air, seemingly capable of shattering eardrums. The Titan giant ape appeared thoroughly enraged, its enormous eyes turning a furious crimson, as if they could spit fire. Its colossal form lunged towards the crowd with an almost imperceptible speed, creating a whirlwind that sent everyone reeling. Each step the Titan giant ape took triggered tremors, raising clouds of dust that obscured its figure. The onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, their hearts racing in their throats. In this moment of dire urgency, the disparity in response among the group became evident. The first to react was Tang San, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk, silently urging himself to think quickly. Years of honing his skills with hidden weapons had sharpened his reflexes, which proved crucial at this moment. In a flash, he dashed forward with astonishing speed, tightly embracing Xiaowu. His muscular arms, taut with latent strength, propelled her upwards with all his might, fervently hoping for her safety as he ensured her escape from the Titan giant ape's terrifying reach. Without hesitation, he launched a swift kick that crackled through the air, striking Ma Hongjun's rear with such force that it seemed capable of shattering boulders, sending him soaring like a featherweight ball. Utilizing the powerful recoil, Tang San gracefully evaded the lethal threat of the Titan giant ape. Despite his swift actions, he could only save two of his companions. In that fleeting moment, Dai Mubai also sprang into action, his expression grave as frost, his eyes filled with determination. His singular thought was to protect Zhu Qing. With lightning speed, he cradled her in his arms with a grip as firm as iron, while his other hand slammed down onto the ground with ferocity, shouting, "Clear the way." The ground erupted with a thunderous crash, forming a deep pit that seemed bottomless. Dai Mubai clasped Zhu Qing tightly and leaped into the chasm without a moment's hesitation, shielding her beneath his broad back upon landing, as if to say, "Fear not, I am here, and I shall ensure you remain unharmed." Chapter 56. The ambush. A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the Titan Great Ape descended to the ground with the weight of a small mountain, causing the very earth to tremble violently. The sudden jolt threw everyone off balance, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. However, just as Dai Mubai had anticipated, those in the pit were spared from any significant harm. Relieved, he thought to himself, "Phew, thankfully this behemoth hasn't noticed us." His taut nerves began to ease. But soon his attention was drawn to Tang San. Tang San's face was painted with despair and rage, tears shimmering in his eyes as he let out a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing roar. "No, Xiaowu." The sound seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the world, laden with boundless sorrow and defiance. A chill gripped Dai Mubai's heart as an ominous premonition washed over him. He turned his gaze towards the direction in which the Titan Great Ape had departed, a profound fear welling up within him. Could it be that the Titan Great Ape had taken Xiaowu? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. And at that moment, Tang San's anguished cry struck each individual's heart like a hammer. In a swift and startling motion, the Titan Great Ape extended its colossal, fearsome hand, effortlessly snatching Xiaowu from the air as if she were but a chick. Its enormous frame loomed like a mountain, exuding an aura of invincibility. Upon witnessing Xiaowu's capture, Tang San's eyes instantly filled with blood, and he became a whirlwind of madness, completely losing his reason. Without a second thought, he charged recklessly toward the Titan great ape, screaming hysterically, "Let her go! You damn beast!" His voice, brimming with fury and despair, evoked sympathy from all who heard it. Simultaneously, Tang San frantically fumbled at his waist, hastily retrieving hidden weapons from the 24-bridge moonlit night, launching them with unyielding determination towards the eyes of the Titan great ape. He resembled a lion, driven mad by the loss of its cub, willing to do anything to ensure mutual destruction with his foe. His movements were swift and fierce, each strike imbued with a resolve to prevail at all costs. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie found himself sprawled helplessly on the ground. Witnessing this scene, his heart sank with alarm. Oh no, this is bad. His brows furrowed deeply as he gritted his teeth and summoned his seventh spirit skill, manifesting his martial spirit. With wide-open eyes filled with fury, he bellowed, "Martial spirit manifest." His voice seemed to pierce the heavens, and in an instant, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from within him, causing his form to swell dramatically, transforming him into a figure of immense stature. Meanwhile, a thick coat of iron-hard brown fur rapidly sprouted from his body, exuding an imposing presence reminiscent of a ferocious, untamed giant bear. At this moment, Zhao Wujie emanated a powerful aura that was almost suffocating. Each of his movements carried an overwhelming force that commanded respect and reverence. Upon completing his transformation, Zhao Wujie boldly advanced with his robust legs, sprinting towards the Titan giant ape like a cannonball, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly and kick up clouds of dust. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the Titan giant ape, fist clenched tightly as he struck with tremendous force. The manifestation of his martial soul had drastically enhanced Zhao Wujie's strength, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power, as if he could measure up to the Titan giant ape itself. However, he was acutely aware of the tremendous burden that the martial soul's true form imposed on him. Each time he invoked this form, his strength would diminish by at least 50%, and this state of weakness would linger for 7 days. Thus, it was rare for soul masters above the rank of soul sage to utilize their seventh soul skill, the martial soul's true form. Yet, confronted with such a formidable adversary, Zhao Wujie had no alternative. He had to summon all his strength to protect Tang San and the others. As Tang San unleashed a flurry of attacks akin to a tempest, the Titan giant ape merely closed its eyes in disdain, its eyelids resembling heavy city gates, effortlessly blocking Tang San's hidden weapons. A series of crisp clinks echoed as the projectile struck the Titan giant ape's eyelids, falling to the ground like mere toys, utterly lacking in threat. At that moment, the Titan giant ape could no longer suppress its voice, exclaiming, "Human, you are far too weak. With such feeble abilities, do you dare to harm me?" Upon finishing its taunt, it opened its eyes, glinting with a cruel light, seemingly mocking Tang San's audacity. Tang San, observing the scattered weapons, felt a weight in his heart, realizing he had encountered an unprecedented foe. Yet, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit ignited. Simultaneously, the Titan giant ape raised its massive palm, creating a howling wind, and with a swift motion, swatted Zhao Wujie away as if he were a mere fly. Zhao Wujie soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a thud, creating a large crater and stirring up a cloud of dust, feeling as though his very bones would shatter. Just as the Titan giant ape prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Wujie, a desperate voice rang out. No, it was Xiao Wu, her voice strained and filled with anguish. Upon hearing her cry, the Titan giant ape froze, its actions suspended in midair. It turned to look at Xiao Wu, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty passing through its eyes as it gazed down at her, whose tears streamed down her cheeks, her expression a poignant mix of pain and despair. The Titan great ape seemed to be affected by Xiao Wu's emotions, its gaze softening as its initial murderous intent gradually dissipated. It let out a low, commanding roar directed at Xiao Wu, as if to convey that everything would eventually be all right. In the blink of an eye, it leapt and vanished into the forest, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the stunned onlookers. They stood there, gazing in shock and fear at the direction in which the Titan great ape had departed. Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujie cried out in anguish and fury, watching his student being taken by the Titan great ape, filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, in that moment, he found himself powerless to pursue the formidable creature. After all, the tremendous force of the Titan great ape's earlier strike had shattered his martial spirit, leaving him in a weakened state, utterly incapable of chasing down the enemy. as Dai Mubai and the others remained immersed in the thrilling battle with the Titan great ape. Silently grateful for their fortunate escape from its terrifying grasp, they noticed Tang Sen slowly approaching Oscar. His steps were heavy and mechanical, his expression devoid of any emotion. His eyes hollow and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. Oscar felt an inexplicable complexity of emotions swell within him as Tang Sen drew nearer. He had intended to offer comforting words in his usual light-hearted tone, but for reasons unknown, the words lodged in his throat, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. Observing Tang San's lifeless face, Oscar felt a pang of helplessness. He recognized that no words could truly alleviate Tang San's inner turmoil at that moment. Therefore, he silently extended a recovery sausage, carefully placing it in Tang San's hand, hoping it would aid in restoring his strength and, in some small measure, provide him with warmth and fortitude. However, Tang San appeared unresponsive to Oscar's goodwill. He simply accepted the sausage in silence, continuing to remain mute. Oscar sighed, his heart heavy with concern and helplessness for Tang San. He understood that this experience had undoubtedly inflicted a profound blow upon him, and it would require time to heal the wounds. Tang San's countenance was so dark it seemed as if it could drip water, his eyes devoid of life, resembling a soulless puppet. Mechanically, he accepted the fragrant recovery sausage from Oscar, without a hint of hesitation or pause. His movements appeared somewhat stiff, as if he had lost his autonomy, driven solely by an unseen force. Without a moment's thought, Tang Sen shoved the recovery sausage into his mouth, chewing it voraciously. His actions were crude and frantic, as if he were desperate to ingest the sausage as quickly as possible. With each swallow, the fragments of the sausage slid down his throat, producing a gurgling sound. Suddenly, Tang San dropped to his knees with a thud, swiftly transitioning to a seated position. Legs crossed. His eyes remained tightly shut, as though he were unwilling to confront the world before him. His brow was furrowed deeply, revealing the turmoil and anguish that resided within his heart. His lashes trembled slightly, seemingly narrating the tumultuous waves of emotion churning inside him. At this moment, Tang San was enduring a tempest within. His feelings surged like crashing waves, relentlessly assaulting the defenses of his spirit. He struggled to suppress these emotions, striving to maintain his composure, yet his body involuntarily reacted, betraying the anxiety and turmoil within. Just then, Zhao Wujie approached, dragging his weary body, seemingly laden with lead. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes bloodshot, lips cracked, and he emanated an overwhelming aura of exhaustion. As he drew near, Zhao Wujie cast a remorseful gaze at Tang San, his voice thick with guilt and regret as he said, "Tang San, please accept my condolences. It is all my fault for being powerless, for failing to stop that accursed Titan giant ape from taking Xiao Wu. Had it not been for my ineptitude, matters would not have escalated to this point. I am truly sorry for being unable to rectify this situation." Upon hearing these words, Tang San's body quivered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold and devoid of compassion, as if all warmth and vitality had been extinguished. With a blank expression, he looked at Oscar and spoke in a tone utterly devoid of emotion, chillingly indifferent. "Xiao Ao, if you still regard me as a brother, then please provide me with some mushroom sausages." This statement resonated like a whisper from the depths of a frozen wasteland, imbued with a profound chill and resoluteness that seemed to solidify the very air around them. His tone was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation, exuding an undeniable authority. Oscar, comprehending Tang San's intentions, widened his eyes in shock, resembling two gleaming bells, and exclaimed with fervor, "Third brother, have you lost your mind? Do you truly intend to pursue that terrifying Titan giant ape alone? Do you realize how perilous this is? It is the king of the forest. Even if you were to catch up, what could you possibly do? With your strength, how could you rescue Xiao Wu from the clutches of a creature of tidal Douluo caliber? Its power and speed exceed our wildest imaginations. This course of action would only lead to your demise." Oscar's voice trembled, as if he could already envision the horrific fate of Tang Sen being reduced to mere pulp by the Titan giant ape. He simply could not fathom why Tang Sen would make such a reckless decision, perceiving it as a path to self-destruction. Tang Sen clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands protruding as if one could hear the blood coursing through his veins. His teeth ground together, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the stillness of the air. Though his voice quavered, the determination within it was undeniable. He fixed his wide eyes upon Oscar, a resolute glimmer igniting within them, and spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "Xiao Ao, I am fully aware of what you are saying. However, You must understand that Xiao Wu is not merely my companion. She is my sister. I once vowed to the heavens that regardless of the cost, I would do everything in my power to protect her. Thus, as long as there remains even the faintest glimmer of hope, no matter how minuscule, I shall never relinquish my resolve. Therefore, dear Oscar, I implore you to assist me. Grant me a few mushroom sausages so that I may hasten to Xiao Wu's side and rescue her. His tone grew increasingly fervent, the madness and determination in his gaze burning like an unquenchable flame. At that moment, his resolve seemed to transcend the boundaries of life and death, casting aside all fear and hesitation into the abyss. In his heart, there was but one thought: to save Xiao Wu at any cost. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Tang San before him, whose eyes were now bloodshot and wide, exuding an intensity that seemed as if they might bleed at any moment. The resolute madness in his gaze sent shivers down Oscar's spine, making his heart feel as if it had been struck with great force, prompting him to silently lament. What shall I do now? With a resigned shake of his head and a deep sigh, Oscar lifted his gaze to Tang San and resolutely declared, very well, for we are brothers. In that case, I shall certainly assist you. With that, Oscar recited his rather comical soul incantation, I possess a mushroom sausage. Though his voice was low, the reluctance was palpable. As he spoke the incantation, a singular mushroom sausage, imbued with an extraordinary aroma, slowly materialized in his hand, which he then extended towards Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San grasped the mushroom sausage and swallowed it whole, becoming the first to partake of its contents. As the sausage settled within him, his body showed no immediate change. However, 6 ethereal wings suddenly manifested behind him. These wings were not corporeal, but rather formed of condensed energy, appearing like phantoms. Tang San vigorously flapped these wings, and an overwhelming buoyancy surged within him, lifting him effortlessly into the sky. He soared above, spiraling once before descending towards the assembled crowd below. When he reached a height of several dozen meters above the ground, he spotted Teacher Zhao, Daimubai, Zhu Xing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong approaching him, their faces etched with urgency and concern, clearly intent on dissuading him from his reckless course of action. Tang San regarded them with a flicker of determination in his eyes and called out loudly, Teacher Zhao, Mubai, Xing, Fatty, Rongrong, do not attempt to dissuade me any longer. My mind is made up. I must seek out Xiao Wu. Even if misfortune has befallen her, even if she is but a lifeless shell, I will bring her back. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, as if he had resolved to confront whatever challenges lay ahead, regardless of their magnitude. The onlookers, witnessing the fervent redness of Tang San's eyes, felt a chill creep into their hearts as the madness and conviction burning within him seemed capable of turning all to ash, instilling a profound sense of dread. They initially intended to persuade him further, yet at that moment, their words seemed to be obstructed by a colossal stone lodged in their throats, rendering them utterly speechless, and they could only silently swallow their concerns. Just then, Ning Rongrong was the first to react. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she declared in a clear and resolute voice, Third brother, since you have made your decision, I shall lend you my support. With that, she swiftly summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower and unhesitatingly activated her second spirit skill. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the tower, soaring through the air like a shooting star, directly toward Tang San. This radiant light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, illuminating the entire battlefield. Tang San felt the formidable power surging from behind him, a slight shock coursing through his heart. He turned to see Ning Rongrong exerting her spirit skill to empower him. Gratefully, he cast a glance at her before accelerating forward. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, Tang San's speed surged to an entirely new level. At that moment, Zhao Wujin was seething with rage, his already dark visage turning a furious crimson. Resembling a pig's liver, with veins bulging on his forehead, embodying a terrifying visage, he glared with wide eyes at Ning Rongrong and Oscar, bellowing with a voice that thundered like a storm, Little Oscar, Rongrong, what are you doing? Do you wish for third brother to rush to his demise? His voice resonated powerfully, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall, as if intimidated by his furious presence. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, with everyone wide-eyed, fearfully regarding Zhao Wujin, apprehensive of any extreme actions he might take. Oscar wore a bitter expression, his heart racing tumultuously, as if he were carrying 15 buckets. Uncertain of how to respond, his voice trembled, tinged with a sob. Teacher Zhao, it is not my intention to lead third brother to his death. But you saw with your own eyes his terrifyingly red eyes and the icy demeanor in which he spoke to me, devoid of any emotion. Even if I do not assist him, I fear he will recklessly pursue his goal like a madman. I truly cannot refuse him. As Oscar spoke, tears welled in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Wujin, filled with helplessness and anxiety. His hands unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of his garment, as if that could alleviate the tension within him. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Ning Rongrong hastily chimed in. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, I share the same sentiment, which is why I chose to support Third Brother. When I saw him in that state, my heart nearly shattered. I simply could not bear to refuse him. Her voice was laden with urgency and helplessness, her complexion pale to the point of alarm, evoking a sense of sympathy. Her gaze reflected profound worry and self-reproach, as though she blamed herself for not being able to do more. Zhao Wujin observed this scene, his brow furrowing deeper, akin to two entangled caterpillars, stirring a sense of irritation within him. He let out a deep sigh, his heart heavy with resignation as he asked, Very well, little Oscar. How much spirit power do you have left? Is it still possible to create a few more mushroom sausages? His gaze revealed a hint of anticipation and urgency, akin to a drowning man grasping desperately for a final lifeline. Oscar's face was marked by guilt as he lowered his head deeply, his voice sinking to a whisper, reminiscent of a mosquito's hum. I am sorry, Teacher Zhao. I have done my utmost. When I crafted that mushroom sausage for Brother San, I exhausted all my soul power. At present, I am unable to produce more. I must first recuperate my soul energy. His tone was saturated with regret and helplessness. Zhao Wujia shook his head in resignation, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh, imbued with profound despair and a sense of powerlessness. Alas, perhaps this is the design of fate. Since Tang San has chosen to seek Xiaowu alone, and we cannot match his pace, we must return to the hotel and await his return. I hope he can successfully rescue Xiaowu from her predicament. Yet, he was acutely aware that if Xiaowu fell into the clutches of the Titan Great Ape, her chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. The most likely outcome would be Tang San returning with her lifeless body. With this thought, a heavy weight settled in his heart, as if pressed by an immense boulder, nearly suffocating him. Having spoken, Zhao Wujia, wearing a countenance of sorrow akin to a frostbitten eggplant, led the remaining few with leaden steps, each footfall a laborious march away from the Star-Dough forest. As he and his companions gradually receded from view, Luo Mei turned her attention to Lin Yu, her expression grave. Indeed, the Titan Great Ape, aged 100,000 years, is terrifyingly formidable. With just a light slap, it not only shattered the true form of the unmoved King Zhao Wujia's martial soul, but also inflicted grievous injury upon him. Had I faced that blow, I too would have fared poorly. Fortunately, with your domain, Xiaoyu, I would have been left with no choice but to fight the Titan Great Ape to the death for a chance to escape. By the way, Xiaoyu, should we pursue Zhao Wujia and his group, or chase after Tang San? As she spoke, a tremor of fear flickered in her eyes, her voice quivering slightly. Clearly, the recent scene had left her profoundly shaken. She had once believed herself adequately powerful, but in the face of a true 100,000-year soul beast, she realized the vast potential for her own growth. The Titan Great Ape's emergence had opened her eyes to what true strength entailed. At this moment, her heart brimmed with a yearning for power, alongside a sense of relief for Lin Yu's protective domain. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Yu's gaze was as steadfast as a rock, and without a hint of hesitation, he declared, Sister Luo Mei, we shall pursue Tang San. My intuition tells me that by following him, I will find the soul beast I seek. His tone was resolute, devoid of any uncertainty, as if he had long since made up his mind. The brilliance in his bright eyes sparkled with confidence and determination, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. It seemed he could already perceive his goal within reach, exuding an aura of unyielding ambition that stirred the hearts of those around him. Luo Mei's expression momentarily tightened before a gentle smile illuminated her face. She nodded softly, responding in a warm yet firm voice, Little Yu, since you have made your decision, let us set forth. Her words were tender and resolute, akin to a spring breeze that brings warmth. Her gaze was filled with unwavering trust and support for Lin Yu, harboring no doubts. She believed in his intuition and was willing to accompany him in the pursuit of their dreams. At the very moment the mushroom effect faded, Tang San had already soared forward for over 3,000 meters. Now, he moved with a ghostly grace, each step taken with a precision that followed the elusive steps of shadows, unwaveringly advancing in the direction indicated by his instincts. He was wholly absorbed in the search for Xiao Wu, completely unaware of Lin Yu and another soul master trailing behind him. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Yet he paid it no mind, fixated solely on the thought of finding Xiao Wu. During this arduous journey, Tang San gradually sensed that his soul power and physical strength were nearly depleted. If he continued in this manner, he would be unable to muster the strength necessary to protect himself when danger arose. With this realization, Tang San's expression sharpened, and he quickly scanned his surroundings for a place to rest. Soon, he spotted a towering tree and rushed towards it, leaning against the trunk while breathing heavily. His chest heaved violently, revealing his extreme fatigue. Yet, he did not allow this to halt his progress. Instead, he deftly retrieved food and water from his storage, consuming them eagerly. Concurrently, he silently urged himself to recover his strength swiftly, aware that he could not afford to linger for too long. As Tang San was regaining his vitality, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, as if something were crawling nearby, accompanied by a subtle hissing noise. Frowning slightly, he cautiously turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, speculating that it might be a soul beast, though he was uncertain of its temperament. Moments later, the grass ahead began to tremble, and a dark shadow emerged, revealing a colossal and grotesque creature before Tang San. It was a human-faced demon spider, enormous in size, measuring a diameter of at least 1.5 meters. Its 8 elongated legs extended beyond 3 meters, each resembling a sharp spear glinting menacingly. Its black exoskeleton was as hard as iron, adorned with eerie patterns that resembled a demonic totem. On its head, a twisted human face flickered in and out of view, bearing an expression of agony and malevolence that sent chills down the spine. 2 immense eyes glimmered with a cruel crimson light, as if capable of discerning every weakness of their prey. Tang San's eyes widened in an instant, his heart tightening. This is bad. He swiftly recognized the creature before him as the nightmarish spider, a small soul beast notorious for devouring life, loathed by all soul beasts. A terrifying and malevolent killer known as the face demon spider. Judging by its size, this was likely a face demon spider over 2,000 years old. At that moment, Lin Yu and her companions, who were following Tang San, also caught sight of the creature. Luo Mei raised an eyebrow, a spark of excitement in her voice as she asked, Shall I step in to help you capture this face demon spider? There was a hint of eagerness and anticipation in her tone, as if she was looking forward to the impending battle. Lin Yu's gaze flickered as he pondered the situation before him. He recognized the formidable prowess of Tang San, yet he was equally aware of his own strength as well as that of Luo Mei. After a brief contemplation, he spoke in a low voice, Sister Luo Mei, do you have the confidence to intercept Tang San at the moment he slays the human-face demon spider? If so, we can wait for them to inflict mutual destruction upon one another before striking, thus reaping the benefits. However, if you are uncertain, we must act now to prevent any unforeseen complications. His expression was grave, his tone somber, and his brow slightly furrowed, as he continuously calculated various possibilities in his mind. Luo Mei's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of pride illuminating her features. With a light-hearted tone, she replied to Xiaoyu, Oh, you underestimate me far too much. You must understand, I am of the Soul Douluo rank, while that fellow is merely an insignificant great soul master. No, perhaps I should not even refer to him as a great soul master anymore, as he has ascended to the 30th level, becoming a quasi-soul sovereign. Yet even so, he remains incapable of stirring any ripples in my presence. Her words exuded a potent blend of confidence and disdain, portraying Tang San as a mere insignificant insect, devoid of any capacity to challenge her. This dismissive attitude rendered her exceedingly arrogant. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, Tang San had already engaged in an intense confrontation with the human-face demon spider. With wide eyes, he bellowed, Blue silver grass, arise. His voice resonated like thunder, deafening all around. In an instant, countless strands of blue silver grass erupted from his palm, resembling a multitude of serpents, swiftly ensnaring the human-face demon spider with lightning speed. These vines constricted tightly around the creature, as if seeking to crush its very bones, endeavoring to firmly restrict its capacity for attack and movement. Simultaneously, Tang San's expression grew solemn as he swiftly retrieved a black box from his waist. This box, entirely obsidian in hue and approximately half a foot in length, was adorned with intricate engravings, and the front bore a row of tightly arranged small apertures, emanating an aura of mystery and lethality. Indeed, it was the Zhuge crossbow, the 4th-ranked concealed weapon of the Tang sect's mechanical arsenal. Taking a deep breath, Tang San gripped the Zhuge crossbow firmly, aiming it directly at the eyes of the human-faced demon spider. Internally, he calculated the distance and angle, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. He understood that only a strike to the creature's vital points would inflict the maximum damage. The human-faced demon spider seemed to sense the impending threat, thrashing desperately to escape the confines of the blue-silver grass. Yet, Tang San's blue-silver grass was remarkably resilient, clinging tenaciously to the creature, rendering it immobile. At that moment, Tang San roared, "Die!" and pulled the trigger. A flurry of swift, piercing sounds erupted as the arrows from the Zhuge crossbow rained down upon the eyes of the human-faced demon spider like a tempest. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching scream, writhing in agony as it was struck in the eye, frantically flailing its 8 long legs in a desperate attempt to break free from its bonds. Chapter 60, Interception 13. Immediately thereafter, a small black hammer adorned with mysterious patterns appeared in Tang San's hand. The hammer appeared weighty, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Upon beholding this formidable tool, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he pondered silently. I wonder if Sister Luomei can recognize this hammer. He turned his head, a smile gracing his face, and with a tone laced with a hint of challenge, addressed Luomei. Sister Luomei, does this hammer seem familiar to you? Luomei narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing the object with care, her mind racing as she contemplated. This hammer, with its intricate patterns and hues, confidently proclaimed, Xiao Yu. Are you testing me? By its design and color, it must be the renowned Haotian hammer, the premier weapon spirit of the continent. Am I correct? Her voice resonated with assurance and conviction, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of intelligence. Lin Yu gently nodded, a hint of an appreciative smile gracing his lips. Sister Luomei truly possesses extensive knowledge and insight. Lin Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Luomei, his voice tinged with urgency, seemingly brimming with anticipation. He pondered inwardly, could it be that Sister Luomei might uncover the crux of the problem through this lead? Luomei furrowed her brow, her eyes shimmering with contemplative light as she meticulously recalled every detail that Lin Yu had mentioned. She spoke softly. Xiao Yu, you once mentioned that his surname is Tang, and his martial soul is the Haotian hammer, which aligns with his age. Could it be that he is the son of the youngest titled Douluo, the Haotian Douluo, renowned across the continent? Her voice quivered slightly, as if swept by a chilling breeze, fragile and unstable like a flickering candle in the wind. Lin Yu, Sister Luomei, your guess is indeed correct. He is Tang San, the son of the Haotian Douluo. Lin Yu's countenance remained largely impassive, his tone as tranquil as a windless lake. Yet the subtle flicker in his gaze betrayed a hint of inner turmoil. Luomei, Xiao Yu, since you are aware that he is the son of the Haotian Douluo, who murdered our former pope, why do you not report this to the pope? It is important to note that the bounty issued by the Spirit Hall is quite substantial. Luomei's voice brimmed with confusion and urgency as she widened her eyes, fixating intently on Lin Yu, as if seeking answers within his expression. Her hands involuntarily clenched into fists, revealing her profound anxiety over the matter. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu slowly began to speak. I am indeed aware of the substantial rewards offered by the Wuhuan Hall's wanted notice, yet I have my own considerations. His voice carried a hint of both resignation and determination, stirring a sense of empathy in those who listened. Luomei furrowed her brow and asked urgently, what considerations could you possibly have? Do you not realize how rare this opportunity is? If you capture Tang San, you will not only reap generous rewards, but may even be elevated to a higher position. Her tone was laced with reproach and disappointment, clearly unable to comprehend Lin Yu's decision. Lin Yu, Sister Luomei, even if I report this, who would believe the words of a mere child? After all, I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims. And even if the Pope were to learn of it, what difference would it make? One must remember that Tang San is the disciple of the Pope's first love, Bibi Dong. Thus, even if the truth were known, it would likely be suppressed by the Pope. Moreover, there are rumors that the former Pope, Qian Chuanji, perished due to grievous injuries inflicted by the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. However, Lin Yu is aware that the former Pope did not meet his end as the rumors suggest, but rather was killed and devoured by the current Pope, Bibi Dong, while in a vulnerable state. From this perspective, Bibi Dong still owes Tang Hao a debt of gratitude. Therefore, considering these two aspects, even if Lin Yu were to inform the Pope about Tang San being Tang Hao's son, it is probable that the news would be suppressed by Bibi Dong. Lin Yu spoke slowly, becoming enveloped in profound memories, his gaze growing intricate and profound, akin to an unfathomable abyss, elusive and enigmatic. Vivid recollections of past events emerged in his mind, the deeply buried memories gradually coming into focus. He recalled the entangled grievances and affections between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao from his previous life, as well as Bibi Dong's resolute measures against Qiang Sunji. These recollections illuminated for him the intricate connections binding Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, their fates interwoven in a tapestry that could not be easily unraveled. Lin Yu took a deep breath, pulling his thoughts back to the present. He gazed at Luomei, determination glimmering in his eyes, and declared, thus, "We cannot rely on the Pope to resolve our issues. We must devise our own strategies to confront the threat posed by Tang San. If you do not believe me, Sister Luo, you may report to the Pope and test it." Just as Lin Yu was lost in contemplation, Tang San glared fiercely, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared, "Die!" He swung the Haotian hammer at the human-faced demon spider with great force, as if intending to obliterate all the evil in the world. Should the hammer land a blow, the creature would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Luo Mei was the first to react, exclaiming, "Watch me." Her gaze instantly transformed into one of fierce intensity, akin to two sharp beams of light. In a heartbeat, she summoned her meteor bow, its frame radiating a dazzling brilliance as though stars had descended to earth. Her movements were fluid and graceful, with a swift motion. She drew an arrow from her quiver, knocking it against the bowstring. Her arms tensed as she pulled the bowstring back to a full crescent, aiming at the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow flew forth like a shooting star, accompanied by a piercing whistle. It struck true, sending the Haotian hammer flying. Before Tang San could comprehend what had transpired, Luo Mei's actions were relentless. With hands that moved like shadows, she swiftly drew 8 more arrows from her quiver. Her focus was razor-sharp, as if she could perceive the weaknesses of her adversary through the very air. The bowstring sang 8 times, each note a celestial sound, yet for the human-faced demon spider, it was a melody of death. With a series of swift whooshes, the 8 arrows, like furious dragons, accurately targeted the spider's 8 legs. Each arrow was infused with Luo Mei's formidable strength and exquisite skill, leaving the creature no chance to evade. The sound of snapping limbs echoed, as all 8 legs of the human-faced demon spider were brutally shattered. It emitted a wretched scream, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground, its eyes filled with fear and despair, unable to understand the severity of its defeat. The human-faced demon spider was utterly incapacitated, writhing in agony upon the ground. Its vitality ebbed away, and the light emanating from its body gradually dimmed. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Yu snapped back to reality, witnessing the human-faced demon spider's 8 legs severed, entirely devoid of mobility. At that moment, anyone capable of delivering a finishing blow could easily slay it and claim its soul ring. Tang San, upon seeing the creature's plight, felt an ominous chill creep into his heart. He silently cursed his misfortune. Oh no, someone is stealthily playing the role of the yellow bird in the Maniscatcher's game. His pupils contracted instantly, every muscle in his body tensed, heightening his vigilance to its maximum. With the swiftness of a gale, his hands moved rapidly, stringing the Zhuge crossbow with practiced ease. Meanwhile, his gaze frantically searched the surroundings, trembling fingers extracting the specialized dragon whisker needle from his waist. In his heart, a tempest of thoughts raged. It was this very dragon whisker needle that had once caused Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, considerable misfortune. As long as the strength of the shadowy figure did not surpass that of a soul sage, he believed that with these hidden weapons in hand, he could make a desperate stand for survival. Tang San gripped the dragon whisker needle tightly, preparing to confront any imminent danger. At that moment, Luo Mei emerged slowly from her hiding place, accompanied by Lin Yu. Her gaze was cold and merciless, as if regarding a mere insignificant insect. Initially, Tang San harbored a flicker of resistance, contemplating that even if he could not defeat the enemy, he would fight to the bitter end, striving for a sliver of hope. However, when his eyes fell upon the configuration of soul rings beneath Luo Mei, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, his complexion instantly turned as pale as a ghost. Particularly alarming was the 8th soul ring, which bore a hue of red tinged with black, exuding a terrifying aura. Tang San's heart felt as though it had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. He was utterly dazed. He understood the formidable power represented by such a soul ring configuration, which was leagues apart from his own capabilities. He realized that this battle held no chance of victory. The disparity in their strengths was akin to an insurmountable chasm, destined to engulf him entirely. Despair and helplessness flooded his heart, as if he were ensnared in an infinite darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Tang San was painfully aware that someone like Zhao Wuji, possessing soul sage strength, could easily crush him like an eagle with a chick. What could he expect from this formidable soul Douluo before him? Perhaps a mere finger could extinguish his life. Thus, unless this individual possessed a martial soul devoid of offensive capability, he had no prospect of retaliation. However, upon seeing the imposing bow radiating an aura of chilling coldness in the hands of the figure before him, he realized that this person was undoubtedly not a support-type soul master, but rather an extraordinarily powerful assault-type soul master. With this realization, Tang San's face turned ashen, and his body began to tremble slightly. He hastily stowed away his Juga crossbow, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, stammering, "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you?" Though his heart burned with rage, and he silently vowed that should he grow stronger one day, he would ensure they paid dearly. He was compelled to feign submission in light of the overwhelming strength disparity. His heart brimmed with indignation and frustration. Yet reason urged him to refrain from direct confrontation at this moment. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his emotions and bury the flames of anger deep within. Luo Mei, with an air of arrogance, lifted her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting a superior demeanor. She regarded the youth before her from her elevated stance, her voice cold and disdainful as she declared, "Boy, we have laid claim to this face demon spider. Do you have any objections?" Her voice resonated with an air of dominance and imperiousness, as if declaring her authority and power to the young man before her. Each word was imbued with an undeniable force, making her presence impossible to overlook. Tang San gazed at the face demon spider he had painstakingly injured, his heart brimming with a mix of bitterness and fury, akin to the feeling of having his most treasured possession snatched away. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his eyes fixed upon the face demon spider, filled with resentment and rage. However, when he turned to glance at the formidable figure beside him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. The opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior, rendering Tang San's own abilities almost insignificant in comparison. He understood that persisting in his efforts would not only thwart his chances of obtaining the face demon spider, but could also incite the ire of this powerful individual, leading to further complications for himself. Reluctantly, he suppressed the anger swelling within him, forcing a stiff smile that barely masked his turmoil. His teeth grinding audibly as he managed to utter, "My lord, I have no objections. This face demon spider shall be left to you." After uttering these words, Tang San turned to leave, intent on seeking out the Titan Great Ape and reuniting with Xiaowu. His steps were hurried, as if he yearned to escape the humiliation of the moment. Each stride felt laden with an immense weight, as though he carried a burden of 1,000 pounds. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Yu, standing behind Luo Mei, suddenly contorted his face into a grotesque snarl, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Sister Luo Mei, kill him. We cannot allow him to escape." Upon hearing Lin Yu's command, Luo Mei hesitated not for a moment. A glint of cold malice flickered in her eyes. She swiftly tightened her grip on her bow, her right hand exerting force as the bowstring emitted a taut sound. With a sharp whoosh, a piercing arrow sliced through the air like lightning, hurtling towards Tang San with lethal intent. The arrow, imbued with a fierce momentum and a shrill whistle, seemed to threaten the very essence of Tang San's life. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Tang San felt an unsettling familiarity, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. He strained to remember, but his thoughts were a chaotic tangle, utterly disordered. Yet, driven by the instinct honed through years of rigorous training, his body reacted swiftly. He executed the ghost shadow phantom steps, his form becoming spectral and elusive, evading the oncoming arrow with astonishing speed and agility. Luo Mei, taken aback that Tang San managed to evade her first arrow, felt a flicker of surprise. She had anticipated an easy hit, confident in her own prowess. Yet, the unfolding circumstances caught her off guard, prompting her to privately marvel. This boy possesses some skill, though the arrow had been released casually. Without the aid of any soul technique, its speed and power were formidable, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary soul master to evade. To her astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable young man had deftly eluded her shot. Chapter 62. The interception, however, while you may have dodged my first arrow, how will you contend with the second? In the depths of her mind, Luo Mei was calculating, her gaze betraying a hint of ruthlessness and determination. Coldly, she thought, "Humph, this lad. Let us see how you evade this time." Her delicate features were now clouded with frost, and with a swift and decisive motion, she drew her bow and released a second arrow. The arrow soared forth like a shooting star, imbued with an unparalleled ferocity, the air around it crackling with friction, resembling a ferocious dragon intent on piercing Tang San mercilessly. As Tang San beheld the second arrow hurtling towards him, his pupils constricted sharply, his heart tightening in an instant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Instinctively, he sought to evade using his ghostly shadow steps, darting left and right in a frantic bid to elude the arrow's relentless pursuit. Yet, regardless of how desperately he shifted his form, the arrow seemed to possess an uncanny sentience, unwaveringly homing in on his silhouette. Tang San's heartbeat quickened, His breath became labored, and his eyes reflected an overwhelming sense of despair and unwillingness. Watching the arrow approach with terrifying speed, he felt an insurmountable hopelessness. Was this truly the end of his life? His heart brimmed with indignation and despair, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his insides. No, I cannot perish like this. I have yet to expand the Tang sect across the Douluo continent. I have not found Xiaowu, and I have not fulfilled my master's wishes. I cannot accept this fate. At that moment, countless images flashed through Tang San's mind: Xiaowu's radiant smile, his master's expectations, his vow to the Tang sect, each memory igniting an insatiable thirst for life within him. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a resonant voice echoed from afar, powerful and profound, akin to a great bell tolling. Hold your fire. A brilliant blade of light shot forth like lightning, colliding with the arrow, producing a thunderous sound as the tremendous force rippled through the air, successfully deflecting it and saving Tang San. Instantly, a flicker of hope ignited within him, though he pondered. Who had come to his rescue? Was it Teacher Zhao? No, it could not be him. Tang San was well aware of Teacher Zhao's soul abilities, and he did not possess this power. To deflect the arrow in front of him, the rescuer must wield at least the strength of a soul sage. Yet aside from Teacher Zhao and Principal Flinder, he knew no others of such caliber. Filled with confusion, Tang San furrowed his brow tightly, like an unsolvable knot, his eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue regarding the identity of his unknown savior. As he contemplated this, 3 figures gradually approached from the distance. Leading them was a tall, vigorous elder with an air of authority, flanked by a man and a woman, the latter possessing a striking beauty and an expression of urgency. Luo Mei let out a cold snort, her tone laced with provocation and disdain. She scoffed. So, it is the renowned couple, the dragon and serpent of great might. What? Do you intend to rescue this boy from my grasp? Her voice pierced the tranquil air, sharp and jarring. The elder, known as the dragon of the illustrious couple, offered a faint smile, clasping his hands in greeting, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, tinged with a hint of courtesy as he inquired, "May I ask how to address this esteemed friend?" His gaze was filled with confusion as he scrutinized Luo Mei, internally assessing her strength. Luo Mei raised her chin and proudly declared, "In the realm of soul masters, I am known as the Meteor Bao Luo Mei." Her tone brimmed with arrogance, as if her name alone could instill fear in all. Long Gong suddenly realized, "Ah, so you are the illustrious Meteor Bao Luo Mei. May I inquire why you are making things difficult for this young man? Do you two share some past grievances?" His eyes reflected a probing curiosity, while he quietly calculated the situation, pondering how to defuse the impending crisis. Luo Mei's expression darkened abruptly, resembling a stormy sky, as a chilling voice emerged from her lips. "Grievances? Humph. His surname is Tang, and his martial soul is the renowned Haotian hammer. What kind of enmity could possibly exist between us?" Her gaze, sharp as a blade, emanated a frigid wind that sent shivers down one's spine, as if a mere glance could freeze one's very soul. Meanwhile, she gripped the Meteor Bao tightly, seemingly poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Long Gong's heart jolted as he contemplated, a surname of Tang and a martial soul as formidable as the Haotian hammer, and he appears to be of suitable age. Could he be the descendant of the legendary Haotian Douluo Tang Hao? Upon this realization, his demeanor became exceedingly grave and solemn. At that moment, Luo Mei's lips curled into a cold smile, laced with a hint of mockery. "Hee, it seems you possess some insight. Indeed, as you have surmised. So, do you intend to meddle in the long-standing feud between my spirit hall and the Haotian Douluo?" As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes, followed by an overwhelming wave of soul power surging into the Meteor Bao, which now radiated a chilling aura that seemed to solidify the very air around them into ice. Long Gong had initially resolved to let the matter lie, wishing for a peaceful resolution. Yet, just then, Meng Yuran called out urgently, "Grandfather, grandfather, please save Tang San." Her voice was laden with profound anxiety and pleading, her once fair face now flushed like a ripened apple. She clutched Long Gong's sleeve tightly, as if fearing that releasing her grip would extinguish her last hope. The heart that Long Gong had intended to keep at peace was deeply stirred by his granddaughter's heartfelt cries. He gazed at her anxious expression and pondered. This child is usually so well-behaved and sensible, yet now she is so distraught. It seems that the young man named Tang San holds great significance for her. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Long Gong's lips, barely perceptible. In that moment, as he beheld his granddaughter's frantic demeanor, a mischievous impulse to tease her suddenly surged within him. He deliberately assumed a stern expression and pretended to inquire earnestly, Iran. Why are you so eager to save this lad? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to him? As he spoke, Long Gong's gaze brimmed with affection and playful teasing, and even the lines etched on his face by the passage of time seemed to deepen with this hint of mirth. Chapter 63. Interception. Meng Iran glared at the snake grandmother in indignation, stamping her petite foot as she retorted, "Grandma, look at how Grandpa is teasing me. When we return home, you must give him a good scolding." Her rosy cheeks puffed up in anger, resembling an adorable pufferfish, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Manifesting a vexed demeanor, her eyes sparkling with a mix of annoyance and innocent charm. The snake grandmother beamed with a radiant smile, as vibrant as blossoms in the spring. Leaning slightly forward, she reached out to gently touch Meng Yiran's smooth, delicate forehead, as if caressing a priceless treasure. In a soft voice, she reassured, "All right, my sweet granddaughter. Whatever you say shall be so, Grandma will comply. When we return home, I shall certainly teach your grandfather a lesson, ensuring he does not enjoy a comfortable slumber in bed again. Let him sleep on the cold, hard floor instead." Ha ha. As she spoke, the snake grandmother erupted into hearty laughter. However, after the laughter subsided, her tone shifted abruptly as she fixed her gaze upon Meng Yiran, concern and curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Nevertheless, Iran, I must ask you, why do you insist on rescuing this little fellow? You must be aware that he assisted that fellow named Oscar in snatching the rare Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake from your grasp. Logically, you should harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. Could it be, as your grandfather suggested, that you have truly fallen in love with that young man named Tang San?" At this juncture, the snake grandmother's tone softened even further, flowing like a gently babbling brook. Simultaneously, she tenderly ran her fingers through Meng Yiran's lustrous hair, each movement infused with boundless affection. Meng Yiran shyly lowered her head, a delicate blush tinting her fair neck. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, as she bashfully replied to her grandmother, "Grandma, why do you tease me just like Grandpa?" Her voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with playful reproach and delicate sweetness. With that, she stomped her little foot in mock indignation, causing dust to rise beneath her. Then, like a startled fawn, she turned away, her back exuding shyness and unease, resembling a bashful flower, enchanting and lovely. Her heart raced like a little rabbit, pounding so fiercely it seemed it might leap from her throat at any moment. Her cheeks blushed a vivid crimson, as if they could bleed. And even the tips of her ears were aflame, the warmth making her wish to burrow into the ground. Long Gong Mingshu regarded Meng Yiran with a serious expression, his voice deep and commanding as he stated, "Iran, if you truly do not harbor feelings for him, I have no reason to offend the spirit hall for his sake. One must understand that rescuing Tang Sen would impose a significant cost on our family. However, if you hold feelings for him, I could arrange for you to marry him, using that as a pretext to shield him from this perilous ordeal. What do you think?" "Yi?" Long Gong's expression was grave, his brow furrowed, and his eyes brimmed with concern for his granddaughter as well as contemplation of the situation's complexities. His gaze was profound and weighty, as if he were deliberating the potential consequences of such a decision. Meng Yiran recalled the duel with Tang San, during which her spirit power surpassed his by several levels, yet she still faced defeat. Since that encounter, his resolute gaze, handsome visage, and exceptional combat skills had left an indelible mark on her heart. Reflecting on Tang San's striking appearance, formidable cultivation talent, and his background, which was somewhat compatible with her own, she found herself not averse to him. Gradually turning around, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Grandfather, I like him. Please save Tang San." Her eyes flickered with a blend of anticipation and anxiety, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, betraying her inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Long Gong affectionately ruffled his granddaughter Meng Yiran's hair, his gaze filled with fondness. "I shall inquire whether that Tang San is willing to marry you." After speaking to Meng Yiran, he turned his piercing gaze toward Tang San, his tone serious and solemn as he proclaimed, "Tang San, you have heard our conversation. Now, I ask you for a response. Are you willing to marry my granddaughter Meng Yiran? If you agree to take her as your wife, I will assist you in overcoming this life-threatening ordeal today. Should you decline, I shall refrain from intervening, and you must find your own way through this tribulation." Long Gong's voice resonated like a thunderclap in the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. He stood tall, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, Tang San's mind was instantly engulfed in chaos, akin to tumultuous waves crashing within. Two inner figures emerged in his thoughts. The figure on the left, clad in white, appeared anxious, waving its arms fervently, exclaiming, "You cannot marry Meng Yiran. You love your sister Xiao Wu. You must not betray her. As for the attacks from Luo Mei, you can devise a solution for that yourself." Conversely, the figure on the right, shrouded in black, wore a fierce expression and shouted vehemently, "Before you can establish the Tang sect and ensure its flourishing on the Douluo continent, while realizing your master's 10 theories, above all, you cannot perish before finding Xiao Wu." As the two figures vehemently clashed, exchanging blows without yielding, the black figure ferociously mounted the white figure, raining down punches until the latter was thoroughly vanquished, dissipating into nothingness. With the black figure emerging victorious, Tang San made his choice, silently uttering within his heart, "I am sorry, Xiao Wu. I have forsaken our vow. Yet I truly do not wish to perish, for I have so many aspirations yet to be fulfilled, so many thoughts yet to be realized. Therefore, I must apologize. Xiao Wu, from this moment on, we can only maintain the bond of an elder brother and a younger sister." Tang San's gaze was filled with anguish and helplessness, but more so with an insatiable yearning for survival. He clenched his jaw tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, his hands instinctively forming fists, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to draw in the very air around him, hoping to quell the tempest within his heart. Slowly, he raised his head, his eyes resolute yet tinged with an unmistakable guilt. His lips quivered slightly as he uttered, "Senior Long Gong, I am willing to take Miss Meng Yiran as my wife." His voice trembled, akin to a flickering candle flame swaying in the wind, betraying his turbulent emotions. At this moment, his heart was a maelstrom of conflicting feelings, a chaotic tangle of remorse crashing against his spirit like relentless waves. The profound affection and vows he held for Xiao Wu surfaced in his mind, overwhelming him with guilt. Yet, the desire to live and the unfulfilled wishes weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to make this arduous choice. His heart raced violently, each beat accompanied by the agony of struggle, yet he forced a facade of determination upon his face, though the tremor in his voice revealed the turmoil within. Chapter 64. A frustrating setback. Upon witnessing Tang San's resolution, Long Gong furrowed his brow deeply, as if a chasm had opened within him. His countenance grave like leaden clouds overhead. He spoke with a heavy tone, "Then come forth. I shall safeguard your life today." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating across the desolate expanse. Each word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, akin to invisible shackles radiating an irresistible authority, leaving those present gasping for breath. Hearing Long Gong's words, Tang San initially shuddered slightly, then inhaled deeply as if to suppress all unease and tension. He gradually lifted his foot, taking heavy steps that felt as though they were laden with lead, arduous and slow. With each footfall, the earth seemed to groan beneath him, his entire body trembling subtly. Slowly yet laboriously, he approached Long Gong, each step fraught with hesitation and struggle. His eyes mirrored a tumult of emotions. The helplessness was as biting as the frost of late autumn, cold and profound. The guilt felt like a heavy shackle, nearly preventing him from lifting his head. And the trepidation of the unknown crawled within him like countless tiny insects, ensnaring his thoughts in chaos. He mused silently, "I wonder if Long Gong can truly protect me. I hope I do not bring him trouble." With each step, this thought grew stronger in his heart. Before long, Tang San finally reached Long Gong's side. Meanwhile, Luo Mei silently observed as he drew closer, her gaze flickering like stars intermittently shining in the night sky. Within those beautiful eyes lies profound contemplation. Yet the individual refrains from immediate action, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment, internally deliberating. This illustrious couple of the dragon and snake is well known within the realm of soul masters. Today, I shall observe how they choose to navigate this situation. Should they falter even slightly, it shall be my chance. A subtle smile graced her lips, curving into an almost imperceptible arc, as if she had already foreseen the thrilling duel that was about to unfold. Before her, Lord Long's eyes blazed like torches, sharp and fervent as he scrutinized Tang San from head to toe. He repeatedly exclaimed his approval, "Not bad, not bad." A handsome visage and a robust physique. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the air. Subsequently, he slowly extended his right hand, broad and rugged, resembling the weathered bark of an ancient tree. He firmly grasped Tang San's wrist with his powerful fingers, the motion resolute and decisive. Then, channeling his soul power, it flowed through Tang San's body like a lively stream. "Sturdy meridians, resilient bones," he remarked. No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned to Meng Yiran, exclaiming, "Yiran, are you not going to take your fiancé away?" His voice boomed like a great bell, imbued with undeniable authority and urgency. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's complexion flushed a brilliant crimson, akin to a vibrant sunset. Her delicate shyness rippling across her face like gentle waves, almost tangible. Her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, reflecting a mixture of eagerness and bashfulness. With light and hurried steps, reminiscent of a dancing butterfly or a gentle breeze, she swiftly approached Tang San. She extended her fair, delicate hand, smooth and refined like mutton fat jade, gently grasping the sleeve of Tang San's garment. This pull, though seemingly soft, bore an undercurrent of determination. With a gentle tug, her motion was tender yet infused with an irresistible force, drawing Tang San behind Lord Long Meng's shoe. In that moment, Meng Yiran's heart raced like a drum, her breath quickening, as if a small rabbit had taken residence within her chest, leaping incessantly. Lo Mei, witnessing Lord Long's decisive stance, felt her once serene countenance darken abruptly, as if a clear sky had been suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds. Her exquisite features appeared to be veiled in frost, her brows furrowing like two sharp swords aimed at Lord Long. With eyes wide and ablaze with fury, she shouted, "Lord Long, do you truly intend to stand against me in our spirit hall?" Her voice was piercing and fierce, slicing through the tense atmosphere like a shrill whistle. Each word was laced with profound inquiry and indignation, as though forced through clenched teeth, sending shivers down the spine. Lord Long's expression grew solemn, steadfast as an immovable mountain, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, as solid as rock. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word emerged from the depths of his soul. "Miss Luo, your words carry an excessive weight." His voice resonated like the very sound of the earth, profound and steady, evoking an irresistible sense of authority. He gently shook his head, a trace of helplessness crossing his weathered visage. "To be candid, I have never harbored any thoughts of opposing you or the esteemed spirit hall. Yet, fate is invariably rife with drama and uncertainty." Subsequently, a tender affection subtly flowed through Long Gong's gaze, his tone softening. "Surely you have noticed that my beloved granddaughter, Meng Yiran, harbors deep feelings for the youth named Tang San, even willing to make the momentous decision to marry him to save his life." When speaking of his granddaughter, Long Gong's eyes sparkled with endless fondness and concern. "Thus, to spare my treasured granddaughter from heartache and disappointment, I had no choice but to intervene and save Tang San." At this juncture, a sudden determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had resolved to safeguard this bond of familial and romantic love, regardless of the arduous path ahead. Finally, Long Gong stood tall, unwavering in his gaze directed at Luo Mei, his eyes clear as water, open and sincere, conveying a heartfelt emotion, as if hoping to impart his earnest intentions. Moreover, why should the grievances of the previous generation ensnare the innocent next? "Do you find my reasoning sound, Miss Luo?" At this moment, the entire space was enveloped by Long Gong's formidable aura, instilling a sense of reverence. Luo Mei's lips curled slightly in disdain as a fleeting glimmer of fierce ruthlessness flickered in her eyes, akin to a ferocious wolf, predatorily fixated on its prey. She clenched her jaw tightly, her facial muscles contorted in extreme rage, forcing the words through her gritted teeth. "What a dragon lord you are! I never imagined that to this day you remain so resolutely devoted to protecting this boy." Humph. Her tone was icy and resolute, the anger and resentment surging like a flood, threatening to engulf everything around her. Without further ado, Luo Mei plainly stated her stance, "Since matters have come to this, further discussion is futile. In our world of soul masters, strength reigns supreme. Power is the ultimate truth. Today, I shall witness the prowess of the renowned peerless dragon serpent for myself. If you truly can defeat me, then you may take this young man as you wish. Conversely, do not blame me for being merciless." Upon finishing her words, she suddenly elevated her voice, transforming her previously melodious tones into a piercing and jarring resonance, akin to a sharp sword thrusting into the heavens or a thunderclap cleaving the sky, laden with unmistakable provocation. Chapter 65. Yet another failure. In that moment, the meteor bow clasped tightly in Luo Mei's hands erupted in a dazzling brilliance, its radiance shining like the brightest star in the night sky, reminiscent of a blazing sun. Its splendor astonishing and almost blinding. Simultaneously, the sixth soul ring upon her form flickered subtly, releasing an eerily profound glow. This light, cold and deep, emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, instilling a sense of dread. At this juncture, Luo Mei's feet were as steadfast as two colossal pillars, deeply rooted in the earth beneath her, immovable as a mountain. Her delicate hands gripped the bowstring with unwavering determination, exerting every ounce of her strength to draw it back. With her movement, Her arm muscles swelled rapidly, veins coiling like dragons upon her skin, showcasing an unparalleled might, as if with just a modicum more force. She could effortlessly snap the resilient bowstring. However, her originally exquisite visage was now veiled in a layer of frost, her gaze icy and unwavering, fixated intently upon the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. There was not a hint of hesitation or pity in her expression. Then, her eyes narrowed, her entire strength converging into her arm, before she abruptly released the bowstring. In an instant, an arrow surged forth like a wild stallion freed from its constraints. Its speed astonishing, akin to a brilliant comet streaking across the sky. At the very moment of its release, it appeared to be enchanted, swiftly fracturing into thousands of slender, sharp arrows. These arrowheads arranged themselves tightly together, forming an impenetrable rain of projectiles. They surged forth like a ravenous swarm of locusts, crashing violently toward the dragon and serpent couple. Accompanied by a cacophony of piercing, shrill whistles, this deluge of arrows approached with the force of a tempest. The sound was deafening, as if countless fearsome specters were howling in unison, exuding an endless intent to kill and an aura of terror. Each arrow shimmered with a cold light, seemingly imbued with boundless power, intent on obliterating everything in its path. The entire sky seemed to be consumed by this oppressive curtain of arrows, the once bright sunlight completely obscured, plunging the world into a twilight gloom. This overwhelming pressure weighed down like a mountain upon an egg, rendering breathless, as if doomsday had arrived. Upon witnessing this scene, the faces of the dragon and serpent couple turned grave, encased as if by a thick layer of frost. The two individuals exchanged a swift glance, their eyes meeting in the air, filled with unwavering determination and audacity, akin to a blazing inferno, intensely fervent and resolutely steadfast. One could see Long Gong's hands, as hard and powerful as steel pincers, gripping the dragon-headed staff with such force that his knuckles turned white, while the muscles in his arms bulged with formidable strength, resembling coiling serpents of blue veins intertwining. Simultaneously, she clutched her serpent staff tightly, which seemed to possess a spirit of its own, trembling gently in her grasp and exuding a chilling aura of danger. The atmosphere was taut with tension, as if a breathtaking battle was on the verge of erupting. In unison, both let out a roar of fury, a sound that shattered the silence like a thunderclap, threatening to rend the very heavens apart, leaving their ears ringing and almost devoid of sound. Concurrently, a vast and unparalleled surge of soul power erupted from their beings, rolling forth like tumultuous waves, fierce and unstoppable. At the moment they unleashed their sixth soul skill, two immense forces of soul power intertwined, resembling colossal dragons spiraling through the air, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent, resplendent barrier of vibrant colors. This barrier radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to the auroras illuminating the dark night sky, a kaleidoscope of hues that dazzled the eye. In an instant, a torrential rain of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts, striking with unmatched ferocity against the indomitable soul barrier. A symphony of crisp, ringing sounds reverberated, relentless as if a tempest were battering against solid metal. Countless sparks erupted, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks, momentarily illuminating the surroundings and vividly portraying the expressions of those present, a mixture of tension and unwavering focus. Witnessing this, Luo Mei's expression turned increasingly grave, akin to an unyielding iceberg. Her once vibrant and exquisitely sculpted visage now seemed encased in a thick layer of ice, exuding an extreme chill devoid of warmth. Parting her cherry-red lips, she coldly uttered, "Indeed, the renowned dragon and serpent have effortlessly withstood my sixth soul skill. Now, it is my turn to unleash my full might." Her voice resonated as if from the depths of the underworld, chillingly eerie and suffused with an unsettling cold that instilled fear and caused tremors throughout. With that, the eighth soul ring, a striking red tinged with black, shimmered fiercely upon her form, its luminous radiance as blood-red and piercing as a dagger, nearly blinding to behold. Simultaneously, a long arrow as dark as ink slowly materialized upon the meteor bow she held tightly. The long arrow, entirely shrouded in a deep, glossy black, emanated a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine, akin to the wails of countless vengeful spirits lamenting in unison, or the cries of innumerable wronged souls lamenting their plight. It was truly spine-chilling. Lomira's hands trembled, the veins bulging prominently as if they were contorted worms. Her arms quivered slightly, as though she had expended every ounce of her strength for this single shot, the tremors intensifying to reveal the immense pressure she bore. The bowstring of the meteor bow was gradually drawn into a perfect arc, taut to the point of near rupture. With a sharp, piercing sound, she released her fingers, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, A dark flash darted by, and the arrow vanished as if it had shattered the confines of space, entering an unknown dimension. The surrounding air vibrated with the arrow's formidable power, buzzing like a swarm of bees dancing frantically near one's ear. A fierce wind arose, howling as it swept through, kicking up dust and stones, engulfing the world in chaos, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chapter 66. The Dragon and Snake Strike. As one, the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, felt the weight of the arrow's might, their hearts gripped as if by an invisible giant hand, tightening suddenly and sending a chill racing from their feet to their minds. Beads of sweat formed instantly on their foreheads, each glistening like a jewel, reflecting a restless light beneath the sun. They dared not let their guard down, exchanging frantic glances filled with tension and gravity, as if the apocalypse were imminent. The Dragon Lord's expression was gravely serious, every wrinkle on his face seemingly frozen in place. Rigid and unyielding, his voice trembled, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinguishment, as he uttered, "My dear, it seems we have no choice but to resort to that technique. Truly, Lomira's meteor bow is formidable. The eighth soul skill is astonishingly powerful." His tone conveyed deep apprehension and resignation, the quiver in his voice narrating his inner turmoil and dread. Upon hearing this, the snake lady's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color, her lips quivering uncontrollably like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. With great difficulty, she replied, "It appears we must take this course." Her voice was frail yet resolute, laced with a sense of determination akin to a do-or-die resolve. Having spoken, the Dragon Lord clenched his jaw tightly, his teeth nearly cracking under the pressure, as veins stood out on his forehead like winding worms. He grasped the dragon-headed staff firmly, raising it high, the staff glinting with a chilling brilliance beneath the sunlight. Then, with a forceful thrust, he slammed it down onto the ground, the motion swift and powerful, infused with boundless fury and determination. At the moment of impact, the staff struck the earth with a sound like thunder, deafening and resonant, reminiscent of the very heavens being torn asunder. The ground split open, forming a gaping chasm that resembled a fearsome maw, poised to consume everything in its path. Countless fragments of earth and stone were hurled into the air, resembling a torrential downpour as they scattered in all directions, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Meanwhile, the snake lady shut her eyes tightly, her expression taut as if she were enduring immense suffering. She raised the serpent staff high above her head, as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Murmuring incantations with astonishing rapidity, her words flowed like a tempest, rendering her utterances indecipherable to those around her, who could only sense an atmosphere thick with mystery and tension. As she chanted fervently, a torrent of potent spiritual energy surged into the weapon, akin to a roaring flood. Powerful and overwhelming. Her arm trembled slightly under the fierce impact of the soul force, muscles taut, each tremor seemingly a valiant struggle against that formidable power. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascaded down her forehead, splattering onto the ground, only to evaporate instantly. In perfect unison, as if sharing an unspoken bond, the two crossed their staffs at the very same moment. Their gazes were resolute and unwavering, and they shouted in a hoarse chorus, the fusion of martial souls, the unparalleled dragon and serpent. Their voices pierced the heavens, infused with boundless determination and strength. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance erupted, dazzling and resplendent, reminiscent of fireworks in full bloom, nearly blinding in its intensity. Within this radiance, the figures of the dragon and serpent vanished, replaced by an elder who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, his white hair meticulously groomed. He stood quietly, exuding an aura of undeniable authority, his snow-white locks shimmering with a mysterious sheen under the light, though his face was etched with deep, intersecting wrinkles, like the ravages of time. It bore a healthy flush reminiscent of an infant, radiating extraordinary vitality. With fierce, wide-open eyes ablaze like a raging inferno, he bellowed, "Dragon and serpent strike." His voice resonated like thunder, capable of piercing the very heavens. In an instant, two ethereal dragon-serpent phantoms surged forth, entwined, bearing an overwhelming momentum as they hurtled toward the incoming arrows. The spectral forms, clawing and twisting, seemed to strive against the very constraints of the world. A colossal power coursing through them, distorting the air with a hissing sound, as if threatening to rend the heavens asunder, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The dragon-serpent phantoms dashed forth like wild stallions, crashing into the black arrows with cataclysmic force. In that moment, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the earth splitting apart, reverberating as if it could dislodge souls from their mortal coils. The immense shockwave, reminiscent of an atomic explosion, unleashed a tumultuous tide, spreading outward with the force of a natural disaster. Trees, fragile before this power, were uprooted, soaring through the air chaotically. Rocks and debris shattered, flying like cannonballs, leaving devastation in their wake. In the throes of this climactic clash, time seemed to stand still. After a brief standoff, the dragon-serpent phantoms successfully intercepted the arrows, dissipating into motes of light that vanished into the air. Witnessing this, Luo Mei's exquisitely delicate features darkened instantaneously. Her narrowed eyes glinted with a dangerous light. The corners of her lips curled into a disdainful, frosty smile, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who dared to look upon her. She coldly remarked, "Truly deserving of the title of the legendary dragon and serpent, I, an ordinary title Douluo, could never withstand such a strike. I did not anticipate your ability to endure it, but having withstood the previous arrow, can you endure this one as well?" Her voice was icy and cutting, each syllable seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, rife with provocation and skepticism. As she spoke, she unleashed her eighth soul skill once more, gripping the bow tightly with both hands and drawing the string back with great force, producing a creaking sound as if the bowstring were lamenting in pain. Her arm muscles were taut and defined, resembling forged steel. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, her gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, brimming with fierce determination and a chilling intent to kill. Witnessing this, the dragon and serpent couple clenched their jaws, the sound echoing as if they might shatter their teeth. Their expressions were dark, heavy as storm clouds, oppressive and foreboding. They once more executed their combined dragon and serpent strike. The elder gripped his intersecting staff with hands like iron claws, his arm muscles bulging with visible veins. With a vigorous swing, he resembled a blazing torch, shouting, "Intercepted." His voice carried the resolute determination of one who would burn their ships behind them, an indomitable spirit. A powerful force surged from the staff, successfully halting Luo Mei's eighth soul skill. However, after this combined effort, the silhouettes of the two had become markedly more transparent, resembling ephemeral shadows, swaying precariously in the wind. Their forms were indistinct, outlines fading in and out, as if they could shatter into nothingness at any moment. Chapter 67. The Dragon and Serpent Strike. 2. Seeing this, Luo Mei furrowed her brows into a deep frown, her once graceful brow now appearing particularly sharp. A hint of impatience flickered in her eyes, as if regarding two oblivious ants. She reiterated, "Dragon and serpent couple, do you truly wish to oppose our spirit hall?" Her voice rose slightly, laden with a palpable threat. "Hand over Tang Sen now, and I shall overlook your transgressions." She paused, her gaze slicing through the two like a blade. "Otherwise, you shall all perish here." Each word seemed to be forced out like icy shards, cold and piercing. With that, she raised her hand again, her slender fingers tightly gripping the bowstring, drawing it back with great effort. A cruel smile curled at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a malevolent demon's grin, sending chills down one's spine. Then, releasing her fingers, a sharp arrow whistled forth, carrying with it the scent of death, aimed directly at the dragon and serpent couple. After intercepting the lethal arrow once more, their figures grew even more transparent, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, its feeble light wavering, on the brink of extinguishment, as disintegration seemed inevitable. Their breaths were ragged and chaotic, like a worn-out bellows, gasping for air with great difficulty. Their chests heaved violently, each breath appearing exceedingly arduous. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down their cheeks, falling to the ground, where they were instantly evaporated by the scorching earth. Their bodies trembled slightly, their legs feeling as heavy as lead, clearly burdened by immense pressure, reaching the limits of their endurance. In an instant, Long Gong's heart plunged into a profound struggle, akin to being ensnared in a dark, bottomless abyss from which he could not extricate himself. He silently lamented. It seemed he would inevitably disappoint his granddaughter this time. Each thought pierced his soul like a sharp blade, inflicting deep wounds. It was entirely his own inadequacy that led him to such a dilemma. Regret engulfed him, as waves of self-reproach threatened to drown him. Was he truly to sacrifice his family's lives for Tang San? This question incessantly spiraled in his mind, like an inescapable nightmare. His countenance grew increasingly grim, shrouded in a thick veil of gloom that rendered it almost unbearable to behold. His eyes, laden with anguish and conflict, mirrored a torment akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, while the entanglement of his thoughts resembled a tangled skein, impossible to unravel. Every flicker of expression narrated the agony and helplessness within him. Just as Long Gong prepared to utter the words of surrender regarding Tang San in order to preserve his family's safety, a clear and urgent call resonated from behind him. "Teacher Zhao, We have located Tang San. He is just ahead. It seemed as though someone was about to strike him. Yet the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, had intervened and were currently engaged in battle. This voice acted as a beacon of hope, instantly dispelling the darkness that enveloped Long Gong's heart. Upon hearing it, the image of his granddaughter's earlier words resurfaced in his mind, her mention of their team leader, the indomitable Zhao Wuji, who possessed the strength of a soul saint. A flicker of joy ignited within him, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. He thought to himself, perhaps there is still a chance. If he could endure just a little longer, he might save both Tang San and his family. This notion ignited a spark that rekindled the nearly extinguished flame of hope within him. Consequently, the words of surrender that had been poised on his lips were swallowed back, and he dismissed the idea of sacrificing Tang San in exchange for his own safety. His gaze regained its resolute strength, as if he had made a momentous decision to face the challenges ahead. Luo Mei also heard the voice from the front, her delicate brows knitting together, resembling two intertwined ropes. Internally, she scolded herself. Damn, Zhao Wuji and his team have arrived. The prospect of killing Tang San before their arrival now seemed utterly impossible. Her once enchanting eyes now sparkled with a sinister glint, akin to a ravenous wolf prowling in the dark, her gaze icy and menacing as it swept over Tang San, as if it could pierce through him in an instant. She bit down hard on her lip, the pressure so intense that her lips lost their color, becoming nearly translucent with paleness. The trembling of her tightly clenched lips betrayed her intense anger and unwillingness. She had only the time to release a single arrow. To slay Tang San, she would have to simultaneously defeat the dragon and snake couple. However, it appeared that they still possessed enough strength for one more strike, rendering the completion of Xiao Yu's orders seemingly impossible. As Lo Mei pondered these thoughts, her expression grew increasingly somber. The more she contemplated, the more her anger surged, her exquisite visage reddening like a ripe apple, her breath becoming rapid and labored, echoing with heavy gasps. Her bosom heaved violently, each rise and fall seemingly harboring boundless fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to unleash molten lava that could incinerate everything in its vicinity. Alas, had it been solely her, she could have effortlessly hunted down Tang San and the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent of the world. However, with Xiao Yu present, should the dragon and serpent ensnare her, the immovable Ming Wang, Zhao Wuji, could easily dispatch Xiao Yu. What a pity, indeed. At this juncture, Lo Mei's heart felt as if it were being gnawed at by countless ants, her spirit entwined in a web of dissatisfaction and indignation, binding her tightly. Clenching her fists, her fair fingers turned pale from the exertion, her nails embedding deeply into her palms, blood seeping slowly, yet she was oblivious to the pain, as if the torment of her body paled in comparison to the anguish within her soul. Reluctantly releasing her grip on the meteor bow, Lo Mei let out a fierce snort directed at the dragon and serpent couple, a sound reminiscent of sharp icicles scraping against a frozen surface, sending chills down the spine. With venomous intent, she declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate. Had Xiao Wuji arrived 2 minutes later, this arrow would have surely claimed your lives. Your luck is truly remarkable." Each word dripped with fury, resentment, and profound dissatisfaction, as if they were squeezed through clenched teeth, laden with an icy menace and a thirst for vengeance. Her beautiful countenance, now twisted in rage, bore eyes ablaze with an inferno, as if she sought to reduce everything before her to ashes. At that moment, Long Gong straightened his back abruptly. Resembling a proud and stalwart pine, his demeanor exuding arrogance, his chin slightly lifted, betraying an undeniable sense of triumph. "Miss Lo Mei," he proclaimed, "it appears this round belongs to me. I shall take Tang San with me." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, clear and resolute, every syllable striking the air with the weight of a hammer, as if solemnly declaring his victory, an undeniable force filled with confidence and authority. Chapter 68. Zhao Wuji to the rescue. While the two were engaged in their discourse, Zhao Wuji and his companions rushed breathlessly to Ming Yuran's side. Oscar's expression was tense, resembling a taut bowstring, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. He swiftly recited the soul incantation, his hands dancing like phantoms, the speed so rapid that it bewildered the eye, as he chanted, "I possess a grand sausage." As he moved with urgency, he swiftly crafted several rejuvenating sausages that exuded a delicate fragrance. Oscar, without a moment's delay, promptly handed the sausages to Tang San, his eyes brimming with concern and eagerness, as if fearing the loss of even a second. Tang San quickly accepted the sausages, a flash of urgency darting across his gaze like lightning. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swiftly consumed the sausages in just a few bites, his actions decisive and unhesitating. Following this, he sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a meditative Buddha statue. With his eyes tightly closed, he instantaneously severed the din of the outside world, his hands forming intricate seals, fingers interwoven in a skilled and precise manner. His expression was as tranquil as water, yet emanated an undeniable focus, as though the universe had narrowed down to just himself and the soul power circulating within him. At this moment, Tang San began to recuperate with all his might. The very air around him seemed to pulsate in rhythm with his breaths, an invisible force slowly coalescing around him. As Tang San exerted himself to restore his strength, Zhao Wujing appeared anxious, his feet moving swiftly, taking 3 steps at once, arriving beside the transformed figure of Long Gong, and she paw like a gust of wind. Gratitude instantly illuminated his face, a radiant smile blooming like a flower, his tone exceedingly sincere, even tinged with a hint of supplication as he said, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for protecting Tang San." He slightly bowed, his eyes filled with sincerity and respect, his voice trembling slightly with urgency. "Your noble assistance shall not be forgotten by Zhao. I will repay this kindness in the future." Long Gong tilted his head slightly, his weathered face displaying an expression of utmost seriousness, akin to an ancient glacier that had never melted. A hint of pride flickered in his gaze, as if he were surveying the entirety of the world from above. With a disdainful snort, he emitted a heavy grunt from his nostrils, then spoke, "There is no need for thanks from the unmoving king. The reason I protected Tang San is because he promised to marry my granddaughter. Otherwise, even if he were to perish before my eyes, I would not intervene." As he spoke, his chin lifted slightly, his tone rigid and resolute, each word seemingly forced out from between clenched teeth, imbued with an undeniable finality. "I, Long, have always acted solely based on self-interest. If not for this marriage, Tang San's life and death would be of no concern to me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing could not help but ponder inwardly. This is indeed human nature. Were I in Long Gong's position, I would likely make the same choice. After all, as a soul master in this merciless hierarchy of the strong prevailing over the weak, one would hardly be willing to engage in actions devoid of benefit. His thoughts raced, brow slightly furrowed, a glimmer of understanding and agreement crossing his eyes. While contemplating this internally, he maintained a respectful smile on his face. That smile firmly affixed like a mask, revealing no trace of discontent. With a beaming countenance, his eyes nearly narrowing to slits, he humbly expressed his gratitude to Long Gong. "Esteemed Elder Long Gong, your assistance in this matter is profoundly appreciated. Regardless of circumstances, you have indeed safeguarded Tang San, and this kindness shall be etched in my heart." The couple, the heavenly dragon and the serpent, found themselves embroiled in this fierce and alarming confrontation solely due to Tang San. After expressing his gratitude to them, Zhao Wujing turned sharply, resembling an enraged lion, his gaze igniting with intensity, as if he could breathe fire. His expression darkened, akin to an impending storm, and his tone became resolute and steely, laced with a hint of suppressed fury as he addressed Miss Luo. "I implore you to spare my student." Upon finishing his plea, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of ferocity flashing within, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike. His voice deepened and grew hoarse, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, thick with a palpable malice that sent shivers down the spine. His body was tense, muscles coiled like a spring, ready to unleash violence at any moment. Upon hearing his words, Luo Mei's previously fair visage flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Her eyebrows arched sharply, akin to 2 gleaming swords, and her eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire as she shouted vehemently, "Zhao Wujing, do you seek death? How dare you threaten me?" Her voice pierced the air like a thunderclap. Simultaneously, she clenched her fists tightly, her slender fingers turning pale from the exertion, faint veins visibly throbbing. Her body trembled slightly, clearly agitated by Zhao Wujing's words, her fury roiling within like a tempest. Yet, Zhao Wujing remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm composure, akin to an unyielding mountain amidst a howling storm. A smirk played upon his lips, tinged with mockery, revealing a blend of disdain and fearlessness. He spoke slowly and deliberately. "Miss Luo, you must recognize that this is not a threat. You are likely aware of Tang San's identity, and therefore, you should also understand that if he were to perish in the Stardow Forest, my fate as his supervising teacher would be equally dire." He paused for a moment, fixing Luo Mei with a piercing gaze before continuing. "It would not be long before the Haotian Douluo would eliminate me as well. Thus, it is not only because Tang San is my student, but also due to the threats posed by his father, that I beseech you to spare his life." His voice was steady and powerful, each word articulated with clarity and determination, radiating an undeniable authority. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's blend of softness and firmness, Luo Mei's anger surged within her like a volcano on the brink of eruption, the molten fury threatening to consume her rationality. She internally cursed, "Damn Zhao Wujing. How dare you threaten me? Just wait until I find my opportunity. I shall make you pay." She bit her lip tightly, her pearly teeth pressing into her flesh, leaving deep imprints as blood began to seep forth. Analyzing the situation, she realized Zhao Wujing was resolutely determined to protect Tang San. How infuriating. It seems that this time, Tang San cannot be killed. One must understand that I lack the confidence to protect Lin Yu while simultaneously defeating Tang San in the presence of a soul saint and the formidable duo of Dragon King and Snake Lady. Only by attaining the rank of title Douluo would I possess such strength. Contemplating this, her expression darkened further, as if shrouded by a heavy veil of gloom, rendering her once beautiful visage menacing. Yet she also recognized the unfavorable circumstances surrounding her. She could only suppress the fury simmering within, taking several deep breaths in an effort to calm her tumultuous emotions. However, her slightly trembling form betrayed her inner dissatisfaction and rage. Chapter 69. The acquisition of the second spirit ring. Although the anger within Luo Mei surged like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf the last vestiges of her reason, a formidable willpower nestled deep within her resilient heart manifested at this critical juncture, forcefully repressing the near-overwhelming impulse to act violently. She clenched her jaw tightly, her pristine teeth seemingly on the verge of piercing her lips, as the muscles of her face twitched violently in response to her profound fury. Each tremor seemed to testify to the rage colliding within her. Her eyes widened, flames of wrath erupting from her gaze as if they could incinerate everything before her. Through gritted teeth, she spat out each word, low and hoarse, as if a chilling curse emanating from the depths of the abyss. "Leave. Take Tang San and disappear from my sight at once, or I cannot foresee what I might do." Her voice carried an ancient frost, each syllable imbued with a piercing coldness that sent shivers down the spine, as if an invisible terror had gripped her heart. Upon hearing Luo Mei's words, Zhao Wujie remained as tranquil as still water, his demeanor unruffled like an unfathomable abyss, devoid of any humiliation stirring within. However, the reaction of Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, was entirely different. As the cherished daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had been regarded as a precious gem by the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo since childhood, nurtured amidst endless affection and care, which forged within her a fearless demeanor. Witnessing Luo Mei's audacity to humiliate Zhao Wujie, her delicate, porcelain-like face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, almost bleeding with color. Her bright, expressive eyes blazed with an inferno of anger, seemingly ready to reduce everything before her to ashes. Her lips parted and closed rapidly, panting in agitation, eager to vehemently refute Luo Mei, exuding the spirit of an enraged lioness, poised to confront her adversary in a fierce battle. In this precarious moment, it was Zhu Shiqing who decisively intervened. She moved like a wraith, so swift that she was almost impossible to perceive in the blink of an eye. She darted like a shadow to Ning Rongrong's rear. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Zhu Shiqing unleashed a chopping strike with blinding speed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, striking Ning Rongrong's neck with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, Ning Rongrong felt a profound darkness envelop her, a wave of intense dizziness crashing upon her, causing her limbs to weaken as if all her strength had been abruptly siphoned away, leading her to lose consciousness and collapse limply to the ground. Oscar, witnessing this, displayed no sign of panic. Rather, he remained inexplicably composed. His gaze was resolute and steady as he sprang forward with the swiftness of an arrow, his movements agile and gentle, perfectly timing his embrace to catch Ning Rongrong from Zhu Shiqing's grasp. His arms curved slightly as he cradled her with utmost care, as if holding the most precious and fragile treasure in the world, fearing that even the slightest negligence might harm her. Zhao Wujie, observing this, merely furrowed his brow slightly, the furrow between his brows forming a distinct crease. However, he did not utter a word, his footsteps swift and whispering like the wind as he strode purposefully towards Tang San. Upon reaching Tang San, he bent slightly, his towering figure now appearing somewhat stooped. He extended a hand, gently patting the recovering Tang San, his expression grave like a sky laden with dark clouds, his voice low and hoarse, laden with urgency and resignation. "Tang San, we must leave the Star Doe forest at once. As for Xiao Wu, I regret my inability to assist." Each word seemed to carry a profound sigh and heavy burden, tightening the listeners' hearts. In response, Tang San pressed his lips into a straight line, as if forged from steel. His brow furrowed deeply, his eyebrows resembling tightly twisted strands of dough. A flicker of unwillingness and rage flashed in his eyes, the flames of anger roaring like a fierce inferno, hot and violent. He opened his mouth, his throat constricting, yearning to voice something to Zhao Wujie in a bid for negotiation. Yet, upon seeing Luo Mei, her expression dark and her countenance as grim as a charred pot, her fierce gaze suggesting imminent violence, Tang San's heart sank, akin to a heavy hammer striking upon it, jolting him into clarity. He pondered inwardly, Zhao Laoshe is right. The current circumstances are exceedingly unfavorable for me. I must first safeguard my life, and when my strength has grown, I will seek justice. Otherwise, this time next year may indeed mark my demise. Moreover, I cannot be so selfish as to drag Zhao Laoshe and the others down with me in pursuit of my own obsessions. With this thought, Tang San took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, as if trying to draw all his unwillingness and fury deep within. He suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him, like a raging tide, held back by the dam of his indomitable will. He could only nod slightly at Zhao Wujie, a gesture that bore an extraordinary weight, as if it were laden with boundless helplessness and compromise, each nod resonating with the gravity of 1,000 burdens. This was an implicit acceptance of Zhao Wujie's proposal. Just as the group was about to depart, a shadow emerged from the nearby woods, moving languidly and unsteadily, reminiscent of a specter gliding toward them. In an instant, their nerves tightened like a bowstring drawn to its utmost limit, their bodies involuntarily entering a state of readiness for battle. Each gaze was imbued with vigilance and wariness, their eyes sharp as blades, intent on dissecting the approaching shadow. Their pupils constricted sharply, fixated without a blink on the shadow drawing nearer, muscles coiled like steel, prepared to unleash their might against any imminent threat. No one dared to relax. Each face was taut, expressions grave, as they summoned their martial spirits. In that fleeting moment, brilliance erupted, dazzling and resplendent, as various martial spirits materialized around them like a dream. Their eyes remained locked on the shadow in the woods, gazes fierce as flames, seemingly intent on piercing through the darkness. Breaths quickened and grew heavy, hearts pounding like war drums. Should there be the slightest disturbance, their formidable soul power would converge like a surging tide, unhesitatingly launching a ferocious strike at the shadow, delivering a fatal blow. As the shadow drew closer, their hearts leaped into their throats as if poised to escape. Breathing turned rapid and erratic, akin to an old bellows struggling to draw air, the sound rising and falling in a chaotic rhythm. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, rolled down foreheads, cascading one after another like a string of broken beads, swiftly tracing damp paths across cheeks, shimmering under the sunlight. Each face was etched with tension and anxiety, yet their eyes remained locked on the advancing shadow, unwilling to be distracted for even a moment. Before long, the shadow gradually came into clearer view. As they focused, they realized it was Xiao Wu, previously seized by the Titan giant ape. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through them, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth ripples of surprise. None could fathom how she had escaped from the overpowering and fearsome grasp of the Titan giant ape. It was indeed a perplexing enigma. However, upon witnessing her safe return, radiant smiles blossomed on Tang San and the others' faces, their joy as brilliant as flowers blooming in the springtime. Even Tang San, whose complexion was originally pale as paper and devoid of color, suddenly appeared more vibrant, as if infused with a surge of vitality and vigor, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Just as Tang San and his companions were about to open their mouths, their lips slightly parted and their tongues poised to inquire how Xiao Wu had escaped from the Titan giant ape, Zhao Wujie, like a tempestuous gale, interjected with a swiftness that left no room for hesitation. Now is not the time for questions. Once we leave the Stardow Forest, you may inquire as you wish. Our foremost task is to exit the Stardow Forest, for none can predict whether the meteor Bao, Luo Mei, might recklessly strike at us. Zhao Wujie's voice was urgent, akin to the beating of war drums, solemn as the cold winds of a frigid night, imbued with an undeniable authority. His tone resembled that of a commander issuing a life-or-death decree, each word weighted with gravitas, resonating deeply and instilling a sense of dread that left no room for defiance. It felt as though any act of disobedience might invite catastrophe, though Tang San and the others felt as if their minds were overrun by a swarm of frenzied ants. Brimming with insatiable curiosity and profound uncertainty, their brows furrowed deeply, resembling two chasms, and their eyes betrayed an unmistakable urgency and reluctance. Nonetheless, They understood the dire nature of the moment, which allowed for not even the slightest delay. Thus, they pressed their lips tightly together, forming a thin line, refraining from immediately questioning Xiao Wu about her escape. Instead, they quickened their pace, each step generating a subtle ripple in the air. Together with Xiao Wu, they moved like the wind, hastening to follow Zhao Wujia's tall and steadfast figure. Their forms resembled arrows loosed from their bows as they hurriedly made their way toward the perilous and unknown exit of the Douluo forest, their anxious demeanor suggesting they were being pursued by countless ferocious beasts. Luomei watched as Zhao Wujia and the others gradually receded into the distance, until they became mere indistinct specks, and she finally exhaled a great sigh of relief. The tension in her body instantly relaxed, leaving her feeling as though her very bones had been extracted, rendering her weak and pliable. With her legs giving way, she collapsed to the ground like a heap of mush, her body trembling uncontrollably as she gasped for breath, each inhalation seemingly draining the last of her strength. It turned out that Luomei had been forcing herself to converse with Zhao Wujia. Her soul power had been severely depleted during the preceding battle, nearly exhausted. Had a confrontation ensued at that moment, the outcome would have been utterly unpredictable, beyond anyone's foresight. After a brief period of recuperation, Luomei slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Linyu. Her once radiant face was now marred by guilt, and as she parted her lips, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I couldn't bring myself to kill Tang San as you wished." Her tone was laden with fatigue, as if she had just endured a long and arduous journey, each word sounding feeble and weary. Simultaneously, there was an undercurrent of helplessness, a profound sense of powerlessness, akin to being ensnared in an inextricable quagmire. Her tone was laden with a deep-seated remorse, as if all the failures were solely her burden to bear. Linyu seethed inwardly, contemplating. Tang San truly is the child of destiny in Douluo continent. He is incredibly difficult to kill. I meticulously set a trap in the village where Shrek Academy is located, believing my plan to be flawless, yet I failed to take his life. Instead, I was thwarted by an unexpected intervention from a teacher of Shrek Academy, here in the Douluo forest, with Sister Luomei's formidable strength. Aside from the terrifying 10,000-year soul beasts and the top-tier powerhouses with title Douluo prowess, logically, no one should be able to prevent me from eliminating Tang San. Yet, at that critical juncture when Sister Luomei aimed to strike him down, the legendary couple, the dragon and serpent, who possessed title Douluo strength through their martial soul fusion skill, appeared to save him. Their pretext for intervention was absurdly tied to Meng Yiran's affection for Tang San, as he agreed to the Dragon King's condition to wed Meng Yiran. It's worth noting that Meng Yiran has only met Tang San once. How could she act so irrationally as to endanger her grandfather's standing with the spirit hall for someone she barely knows? This is utterly ridiculous. If it weren't for the bizarre fortune surrounding Tang San, how could one be led to jeopardize relations with the most powerful and fearsome soul master organization? The spirit hall, over a mere acquaintance? It is the height of absurdity. Nevertheless, if I can gradually seize Tang San's opportunities, step by step dismantling his good fortune, it surely won't be long before I shatter the annoying aura of luck surrounding him and eliminate him for good. This instance serves as a powerful validation. For during this excursion in the Douluo forest, not only did Tang San's soul power reach beyond level 30, but he also absorbed the 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider soul ring and acquired the enviable external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. But now, Tang San's soul power is merely at level 28, and he has lost the 8 spider lances. This is sufficient proof that fate is not immutable. It can be altered. As long as I am diligent enough, ruthless enough, and clever enough, I can undoubtedly break the shackles of Tang San's destiny, plunging him into a place of no return. Chapter 71. The second soul ring finally acquired, although thoughts surged through his mind like untamed waves, one after another, relentlessly battering his consciousness. He feigned nonchalance as he spoke. "It's all right, Sister Luomei. We can seize another opportunity to eliminate Tang San next time." Lin Yu's voice sounded remarkably relaxed, as if this setback was trivial to him, merely a minor episode of little consequence. Yet his tightly clenched fists, white knuckles, and bulging veins, along with his slightly trembling frame, betrayed the suppressed fury and resentment within. His gaze sparkled with a resolute and sinister light, akin to 2 exquisitely sharp, chilling blades, poised to soar forth at any moment and rend Tang San into 1,000 pieces. Luomei's expression was anxious, and she hastily urged, "All right, Xiaoyu. Let us first deal with the man-faced demon spider. Otherwise, if it dies later, we shall have wasted the soul ring." Her tone was hurried, tinged with an unmistakable urgency. The voice trembled slightly, interwoven with profound anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression instantly transformed into one of profound seriousness, as if shrouded in a thick layer of frost. He gradually raised his hands, murmuring incantations, and in an instant, the sword of time and space materialized before him, radiating with brilliant light. The blade shimmered with an enigmatic glow, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. He advanced with a heavy yet resolute gait, each step imbued with the weight of 1,000 June. As he slowly approached the humanoid spider, the sword of time and space emanated a chilling aura, akin to frost and mist, sending shivers down the spine. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently on the humanoid spider, and without hesitation, he wielded the sword's inherent sharpness, his arms sweeping through the air with a speed as swift as thunder, with a sharp, cutting sound that echoed like the tearing of silk. The head of the humanoid spider was severed in an instant, rolling upon the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Before long, glimmers of purple light began to erupt from the body of the humanoid spider, akin to ethereal fireflies, flickering delicately. They danced about playfully, gradually coalescing upon its form. In time, a resplendent purple millennium soul ring emerged, its dazzling radiance seemingly harboring boundless mysterious power, captivating all who beheld it. Lin Yu took a deep breath, as if attempting to draw in all the surrounding air into his chest. He then tightly closed his eyes, beginning to channel the soul power within him, preparing to absorb the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring made contact with his body, the dark purple light surged forth like a torrential flood that had found its escape, rushing into Lin Yu's body with an almost frenzied intensity. The light resembled a wild stallion breaking free, a deluge that showed no signs of restraint. As the dark purple light enveloped Lin Yu entirely, Luo Mei's worry deepened. Her expression clouded like a stormy sky. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, eyes wide open, reflecting the mysterious and perilous glow. Unconsciously, her hands clenched, knuckles whitening from the pressure, while beads of sweat formed in her palms. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat, for the power of the human-faced demon spider appeared truly terrifying, its formidable aura chilling to the bone. For Lin Yu, the impact was even more profound and intense. Under the immense soul power of the human-faced demon spider, he felt as though every cell in his body was subjected to extreme heat and pressure, on the verge of exploding. The agony was akin to countless razor-sharp blades recklessly stirring within him, as if they sought to shred his internal organs into fragments. With a sudden spurt, Lin Yu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, which erupted from his lips like a crimson fountain. The blood traced a shocking arc through the air before falling like raindrops, staining the ground a deep scarlet. Before long, Lin Yu was enveloped in a thick mist of pale red, so dense that it was akin to a heavy curtain, rendering his figure nearly invisible. It was crucial to note that this mist was not formed from soul power, but rather condensed from the blood seeping from Lin Yu's body. This alone illustrated the excruciating pain he was enduring, a torment akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart and countless insects gnawing at his bones. Upon witnessing this, Luo Mei's heart raced like ants on a hot stove, her anxiety palpable. She longed to rush forward and share in Lin Yu's suffering, but could only silently pray. At this moment, even her own strength was insufficient to interrupt Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring, leaving her helplessly watching, pacing anxiously, overwhelmed yet powerless. At this moment, Lin Yu felt as though he were ensnared in an infernal abyss. Every inch of his skin and every nerve seemed to endure an excruciating torment akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. This agony transcended mere superficial pain, delving deep into his very marrow, relentlessly shadowing him. Even his internal organs felt as if they were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, which tore and wrenched with a ferocity that threatened to extract them from his body, a heart-wrenching pain that brought him to the brink of unconsciousness. Just as Lin Yu believed he had overestimated his own strength, despair overtook him as he pondered that absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider might herald his demise. Memories of his parents' unwavering love flooded his mind, their warm smiles reminiscent of spring sunshine, their words gentle as a babbling brook, each image flashing vividly before him. He recalled the promises made with Luo Mei, the beautiful dreams they had painted together, and the solemn vows exchanged, unfolding like vibrant scrolls within his heart. Reflecting on these cherished moments rekindled a fervent desire for life within Lin Yu's once dull eyes, a yearning that blazed like an inferno, fierce and unyielding. Fueled by this unwavering conviction, he clenched his teeth tightly, the sound echoing sharply, his eyes wide and bloodshot, every vein standing out in stark relief. He braced himself against wave after wave of pain that crashed over him like an unrelenting tide. Even though his body was drenched in blood, as if freshly emerged from a pool of crimson, he steadfastly resisted the overwhelming energy of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, vowing neither to bow down nor to yield. As time slipped away silently like grains of sand in an hourglass, Lin Yu's bones emitted a series of chilling cracks. The sound piercing the eerie silence like a demonic whisper from the depths of darkness, foreboding and terrifying. Beside him, Luo Mei felt her heart gripped by an invisible force, tightening its hold to the point of suffocation. Her complexion drained of color, lips quivering uncontrollably. She murmured in a voice that seemed merely a whisper of her inner dread. "What shall we do? Lin Yu, you must not come to harm." The words were laden with a palpable anxiety, her eyes wide as saucers, brimming with profound worry and boundless fear, as if she were on the verge of being consumed by her own terror. "What shall we do? Lin Yu must not be harmed," Luo Mei recited urgently, her voice trembling and sharp, heavy with palpable dread and unease. Her brow furrowed deeply, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, a testament to her extreme tension. Her eyes were wide open, as if the very orbs might leap from their sockets, filled with profound anxiety that resembled thick ink, impenetrable and unyielding, alongside an endless fear, akin to a ferocious beast with claws bared, ravenously gnawing at her soul. Her hands were tightly entwined, the knuckles pale from the strain, her body trembling ever so slightly, much like a leaf poised precariously in a raging tempest. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's skin appeared as though mercilessly pierced by countless fine, sharp needles, incessantly oozing droplets of blood. As each bead emerged, they eagerly coalesced into slender rivulets, winding down his form like serpents in undulating motion, a sight both harrowing and difficult to behold. Amidst the tumultuous and unstoppable force of the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, Lin Yu was at the mercy of this terrifying energy, which seemed intent on remolding every sinew and restructuring every vein within him. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, his facial muscles contorted in agony, his body trembling incessantly as he valiantly endeavored to withstand the immense pressure that threatened to crush him. "I must endure. I cannot fall now," Lin Yu silently screamed within, each word seemingly a primal roar erupting from the depths of his soul. He gritted his teeth with astonishing force, the pressure causing his gums to bleed, the crimson droplets mingling with the sweat cascading down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. His hands were clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain. His eyes widened, bloodshot and resolute, emanating an indomitable spirit that seemed to declare to his cruel fate, "You shall not vanquish me so easily." At last, in the face of Lin Yu's unwavering and unyielding conviction, the rampant energy of the demonic spider soul ring began to subside as if tamed, transforming from a wild beast into a docile creature. The blood no longer seeped from his skin, and his once blood-stained body gradually found a semblance of tranquility. Witnessing this, Luo Mei, who had been anxiously suspended in worry, felt as if a heavy stone had gently descended within her, slowly and cautiously easing her tension. "How wonderful. Lin Yu should be able to pull through," Luo Mei murmured softly, exhaling a sigh of relief as her taut body relaxed slightly. She silently expressed her gratitude, fervently wishing for everything to proceed smoothly, allowing Lin Yu to safely complete the soul ring absorption. A glimmer of joy, akin to a survivor's relief, sparkled in her eyes. Though it was still intertwined with lingering anxiety, her gaze never straying from Lin Yu. However, just as Luo Mei was filled with hope, convinced that Lin Yu would successfully absorb the soul ring, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from him, reminiscent of a dying beast. The sound pierced through the darkness, sharp enough to rattle one's very soul, echoing as though from the depths of the underworld, laden with unending pain and despair, chilling her to the bone. His upper body jerked upright, contorted in an unnatural manner, as though an invisible demon had ensnared him with cold, unyielding chains, ruthlessly tugging at him. Lin Yu's body trembled uncontrollably, every muscle spasming in excruciating torment, as if enduring the most brutal punishment imaginable. Seeing this, Luo Mei felt her previously eased heart tighten sharply, as if gripped by a powerful hand, rising perilously to her throat, threatening to escape. Her breaths quickened and became erratic, each inhale imbued with profound dread and concern. "Lin Yu, you must hold on," she fervently prayed within her heart, her voice tinged with a sob, laden with endless supplication. With both hands pressed tightly against her chest, it seemed as though she could stifle the heart that threatened to leap from her throat. Her eyes were filled with panic, her body leaning forward involuntarily, as if compelled to rush forth and alleviate Lin Yu's unrelenting suffering. Just as Luo Mei was consumed with worry, akin to an ant on a hot pan, She witnessed Lin Yu's shirt suddenly rupture under a powerful and terrifying force. With a sharp, piercing sound, the fabric tore apart, scattering like clouds swept away by a tempest. The remnants of the fabric danced chaotically in the air, narrating the breathtaking tension of the moment. It felt as though something ferociously fierce and grotesquely menacing was yearning to break free from its final constraints, frantically striving to emerge. And the palpable pressure rendered the surrounding air almost palpable. Luo Mei's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils constricting sharply, as if a colossal hand had gripped her heart, halting her breath in that instant. In Chapter 73, External Soulbone, Luo Mei's eyes bulged, her heart pounding fiercely, the rhythm of its tumult echoing in her ears like a frantic drumbeat. She was seized by an overwhelming tension, every muscle taut as a drawn bowstring. She soon realized this was not a mere figment of her imagination. She beheld 4 fist-sized protrusions emerging violently from either side of Lin Yu's spine, quivering with intensity like a volcano on the brink of eruption or a feral beast enraged. They pulsated and expanded, seemingly amassing an unfathomable power that surged with an impending explosion capable of obliterating everything, covering her mouth to stifle the scream that threatened to escape amidst her profound terror. Her legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath her, yet she summoned the strength to remain upright, her gaze fixed on the ominous and terrifying bulges on Lin Yu's back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu appeared to endure the most brutal and merciless of torments, as if countless searing blades were mercilessly stirring and slicing through every inch of his flesh, every bone, every cell. The immense agony contorted his features into a grotesque visage, his once handsome face now a mask of horror. The skin that had just ceased to bleed began to ooze crimson once more, like a torrent unleashed from a dam, cascading freely. He trembled like a withered leaf in a tempest, as if he could be torn to shreds at any moment. His teeth ground together, the sound starkly clear in the silence, sending chills down one's spine, as if he sought to shatter his own teeth in a desperate attempt to withstand the excruciating pain that threatened to rend his very soul. From deep within his throat emerged a low, guttural roar, a lament that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, brimming with despair and defiance. His hands clawed desperately at the ground, the fingertips worn raw, blood staining the earth beneath him. Suddenly, a protrusion on Lin Yu's back erupted violently, accompanied by a dull yet piercing sound, and a mist of crimson sprayed forth, dense and pungent, filling the air and forming a chilling haze of blood. This sanguine fog was as thick as unyielding ink, enveloping everything in a macabre shroud of horror. 8 purplish-black forms surged forth like lightning from the ruptured mass, emanating an unstoppable force. Their speed was bewildering, rendering their exact shapes almost indistinguishable. As these purplish-black entities emerged, Lin Yu's expression relaxed slightly, though this was merely a reprieve from his previous excruciating agony. His upper body continued to tremble, reminiscent of a withered branch buffeted by a relentless gale, each shudder a testament to his frailty and evoking deep concern. His body swayed with each tremor, akin to a solitary tree swaying in the wind, perilously close to succumbing to the tempest. Luo Mei watched in terror, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tears welling in her gaze, yet she dared not utter a sound, fearful of disrupting Lin Yu's process of absorbing the soul ring. Under her horrified and nearly dazed scrutiny, the purplish-black forms grew at an astonishing pace, swiftly reaching a length of 1.5 meters. At this juncture, they paused momentarily, as if gathering strength or undergoing some enigmatic transformation. Then, a joint-like protrusion slowly emerged, twisted and grotesque, emanating a chilling aura. In an instant, it resumed its unrestrained growth, akin to a frenzied vine, showing no signs of halting. Luo Mei instinctively held her breath, her eyes unwavering, her heart lodged in her throat. When the entire entity exceeded 3 meters in length, it finally ceased its frantic expansion. By this time, Luo Mei was drenched in cold sweat, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, immobilized. Upon witnessing the complete form of the creature, she was struck with a jolt, as if struck by a thunderbolt, her body quaking uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Isn't that the leg of a human-faced demon spider?" she stammered, her voice rife with shock and terror. Her eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets, the disbelief etched across her face, every wrinkle betraying her astonishment. Her mouth was agape, capable of accommodating an egg, unable to close for what felt like an eternity, as if she had witnessed the most astonishing and absurd spectacle in the world. Luo Mei stood there in a daze, her mind a blank canvas, as though her thoughts had come to a standstill at that moment, leaving her overwhelmed with shock and confusion. Just as she remained in utter disbelief, her brain void of thought, as if petrified in place, She beheld 8 spider legs mercilessly plunging into the hard earth, the rapid and muffled sound sending chills down her spine. The ground was instantly breached, the spider legs piercing through with an unstoppable force, sending dust into the air. With astonishing ease, the 8 legs hoisted Lin Yu's entire body into the air. The movement swift and resolute. At that moment, Lin Yu resembled a grotesque figure, as if endowed with 8 thick and menacing arms, eliciting a sense of dread in all who beheld him. His contorted form swayed in midair, the spider legs undulating slightly with his movements, as if possessing their own will. The terrifying scene was reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, exuding an aura that chilled the bones. Luo Mei trembled at this unforeseen sight, cold sweat erupting and soaking her back. Her lips quivered, desperate to articulate something, yet her throat felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. An hour passed, then another, time seemingly frozen, each passing moment elongated and torturous. The daylight gradually succumbed to an inky darkness, as if mercilessly smeared by thick ink, shrouding the entire world in shadow. Luo Mei stood transfixed, utterly unprepared for the prolonged duration of Lin Yu's soul ring absorption. Her gaze remained fixed on him, unwavering. Her heart burdened with escalating anxiety, like heavy clouds accumulating layer upon layer, nearly suffocating her. Her heart raced in her chest, as if attempting to break free from its confines. Why was it not over yet? Lin Yu, you must endure, she silently implored, her thoughts trembling with urgency and desperation. The worry clung to her, deepening the furrows of her brow, the lines on her forehead becoming increasingly pronounced, as if time itself had carved profound marks upon her. Chapter 74. External Soulbone 2. As the energy of the faceless spider's soul ring surged like an unstoppable tide, Lin Yu, who had previously been shrouded in confusion, began to gradually extricate himself from the unfathomable, pitch-black abyss. He slowly regained consciousness, the process akin to a long-slumbering beast gradually opening its regal eyes. Various acute sensations flowed back into him like thawing streams, eager and jubilant in their return. Every sensation felt as if it were a lively sprite, jubilantly celebrating and eagerly yearning to embrace his body once more. Each cell within him seemed to be exultantly rejoicing, as if they were hosting an unprecedentedly grand and exuberant carnival. They danced and laughed with abandon, enveloping Lin Yu in a peculiar state of bliss. Yet, an overwhelming weight, akin to a mountain, pressed upon his back, rendering his breathing labored and his entire being uneasy. At that moment, 2 ethereal, resplendent purple soul rings, reminiscent of enigmatic sprites, swirled tirelessly around Lin Yu. The radiance emitted by these rings was dazzling, almost hypnotic, as if they could draw one's very soul into their luminous embrace. Moreover, behind him, 8 elongated, spear-like spider legs emerged abruptly. These legs were both slender and formidable, their smooth contours exuding an aura of danger. The sharp tips glimmered with a chilling light, proclaiming their inviolability to the world. Merely gazing upon them sent a shiver coursing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. As his mind began to clear, Lin Yu, filled with suspicion, furrowed his brows and scrutinized his surroundings with diligence. His eyes brimmed with confusion and perplexity. His thoughts tangled like a chaotic web, refusing to untangle. However, in the very instant he shifted his gaze, he was struck with astonishment as he perceived a remarkable alteration in his perspective. The difference was so pronounced that it felt as though the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, causing his heart to plummet. It seemed that his line of sight had risen significantly, a shocking realization which was undeniably confirmed when he turned his eyes toward Luo Mei. Indeed, Lin Yu was utterly certain that his perspective had elevated beyond measure. Previously, when he beheld Sister Luo Mei, he had to gaze up in reverence and admiration to capture her visage fully. Yet now, when he looked at her, it felt as though he was viewing her from a slightly superior vantage point. What could possibly be the cause of this? Lin Yu, shrouded in doubt, knitted his brows deeply, musing to himself. His eyes were filled with bewilderment, as if ensnared in an unsolvable riddle. He then took a deep breath, unleashing his temporal domain. With focused intent, he held his breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated with utmost intensity, meticulously sensing every subtle shift within his body, every inch of skin, every muscle, every bone. He attuned himself to every minute anomaly. At last, a moment of clarity struck him like a brilliant flash of lightning. To his astonishment, he discovered that spider legs had inexplicably sprouted from his back. These legs were as unyielding as iron, imbued with a palpable sense of power. It was precisely these powerful spider legs that elevated him so high, resulting in such a dramatic shift in perspective. Could it be that he had successfully seized the external soul bone that rightfully belonged to Tang San? Lin Yu's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. A blend of exhilaration and astonishment, a fervor akin to a flood breaching its dam, instantly inundating his heart. Lin Yu felt a surge of determination within. Silently encouraging himself, I must seize this power. With unwavering focus, he endeavored to harness this unfamiliar yet formidable force. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the spider legs on his back seemed to comprehend his command, obediently retracting with a gentle grace. However, in that fleeting moment of retraction, Lin Yu suddenly felt his body plunge, losing balance in an instant. At that moment, it was as if an invisible hand had fiercely gripped his heart. He felt like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest, utterly defenseless and unable to react as he plummeted from the sky. His mind was a void, and the only sound was the howling wind, which cruelly mocked his helplessness. He flailed his arms in vain, desperately attempting to grasp something to halt his descent. But all was futile, and he could merely surrender to the rapid fall, like a shooting star. Luo Mei's face blanched in an instant, her exquisite features etched with panic and fear. Her eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, Xiao Yu, be careful. Her voice pierced the air like a sharp blade, urgent enough to seem as if it could shatter the clouds above, imbued with boundless concern that could penetrate the very soul. Before her words had fully dissipated, Luo Mei darted toward Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. Her form was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible and without a hint of hesitation. She spread her arms wide, her movements resolute and unfaltering. Her gaze radiated determination, as if she intended to construct an unassailable fortress around Lin Yu with her fragile figure. Just as Lin Yu was about to meet the ground, she accurately caught him in her embrace. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them faded into insignificance, leaving only her steadfast hold on Lin Yu. Gazing down at him, she noticed he remained in a daze, his eyes vacant and expression frozen. Observing this, a melodious laugh, as clear as silver bells, escaped her lips, reminiscent of a brook breaking the ice in spring. Delightful and harmonious. Within that laughter lay a wealth of affection for Lin Yu, akin to that of a guardian observing an innocent child, filled with warmth and tenderness. Yet it also carried a teasing undertone, as if playfully provoking him. Xiao Yu, haven't you noticed anything amiss about yourself? Her tone rose playfully, the final syllable drawn out, suffused with a hint of mischief and charm. At this moment, Lin Yu's mind was engulfed in a haze, his thoughts intertwined like a tangled mess, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. His gaze was vacant, his entire being still immersed in the tumultuous events that had just transpired. Yet, almost instinctively, he murmured, Sister Luo Mei, I haven't noticed anything amiss. The words escaped his lips in a muddled fashion, as though emanating from a distant realm. Just as Lin Yu was lost in his absent-minded response, a sudden, biting chill swept through the air like a blade. The wind resembling a ferocious beast ruthlessly lunging toward him. It lashed against his body, as if it bore icy, piercing thorns, causing his skin to ache. The brisk gust raised goosebumps across Lin Yu's body, a dense array that compelled him to shudder involuntarily. It was at that moment that he seemed to awaken from a dream, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire being jolted into awareness. He abruptly realized that he was utterly unclothed, laid bare to the cool air. In that instant, his face flushed crimson, a tide of panic and embarrassment surging within him. Oh dear! Lin Yu exclaimed, his face instantly blooming like a ripe apple, the vibrant hue seemingly ready to bleed. Flustered, he resembled a startled rabbit, hastily leaping from Sister Luo Mei's warm embrace. His hands moved with the speed of the wind, clumsily attempting to cover his modesty, his actions frantic and awkward. At that moment, his face was a vivid shade of red, even his neck tinged with a rosy hue, as he stammered to Luo Mei, please turn around. How can I change clothes with you looking at me? His voice trembled, laden with a deep sense of embarrassment and urgency, his eyes beseeching her to avert her gaze. Desperate to escape this profoundly awkward situation. Ah, little Yu has grown up and knows how to feel shy now, Luo Mei chuckled, her laughter ringing like a series of delicate silver bells, her bright eyes sparkling with playful teasing, yet beneath that jest lay a genuine sense of warmth. She narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners curving into charming crescent moons as she continued in a light-hearted tone. I remember when you were just a little tyke. Now you're all grown up and feeling bashful. Lin Yu's face turned as crimson as a ripe tomato, the hue so intense it seemed as if it might bleed. In a fit of anxiety, he began to stamp his feet on the ground, causing the earth beneath him to tremble slightly. Embarrassed and irate, he exclaimed, Sister Luo Mei, stop mocking me. Turn around quickly. I need to change my clothes. As he shouted, he clutched his hands tightly over his modesty, his eyes brimming with urgency and embarrassment. His heart raced like a rabbit trapped in a snare, its pounding echoing deafeningly in his ears. Oh, how he wished Sister Luome would hurry up and turn around. The anticipation was nearly unbearable. In his heart, he fervently wished for her to avert her gaze so that he might escape this profoundly awkward predicament. Luome's lips curled into a charming, playful smile, her expression betraying an unmistakable amusement as she replied, all right, I won't look. Besides, what part of you have I not seen before? I was the one who raised you as a child. I bathed you every time. I know your body even better than you do." Her tone was casual, imbued with a sense of fondness, though she jested with such ease. Luome nonetheless complied and turned her back to Linyu, her movements gentle and swift. Yet, in her heart, she mused, this young lad has truly grown. He knows how to feel shy now. Time flies, he has transformed from a little boy into a young man. Once Luome had turned away, Linyu became flustered. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, anxiously darting about. He hastily reached into his heart of stars, his movements frantic and hurried, swiftly retrieving a set of clothes. His fingers trembled slightly, reminiscent of leaves quaking in the cold wind, as he clumsily donned his garments while muttering anxiously, "Sister Luome, you mustn't turn around and peek." His voice carried a note of tension and unease, as if fearing she might break her promise. After a rustle of fabric, Linyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension melting away from his voice as he declared, "Sister Luome, you can turn around now. I've changed my clothes." Upon hearing this, Luome's curiosity surged, akin to a child eagerly anticipating the unwrapping of a long-awaited gift as she slowly turned back. The moment her gaze fell upon Linyu, now clad in his new attire, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing the most extraordinary sight in the world. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she swiftly approached Linyu, her steps light and hurried. As though afraid to miss this splendid moment, gently she reached out to tousle his hair, her touch as tender as a spring breeze caressing the willow branches. Her face radiated joy, her smile warm and inviting, as she exclaimed in a voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, "Little you look so handsome. I can only imagine how many hearts you will capture in the future." Linyu bashfully scratched his head, his hand appearing somewhat awkward, and a faint blush crept upon his ears. He felt a delightful warmth within, akin to carrying a jar of honey, sweet and gratifying, yet tinged with a hint of embarrassment, as if his heart danced between joy and shyness. He lowered his gaze slightly, evading Luome's scrutiny, and said, "I'm not that handsome, Luome. You're being overly flattering." His tone bore a hint of coyness, yet he could not conceal the subtle joy that lingered behind his words. Luome crossed her arms before her chest, adopting a demeanor that was both earnest and serious. Her expression was as grave as if she were articulating a matter of utmost importance, her gaze unwavering and focused on Linyu, with a tone as steadfast as granite. She asserted, "I am not exaggerating. You truly are handsome now. Otherwise, you may as well take a look for yourself." She raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes brimming with undeniable conviction, as if her resolute stance was meant to instill in Linyu the belief in every word she uttered. Upon hearing this, Linyu furrowed his brows in skepticism, gradually extracting a mirror from the heart of the stars to gaze upon himself. At that moment, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a man towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his stature as resolute as a pine tree standing proudly against the winds. Each contour of his form exuded strength and resilience. He possessed a handsomely refined visage, with features sharply defined like those carved by a master sculptor. A straight nose and subtly pressed lips complemented his noble appearance. The man radiated an air of commanding presence, as if he were born with an undeniable authority that compelled admiration. His deep-set eyes sparkled with clarity akin to water, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Yet they seemed to reflect the cosmos, encompassing all while remaining shrouded in enigma. He exuded a gallant charm, every gesture imbued with boldness, and an ethereal quality that suggested he was untouched by the mundane world, existing in splendid isolation. No wonder Sister Luome remarked on his handsomeness. It seemed that absorbing the spirit ring of the man-faced demon spider had refined him profoundly. Linyu mused to himself, his thoughts drifting like willow catkins in the breeze. Realizing that his previous appearance could only be described as somewhat attractive, a mere shadow of the magnificence he now embodied, those unfamiliar with him might scarcely recognize his transformed visage. With this realization, a wave of elation surged within him, akin to the gentle flow of a warm spring, enveloping his heart. His lips curled upwards involuntarily, revealing a radiant smile that shone like the sun piercing through the morning clouds, bright and dazzling, filled with confidence and joy. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if harboring a multitude of stars, emanating an irresistible charm and luminosity from within. Chapter 76. The effect of the second soul skill. Luo Mei playfully seized Lin Yu's hand, shaking it with vigor, her voice soft and melodious as she coquettishly exclaimed, "Oh, come on, Xiaoyu. What is your second soul skill? Hurry and tell me." Her bright, wide eyes were filled with eagerness and curiosity, her fervent gaze seeming to penetrate his very being. She resembled a little girl impatiently yearning to uncover a secret, her rosy lips pouting slightly, brows furrowed, her face radiating an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Lin Yu helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint bitter smile. He then cautiously and gently withdrew his arm from the soft, yet tightly grasping hands of Sister Luo Mei. His face was etched with a sense of resignation. His brows slightly furrowed as he remarked, "All right, Sister Luo Mei, please refrain from behaving like a little girl. I shall now explain the effects of the soul skill." Meanwhile, he inwardly mused about how Sister Luo Mei still acted like a child. This thought scurried about in his mind like a mischievous little mouse, provoking both exasperation and amusement within him. Lin Yu took a deep breath, momentarily closing his eyes to organize his thoughts. He then opened them, his gaze resolute and earnest, and spoke. "The name of my second soul skill is quite simple. It is called Pierce. However, its effect is remarkably potent, capable of enhancing the piercing ability of the time-space sword by 50%. Not only can it be utilized now, but it will remain valuable even when my strength increases in the future. After all, this enhancement is percentage-based rather than a fixed damage output." He paused, his expression grave, before continuing. "Just like soul masters of rank soul saint and above, they seldom employ their first or second soul skills unless they possess particularly unique techniques. It is understood that a casual strike from a soul master of such caliber is likely to surpass the efficacy of their primary skills. For instance, Sister Luo Mei, when facing a soul master of equal standing, would you resort to a 100-year soul skill?" As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, his hands dancing through the air as if illustrating intricate patterns, striving to convey his point to Luo Mei with clarity. His expression was intense and fervent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes fixed on Luo Mei as he keenly observed her reactions, hoping his explanation would resonate with her. Upon hearing his words, Luo Mei's elegant brows furrowed slightly, creating a delicate crease. Her gaze became distant as she fell into a moment of contemplation, time seemingly standing still. After a brief pause, she gently nodded, exclaiming with a hint of admiration, "You are absolutely correct, Xiaoyu. When confronting soul masters of rank soul saint and above, I would at least need to employ a 1,000-year soul skill. Aside from trivial encounters, I seldom use a 100-year soul skill. It appears that you have indeed acquired an exceptional soul skill. Even when you become a titled Douluo, this skill will continue to enhance your strength." As she spoke, she patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, her tone infused with both affirmation and a trace of weariness. "All right, Xiaoyu, I shall not prolong our conversation. The day has grown late. It is best to rest early. Tomorrow, we shall return to the Spirit Hall. I still need to report to the Pope regarding the clues we have found about Tang Hao." Her voice bore a slight rasp, and her eyes reflected a hint of fatigue, suggesting that the day's exertions had taken a toll on her. Upon hearing Sister Luo Mei's words, Lin Yu felt a surge of exasperation within him. "Alas, it appears that Sister Luo Mei remains unconvinced by my statements." He sighed inwardly, resigned to the fact that she would not relent until she faced the harsh realities. Let her be. I, too, am curious to see how the Pope will address this matter. Enough of such thoughts. It is best to rest early, for tomorrow I must return to the Spirit Hall. As Lin Yu silently pondered these thoughts, he shook his head in resignation, his movements resembling a clattering rattle, his face etched with a profound sense of helplessness and acquiescence. Subsequently, he trudged with a somewhat heavy gait, turning slowly towards his bed, each step seemingly laden with deep fatigue. "Xiaowu, how did you manage to escape the clutches of the Titan giant ape? Were you injured?" As Tang San and the others returned to the hotel where they had stayed before entering the Stardow forest, Tang San darted towards Xiaowu like an arrow released from its bow, his face flushed with acute anxiety. His brows were tightly knitted, forming an intricate knot of worry, and his wide, bulging eyes reflected profound concern as he gazed intently at Xiaowu, his voice trembling like leaves in the wind, urgently calling out to her. His hands, seemingly uncontrollable, grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders with a grip that turned his knuckles white, resembling iron claws. As if he wished to ascertain her well-being through this somewhat rough, yet deeply caring manner. Xiao Wu, witnessing the tension and fear etched on her third brother's face, felt a surge of warmth and emotion within her heart, as if a gentle stream of warmth were flowing through her. Though she understood that the Titan giant ape would not harm her, her brothers remained unaware, and she did not want to burden Tang San with unnecessary worry. With this in mind, her gaze softened and strengthened, and she spoke with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, recounting how, after being seized by the Titan giant ape, a sudden bellow resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, the once fearsome visage of the Titan giant ape became a picture of panic, as if a heavy storm cloud had suddenly loomed overhead. In a frantic and hurried manner, it cast her aside, as if discarding a scalding hot potato, then fled in the opposite direction of the bellow, moving as if it had seen a ghost, its limbs thrashing wildly in evident fear of the sound-emitting soul beast. As she spoke, Xiao Wu animatedly mimicked the Titan giant ape's fierce expression and its frantic escape. Striving to vividly portray the scene, her lively gestures and expressive demeanor transporting everyone back to that tense moment. Upon hearing her account, Tang San's brows furrowed deeply, resembling a chasm capable of crushing a fly. His mind raced like a high-speed machine, meticulously sifting through the vast ocean of his memories. He recalled the teachings imparted by the master, his lips pressed tightly together, forming a rigid and serious line as if glued in place. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke slowly. A bellow capable of frightening the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, must belong to the sky blue bull python. His tone carried a hint of undeniable uncertainty and gravity, each word weighed down by contemplation. His eyes revealed a profound contemplation, as if his gaze transcended the confines of time and space, conjuring vivid images of heart-stirring scenes within his mind. He was entirely enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and focus. Chapter 77. Communication. Third brother, you are truly amazing. To discern the type of soul beast merely from a sound and the reaction of the Titan great ape, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in front of Tang San with unabashed admiration. Her bright, star-like eyes sparkled with delight and respect, reminiscent of the most radiant stars in the night sky. Unconsciously, her hands clutched Tang San's arm tightly, the intensity of her grip betraying her uncontrollable excitement as she exclaimed, "Third brother, you are simply incredible. I was so startled my heart raced. Yet you managed to arrive at the answer so swiftly." Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a cheerful stream flowing through the mountains, each word imbued with reverence for Tang San. "Not that impressive. It's all thanks to our teacher." Tang San replied modestly, running his hand through his hair as a faint blush crept across his cheeks, reminiscent of the gentle hues of twilight. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Xiao Wu's adoring eyes, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he thought to himself, "Xiao Wu's praise makes me feel somewhat shy. Her sincere and ardent gaze leaves me at a loss." His fingers curled slightly, and he instinctively shifted his feet, appearing somewhat awkward and uneasy. "By the way, Xiao Wu, third brother, I have some good, or bad, news to share with you." As soon as Xiao Wu opened her mouth, Tang San's voice coincided with hers, their words harmonizing like overlapping notes. As soon as the words left their lips, they exchanged a glance and then simultaneously said, "You go first, Xiao Wu, third brother." Xiao Wu blinked her lively eyes, tilting her head slightly as she said, "Third brother, then I shall go first." A playful smile danced at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself and interjected, "You two really are in sync. Even your speech is perfectly coordinated." He grinned widely, his face adorned with his signature teasing smile, laced with a hint of mischief. His deep-set eyes darted between Xiao Wu and Tang San, sparkling with a glint of playful intrigue, as if he had stumbled upon an amusing secret. He continued, "The degree of understanding between you two is truly enviable." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu and Tang San appeared as if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare, and they both shyly lowered their heads. Their faces flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples, the color creeping down to their necks. Both felt somewhat flustered, and the atmosphere became subtly charged. It was Tang San who broke the brief silence first. He slowly raised his head, his gaze gentle as flowing water, and addressed Xiao Wu with a soft, soothing voice. "Xiao Wu, you go ahead." Tang San's voice carried a hint of encouragement, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake, instilling a profound sense of comfort and reassurance. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's face instantly radiated with a triumphant expression, bounding toward Tang San like a jubilant fawn. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she proudly proclaimed, "Brother San, not only did I escape from the Titan Great Ape, but I also discovered a millennium-old soft bone rabbit in the forest, acquiring a 1,000-year spirit ring." As she spoke with exuberance, her hands animatedly gestured, mimicking her frantic escape and the surprise she felt upon discovering the soft bone rabbit, as if she were recreating the thrilling and tense moments of that encounter, exuding an infectious energy and pride. Upon hearing this, Tang San's demeanor shifted to one of acute tension, his brows knitting together in a furrow, and the muscles in his face tensed. He abruptly grasped Xiao Wu's hand with a grip so fierce it seemed he feared she might vanish at any moment, urgently inquiring, "Xiao Wu, are you hurt?" With the swiftness of a gust of wind, his hands began to meticulously examine her, his gaze sharp and focused, like two piercing beams of light, leaving no possibility of injury overlooked. His fingers gently brushed against her arms, shoulders, back, and even the hem of her clothing. As he repeatedly murmured, "Is this all right? Is there anything here?" Only after confirming that she bore no wounds did the weight upon his heart finally lift, letting out a sigh of relief as if the very strength had been drawn from his body, leaving him trembling slightly. Seeing her brother's intense concern for her well-being filled Xiao Wu's heart with sweetness akin to honey, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her lips unable to suppress a smile. She then reassured him, "Brother San, there's no need for such alarm. I was unscathed while hunting the soft bone rabbit. It had been stunned by the Titan Great Ape's aura, allowing me to effortlessly acquire my third spirit ring." As she spoke, her hands waved excitedly, as if to reenact the ease of that moment. "Oh, and let me share a little secret with you." Xiao Wu leaned closer to Tang San, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "My third spirit ability is teleportation. It grants me greater agility in both offense and defense." Her voice brimmed with excitement and pride, the cadence lively like dancing notes, radiating confidence. "Teleportation?" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes wide as if they were two brilliant orbs. In disbelief, he remarked, "That is a rare spatial-type spirit ability." He then quickly inquired, his tone eager and filled with curiosity, "Xiao Wu, what is the range of your spirit ability?" His gaze was imbued with anticipation, as if he sought to draw the answer directly from her heart. With a cheerful laugh, Xiao Wu replied, her voice bright as a silver bell, "Brother San, I can use it freely within a 100-meter radius." As Xiao Wu playfully blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, exuding an irresistible charm. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been standing idly by, aimlessly shifting his gaze, felt a spark of curiosity ignited within him upon witnessing Xiao Wu engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Tang San. With a sudden burst of energy, he hurried over, his slightly plump figure surprisingly agile. Upon his arrival, he overheard Xiao Wu recounting the origins of her third spirit ring and its abilities. A look of profound interest blossomed on his round face, his eyes widening in eager anticipation as he focused intently on her, yearning to learn more. When he heard her narrate the circumstances of acquiring her third spirit ring and the effects of its abilities, he could not help but exclaim, "Sister, your luck is truly extraordinary." His resounding voice echoed through the air, leaving the nearby onlookers momentarily stunned. His face radiated envy and astonishment, his eyes bulging wide and his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Chapter 78. Conversation 2. The lively chatter among Zhu Zhuqing and the others had been filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. However, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's booming voice, their conversations abruptly halted as if cast under a spell. Curiosity surged forth like a tidal wave, igniting a fervent flame of inquiry in their eyes. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, her steps swift and graceful as she hurried towards Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, lifting her skirt slightly, exhibited an expression brimming with impatience, hastening her pace. The others followed closely behind, their expressions fraught with urgency, as if fearful of missing out on a significant revelation. In no time, they arrived breathlessly before Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing wore a look of astonishment, her usually composed demeanor transformed by disbelief, her brows knitting together like intertwined crescent moons. Her wide, autumn-like eyes sparkled with excitement as she tremulously exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, your fortune is truly remarkable. Not only did you escape the terrifying grasp of the Titan giant ape, but you also fortuitously encountered a 1,000-year-old soft bone rabbit along the way, acquiring a rare space-type ability, instant teleportation, upon absorbing its spirit ring. This is nothing short of miraculous. I can hardly believe it." Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, gently lifted her hand to touch her ear, a hint of relief gracing her features as she murmured, I suppose I was quite lucky this time. Otherwise, let alone obtaining a third spirit ring, anyone else might not have survived. She reflected inwardly on the perilous situation she had faced, recalling the Titan giant ape's massive form and terrifying aura, sending chills down her spine. Had fortune not favored her, she would have likely become a lost soul beneath its might. Recalling the scene from that moment, her body involuntarily shivered. Still haunted by lingering fears, Ning Rongrong and the others quickly echoed, "Indeed, we are relieved that you returned safely. Otherwise, who knows how frantic Brother San would become. He might act like a mindless lion, rampaging and committing astonishingly reckless deeds." As Ning Rongrong spoke, her hands instinctively clasped together before her chest, her face a mixture of worry and relief. The others nodded in agreement, chiming in, "Yes, yes, we have all witnessed Brother San's deep affection for you. If anything had happened to you, he would surely have lost his mind." Little Wu displayed a puzzled expression, her delicate face furrowing in confusion, her brows resembling two crescent moons entwined. With an air of urgency, she inquired, "By the way, Rongrong, how did you all end up there?" "We had taken the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake from that snake woman. Why did she and the man beside her assist Brother San? This is truly perplexing. I cannot fathom it." As she spoke, Little Wu unconsciously tapped her forehead with her finger, attempting to untangle the threads of this mystery. Ning Rongrong paused at her words, a flicker of hesitation crossing her exquisite features. After a moment, she pressed her rosy lips together, her gaze evasive, and hesitantly replied, "Little Wu, I am not entirely certain either. I am just as muddled about this matter. You should ask Brother San. He is the one involved and has experienced every detail. He should know the reasons behind it all." With a gentle sigh, Ning Rongrong twisted the hem of her garment unconsciously. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San's expression darkened significantly, as if an invisible weight bore down upon his heart. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with pain and struggle, and spoke softly. "Little Wu, the unfortunate news I must convey is related to this incident. In my desperate search for you, I recklessly pursued the Titan great ape using Xiao Ao's mushroom intestine. On that ominous path, I was unexpectedly confronted by the fearsome face-devouring spider. My mind was solely fixated on finding you, and without hesitation, I engaged in an intense battle with it, exhausting all my strength to severely wound the beast. However, at that moment, Luomei, wielding a meteor bow, suddenly appeared to block my way. Behind her stood a boy, his face twisted in a grotesque snarl, like a demon risen from the depths of hell, viciously demanding that she kill me, just when my life hung by a thread. As I felt the shadow of death looming, the illustrious dragon and serpent couple descended like divine saviors, rescuing me. To gain the ability to save you and continue my search, I reluctantly agreed to their demand to marry Mangyuran. The events that followed, Rongrong, you are likely aware of." As Tang San spoke, his face was marked by helplessness and guilt, the weight of deep remorse knitting his brows tightly, his lips trembling slightly. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Little Wu's once rosy cheeks drained of color, turning as pale as paper, devoid of any hue. Her delicate form trembled slightly, reminiscent of a flower shivering in the cold wind, her eyes swiftly reddening with tears welling within. It felt as though a tangled mass of chaos was ensnaring her heart, impossible to sever, and in a fit of frustration and urgency, she exclaimed, "Brother, have you truly forgotten our promise?" Her voice quivered, laden with disappointment and anger. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she turned abruptly, hastening towards her room. Her footsteps were frantic and hurried, the hem of her skirt billowing in the air, as if she were fleeing from this heart-wrenching reality. Her hands clenched into tight fists, her body slightly hunched from the intensity of her emotions, and her frail silhouette appeared so lonely and helpless. Upon hearing the mention of their promise, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his mind blank as if struck by a thunderbolt. Once he regained his composure, he realized that Xiao Wu had already whisked herself away into her room like a gust of wind. Without a moment to ponder, Tang San felt a burning urgency within him, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. He pursued her with the swiftness of the wind, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. In no time, he found himself at the threshold of Xiao Wu's room. He first knocked lightly and hurriedly on the door. The sound echoed his inner turmoil. Then, with an urgent yet pleading tone, he called out, "Xiao Wu, let me in. I wish to explain." His voice trembled, imbued with profound anxiety and unease, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes brimming with desperate longing. Eager to rush in and clarify everything to Xiao Wu. Chapter 79. Explanation. Xiao Wu pressed her entire body against the door, her heart a tumultuous sea, waves crashing and swirling within. It felt as though invisible hands were tugging at her heart, her thoughts a chaotic mess. She listened to her brother's anxious knocks outside, each thud heavy and urgent, resonating like a hammer striking her fragile heart. His voice, filled with anxiety and sincerity, pierced through the fog like sunlight breaking through. Xiaowu. Open the door, let me explain. I beg you. The urgency in his tone was profound, akin to a drowning person desperately grasping for their last lifeline, or a lost lamb fervently seeking the way home. Each word seemed to carry a searing warmth, yearning to penetrate the closed door and reach deep into Xiaowu's heart. Xiaowu bit her lip, leaving faint marks from her pearly teeth on her tender lips, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Her eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes quivering as if fighting against the siren call of the pleading voice outside. This made her previously resolute heart waver, her emotional lake disturbed as if a boulder had been cast into it, sending ripples cascading outward. Her mind was a whirlwind, buzzing like countless bees. Should she listen to his explanation? What if all he said were mere excuses? How could she trust so easily? Yet another voice resonated within her heart. But Sangu has always treated me so well. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, imbued with urgency and almost a plea, it seemed to tug at her heartstrings, drawing her thoughts away as memories of his meticulous care and affection flooded her mind. Vivid images, reminiscent of a film, flickered in her consciousness. She recalled the time she fell ill, when Sangu vigilantly kept watch by her bedside, sleepless throughout the night, constantly changing her damp cloth and administering her medicine, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness. She remembered how, in moments of peril, he would unhesitatingly shield her with his own body, even at the cost of his own injuries. The countless instances of his thoughtful attention, preparing her favorite meals and engaging her in cheerful conversation, illuminated her presently confused heart like radiant beams of light. Finally, Xiaowu bit her lip, her delicate teeth softly sinking into her tender flesh, as if she were grappling with herself. Subsequently, she resolutely made up her mind. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of determination and anticipation gleamed in her eyes. No longer stubbornly resisting against the door, the tension that had once gripped her seemed to dissipate. With trembling hands, her slender fingers hesitated in the air, yet ultimately, they slowly reached for the doorknob. As she gently turned it, the faint click resonated with clarity in the stillness. The door creaked open, and her heart raced to her throat, uncertain of the explanations and outcomes that awaited her. But she resolved to grant Sangu another chance to explain. Upon seeing the door ajar and Xiaowu standing there, Tang San's eyes sparkled with astonishment. A brilliance akin to fireworks exploding suddenly in the night sky, dazzling and radiant. The weight that had hung heavily on his heart eased slightly, as if a burdensome stone had shifted just a bit. He thought with trepidation, how wonderful. Xiaowu was willing to hear my explanation. If she had not opened the door, I truly would not have known what to do. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, so swift it was nearly elusive. Almost instinctively, his body surged forward into the room without hesitation, swift as the wind, fearing that this hard-won opportunity might slip away. Once inside, he quickly shut the door behind him, the sound echoing like a proclamation of his anxious and urgent feelings. Without delay, he grasped Xiaowu's delicate hands, as soft and tender as a flower, feeling as though he held the most precious treasure in the world. With the swiftness of the wind, driven by urgency and resolve, he strode purposefully to the side of the bed. His breath was rapid and disordered until he finally paused. Tang San's gaze was focused and affectionate, his demeanor serious as he began to explain to Xiaowu. His voice was deep and resonant, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 promises. Xiaowu, rest assured, my heart has always belonged solely to you. In this lifetime, I shall only take you as my wife, and there shall be no second thoughts. As he uttered these words, his gaze was intensely fixed upon Xiaowu, his fervent eyes brimming with an unwavering resolve, as if he were pledging an eternal vow. Upon hearing Tang San's heartfelt and resolute declaration, Xiaowu felt a sweetness envelop her heart, akin to having honey poured within, a delightful sensation that permeated her very being, immersing her in bliss. Yet, before this sweetness could fully dissipate, a threat of worry descended upon her like a dark cloud. She slightly lowered her eyes, gently biting her lower lip, and after a moment of hesitation, she could not help but voice her concern. Brother, what will happen to your engagement with Mangaran? Are you truly going to break it? Her voice bore a hint of apprehension, her clear eyes filled with worry and unease, fixed intently upon Tang San, as if awaiting a response that could grant her complete reassurance. Upon hearing her words, Tang San's brow furrowed instantly, forming deep creases, and a flash of determination surged within his gaze, as if he had resolved upon a significant decision. The Gaishi dragon and snake couple are coercing me with my life to marry Meng Yiran. I shall never acknowledge this engagement, he proclaimed vehemently. Their arrogance is intolerable. However, I shall find a way to repay their life-saving grace. I have just received news from my father through the meteor belt, Luo. You do not know. But my father is the youngest title Douluo of the Douluo continent, the Haotian Douluo. I believe that if I invite him to negotiate and offer the Gaishi dragon and snake couple some benefits, they will certainly agree to annul my engagement with Meng Yiran. Should they remain obstinate and unwilling to relent, HM? At this point, he scoffed coldly, a hint of malice flickering across his face, transforming his originally handsome and gentle features into a visage of stark cruelty, as if cloaked in a thick frost. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion, and the veins in his arms bulged, resembling twisting earthworms. His body trembled slightly, as if he were striving to suppress the surging anger within, poised to burst forth at any moment. I shall implore my father to eliminate them, once they are dead. The debts will vanish, and with their demise, this absurd engagement shall cease to exist. He gritted his teeth, his fierce demeanor starkly contrasting his usual gentleness. Chapter 80. Thought Xiaowu felt as though a bomb of ice and fire had been detonated within her heart upon hearing Tang San's words, instantly igniting a tumult of emotions. One half was sweetness, akin to a jar of honey overturned, its viscous nectar flowing freely and saturating her heart. Sweet enough to make her tremble, each heartbeat seemingly singing a melody of joy. The other half, however, was profound worry, weighing down upon her like a massive, unyielding leaden weight, rendering her nearly breathless. Her brows involuntarily knitted together, as if burdened by an immense weight. Deep within her, these two starkly opposing emotions clashed violently, plunging her thoughts into chaos. The sweetness lay in Tang San's resolute and emphatic words. My heart belongs solely to myself. I shall only marry myself. Those heartfelt declarations. Each word seemed to pulsate with the essence of life, dancing and laughing like a warm spring breeze, gently caressing her heart. Wherever this breeze traveled, blossoms flourished and lush greenery carpeted the earth, filling her spirit with boundless joy and contentment. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed over her, for she dreaded that the immaculate and noble qualities of Sangu might be tainted, even in the slightest degree. This anxiety enveloped her heart like a shroud, causing her brow to furrow tightly, as if to crush a fly, while her eyes remained shut, plagued by a relentless stream of distressing scenarios. She feared that this unexpected engagement could become a blemish on Sangu's character, rendering him unable to hold his head high before others. Her heart trembled, as though an invisible hand clutched it tightly, squeezing ever more, nearly stealing her breath away. Xiaowu clasped her hands to her chest, her body curling slightly, as if to shield Sangu from potential harm and slander. She lifted her chin gently, her swan-like neck tracing a graceful arc biting her lip. The delicate petals were pressed gently by her pearly teeth, revealing a subtle, enticing pallor. After a moment of hesitation, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle, she finally steadied herself and spoke. Sangu, I believe in you. Her voice, soft as a breeze gliding over a lake, stirred ripples of unwavering conviction. The brilliance sparkling in her eyes shone like stars, fervent as fire, seemingly infusing Tang San with boundless strength. This radiance was imbued with profound affection and trust, as if it could pierce through all darkness, illuminating Tang San's path forward. Her gaze was resolute and focused, fixed intently on Tang San, as though imprinting this trust deep within his soul. Upon hearing her words, Tang San's heart erupted like a myriad of vibrant fireworks, the dazzling light illuminating his inner world as bright as day. Joy surged within him like a roaring tide, crashing wave after wave against his heart, immersing him in an ocean of happiness from which he could not escape. His hands trembled involuntarily, the subtle quiver reflecting the tumultuous emotions within. A radiant smile blossomed upon his face, shining as brightly as the sun, capable of dispelling all gloom, with every crease of joy brimming with endless delight. He declared, Xiaowu, the next time I see my father, I will definitely bring him to meet you. I will ensure he acknowledges you. His tone was urgent and fervent, akin to a blazing fire, too intense to be overlooked. Each word sprang from the depths of his heart, carrying with it a profound desire and determination. The steadfast light in his gaze suggested he had already envisioned that beautiful moment, yearning to transform that splendid vision into reality, to reassure Xiaowu, and to illuminate their future with clarity and beauty. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt a jolt in her heart, as if a colossal stone had plunged into the lake of her emotions, sending ripples cascading across the surface. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had plunged into an unfathomable ice chamber, the biting chill surging from her soles to the crown of her head, leaving her aghast. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her once bright eyes were now filled with terror. Breathing became labored, her chest heaving violently, trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. She thought to herself, to be aware of her identity as a 10,000-year soul beast yet still not having entered maturity, should her third brother's father catch sight of her. He would undoubtedly discern her true nature, perhaps confining her until her brother could absorb the 10,000-year soul ring and subsequently eliminate her to seize her essence. With each possibility that arose, her heart sank deeper, as if she were ensnared in a dark abyss, devoid of even a glimmer of hope. Fear clung to her like a shadow, tightly entwining around her, causing her body to shiver involuntarily, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Despite the tumult within her, Xiaowu maintained a composed facade, striving to appear unfazed. She clenched her jaw, summoning all her strength to control her expression, and spoke slowly. "It's nothing, third brother. Since uncle is often absent, it signifies he has pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him." Her voice was steady as a tranquil lake, yet her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner turmoil, swaying delicately like willows in the wind. Though she spoke with such calmness, her heart screamed in desperation. No, absolutely not. Only when she reached maturity could she present herself before her uncle, ensuring her soul beast identity remained concealed. Within her, a trap beast raged, yearning to break free from the confines of her fear. Each collision within her soul brought forth excruciating pain, yet she could only suppress it fiercely, not allowing even a hint of her dread to surface. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat, cold sweat cascading down her spine, soaking her garments. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Tang Xin felt a wave of emotion wash over him, as if engulfed by a warm torrent. His eyes moistened instantly, tears glistening like precious pearls, ready to spill forth at any moment. His throat tightened with excitement, as though gripped by an unseen hand, and he spoke. His voice tinged with a quiver. "Xiaowu, how can you be so wonderful, always considering me?" Each word was imbued with profound affection and sincerity, his slightly trembling tone revealing the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He yearned to articulate the boundless gratitude and love that flowed through him like a mighty river. Yet before he could utter another word, Xiaowu gently urged him out of the room. His steps faltered, his gaze filled with reluctance and longing. Yet he was powerless to resist, surrendering to her gentle but resolute push that guided him through the doorway. At the moment the door was about to close, his gaze remained firmly fixed on Xiaowu, as if he wished to imprint her silhouette deeply in his mind. Chapter 81. Hao Qiandaluo. While Xiaowu engaged in conversation with Tang San, Zhao Wujie was on the other side, his expression grave as he conferred with the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. Zhao Wujie's brow was furrowed tightly, his eyebrows twisted together as if bound by an insolvable knot. His face etched with worry like a sky heavy with ominous clouds, lending an air of profound gravity to his demeanor. With an undertone of barely concealed anxiety, he inquired, "Senior Long, what shall we do about your granddaughter Meng Yiran's betrothal to Tang San?" As he spoke, he nervously rubbed his hands together, resembling two agitated creatures in a frantic dance. His eyes were fixed intently on Senior Long, brimming with concern and urgency, as if awaiting a response that might bring him solace. Leaning slightly forward, it seemed as though he believed this posture would lend weight to his words, conveying his inner turmoil more effectively. Upon hearing this, Senior Long's eyes widened in surprise, as if they might leap from their sockets, and he raised his voice, declaring with a commanding presence, "What is there to consider? Let Tang San marry my granddaughter, for he has already consented to it himself." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, causing the air around them to quiver ever so slightly. With arms crossed defiantly over his chest, he presented himself like an immovable mountain, his facial muscles taut with determination, exuding an air of unyielding authority. His chin held high, his gaze radiated an undeniable dominance, as if this matter were already settled, leaving no room for negotiation. The slight curl of his lips bore a scornful smirk, as if mocking Zhao Wujie's unwarranted inquiry. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, deep lines forming across his forehead that seemed capable of trapping several flies. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as though he were gathering courage and strength, suppressing the dissatisfaction that threatened to burst forth. He retorted, "Senior Long, although Tang San agreed to that betrothal, it was under circumstances of duress. This feels akin to taking advantage of a crisis." His voice quivered slightly, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. "Even though you have rescued Tang San, You cannot impose such pressure on him. Moreover, the reason he acquiesced was due to your coercion. If Haotian Douluo were to learn of the manner in which you are compelling Tang San to fulfill this engagement, it would surely not bode well. Zhao Wuji's voice grew increasingly thunderous, initially tinged with a semblance of restraint, but ultimately erupting into a near roar, reverberating like a clap of thunder that sent dust tumbling from the beams above. His eyes brimmed with fury, a blazing fire that seemed poised to incinerate everything before him, intertwined with a profound sense of resentment. His pupils bulged, veins protruded from his forehead, and the blood vessels in his neck swelled, transforming him into a ferocious lion, ready to pounce and fight to the death. The atmosphere between the formidable couple, Long Gong and Shifu, and Zhao Wuji intensified palpably, resembling a powder keg primed to ignite, suffused with a stifling sense of oppression and peril. Long Gong abruptly swept his sleeve, the voluminous fabric stirring a fierce gust of wind, and a powerful surge of soul power erupted like a tumultuous tide, instantly filling the entire space. He bellowed, "Zhao Wuji, do not mistake my hospitality for weakness." His voice thundered, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes widened in rage, as if his fury would erupt from their sockets, emanating an aura of chilling dominance. Zhao Wuji was undaunted, his eyes wide with burning wrath. Waves of soul power surged around him, radiating like resplendent light, forming a translucent shield. He spread his feet slightly apart, clenched his fists, and assumed a combat-ready stance. His muscles taut, akin to a poised cheetah. He ground his teeth and shouted, "To threaten me is no simple feat." An intense conflict seemed inevitable, the air thickening, causing hearts to race uncontrollably. Just as a battle appeared imminent and unavoidable, unexpectedly, a haggard man appeared on the second floor without warning. His footsteps were heavy, each step crashing down like a colossal hammer, reverberating through the floorboards. He descended the stairs slowly, his posture slightly stooped yet exuding an intangible pressure. His gaze was as cold as frost, capable of freezing the very air around him. His lips were pressed tightly together, the corners turned downward, revealing deep dissatisfaction and anger. With a voice that emerged from clenched teeth, he uttered, "A mudfish and a small snake? Do you truly think you can coerce my son?" His tone was low and gravelly, akin to the rumble of distant thunder, each word weighted with immense gravity, resonating in the ears of all present. The chilling undertone of his voice felt as if it were a demonic whisper from the abyss, carrying an irresistible force that sent shivers down the spines of those assembled, invoking a surge of fear. As he spoke, a radiant glow began to flicker around him, initially faint, but gradually intensifying into a blinding brilliance. Soul rings emerged one by one, manifesting in a manner both mysterious and majestic. The emergence of the soul rings may seem languid, yet each fleeting moment delivers a profound psychological impact, as if enveloped in an inescapable and oppressive weight that nearly suffocates. Particularly striking is the final scarlet soul ring, akin to a blazing inferno, dancing and rampaging, undeniably prominent, its radiance seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. This is, without a doubt, the terrifying 100,000-year soul ring. Merely glimpsing it allows one to sense the boundless power and majesty it embodies. As the soul ring fully materializes, the cloaked figure arrives before the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress. His gaze is as sharp as a sword, piercing through the very essence of one's soul, effortlessly discerning all that lies beneath the surface. He regards them with an icy stare, a chill emanating from his eyes that seems to freeze the air around him, casting a frigid atmosphere that renders one as if trapped in an ice cavern. Under such scrutiny, the Dragon King and Serpent Empress find themselves trembling involuntarily, ensnared by an invisible force that binds them tightly, rendering them helpless. Upon witnessing the arrival of the cloaked figure, Zhao Wuji is momentarily taken aback, as if caught in a spell, rooted to the spot. Soon after, a tremendous shift overtakes his expression, a tide of awe and fear washing over his face. His pupils constrict sharply, as though confronted with the most horrific sight imaginable, his heart tightening as if gripped by an unseen hand. In a flurry of panic, he hastily retracts his martial soul, his movements frantic and devoid of his usual composure. Bowing his head like a child who has committed a grave error, he stammers, his voice trembling with guilt. "Under the heavenly crown, I have failed to protect your son. Please, punish me." Each word trembles with profound dread. In this moment, his inner turmoil resembles a tumultuous storm, a cacophony of self-reproach and unease intertwining. It is over. The The heavenly Douluo has descended, and he will undoubtedly be displeased with me. How could I have failed to safeguard Tang-san? What if he erupts in fury and metes out severe punishment? Such fearful thoughts race through his mind, and beads of sweat roll down his forehead like pearls strung on a broken thread. Chapter 82. Heavenly Douluo too. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao slightly tilts his head, casting a cold and disdainful glance at Zhao Wujie from the corner of his eye, letting out a frosty snort. We shall discuss your matter later. First, I must address the engagement that the Dragon King and Serpent Empress have forced upon my son. His voice is chilling, as if it could freeze the very air around him. With that, his brows furrow deeply, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes like a blade slicing through the night. Abruptly, he unleashes an overwhelming pressure akin to a tsunami, a force so potent it seems poised to consume the entire world. An invisible force surged forth with an overwhelming might towards the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch, causing the very air to emit a mournful hiss, as if it could scarcely endure the terrifying pressure. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, a jolt of alarm coursed through their hearts, akin to the resounding toll of a colossal bell echoing deep within them, and they were instantly stricken with dread. Their mouths parted slightly, ready to defend themselves. But before they could utter a word, the terrifying pressure emanating from the heavenly Douluo descended upon them with the swiftness of a mountain crashing down. This force was unimaginably potent, akin to an endless abyss of darkness intent on completely engulfing them. In that moment, they felt as if an immense mountain had thundered down upon them, crushing their chests and rendering their breaths laborious, each gasp seemingly exhausting every ounce of their strength. Their faces turned as pale as parchment, devoid of color, as if all vitality had been siphoned from them. Beads of sweat, large as pearls, cascaded down their foreheads, glistening yet instantly dissipated into countless droplets by the oppressive force. The Dragon Lord trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering audibly, while the Serpent Matriarch clutched her chest tightly, her eyes filled with terror and despair. This is dire. The Dragon Lord silently lamented, his expression darkening like stormy waters, jaws clenched tightly, as if he would shatter his own teeth. His hands moved rapidly, resembling two fleeting shadows, as he bellowed, "Resist with all your might." His voice carried the weight of determination and defiance, akin to the final roar of a cornered beast. The Serpent Matriarch, too, could not afford to hesitate. Her eyes wide with fear and tension, her soul power surged violently, her meridians resembling torrents of rushing rivers, as her soul energy roared within. She summoned her soul rings with every ounce of her strength, their brilliance radiant and dazzling, in a desperate bid to withstand the crushing pressure that threatened to obliterate them. After momentarily fending off this wave of pressure, the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch exhaled a sigh of relief, their bodies trembling slightly, the tautness of their nerves easing just the slightest bit. However, at that moment, Tang Hao's voice, laced with scorn, pierced the air. "You possess some strength to withstand 50 of my soul pressure, but I shall see if you can endure the entirety of it." His words were frigid, as if born from the depths of an abyss, each syllable imbued with a chilling sense of oppression. Like a relentless winter gale howling mercilessly through the hearts of the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch, the Dragon Lord felt his heart plummet from the clouds. The muscles that had just begun to relax tensed once more, and fresh beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. As the Serpent Matriarch trembled, her pupils dilated sharply. The fleeting sense of ease that had just appeared vanished without a trace, replaced by profound fear and despair. She murmured, "What shall we do now?" Their hearts, which had just begun to settle, were once again set ablaze with anxiety, as if gripped by an invisible hand, suspended in midair, swaying uneasily, devoid of peace. In that moment, a surge of soul power, more formidable and tempestuous than before, roared forth like a tumultuous wave, crashing down upon the illustrious dragon and serpent couple with overwhelming force. This soul power bore the semblance of annihilating strength, akin to the furious flames of hell burning fiercely, manifesting an unassailable majesty that displayed itself with ruthless intensity, vowing to utterly crush them into oblivion, reducing them to mere dust beneath the weight of this terrifying pressure. Tang Hao stood with arms crossed, his posture as upright as a pine, his gaze as frigid as millennia-old ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He simply observed the unfolding scene, as if appreciating a fate long since sealed. The corners of his mouth curled downward, revealing a hint of disdainful mockery, seemingly ridiculing the couple's arrogance. Convinced they possessed no resistance against such overwhelming soul power, destined to await their crushing fate submissively. The dragon and serpent couple, who had barely managed to withstand half of the soul pressure, now bore faces as pale as parchment, drained of all vitality. Beads of sweat cascaded down, each glistening droplet instantly scattered into countless particles by the oppressive force. They exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, they perceived deep resignation and determination in each other's eyes. In his heart, the Dragon Lord silently lamented. This Douluo is indeed terrifying. How can we withstand such soul pressure? Is this to be our end? His spirit was engulfed in fear and despair, as if plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness. The serpent matriarch clenched her teeth, her once rosy lips now devoid of color, contemplating. Very well, let us fight to the last. Since death is inevitable, we might as well take a chance. Then, locking eyes, they spoke in unison. Wife, it seems we have no choice but to resort to that technique. Their words carried a tone of resolution and heroism, trembling as if like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. With that, they once again unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, brilliance erupted akin to a supernova, dazzling to the point of blinding, illuminating the surroundings as if it were high noon. Their figures vanished in the blink of an eye, seemingly consumed by the radiance. In their place stood a figure grasping a dragon and serpent staff, tall and imposing, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. However, with this person's emergence, the immense pressure released by Tang Hao surged forth like a collapsing mountain, descending upon him with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. The pressure bore down like an invisible giant hand, wielding a destructive force that offered not a moment's respite. He felt the weight of the soul power pressing upon him, and his once sturdy frame, as solid as a fortress, seemed to collapse under an immense strike, his well-defined silhouette becoming nebulous, flickering in and out of focus like a specter shrouded in dense fog. In Chapter 83, the engagement was annulled. His face contorted in a frenzy of muscle spasms. His features twisted together, and his heart brimmed with dread. The might of Tang Hao was utterly terrifying. This pressure was on the verge of shattering my very soul. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf his sanity. Yet, he persisted, gritting his teeth as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Enduring this nearly suffocating weight, he managed to utter, truly worthy of the Douluo, to nearly disperse my martial soul fusion skill, which boasts the power of a tidal Douluo, merely through soul pressure. It is no wonder that when you first ascended as a tidal Douluo, you inflicted grave injuries upon 3 tidal Douluos while successfully breaking through their encirclement. The former Pope, Qian Chuanji, perished due to severe wounds. Each word was squeezed out through clenched teeth, imbued with profound anguish and struggle. With a resigned sigh, laden with helplessness and submission, it seemed to echo a desperate lament at the cruel whims of fate. Very well, it appears that you and Tang San are fated to be apart. Under the Haotian crown, let us consider the engagement between my granddaughter, Meng Yiran, and your son, Tang San, dissolved. In light of our saving Tang San's life, I implore you to spare us. His voice was heavy with supplication, his bowed head and trembling form revealing his current humility and timidity. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, the expression tinged with unabashed scorn and disdain, as if regarding 2 inconsequential ants. He replied coldly, "At least you possess some sense." His voice was chillingly frigid, like the winds of the polar regions, laden with overwhelming authority and oppression. Having spoken, he waved his hand with an effortless yet resolute motion. The terrifying soul pressure that had just moments before seemed capable of annihilating everything receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace, so swiftly it was hard to believe it had ever existed. The surrounding air returned to tranquility, yet the hearts of those present remained unsettled, struggling to regain composure. As Tang Hao withdrew his pressure, the couple, the unparalleled dragon and serpent, felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from a death sentence. Exhaling deeply in relief as they hastily dismantled their martial soul fusion technique. No sooner had they done so than the weaker of the 2, the serpent matriarch, turned as pale as a sheet, her complexion colder than the first snow of winter, devoid of any color, as if all her blood had been instantaneously drained, leaving her a mere shell of her former self. Her body trembled violently, like a solitary vessel adrift amidst tumultuous waves, utterly bereft of support. The intensity of her shivering suggested she might collapse to the ground at any moment. The fragile figure swayed precariously, reminiscent of withered branches and leaves on the verge of falling in a tempest, weak and vulnerable. The serpent matron's eyes were tightly shut, her brow furrowed in distress, and her lips trembled incessantly, as if she were enduring immense physical agony. Her hands hung limply at her sides, yearning to rise but lacking the strength, leaving her body to tremble uncontrollably as if engaged in a final struggle against fate. Fortunately, The Dragon Lord reacted swiftly. His pupils suddenly constricted as he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, moving with astonishing speed that stirred the winds around him. His arms, akin to iron clamps, swiftly encircled the serpent matron's waist with a force potent enough to crush steel. His actions were imbued with profound urgency and deep concern. Veins protruding on his forehead, his facial muscles contorted with tension. His eyes widened in a fierce gaze, fixated on the serpent matron, panting heavily as if in that moment she was the sole inhabitant of his world. Had he not acted with such prompt decisiveness, the serpent matron would have surely tumbled to the ground like a kite severed from its string, potentially sustaining grave injuries. At that moment, the Dragon Lord's heart raced, fervently praying for the serpent matron's safety. Witnessing the serpent matron and Dragon Lord in such distress, Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, the creases resembling two closely positioned hills, somber and grave. A flicker of complex emotions danced in his eyes, contempt, pity, and an almost imperceptible anger. He then pressed his lips together, speaking in a cold, unyielding tone. Even though you saved my son's life, you cannot use that debt to compel him to wed your granddaughter. His voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of a chilling abyss, each word laced with a bone-chilling frost that sent shivers down one's spine. Moreover, even had you not intervened, my son would have remained unharmed. After all, I have always been by his side. How could I allow him to perish before my eyes? As he spoke, Tang Hao's gaze grew increasingly sharp, like a keen blade aimed directly at the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron, his authoritative glare making it difficult to meet his eyes, as though one glance could be consumed by his formidable presence. Continuing, Tang Hao slightly tilted his head back before releasing a heavy, prolonged sigh, imbued with a sense of resignation and acceptance. He spoke slowly. Very well. Although your intervention was unnecessary, you did indeed save my son's life. I, Tang Hao, am not devoid of reason. Therefore, let this 5,000-year-old mandala left arm bone serve as your reward for your assistance. With that, Tang Hao, his expression as cold as ancient ice, emotionlessly extended a left arm bone radiating a mysterious emerald glow towards the Dragon Lord. The ethereal radiance of the soul bone swirled about, seemingly carrying an invisible pressure akin to a heavy mountain descending upon one, instilling a sense of caution that rendered even the act of breathing a meticulous endeavor. Tang Hao's arm extended steadily, void of any tremor. Yet his gaze did not linger upon the soul bone. Instead, it remained impassively fixed upon Long Gong, as if this precious artifact were nothing more than an ordinary object in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Long Gong was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming surge of humiliation and fury, akin to a volcano erupting within him. His chest heaved violently, as if a ferocious beast rampaged within his soul. This was nothing short of an affront to our illustrious dragon serpent. He raged silently within. Yet, under the formidable pressure emanating from Tang Hao, he could only grit his teeth, the sound echoing as his jaw clenched tightly. The muscles in his cheeks taut from the effort. He struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, akin to a small vessel battling against tumultuous waves threatening to capsize. His hands trembled slightly, the quiver so subtle yet unmistakably revealing the turbulence within. Gradually, he extended his hands, each movement slow and laborious, as if every inch demanded immense exertion. Cautiously, he accepted the soul bone, which Tang Hao had offered with an air of condescension, his eyes filled with a palpable sense of resentment. This resentment burned like an inferno in the depths of his gaze, yet he dared not allow Tang Hao to perceive the flicker of anger that flashed within his eyes. He lowered his eyelids, evading direct scrutiny, fearful that a momentary lapse would incite Tang Hao's ire even further. After receiving the soul bone, Long Gong inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling dramatically, as though he sought to swallow down all the humiliation and helplessness with that breath. He endeavored to keep his voice steady, yet his throat betrayed him with a slight tremor as he spoke. In that case, Your Highness Hao Yin, we shall not intrude any longer. The engagement between your son and my granddaughter is hereby annulled. With that, he cast a complex glance at Tang Hao, a mixture of resentment, fear, and an indescribable sense of futility reflected in his eyes. Subsequently, he carefully assisted the snake lady as they made their way to the second-floor room. His steps were heavy and slow, each footfall seemingly burdened by 1,000-pound weight, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly beneath him. His form hunched, as if an invisible mountain had been his spine. As he walked, he pondered anxiously on how he would explain this to his granddaughter later. It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Alas, it was truly a case of losing the hen while trying to catch the fowl. His intention had been to leverage the absence of the Hao Yin Douluo to cement an alliance with this towering figure, Yet he found himself in such a dismal predicament. His brows knitted tightly, the wrinkles on his face deepening, as a cloud of worry enveloped his thoughts. Tang Hao's countenance was as inscrutable as frozen ice. His voice cold as he commanded, "Zhao Wujia, step forward." Every word pierced through the air like a cold, sharp arrow, aimed directly at Zhao Wuji's. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wuji's felt his heart constrict violently, as if struck by an immense weight, leaving him breathless and on the verge of collapse. He dared not entertain even the slightest hesitation. His feet moved with the swiftness of a tempest, and he hurriedly approached with urgency. His complexion was as pale as a ghost that had just escaped from the underworld. His voice trembled like leaves in a gust, quavering as he implored, "Your Excellency, please temper your wrath. I failed to protect Tang San and allowed him to be coerced into a marriage contract by the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent." Inside, Zhao Wuji's felt as though he harbored a lively rabbit, darting restlessly, causing his heart to flutter anxiously, filled with trepidation. Oh no, with the heavenly Douluo's formidable fury. Could it be that my life is truly at stake? I cannot bear to perish without cause. May heaven protect me. Tang Hao's gaze was piercing. Firmly fixed upon Zhao Wuji's panicked and fearful expression, his brows knitted tightly like a deep chasm, as if capable of crushing a fly. His thoughts surged like tumultuous waves, ceaselessly churning. Zhao Wuji's incompetence deserves severe reprimand. Yet, he recalled that he would need Zhao Wuji's protection for Tang San at the academy. So he decided to spare him this time. As these thoughts unfolded, the seething fury that had threatened to erupt within him gradually subsided, as if doused by a torrential downpour. He then adopted a solemn expression akin to that of a statue within a temple, speaking with gravity and decorum. "Enough. You cannot be solely blamed for this incident. Had I acted sooner, it might have been averted. Although you have faltered, your previous efforts to safeguard Tang San merit some recognition. Thus, I shall reward you with this scroll, which records the cultivation experiences from soul sage to soul de law." With a gesture, the scroll floated gracefully towards Zhao Wuji's, as if cradled by an invisible hand. Zhao Wuji's hands trembled uncontrollably, as if sifting through grain. Filled with trepidation as he gingerly accepted the scroll from Tang Hao, his eyes widened in exhilaration, resembling two blazing orbs, radiant and intense. He hastily assured Tang Hao, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall henceforth be more vigilant and diligent in protecting Tang San." Each word sprang forth from his quaking lips, imbued with unwavering resolve and reverence. Without delay, he eagerly unfurled the scroll before Tang Hao, his fingers clumsy with excitement, nearly losing grip of it. After a mere glance, he was profoundly astonished. Zhao Wuji's marveled inwardly, "Truly, the cultivation insights of the heavenly Douluo are extraordinary. The intricacies contained within are beyond imagination. Even this brief perusal has illuminated some subtle flaws in my usual practice. How could I have overlooked these before? It seems I have truly stumbled upon a treasure." His heartbeat raced with such intensity that it felt as if it might leap from his throat. Zhao Wuji endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions that surged within him like a wild stallion ready to break free. His chest heaved violently, as though it concealed a volcano on the verge of eruption. He drew a deep breath, the chill of the air akin to icy seawater, attempting to extinguish the fervent blaze igniting within his heart. Furrowing his brow, he inquired with a heart full of confusion, "Your Grace Hao Yin, why did you refrain from intervening before the Dragon King and the Serpent Matriarch took action? Had you acted then, Tang San would not have been compelled to forge an engagement with Meng Yiran." His voice trembled slightly, laced with perplexity and urgency, as his gaze remained fixed on Tang Hao, yearning for enlightenment. Tang Hao tilted his head slightly, his countenance seemingly enveloped in a mysterious radiance at that moment. His eyes were as profound as the infinite night sky, drawing one and yet remaining elusive. Slowly, he began to speak. "Zhao Wuji, you are unaware." His voice resonated deep and powerful, echoing as if it originated from ancient chimes. "At that time, I intended to eliminate Meteor Baoluome and the child she sheltered behind her." As he recounted this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling that fleeting moment. "But just as I was poised to act, I acutely sensed an obscure yet lethal aura locking onto me. It felt akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Any misstep could result in a fatal blow." Pausing, his expression grave, he continued, "Had I engaged them, those lurking in the shadows would have undoubtedly struck at both me and Xiao San without hesitation. I am confident in my ability to withstand their assault, yet Xiao San would stand no chance." His tone brimmed with helplessness and concern, a profound worry for Tang San's safety. "Just as I resolved to bravely absorb the hidden assailant strike to rescue Xiao San and swiftly depart, The Dragon King and Serpent Matriarch made their appearance. Humph. Had they not intervened to save Xiao San, even with my formidable strength, I would have inevitably sustained some injuries. After all, the hidden assailant's power is unfathomable, their presence as elusive as a monstrous beast concealed in darkness, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Exiting unscathed is no simple feat, as one may encounter their fierce and cunning attacks, leaving little room for defense. Yet, for the sake of Xiao San, I would endure injuries and face the unknown perils without hesitation. Throughout my life, I, Tang Hao, have never wavered in my resolve to protect those dear to me. Chapter 85. Acknowledgement. It is precisely because of their appearance that I was spared the injuries I might have sustained from acting forcefully. Thus I bestowed upon the illustrious dragon and serpent couple the 5,000-year-old mandala serpent's left arm bone. Otherwise, their coercion of my son into an engagement with their granddaughter would have ignited my wrath, compelling me to retaliate with uncontainable fury. Tang Hao's expression was as grim as the sky before a tempest, dark and foreboding. He clenched his teeth, forcing the words through his lips, his tone rife with seething fury and unyielding resolve. His eyes bulged like brass bells, two blazing infernos seemingly poised to incinerate everything before him. Each word emerged as if wrenched from between his teeth, imbued with relentless ferocity and determination. The mere recollection of that incident ignited within him a desire to rend the dragon and serpent couple to shreds. Zhao Wujia pondered quietly. So it is, I thought, with Tang Hao's fierce and uncompromising nature. How could he not have obliterated the dragon and serpent couple who coerced Tang San and Meng Iran into a betrothal, and instead bestowed upon them a soul bone? I recall that during Tang San's entrance examination, I merely inflicted a slight injury upon him, only to be wounded myself by his dragon whisker needle. I was left in a pitiful state that night, bruised and battered by Tang Hao's might. The dragon and serpent couple truly had the luck of the heavens. Had they attempted to pressure Tang San at another time, they would have faced Tang Hao's wrath and been utterly annihilated, rather than receiving any favors. Nevertheless, I consider myself fortunate. I had feared that I would be subjected to Tang Hao's fierce retribution, bracing for a tempestuous punishment. Yet, unexpectedly, I not only escaped unscathed but was also rewarded by him. Thoughts flashed through Zhao Wujia's mind like lightning, his heart pounding like a war drum, threatening to leap from his throat. Yet he dared not reveal his turmoil, maintaining an air of feigned humility and respect, leaning slightly forward, his gaze unwavering. Scarcely daring to breathe, Tang Hao took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to quell the tumult within him. His expression grew resolute and profound, his brow furrowing as he wrestled with his emotions. Gradually, he spoke. Zhao Wujia, there is one more thing you must convey to Tang San. Tell him I acknowledge Xiao Wu. He will understand my intent. His voice was low and powerful, brimming with a steadfast determination. Yet, his gaze seemed distant, as if ensnared in the throes of reminiscence. Memories of the tender conversation between Xiao Wu and his son flooded his mind, each word etched deeply into his heart, fostering a deeper understanding of the girl. A faint smile graced his lips as he contemplated. Perhaps this is the design of fate, he mused. He trusted in his son's judgment and wished to grant them both more space and freedom. He hoped they would sustain their sincere affection and traverse the journey of life together. Tang Hao could not help but reflect heavily. Ayin, is this the cycle of destiny? Our son, Tang San, has also fallen for someone he ought not to, much like we once did. He also fell in love with a woman transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. A love destined to be shunned by the mundane world unless he could ascend to the status of a formidable rulemaker. Initially, I had intended to imprison her, biding my time until the moment when the third party required a 100,000-year soul ring, at which point I would slay the beast to procure the ring. However, recalling the agreement between us, I ultimately dismissed that notion. Little did I anticipate that she would become entwined with the third party, who was resolute in his desire to marry her. The girl named Xiao Wu, too, despite her immaturity, dared to traverse the world alongside the third party. Had there been any soul masters above the rank of Soul Douluo within the Ballot Kingdom, they would have surely been exposed by now. Yet, rest assured, Ayin, even if it costs me my very life, I shall toil in the shadows to pave a smooth path for our child, willing to sacrifice everything to aid him in becoming a figure of reverence, step by step. As Tang Hao spoke, his gaze gradually softened and solidified, as if transcending time and space to glimpse his son standing atop the pinnacle, radiant and resplendent. His fists clenched involuntarily, a silent vow forming within him to dedicate all his efforts to secure a bright future for his son. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically, beads of perspiration instantly forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string. His body trembled involuntarily as he hurriedly approached. His face adorned with a smile that bordered on obsequiousness, infused with a tone of near flattery as he inquired, "Your Highness Haotian, would you not consider meeting Tang San in person to speak with him?" Zhao Wujia's heart raced like a startled deer, filled with trepidation. His pulse quickening as he anxiously pondered, "If only Tang Hao would personally convey the message, my burden would be greatly alleviated, sparing me from the anxiety of potentially offending this esteemed individual." A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes as he gazed longingly at Tang Hao, yearning for a response that would satisfy him. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Tang Hao's previously dreamy gaze, lost in memories, suddenly sharpened like a cold star, piercing through the veils of confusion. He swiftly extricated himself from the whirlpool of reminiscence, regaining his usual clarity and icy demeanor, akin to a bottomless ancient cold pool. His countenance seemed to don an eternal mask of ice in an instant, devoid of any expression, resembling a frigid statue. His tone was so detached it could freeze the surrounding air into shards of ice. As he slowly articulated, "Now is not the time to meet with the third party. Zhao Wujia, remember this. You must relay my words to him verbatim and in full." Though his voice flowed as gently as a whispering breeze, it resonated with the weight of a hammer striking a drum, each word imbued with an undeniable authority that commanded respect. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through Zhao Wujia, leaving him feeling as though he were pierced by 1,000 arrows, his very blood threatening to congeal. Tang Hao's voice reverberated through the air, akin to invisible shackles tightly binding Zhao Wujia's very being, rendering each breath an arduous endeavor. Chapter 86. Injuries. Observing that his entreaties fell on deaf ears, Zhao Wujia let out a resigned sigh, his visage etched with helplessness and sorrow. Bowing his head, his face contorted in anguish, he trembled as he spoke. "Understood. Your Highness Haotian, rest assured, I shall risk my life to faithfully convey your words to Tang San." Noticing this, Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression one of indifference. He casually raised his hands, seemingly nonchalant. Yet, the movements were executed with remarkable swiftness, like lightning streaking across the night sky. His fingers gently brushed over the slightly wrinkled fabric, a result of the pressure from long gong and shipa. Each subtle motion flowed seamlessly, as if honed through countless trials. The act of straightening his attire was executed with precision, devoid of any hesitation, exuding an innate aura of dominance, as if even the air around him trembled in response to his slightest gesture. Without a backward glance, he resolutely strode forth, each step firm and powerful, resonating like a hammer striking the ground, stirring up dust in his wake. His figure darted away with the swiftness of a gale, swiftly departing from the tavern. Mere moments after leaving the town where the hotel stood, Tang Hao suddenly staggered, as if struck by an unseen force. His complexion drained of color, transforming to a ghostly pallor, resembling a canvas stripped of all hues, devoid of vitality. With a cough, he felt a metallic sweetness surge within his throat, and a torrent of blood erupted violently from his mouth, tracing a harrowing arc through the air, reminiscent of a tragic red silk, laden with despair and agony. As it fell gracefully to the ground, furrowing his brow tightly, his features twisted in excruciating pain, each line etched upon his face seemed to narrate the torment he endured. He mumbled to himself, "Damn it, the injury has worsened. Little San, I don't know how much longer I can protect you. You must grow quickly." His voice was frail and trembling, imbued with helplessness and profound concern, struggling to open his eyes. The once commanding and fierce gaze was replaced by an unwavering determination and resilience, akin to two flames burning defiantly in the darkness, refusing to be extinguished. He braced himself against his faltering body, his eyes darting anxiously in search of salvation, akin to a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. At last, he spotted a relatively clean area not far ahead. His steps were unsteady, each movement seemingly requiring every ounce of his strength, his form wavering precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. After slowly seating himself, his hands swiftly formed seals, and a torrent of soul power surged violently within him. This energy raged like a ferocious tempest, causing his body to tremble slightly as he gritted his teeth, enduring with great effort. Around him, his soul power surged like tumultuous waves, rising and falling with erratic brilliance, much like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment, tightening the hearts of those who beheld it. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded from his forehead, falling like unstrung beads, splattering upon the ground and instantly forming a spreading pool of moisture. He clenched his teeth tightly, the grinding sound reminiscent of two hard metals colliding violently, sending chills down one's spine. From between his clenched jaws, low, muffled groans occasionally escaped, akin to a wounded beast howling in anguish, imbued with boundless fury and resentment. Each breath felt immensely burdensome, as though an immense weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to inhale. Every attempt to suppress his injuries felt like a harrowing struggle for survival against death itself. His body was taut, resembling a bowstring drawn to its limit, every muscle quivering, every vein bulging, as if it might burst forth from his fragile skin. At last, as a glimmer of light appeared in the sky, and the dawn began to break, Tang Hao, akin to a beast ensnared in darkness for far too long, finally glimpsed a sliver of hope and exhaled a long, relieved breath. This breath seemed to emerge with great difficulty from the depths of his tormented soul, laden with profound weariness and sorrow. He slowly raised his hand, the motion sluggish and weighty, as if each inch he lifted demanded immense exertion. With his sleeve, he gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At the moment of contact, the fabric trembled slightly, as if shuddering in empathy for the pain he endured. His fingers clutched the sleeve tightly, his joints paling from the strain, making him appear like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Tang Hao's gaze was filled with sorrow and anguish, a pain so deep it was ineffable, as if an endless abyss of darkness threatened to consume him whole. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to a past he wished to forget, becoming ensnared in a whirlpool of memories from which he could not escape. In his heart, he mused, "The world knows me, Tang Hao, as the youngest titled Douluo of the Douluo continent, with a ninth spirit ring that is 100,000 years old. When I first ascended to title Douluo, I managed to break through the encirclement of the previous Pope Qiang Sunji and two other titled Douluos, Zhu and Gui, inflicting mortal wounds upon Qiang Sunji, leading to his demise, while Zhu and Gui were also severely injured. Humph, they only see my glorious achievements, only witness my outward splendor. Yet they remain oblivious to the endless pain and sorrow that lie beneath." His heart roared with fury, his fists clenching unconsciously, nails embedding deep into his palms. Oblivious to the pain. What a fierce battle it was. That scoundrel Qiang Sunji, beneath his resplendent attire, concealed a malevolent heart. When his martial soul, the six-winged angel, unfurled, its radiance was blinding, yet it carried a lethal threat. The exquisite and resplendent chrysanthemum Douluo's mystical flower appears breathtakingly beautiful, yet each petal is as sharp as a blade, mercilessly assaulting me. The ghost Douluo drifts like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable, launching lethal strikes at the most unexpected moments. Although I, Tang Hao, was fiercely courageous at that time, I exerted every ounce of my strength, nearly exhausting the last vestige of my soul power, to barely break free from the encirclement. My mind was plagued with vivid memories of those harrowing battle scenes, causing my body to tremble involuntarily. A profound anguish surfaced on my face, distorting my features as each wrinkle narrated an endless tale of sorrow. As I continued to reminisce, I realized that the soul ring I bore for 100,000 years was a sacrificial gift from my beloved wife, Ayin. In that moment, her heart-wrenching gaze resembled shattered stars in the night sky, brilliant yet steeped in despair. Her anguished cries echoed in my ears like the mournful call of a cuckoo, each note piercing my heart like a relentless dagger. Chapter 87. The origin of wounds. As these thoughts coursed through me, my body trembled like a leaf caught in the wind, isolated and helpless. My fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on my arms, knuckles whitening from the force, as if I might crush my very bones. My teeth ground together, releasing a pained growl. Ayin. In my mind, memories replayed like a nightmare. Ayin's breathtaking visage was stained with tears as she gazed at me, her eyes brimming with reluctance and profound affection. Gradually, her form dissipated, transforming into radiant light that merged with my soul ring. With each flicker of that light, my heart felt as though it were being struck by a heavy hammer. Why? Why must fate treat us so cruelly? I howled to the heavens, my voice laden with grief and indignation. My eyes were bloodshot, imbued with a fiery intensity that seemed capable of incinerating the world. Although I had inflicted grave injuries upon Chahunji and the two other titled Douluos, leaving one dead and the other severely wounded, I too bore grievous wounds that pierced my very marrow, injuries difficult to mend. I spoke slowly, my voice deep and hoarse, as if each word was painfully extracted from between clenched teeth. The torment was unrelenting, rendering me worse than dead. My gaze was hollow and devoid of spirit, as if I had plunged into an abyss of endless darkness. Every fleeting moment, the excruciating pain shadowed me like countless venomous insects gnawing at my bones, or a raging fire searing my soul. My body trembled slightly, the muscles in my face twitching from the agony. I found myself needing to numb the pain with alcohol. My voice grew heavier, steeped in profound despair. The sharp liquor coursed down my throat, and only in that intoxicating haze could I momentarily forget it all. Finding a fleeting peace. My hands were clenched into fists, knuckles pale. Yet, once the intoxication faded, the pain surged back like a tide, drowning me once more, leaving me with nowhere to escape. He gazed skyward with a profound sigh, his voice imbued with an inexhaustible sadness and helplessness. The echoes of his lament reverberated through the vast expanse, lingering in the air as if it were a denunciation of the injustices wrought by fate. After years of recuperation, his injuries had shown signs of healing. Yet, with a furrowed brow, Tang Hao spoke gravely, "These past few days have been tumultuous. First, I encountered that shadowy adversary. A cunning and treacherous foe whose attacks were both vicious and precise, each strike aimed directly at my vital points." His eyes blazed with fury, as if the sinister scenes of their confrontation replayed vividly before him. That rogue, like a venomous serpent lurking in the darkness, seized the moment of my unguardedness to launch a sudden assault. Each of his strikes was imbued with lethal intent, mercilessly overwhelming my defenses. Tang Hao's voice trembled slightly, betraying his deep-seated loathing for that hidden assailant. Then came the clash with the formidable duo of the dragon and serpent. Their synergy as a married couple posed considerable challenges. Tang Hao clenched his teeth, the muscles in his jaw taut with strain. The dragon, fierce and oppressive, and the serpent, sly and unpredictable, coordinated their assault with seamless precision, leaving him in a state of disarray. These harrowing encounters had exacerbated the injuries he had previously managed to contain. A flicker of anger and resentment crossed Tang Hao's eyes as he swung his fist with fervor, stirring the air around him. How have I ever felt so constrained? Yet now, for the sake of the third party, I must endure. His chest heaved violently, breaths becoming more rapid. Ain, I implore you to bless our child with the strength to grow into an unparalleled warrior. Tang Hao stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if striving to pierce the endless void and reach that distant, unknown realm. His lips quivered, fragile as leaves in the wind, murmuring softly. The sound was as gentle as a breeze caressing a tranquil lake, creating ripples that bore the weight of boundless hope and affection, as if drawn from the depths of his soul. Slowly, he closed his eyes, every line on his face etched with longing and nostalgia, as if he were confiding his deepest desires to a beloved far beyond the skies. Ain, how I yearn for you. If only you were here. How wonderful it would be. The third party now faced the storms of this world alone, each step fraught with difficulty. My heart aches for him incessantly. I only wish for his swift empowerment, so he may no longer suffer from oppression or endure hardship. Ain, if you can hear my heart's call, please watch over him from beyond. Tang Hao's voice diminished, nearing the brink of tears, his body swaying slightly as if on the verge of collapse. Yet his unwavering resolve kept him standing. It seemed the time had come to reach out to the four great clans. I remain uncertain if Yang Wudi possesses the means to heal my wounds. Should he prove incapable, I may have to seek out the wielder of the nine-leaf begonia martial soul to see if she holds a remedy. Having spoken these words, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, as if he had made a momentous decision. He slowly raised his body, his movements sluggish and heavy, each subtle motion seemingly bound by invisible shackles, as if each action tugged at the deep-seated pain within him, akin to a demon's relentless torment. His brows knitted tightly, and the muscles of his face quivered slightly, clearly bearing the weight of immense suffering. Tang Hao drew a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, as though striving to inhale every particle of air around him. He clenched his teeth, the sound of their grinding resonating with his inner determination and endurance. Subsequently, he resolutely made his way towards the residence of the four great families. His strides were firm and hurried, each footfall striking the ground with a heavy thud, sending a dull echo reverberating through the air, causing the surrounding dust to rise like startled birds taking flight. His solitary figure was elongated by the fading rays of the setting sun, rendering him increasingly desolate and unyielding. He resembled a fearless warrior, charging forward into the unknown, undeterred by any obstacles. The twilight cast its glow upon him, yet it failed to warm his cold and steadfast heart. His silhouette was imbued with a sense of tragic grandeur and indomitable spirit, evoking both fear and admiration in those who beheld him. At this moment, within the starry forest, the dense foliage fragmented the sunlight, dappling the ground in a mosaic of light and shadow. Luo Mei and Lin Yu hurried towards the spirit city. Luo Mei moved with swift grace, her rapid pace stirring up fallen leaves. As she walked briskly, she frequently glanced back at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with eager curiosity and anticipation, as if harboring a restless little rabbit within her heart. Her breath was slightly labored, and her voice quivered with urgency as she anxiously inquired, Xiaoyu, how many levels of spirit power do you possess after absorbing the spirit ring? Chapter 88. Homecoming. Lin Yu slightly lifted his chin, a radiant aura of confidence illuminating his face, as he proclaimed loudly, Sister Luo, I have transcended the limits of time to absorb over 2,000 years of soul rings, and my soul power now stands at approximately level 25. His tone carried a hint of pride, the clarity and resonance of his voice echoing like a triumphant announcement to the world. Yet beneath his pride lay a profound yearning for the future. His eyes shone brightly and fervently, as if envisioning the glorious scene of himself emerging as a formidable force in the years to come. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Luo abruptly halted her steps, a radiant smile blossoming on her face, reminiscent of flowers flourishing in the warmth of spring. She excitedly grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, her eyes brimming with admiration. Her voice slightly elevated with exhilaration. Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable. When I was your age, I did not possess even a fraction of your current prowess. Her gaze swept over Lin Yu, akin to one admiring a rare and precious treasure. A faint blush crept across Lin Yu's face as he smiled shyly and softly replied, Sister Luo, you flatter me. My abilities are still far from sufficient. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he lamented, alas. When I think of my predecessors among the traversers, who often began their journeys as titled Douluo or divine beings, and those who possessed golden fingers or systems, their ascent to power was astonishingly swift. Here I am, merely a great soul master, utterly embarrassed as a traverser. No, I cannot allow this to continue. I must strive with unwavering determination and not fall behind. A flicker of disappointment and frustration briefly crossed his gaze, but it was swiftly replaced by an unwavering flame of resolve, a fire that seemed poised to incinerate all his doubts and hesitations, leaving only the steadfast determination to forge ahead. Days later, Lin Yu and Luo, their weary bodies bearing the weight of arduous trials and tribulations, finally arrived at the Soul Master City. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if the very orbs were on the verge of escaping their sockets. His head swiveled rapidly like an uncontrollable rattle, each novel sight overwhelming him with wonder. His gaze was imbued with a childlike curiosity and a sense of awe toward the unknown, resembling a small creature that had just stumbled into a strange world. Observing the bustling crowd in the Spirit Master City, where voices rang out in fervent sales pitches and hurried footsteps brushed past, he noted that almost everyone radiated an aura of spiritual energy. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement, and then, as if compelled to unleash his heartfelt emotions, he shouted exuberantly, Truly, this is the Spirit Master City. Unlike other cities, even the grand capitals of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, where not all residents were spirit masters, this place was teeming with them. As he spoke with palpable excitement, he couldn't stop smacking his lips, his eyes shimmering with an increasingly fervent light, a blend of profound wonder and reverence for the city. My goodness. The spirit masters here are as numerous as the stars in the sky. I must take my time to observe. Lin Yu mused internally, contemplating the possibility of encountering extraordinary individuals and learning remarkable skills. His heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat, each beat resonating with an insatiable yearning for this vibrant city. Lin Yu resembled a nimble little bird, swiftly turning his head to gaze at Luo. His eyes were imbued with a hint of uncontainable curiosity and heartfelt anticipation. In a voice as delicate as a falling feather, he cautiously inquired, By the way, Sister Luo, shall we return home to meet my father first, or should we pay our respects to the Pope? At that moment, his heart felt as if a multitude of fawns were frolicking within, a tumult of emotions swirling chaotically. Ah, how I wish Sister Luo would accompany me home first. Allowing my father to meet my companion, he would surely be delighted. Yet, matters concerning the Pope cannot be delayed either. What if there are significant directives or messages? What should I do? Lin Yu incessantly pondered within, his brows knitting together in deep conflict. If Sister Luo chooses to visit the Pope first, I cannot insist, for that is indeed a matter of importance. But how wonderful it would be if she were willing to return home with me. The more he contemplated, the more entangled his thoughts became, his expression shifting from anticipation to worry. Luo tilted her head slightly, her cascading black hair swaying gently, a soft smile gracing her features like the tender warmth of spring sunshine. With her cherry lips parting, she playfully replied, Of course, we shall first visit your father together. Little Yu, what else would you expect me to do? Her tone was filled with affection, akin to that of a beloved family member, as she extended her jade-like hand to gently pat Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, felt a blush rise to his fair complexion and awkwardly scratched his head, causing his hair to become somewhat disheveled. He mumbled, "I thought you were going to pay a visit to the Pope first to inform him about the matters concerning the Douluo Haotian." His voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible, as he inwardly fretted, "Oh dear, have I misspoken? I hope Sister Luo Mei isn't upset. I truly wish she wouldn't mind." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a flicker of anxiety and unease danced in his eyes. Luo Mei shot him a glance, her expression a blend of mock annoyance and playful ire, exclaiming, "All right, Xiao Yu, do not dwell on it. I merely wish to stand up for you." With a light huff, her delicate features feigned irritation before she continued, "Now, Xiao Yu, let us go meet your uncle." Without waiting for a response, she took Lin Yu's hand and briskly led him forward, her movements imbued with a sense of eagerness. As the two engaged in lively banter, their laughter flowed like a gentle spring stream, bubbling with joy. Their footsteps remained unceasing, propelled by an invisible force, a mixture of urgency and anticipation. Gradually, they arrived at Lin Yu's residence. Before them stood an exquisite mansion, its towering structure reminiscent of a great mountain, piercing the heavens, eliciting a sense of reverence in those who gazed upon it. The edifice seemed as if crafted by celestial hands, with each stone radiating an aura of ancient dignity, whispering tales of the family's illustrious history. The grand stone columns stood like titans, supporting the weighty architecture, a testament to the masterful craftsmanship and robust strength. The heavy, imposing doors of the mansion resembled an ancient barrier, adorned with the majestic characters Lin Fu, which soared like dragons and phoenixes. These powerful characters were inscribed by Lin Yu's father, the current time and space Douluo, Lin Dong, using his enigmatic martial soul, the sword of time and space. Each stroke appeared to possess life, as if two colossal dragons soared through the skies, embodying the profound essence of the sword path and an unparalleled sword aura. This aura was palpable, weaving between the characters, instilling fear in the hearts of the unworthy. Those whose strength fell short of the soul sage rank, unaware of the depths, would find themselves grievously harmed by the invisible yet ferocious sword energy emanating from the characters. They would initially experience a piercing pain in their eyes, akin to being stabbed by sharp needles, soon followed by dizziness and disorientation, as if countless swords were mercilessly assailing their soul, threatening to shred it into oblivion. The agony was indescribable, akin to being trapped in the depths of hell, where one could neither seek life nor find solace in death. Surrounding the mansion, the tall buildings were harmoniously arranged, echoing one another like a grand symphony meticulously composed. Under the generous embrace of sunlight, they shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, resembling dreamlike palaces constructed from the world's most precious gems. The walls were embedded with various rare jewels, twinkling like stars, radiating a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. The intertwining and merging of light creates a dreamlike spectacle, transporting one into an ethereal realm where the boundaries between reality and illusion blur. Each column stands as a masterpiece of artistry, intricately adorned with exquisite carvings. Celestial birds and auspicious beasts are depicted, with a phoenix poised to soar, its resplendent wings seemingly ready to ascend to the heavens. A chelan strides majestically, exuding an aura of benevolence, while a white tiger, graceful yet fierce, radiates an air of dominance. Amidst this splendor, peculiar flowers and rare herbs bloom, their vibrant petals exuding an enchanting fragrance. And the lush green leaves glisten with the morning dew, fresh and inviting. Everything appears vividly alive, as if on the verge of awakening from the stone, prompting one to hold their breath, lest they disturb these wondrous beings poised for revival. Moreover, the grand and robust door of the Lin residence is meticulously carved from a colossal and rare piece of Xuanwu stone. This stone, believed to originate from a mythical creature known as the Xuanwu, has its body buried for millennia, gradually transforming into its current form. Consequently, once unearthed, this stone emanates an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it carries the weight of endless epics in history. The carvings of dragons, phoenixes, and other creatures flow gracefully, as if shaped by the very currents of nature, devoid of any stiffness. Every detail is rendered with unparalleled finesse, reminiscent of nature's finest craftsmanship. The expressions of these animals are so lifelike that one feels they might leap from the stone, roaring towards the heavens, shaking the earth. The scales of the dragon and phoenix glimmer with a chilling brilliance, sharp enough to cut through flesh, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dare to approach. The fangs of the lion and tiger are razor-sharp, gleaming ominously, sending shivers down one's spine with just a glance. It is noteworthy that this stone possesses an extraordinary hardness, surpassing imagination. Without the prowess of a soul saint, one cannot hope to leave even the slightest mark upon its surface. Even the faintest scratch proves nearly impossible. Furthermore, the scarcity of this stone is profound. It is a rarity across the continent, commanding exorbitant prices, rendering it a treasure that is valuable yet elusive. The Lin residence's ability to utilize such an immense slab of black stone for its grand entrance, intricately carved to perfection, undoubtedly serves as a breathtaking exhibition. It stands as a testament to the Lin family's unimaginable economic prowess, their wealth resembling an endless ocean, unfathomable in depth. Simultaneously, it reflects an awe-inspiring martial strength, dissuading any potential challengers who can only gaze in reverence, filled with trepidation. Lin Yu once again beheld the familiar door of his home. An image so well known it drew his gaze with an irresistible force. He could not help but exclaim softly, "It remains unchanged, just as it always was." His voice, gentle like a feather drifting to the ground, carried an undeniable sense of nostalgia, as if it concealed countless threads of emotion. His eyes glistened with warmth akin to the serene waters of spring, a tenderness flowing within them that seemed on the verge of spilling over. His feet, compelled by an unseen force, came to a halt, as if he were anchored in place. This door resembled an old friend from his memories, eternally awaiting his return. He silently repeated this sentiment within, his thoughts swirling like willows in the wind, drifting back to a distant past. He recalled the countless moments of laughter and tears shared before this very door, each farewell and reunion vividly resurfacing, those warm scenes painting his mind. A subtle smile graced his lips, a faint trace of reminiscence for the beautiful times gone by. At that moment, his heart raced with increasing fervor, as if it were celebrating his imminent crossing of the threshold into his home. He inhaled deeply, wishing to capture the familiar essence and etch it into his heart forever. Each texture and imperfection on the door mirrored the wrinkles of an old friend's face, bearing witness to the passage of time while steadfastly preserving that unchanging bond of affection. Upon hearing Lin Yu's heartfelt exclamation, Luo Mei could not help but chuckle softly. Her laughter as clear as a mountain spring, joyous and bright, instantly dispelling the somewhat heavy atmosphere surrounding them. Tilting her head slightly, her lips curled upward in a teasing manner, she remarked, "Little Yu, how long have you been away? How could the Lin residence possibly change?" Her voice danced like playful notes in a melody, lively and vibrant, with a hint of mischief shimmering in her eyes, sparkling as though concealing countless little pranks. This little fellow, still so sentimental, she mused inwardly, her smile broadening. She gently blinked, her eyes twinkling like a constellation, radiating a lively brilliance. Her fingers unconsciously curled around her strands of hair as she continued to ponder. Yet, this nostalgic side of little Yu is rather endearing, always cherishing the past. Her gaze returned to Lin Yu, imbued with tenderness and acceptance, as if she were observing a child who would never grow up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instantly resembled a firecracker ignited, his cheeks flushed crimson like ripe apples. In his vexation, he stamped his foot vehemently, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him, and raised his voice to exclaim, "Sister Luo Mei, could you refrain from undermining me? I am merely expressing my sentiments, yet you mock me." His brows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow resembling the character for River, akin to a child who has suffered a grave injustice. His eyes widened, ablaze with indignation, as he secretly lamented, "Sister Luo Mei truly lacks understanding. Can she not indulge me just a little? I am simply articulating my inner feelings. Yet she fails to comprehend me at all. How infuriating." Chapter 90. Narrative. Just as the two were immersed in their playful banter, the heavy and ancient door of the Lin residence creaked open slowly, as if bearing the weight of time's passage, emitting a deep and resonant groan. This sound resembled a sigh emanating from the depths of antiquity, echoing gently through the air. Yet, neither of the two engaged in their frolic noticed this unfolding event. They remained blissfully absorbed in each other's laughter and jest, utterly oblivious to the changes surrounding them. Father Lin stood quietly at the door, observing the two individuals engaged in playful banter, his thoughts drifting away like a wild stallion unleashed. His gaze softened and became dreamy as memories illuminated his eyes, radiating like twinkling stars, brilliant and warm. He could not help but recall the moment he first encountered his beloved wife. In those days, he too was youthful and vibrant, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Each smile and frown of his wife resembled blossoms unfurling in the spring, enchanting and captivating. They once frolicked with the same carefree spirit as Lin Yu and Luo Mei, that innocence and joy felt as if it were merely yesterday, yet now seemed so distant and unreachable. Father Lin's lips involuntarily curled upwards, revealing a tender smile. Yet, intertwined within that smile was a hint of subtle sadness, as if he were reminiscing about the beautiful moments long past. In those days, he too, much like Yue, reveled in playful banter with Qin Shouyue. And the sound of their joyous laughter seemed to linger in the air, echoing endlessly. However, as time progressed, the relentless march of the years dulled everything, and the trivialities of life wove a dense web around him, while responsibilities weighed heavily upon him like a shackle, leaving little room for carefree frolics reminiscent of those shared with Chiuyue. At this thought, a fleeting glimmer of solitude and nostalgia flickered in Father Lin's gaze. Reminiscent of a shooting star, he let out a gentle sigh, a breath that seemed to carry the weight of countless trials and helplessness. His heart filled with a myriad of sentiments. Oh, time, why must you rush by so swiftly, transforming those beautiful moments into precious memories? As time continued its relentless march, Lin Yu ceased his playful antics with Luo Mei, his breathing still somewhat labored, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Unintentionally glancing back, he noticed that, at some point, his father had quietly taken his place at the door. The figure stood tall and composed, resembling a silent mountain, unwavering in its presence, yet exuding an indescribable sense of security and authority. Lin Yu's gaze fixated on his father, a wave of surprise and guilt washing over him. His father had been there all along, witnessing his earlier merriment. Seeing Lin Yu suddenly freeze as if struck by a spell, Luo Mei's previously joyful expression instantly turned into one of confusion, a thick fog of bewilderment enveloping her mind. "Xiao Yu, what's the matter?" she inquired anxiously, her voice urgent and concerned, as she waved her hand in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Following his line of sight, she soon comprehended the reason for his immobility. Instantly, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, spreading like the radiant hues of a sunset. Her heart raced wildly. Akin to a startled deer, her gaze flitting about in a state of panic, her hands instinctively clutching at the hem of her clothes as she murmured, "What shall I do?" Lin Yu was the first to recover from his shock, as if he were a dreamer suddenly awakened. In a flurry, he glanced down at himself, his eyes filled with a mix of panic and urgency. He hastily straightened the wrinkled clothes from his playful tussle with Sister Luo Mei, his hands fluttering like butterflies navigating through a garden, both eager and cautious. Then he straightened his posture, mustering a semblance of a respectful smile, and addressed his father with a reverent tone. "Father, what brings you out here?" His voice trembled slightly, betraying an unmistakable tension and respect, as though it were plucked from taut strings of a musical instrument. At that moment, his heart raced like a drummer furiously beating a drum. Filled with unease as he thought, would father be disappointed in my lack of decorum? That playful scuffle was indeed unbecoming. I hope he isn't disillusioned with me. Unbeknownst to him, beads of perspiration had formed on his forehead, his eyes reflecting worry and apprehension. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Luo Mei shivered slightly, her figure hurriedly adjusting her attire. Her hands moved with the grace of delicate butterfly wings, swiftly and gently smoothing out the creases in her clothing. She then inclined her body slightly, forcing a modest smile that bore a hint of shyness, reminiscent of flowers blooming in early spring, vivid yet tinged with timidity. She parted her soft lips and spoke in a gentle tone, "Greetings, uncle." Her voice rang like a lark emerging from the valley, bright and melodious, yet laced with a subtle quiver. In her gaze lingered a touch of restraint, akin to a lake shrouded in mist, elusive and hard to decipher. At that moment, her heart raced like a startled rabbit, filled with anxiety. What would uncle think of me? Would our playful banter with Lin Yu lead him to perceive me as frivolous? The more she pondered, the more her nervousness escalated, her breath quickening as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, her heart suspended in uncertainty, refusing to calm. "All right, let us step inside," Lin Dong said, observing the two before him, their flustered and anxious gestures eliciting a slight shake of his head. A hint of a resigned smile danced in his eyes, his tone gentle yet imbued with an irresistible authority. His voice resonated like a sound echoing from a deep valley, soft yet possessing an undeniable strength. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he stood tall, reminiscent of a resilient pine weathering the storms of life. Without hesitation, he turned, every movement fluid and natural, exuding an innate elegance and dignity. His strides were steady and powerful, each step resonating like a king poised to ascend the throne. Imbued with unparalleled confidence and composure as he made his way toward the living room, his silhouette, illuminated by the sunlight, was sharply defined, as if gilded with a golden edge, making his presence impossible to overlook. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Luo Mei felt as though a heavy stone that had settled in their hearts had suddenly dropped, causing their taut nerves to finally relax. They simultaneously exhaled deeply, as if releasing the tension and insecurity that had accumulated within them. A fleeting glance exchanged between them revealed the alleviation of their earlier anxiety reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Yu's gaze bore a hint of relief, while a glimmer of liberation flickered in Luo Mei's eyes. Subsequently, they resembled obedient followers, heads slightly bowed, closely trailing behind Lin Fu's imposing figure. His broad silhouette loomed like an insurmountable mountain, instilling in them an intangible pressure. They moved in sync, their steps careful and cautious, each footfall as light as if to avoid disturbing the tranquil atmosphere. Lin Yu's pace was somewhat hurried, while Luo Mei endeavored to maintain her grace. Together, their figures appeared diminutive yet profoundly dependent amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Chapter 91. Clue from Tang Hao. Upon entering the living room, the spacious and bright area was imbued with a solemn aura. Lin Fu sat composedly at the head of the table, his seat resembling one forged from pure gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a resplendent throne, each ray of light underscoring his supreme status. He sat upright as a pine tree, embodying the stature of a towering mountain, his spine as unyielding as steel, unwavering in its position. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing immense burdens, steadfast as a rock. With a slight elevation of his chin, his eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an air of authority without anger, emanating a formidable presence that commanded respect. As if he held dominion over life and death in this world, Lin Yu cautiously settled himself to the left of his father, moving with a delicate grace as if he feared to disturb a slumbering deity. He dared to perch on only half of the chair, as though the other half were a forbidden realm beyond reach. His visage bore traces of youthful innocence, with a complexion that radiated the vibrancy of youth, yet appeared slightly pallid due to his nervousness. Every so often, he would furtively glance at his father, his eyes resembling those of a timid fawn, imbued with a blend of reverence and anticipation. Each stolen glance was swiftly retracted, lest his father detect his scrutiny, his heart fluttering with unease, as if he harbored a secret, longing for his father's acknowledgement while simultaneously fearing reprimand. Luo Mei sat somewhat stiffly to the right of Lin's father, her back straight, as if an invisible thread were guiding her posture. Her demeanor was dignified and elegant, akin to a noblewoman meticulously trained in the art of propriety. Her hands were gently folded upon her lap, fingers slightly curled, embodying a posture both graceful and cautious. With her gaze cast downward like a bashful blossom, she refrained from glancing around freely, only occasionally stealing sidelong glances at her surroundings. Noticing that the two had taken their seats, Lin's father regarded Lin Yu with a gaze filled with warmth and expectation. His eyes shone like the gentle rays of the sun, casting a soft glow upon Lin Yu, imbued with profound paternal affection and concern. In a voice that was steady and resonant, he inquired, "Xiao Yu, after a year of exploration, what insights have you gained?" His words echoed through the spacious living room like the tolling of an ancient bell, carrying with them a rich cadence and undeniable authority, striking a chord deep within the hearts of those present. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, as if frozen in place, his entire being rendered motionless. Almost instinctively, he scratched his head, a gesture imbued with a certain childlike innocence. A faint blush swiftly spread across his face, reminiscent of clouds tinged with the hues of a sunset, cascading all the way to the nape of his neck. He hesitantly replied, "Father, my travels over the past year have yielded substantial gains. Not only has my mindset evolved, but I have also uncovered clues related to Tang Hao. Additionally, I have acquired a second soul ring from 2,000 years ago and an external soul bone." At this juncture, he paused, his brow furrowing slightly, akin to two intertwined strands of silk. Internally, he mused with unease. The enhancement of my strength has been somewhat sluggish. I wonder if my father will be disappointed. This thought churned ceaselessly within him, amplifying his anxiety. Lost in contemplation, he gradually lowered his head, as if wishing to conceal himself, his voice diminishing to a mere whisper, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito, now at only the 25th level. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Father Lin's lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile, the curvature reminiscent of a crescent moon, with his brilliant eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. As if he were basking in the gentle embrace of spring, his mood evidently elevated. However, upon catching the latter part of the sentence regarding the soul power being merely at the 25th level, his expression swiftly darkened, clouding over like a tempest. His countenance so grim it seemed capable of weeping. The heavy gloom cast an unsettling chill, his brows knitting into a deep furrow, as if capable of crushing a fly. He erupted in a voice filled with admonition, bellowing, "Xiao Yu, what is the matter with you? I recall that when you first embarked on your journey, your soul power was already at the 19th level. How is it that after a year of training, your soul power has only ascended by 6 levels? And that only after absorbing a soul ring? Have you truly committed to your cultivation this past year? Just wait until your mother returns. She will know how to deal with you. His voice resonated like a thunderous storm, carrying an overwhelming force that reverberated through the spacious, opulent hall adorned with intricate carvings, causing the very air to tremble. The ornaments within the room seemed to quiver in response to this explosive outburst. On the luxurious carpet, the exquisite patterns danced in the interplay of light and shadow, appearing disoriented as if startled by the sudden surge of wrath, losing their original luster. Above, the magnificent crystal chandelier swayed slightly in the wake of his roar, its radiant light now scattered and restless. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart sank, as if a colossal stone had abruptly descended upon him, causing his heart to convulse and panic, leaving him as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. He hastily inquired, "Indeed, my esteemed father, where has mother gone? Why have I not seen her?" His voice was hurried and tremulous, akin to leaves swept by a tempest, fluttering erratically. A glimmer of anxiety flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a startled fawn, darting in every direction. Beads of perspiration formed upon his forehead, cascading down his pallid cheeks like a string of dislodged pearls. Unconsciously, his hands clenched the hem of his garment, attempting to stabilize his tumultuous emotions while simultaneously seeking to divert the conversation from his father's fiery wrath. In his heart, he fervently prayed, "Please, let my father not pursue this matter any further. May mother return swiftly to salvage the situation." At that moment, he felt the atmosphere around him grow unbearably oppressive, nearly suffocating him. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, his face etched with impatience, and retorted curtly, "Your mother has gone to visit her grandfather. She should return shortly." No sooner had he spoken than a lady of exquisite grace entered the room, dressed in a flowing lavender gown that billowed like a fairy descending from the heavens. She exuded an ethereal charm. The hem of her dress was adorned with intricate floral embroidery, each blossom vividly depicted, as if every petal swayed gently in the breeze. Her skin was as pale as snow, with a delicate rosy hue reminiscent of fine mutton fat jade, so smooth that it seemed a mere touch could summon droplets of water. Cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, her lustrous black hair danced playfully in the wind, akin to mischievous sprites at play. Her features were artistically crafted. Her elegantly arched brows resembled crescent moons, while her eyes, deep and clear as tranquil lakes, radiated warmth and intelligence, as if they could perceive the essence of the world. Beneath a straight nose, her cherry-red lips, naturally tinted and alluring, bore a slight upward curve, adorned with a captivating smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze, warm and intoxicating. As she parted her crimson lips, her voice rang out, as melodious as a nightingale's song. "What are you two discussing? I seem to have overheard something about myself." Chapter 92. Clue of Tang. How to Lin Yu looked up and was delighted to see his mother returning. His eyes sparkled with joy as he hurriedly rose to offer her his seat, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile that bordered on the exaggerated. He thought to himself, "It is fortuitous that my mother has come back. Perhaps she can intercede on my behalf." His heart brimmed with anticipation and hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Qian Xiaoyu, observing her son yielding his seat, inclined her head slightly and gracefully took her place without hesitation. Her movements were fluid and natural, exuding an elegance reminiscent of flowing water. Each subtle gesture was executed with perfect poise, revealing her noble disposition. She sat with an upright posture, radiating an innate authority that was impossible to overlook. Observing the scene, Lin Yu resembled a docile kitten, nestling close to his mother, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. He appeared as a child seeking refuge, his body slightly curled, his eyes filled with dependence and tranquility. Upon seeing Qiaoyu and Xiaoyu settle down again, Lin Fu let out a heavy grunt and resumed speaking. "Isn't it all due to Xiaoyu's strength?" His tone was laden with irritation and dissatisfaction, as if the issue of Xiaoyu's prowess were a heavy stone weighing upon his chest, leaving him restless. Qiaoyu furrowed her delicate brows, the graceful arcs of her eyebrows resembling spring waters ruffled by a gentle breeze, filled with perplexity as she inquired, "What of Xiaoyu's strength? What troubles it? I recall that before he left, his soul power was at the 19th level. Having undergone more than a year of external training, you should be nearing the 30th level." Her voice was soft and melodious, yet tinged with urgency and confusion. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fu, awaiting his response. "Father Lin, if Xiaoyu's soul power were close to level 30, I wouldn't be this enraged. Recently, he wrote to invite Luo Mei to accompany him in hunting soul beasts. I was elated, thinking he had finally broken through to level 30. Little did I know he was merely hunting soul beasts for his second soul ring, which implies that his current 25-level soul power was only achieved after absorbing a soul ring. Over the course of more than a year of wanderings, he has barely advanced a single level. Tell me, should I not be furious? His voice resonated like the thunderous roar of a tempest, shaking the very foundations of the living room, reverberating with an unsettling buzz. His eyes were wide and round, burning with a fierce blaze of anger, as if ready to incinerate everything in their vicinity. His chest rose and fell violently, each breath laden with uncontainable fury, reminiscent of an imminent volcanic eruption, instilling fear in onlookers. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening under the strain, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, as if he were desperately restraining the explosion of his emotions. Veins throbbed on his forehead like serpentine worms, pulsating with the rhythm of his seething disappointment and rage. He gritted his teeth, forcing out a barrage of words through clenched jaws, each syllable striking like a bullet aimed at Linyu. Upon hearing this, Qian Shoyue trembled, as though struck by an invisible lightning bolt. Her elegantly arched brows suddenly inverted, resembling two sharp swords, radiating an icy menace. In a flash, she sprang to her feet like an arrow released from its bow, the swiftness of her movement conjuring a gust of wind that caused nearby objects to sway slightly. Her alabaster hand, akin to a tempest, swiftly seized Linyu's ear. She exclaimed with fervor, "Xiaoyu, you have truly grown audacious. After a year of travel, you have only managed to advance one level in soul power. Pray tell, what have you been doing all this time? Is it because no one has been there to urge you to cultivate?" Her voice, sharp and piercing, struck at Linyu's heart like a frigid icicle. Each word bore a chilling intensity, causing his heart to quiver involuntarily. Her cheeks flushed crimson with indignation, her eyes wide and ablaze, seemingly ready to consume Linyu whole. Tightening her grip on his ear, she intensified the pressure and continued through gritted teeth. "You, who show no ambition, have squandered an entire year of time, leaving me utterly disheartened." Her tone and demeanor bore the weight of a fierce predator, ready to devour its prey. Linyu let out a pained gasp, his features contorting in agony as he stood up, grimacing under the grip of his mother's hand. In his heart, he lamented in despair. This is it. This will end badly. His mother's fury seemed far from abating, and he realized he must tread carefully. In his flustered state, he hastily pleaded, "Mother, please be gentle. You're nearly tearing my ear off. This past year, my soul power has only advanced by a level because I devoted most of my time to breaking through my mental state and tracking down Tang Hao's whereabouts." His voice was filled with urgent supplication, trembling and rapid, reminiscent of a frightened bird in distress. His face bore the marks of torment, his brows knitted tightly together, forming a deep furrow, while his eyes squinted into mere slits, glistening with tears squeezed out by the pain. An expression of helplessness enveloped his visage like a dark cloud. His lips turned downward in a pitiful grimace. His body quivered slightly, as if grappling with immense suffering and fear. Qian Shoyu, upon hearing this, let out a heavy, disdainful snort from her nostrils, reluctantly releasing her grip on Linyu's ear. She then crossed her arms over her chest, assuming a stance akin to an untouchable statue. Her gaze was piercing, akin to two blazing flames, directed unwaveringly at Linyu, as if she sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. Her lips pressed tightly together. She coldly commanded, "Now, tell me what clues you have found. Should I find your response unsatisfactory, I shall ensure your grandfather gives you a thorough lesson." Her tone was icily severe, carrying the chill of an arctic wind that could freeze the very air around her. Each word struck Linyu like sharp shards of ice, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. At that moment, Qian Shoyu emanated an aura that was chilling to the bone. Her formidable presence cast a suffocating atmosphere over the entire living room. Upon hearing his mother suggest that his grandfather should refine him, Linyu shuddered as if struck by an electric shock, his heart sinking as though a heavy bell had been abruptly tolled. He inwardly lamented the dire implications. The trials imposed by his grandfather were no trifling matter. They were akin to a nightmare. He fervently hoped his mother would not entrust him to him. His hands, which had been gently rubbing his ears, now anxiously clasped his mother's hand. His voice trembling with a faint cry as he implored, "Mother, you mustn't allow grandfather to subject me to such trials." Upon hearing his mother suggest that his grandfather should toughen him up, Linyu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, shuddering violently, his heart sinking as if a heavy bell had been struck with great force. Alarm bells rang in his mind. The trials imposed by his grandfather were no trifling matter. They were akin to a nightmare. He fervently hoped his mother would not hand him over to him. His hands, which had been gently rubbing his ears, now anxiously grasped his mother's hand, his voice trembling with a hint of tears as he pleaded, "Mother, you must not allow grandfather to subject me to such trials." I have discovered a lead. Tang Hao has a son named Tang San, who possesses twin martial souls, one being blue silvergrass and the other the Haotian hammer. Sister Luo Mei has also seen this. They once resided in Holy Soul Village. And Tang San is currently studying at a place called Shrek Academy in the city of Soto, within the Balak Kingdom. As for Tang Hao, he seems to have vanished. But I suspect he is secretly protecting Tang San. I learned that Tang San was injured during the entrance exam at Shrek Academy by the formidable Zhao Wujing. That very night, Zhao Wujing was left bruised and battered by unknown assailants. Given Zhao Wujing's strength, which ranks among the top on the Douluo continent, the number of individuals capable of overpowering him so effortlessly is exceedingly small. Analyzing the situation carefully, with such terrifying strength and a protective stance towards Tang San at this sensitive time, I can think of no one else but the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. As Lin Yu spoke with urgency, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, cascading down like a string of lost pearls. His gaze was fixed anxiously on his mother, his pupils wide with fear and unease, dreading her disapproval of his revelations. Upon hearing Xiaoyu mention the connection between the search for Tang Hao and the recent decline in his soul power, Qian Qiuyu's previously fiery countenance gradually softened, though still tinged with an undertone of seriousness. Her tone, while tempered, remained undeniably firm as she stated, "In that case, I shall let this go for now. But you must achieve a breakthrough to level 30 in your soul power this year. Otherwise, you can expect rigorous training at your grandfather's." Her gaze bore into Lin Yu, sharp as arrows, as if to engrave her warning deeply into his heart. Qian Qiuyu's breaths were still somewhat rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly, revealing that her anger had not yet fully dissipated. Her fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the armrest of her chair, each tap amplifying the weight of her words. The sound resonated in the quiet living room, echoing like a relentless interrogation of Lin Yu's fate. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lin Yu felt the tension in his heart release, akin to a bowstring finally set free. He exhaled deeply, as if a long-suppressed torrent had found its escape. With an urgent yet pleading tone, he implored, "Mother, could you possibly grant me a little more time? There are only 5 months left this year. Is it not a bit unreasonable to expect a breakthrough to level 5 soul power in such a short span?" His eyes brimmed with supplication, resembling a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, filled with yearning and anticipation. His voice trembled slightly, laced with anxiety, akin to leaves quivering in the wind. Unconsciously, his hands fidgeted with the hem of his garment, nearly distorting its shape. His heart raced like a caged rabbit, each beat resonating in his ears like the urgent pounding of war drums, urging him to persuade his mother. His feet shuffled restlessly on the floor, betraying his unease, while beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, glistening under the light with a nervous sheen. Qian Qiuyu's expression darkened instantly, as if a clear sky had been abruptly overshadowed by storm clouds. Her brows furrowed deeply, etched with lines as sharp as if carved by a knife, capable of crushing a fly. Her gaze turned exceptionally stern, reminiscent of a chilling wind on a winter's night, instilling a sense of dread. She then raised her voice, resounding like a great bell throughout the room, causing a reverberation that buzzed in one's ears. "Have I been too lenient with you? Have you become so bold as to overstep? 5 months means 5 months. Should you fail to achieve your breakthrough within this period, you shall not escape the trials laid out by your grandfather." Her piercing gaze struck Lin Yu like a sharpened blade, imbued with a ferocity that seemed to penetrate his very being, leaving him with no avenue for escape. The authority and ire emanating from her eyes felt tangible, as if they could ignite into flames, wholly consuming him. Her lips were pressed tightly together, her chin held high, exuding an indomitable presence that commanded obedience. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding echoing as he resolutely tightened his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. With unwavering determination, he proclaimed, "Mother, you stated that if I achieve a breakthrough within 5 months, you must not send me to my grandfather's." After uttering this, he took a deep breath, his gaze betraying a hint of hesitation and exploration. He continued, "Oh, by the way, regarding Tang Hao, should we report this to His Holiness the Pope?" His eyes flickered uncertainly, shifting between his mother and father, as if gauging their sentiments, his body instinctively leaning forward, revealing his inner turmoil. "What do you think? Should we inform them, Xiaoyu?" Lin Father slightly narrowed his eyes, transforming them into narrow, profound slits as he scrutinized Lin Yu, his tone imbued with doubt, as if a shroud of mystery enveloped his words. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's chest first heaved violently, then he took a deep breath, seemingly striving to suppress the tension within him. After gathering his thoughts, he spoke. "Father, I believe that reporting this matter would serve little purpose. Upon hearing this, Father Lin slightly raised his eyebrows and, with keen interest, inquired, "What do you mean by that, Xiaoyu?" His voice was tinged with a hint of anticipation, revealing an earnest desire to uncover the truth. Lin Yu immediately recounted his conversation with Sister Luomei to his father in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Lin's father swiftly seized upon the inconsistency in Lin Yu's words. His gaze transformed into a piercing intensity, akin to two sharp blades, fixated on Lin Yu. In a tone that was both grave and stern, he inquired, "Xiaoyu, from where did you acquire the information that the former Pope Qian Sun met his demise at the hands of the current Pope Bibidong? It is worth noting that even I am unaware of this news. How did you come by it?" Father Lin leaned forward involuntarily, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating Lin Yu's very soul, while the atmosphere around them appeared to crystallize in that moment. Chapter 94. An Audience with the Pope. Lin Yu felt a sudden rush of panic, his heart racing wildly. He thought to himself, "What a disaster. Should I reveal that I obtained this knowledge from memories of a past life? That would be utterly absurd. They certainly would not believe me." Just as Lin Yu was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his mind racing yet failing to conjure a plausible explanation, Qian Xiu timely interrupted Lin Fu's words. Her tone was gentle yet undeniably firm as she stated, "Everyone harbors their own secrets. How Xiaoyu came to know this information is his own secret. You need not pry further." Her voice was as soft as flowing water, yet carried an irresistible conviction. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yu felt as if a heavy stone that had long weighed upon his heart had finally dropped to the ground. He seemed to relax from the tension that had gripped him, exhaling a sigh of relief, secretly grateful to his mother. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss to explain how he had come by this information. A look of profound relief spread across his face, and his eyes brimmed with gratitude for his mother. Upon hearing his wife's words, Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting tightly together like two entwined caterpillars. He gradually spoke, "Xiaoyu, since your mother has said this, I shall no longer pursue how you came to know this information." His voice bore a hint of relief, akin to a gentle breeze endeavoring to disperse the clouds of anxiety looming in his heart. Yet, the furrowed brow resembled a firmly shut city gate, securely locking away the worries that lay deep within. His gaze, somewhat stern, resembled an unfathomable cold pool, still revealing the lingering doubts that had not yet entirely dissipated. These doubts were like the submerged aquatic plants at the bottom of the pool, subtly visible yet perpetually ensnaring his thoughts. Unconsciously, he cleared his throat, as if attempting to mask the unease that had not fully subsided. His gaze lingered on Lin Yu for a brief moment, imbued with a sense of scrutiny mixed with resignation, as if he sought to penetrate the depths of her heart, only to ultimately choose to relinquish that pursuit at the last moment. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu's eyes momentarily flickered with urgency, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, brilliant yet fleeting. He hastily interjected, "Father, should we not report this news to the Pope?" His body seemed to act of its own accord, instinctively leaning forward as if drawn by an invisible force. His hands were clenched tightly together, the pressure so intense that his knuckles turned pale, and his palms were slick with sweat, amplifying his anxiety. At that moment, turmoil raged within him, his mind a tempest of uncertainty. What decision would his father make? If they chose to remain silent, would they miss a golden opportunity? Yet, if they reported it, what unforeseen consequences might ensue? Should they inadvertently provoke the Pope's ire, the Lin family could face dire repercussions. Conversely, if they concealed the truth and it came to light later, they would incur even graver penalties. Oh, how exasperatingly conflicted he felt. His heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his throat, and his throat had grown unbearably parched. He struggled to swallow, his eyes brimming with tension and apprehension, fixated on his father, awaiting a response that felt as momentous as a decree of fate. Lin's father's countenance instantly transformed into a grave expression, as if shrouded by a dense layer of ominous clouds. His brows furrowed tightly, and his gaze grew profound and focused, plunging him into a momentary yet profound contemplation. Time appeared to freeze at that instant, and the surrounding air seemed to weigh heavier. After a prolonged silence, he finally shattered the oppressive stillness, stating, "We can give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, it will not impose significant loss upon our Lin family. Lome." His voice resonated with clarity and determination, akin to the tolling of a mighty bell, each word resonating with conviction, as if he had made an irrevocable decision. His tone was imbued with an indomitable courage and a resolute finality that rendered his steadfast belief impossible to overlook. His chest rose and fell slightly, as if he were striving to calm the tumult within, yet his unwavering gaze remained steadfast, as though he had already glimpsed the path ahead, no matter how strewn with thorns, and was resolved to forge ahead. Is something the matter? Startled by the sudden call, Name, who had been lost in thought, trembled as if she were a frightened fawn. Instinctively, she responded, her voice tinged with a slight quiver. Her eyes reflected a blend of confusion and alarm, resembling a deep pool obscured by mist, difficult to fathom. Her heart still lingered in her own reverie, rendering her somewhat dazed. Her breaths grew rapid, her chest rising and falling erratically with the rhythm of her breathing. Her hands instinctively clutched the hem of her garment, as if seeking solace in the act. The expression on her face had yet to adjust, leaving her startled demeanor frozen, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld it. I wish for you to convey this message to the Pope. Are you willing to undertake this task? Lin's father's gaze burned with intensity, akin to a consuming flame, as he fixated on Lo Mei, inquiring with a deep and powerful tone laced with an undeniable authority, as if this were not merely a question but a command that demanded execution. Uncle, didn't Xiaoyu mention that reporting this news would be futile? Why then must we still report it? Lo Mei's face was a tableau of confusion, her brows knitted tightly as if bound in a knot, the deep creases reflecting her perplexity. As she spoke, she cast a bewildered glance at Lin's father, her voice laden with doubt and hesitation, the intonation slightly rising with inquisitiveness. Unconsciously, her body recoiled slightly, seemingly oppressed by Lin's father's imposing demeanor, yet unwilling to accept the task without clarity. Her hands continued to fidget with the hem of her garment, while her feet shuffled restlessly on the ground, betraying her inner turmoil and unease. Father Lin spoke earnestly. Whether we report this news is one matter, how the Pope chooses to handle it afterward is another. Our duty is to convey this information to the Pope. What she does with it thereafter is entirely her prerogative. His tone was calm and resolute, resonating like an ancient bell, each word strikingly clear and powerful. His gaze was tranquil yet profound, locking on to Luome's as if to imprint his thoughts deep into her soul. That low, magnetic voice articulated an undeniable truth, imbued with an irresistible force. He slightly raised his chest, his hands resting naturally at his sides, standing tall and dignified, exuding an aura of compelling authority. His speech was measured, each pause perfectly timed, allowing ample opportunity for contemplation of the depth within his words. The unwavering intensity of his gaze and the strength of his tone harmonized seamlessly, leaving no room for rebuttal. One could only listen intently, deeply moved by his declarations. Chapter 95. The decision. Upon hearing his words, Luome initially appeared taken aback. Then, after a moment of contemplation, she nodded thoughtfully, her movement slow yet resolute. I shall report this matter to the Pope tomorrow, she stated solemnly, her expression serious and determined, as if she regarded the task as a sacred and inescapable responsibility. She straightened her back, her eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve, while her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner tension and determination. At that moment, Qian Shouyue gently furrowed her brows, her elegant eyebrows knitting together to form a delicate crease. She interjected, Xiaoyu, might you consider informing your grandfather of this news? Her gaze was laced with concern and a hint of hesitation, the warmth of her care akin to a gentle spring breeze, while her uncertainty resembled a willow swaying in the wind. Internally, she pondered, I wonder if this is advantageous or detrimental for Xiaoyu. What if it brings her trouble? Yet, the fear of missing a crucial opportunity loomed large in her mind. Her eyes lingered on Linyu, filled with conflict and worry, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, betraying her unease. A fleeting expression of distress crossed Linyu's face, reminiscent of sunlight obscured by dark clouds, suddenly dimming. He spoke, Mother, I suspect my grandfather has long been aware of this matter. His brow furrowed tightly, the creases resembling deep ravines, etched with entanglement and helplessness. Internally, he lamented, what should I do? How can I explain this to my mother? If she presses further, how shall I respond? Is it possible to reveal the true reason? That is utterly impossible. She would certainly not believe me and might even think I am speaking nonsense. Alas, this is truly vexing. His lips instinctively pursed. His gaze wandered restlessly, unable to meet his mother's eyes, while his feet fidgeted lightly against the ground. Qian Shui's face was suddenly overtaken by profound confusion, her voice rising sharply as if it sought to pierce the very air. If your grandfather was already aware of this, why did he not eliminate Bibi Dong at the outset? Instead, he supported her assent to the papacy? Her tone was laced with inquiry and urgency, each word akin to an enraged bullet. Her eyes brimmed with bewilderment and impatience, resembling flames that burned fiercely and intensely. She widened her eyes, as if they might burst from their sockets, fixating intently on Lin Yu, desperately seeking a reasonable answer from him. Leaning slightly forward, she appeared poised to pounce on Lin Yu, compelling him to divulge the truth. Her breaths were rapid and heavy, each inhalation trembling with anger. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Her lips were pressed firmly together, the muscles in her face twitching with agitation. Embodying a volcano on the brink of eruption, suppressing a tempest of tumultuous emotions within. In Lin Yu's mind, a thought flickered like lightning. Who else, apart from Bibi Dong? The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall possessed the qualifications to ascend after the untimely demise of the former Pope Qian Sun. Moreover, she was the mother of Qian Renxue, having borne a legitimate granddaughter for the Qian family. This realization surged through Lin Yu's consciousness, yet he could not voice it. He grappled with how to disclose the origin of this information to his parents, as the indescribable source left him utterly speechless. His lips trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress the words yearning to escape. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, each one cascading down, reflecting the turmoil within him. His heart was in a state of conflict, as if myriad voices were clashing in his mind. On one side lay the truth yearning to be revealed, while on the other, an inexplicable dilemma loomed. Anxiously, he contemplated his next move. His thoughts raced like a wild stallion, yet he could not find a suitable outlet. His gaze flickered uncertainly, alternating between his father and mother, seeking any hint in their expressions that might aid him in extricating himself from this awkward and challenging predicament. Qian Qiuyu observed the turmoil etched on her son's face, crumpled like a wrinkled piece of paper. With a gentle yet urgent tone, she slowly inquired, "I do not wish to pry into how you came by this information. I merely wish to know if you intend to share this news with your grandfather." Her gaze, soft as water, bore an unmistakable curiosity, as though it sought to penetrate Lin Yu's innermost thoughts, yearning for a direct answer. Lin Yu's previously tense expression, marked by a hint of conflict, evaporated like ice beneath the gentle caress of spring when he heard his mother declare that she would no longer pursue the origins of his news. However, when she inquired whether he wished to inform his grandfather of this revelation, his recently relaxed countenance instantly hardened, his brows knitted in concentration, plunging Lin Yu once more into a profound state of inner turmoil. Images flickered in his mind like an old film reel, showcasing the gentle and amiable visage of his grandfather, along with the meticulous care and encouraging words he had received during his childhood. Those warm memories twinkled like brilliant stars in the dark, bewildered expanse of his heart. His grandfather had always treated him with such kindness. Perhaps this matter should be shared with him. Lin Yu pondered silently, and after much internal struggle, he resolved with determination. Inhaling deeply before addressing his mother with unwavering conviction, "Mother, since Sister Luo made plans to report this news to the Pope tomorrow, I shall also speak to grandfather about it then." His voice, though soft, resonated with strength and his eyes sparkled with resolute clarity. Upon hearing her son's response, Qian Qiuyu nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Lin Yu before she inquired, with a hint of curiosity, "Is there anything else?" A glimmer of anticipation shone in her eyes, as if she hoped to glean further insights from the reactions of those present. When everyone shook their heads, Qian Qiuyu raised her voice, decisively instructing the servants to prepare dinner. Before long, a servant clad in plain garments hurried in to report, his tone somewhat urgent, "The meal is ready." At this announcement, the group rose and made their way to the dining room. In the dining room, the seat of honor naturally belonged to Lin Dong, Lin Yu's father, while Qian Qiuyu sat beside him, and Lin Yu took his place according to the hierarchy of age. The seating arrangement adhered to strict family rules, reflecting the established order of respect within the lineage. The attendees quietly settled according to their status, the atmosphere so subdued that only the faint rustle of fabric and delicate breaths could be heard, as they observed the custom of dining in silence. After the meal, the company indulged in exquisite desserts and fresh fruits before returning to their respective rooms to prepare for rest. Lin Yu, burdened by a sense of weariness, moved slowly toward his chamber, each step seemingly laden with reflections on the long day and hopes for the uncertain morrow. His gaze appeared somewhat distant, as he continued to mull over the events of the day. Chapter 96. Intentions. Lin Yu lay upon his bed, akin to a pupa ensnared within a cocoon. His thoughts entwined in a chaotic tangle. He tossed and turned restlessly, resembling a fish writhing atop a scorching pan, murmuring incessantly, "What my mother said truly gives me a headache." His voice was laden with palpable frustration and helplessness, as though shrouded in a dense fog of despair. He furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes squeezed shut, striving to recall his mother's words regarding the necessity of breaking through 5 levels of soul power within 5 months and reporting to his grandfather about Tang Hao. With each recollection, his frown deepened, as if those words were heavy shackles, suffocating him with their weight. While the task of informing his grandfather about Tang Hao seemed manageable, the prospect of achieving a 5-level breakthrough in soul power within such a limited time frame appeared daunting. This thought filled Linyu with distress. His brow knitting tightly as if it could crush a fly, his face etched with vexation, obscured by a thick cloud of turmoil. His hands raked through his hair with reckless urgency, as if attempting to claw away the agitation festering within his mind. His fingers traversed his hair like sharp rakes, leaving it in disarray, akin to wild grass ravaged by a tempest. What should I do? 5 months is an excruciatingly short span. Can I truly achieve this? Linyu incessantly questioned himself, his gaze suffused with anxiety and helplessness. His breathing quickened, his chest heaving violently, as though a wild beast trapped within was desperately clawing for freedom. No, I cannot simply resign to fate. I must devise a plan. Linyu silently resolved to take action, yet the worry etched on his face remained unchanged. He bit his lip, nearly drawing blood, his tightly pursed lips and taut expression betraying his inner turmoil and unease. Unbeknownst to him, Linyu instinctively released his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Initially taken aback, he stood frozen, as if under a spell, then stared blankly at the 8 spider lances, his eyes clouded with confusion, as if he had lost focus. Vacant and devoid of life. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of insight pierced through his mind, illuminating his thoughts. His eyes widened instantaneously, sparkling with excitement akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. His thoughts were swiftly drawn back to a fan fiction he had read in his previous life, which described the 8 spider lances as capable of absorbing the soul power of soul beasts and soul masters to enhance the host's own power. Upon this realization, a wave of scorching heat surged within him, akin to molten lava coursing through his veins, invigorating him to the point where his heart felt as if it would leap from his throat. He fervently exclaimed within, "Perhaps I can truly give it a try. If the 8 spider lances can indeed function as described in that novel, I might be able to create a technique through the accumulation of knowledge from the spirit hall and my own comprehension that allows for the absorption of items to elevate my soul power." The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Linyu became. As his mind conjured a magnificent tableau, he envisioned himself successfully creating a martial technique, swiftly enhancing his prowess through it, and then, with an overwhelming force, vanquishing Tang San. He imagined leading the spirit hall on a triumphant march, unifying the Douluo continent, only to ascend to divinity and soar to greater heights. His face radiated fervent anticipation and longing, as though he were already on the cusp of achievement. Wholly engrossed in this breathtaking reverie, unable to extricate himself, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, brimming with a sense of fulfillment, his smile exuberant and unabashed. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Linyu's consciousness gradually blurred, gently drifting into a sweet slumber. Within the realm of dreams, he continued to navigate that resplendent panorama, relishing endless glory and victory. The 8 spider spear upon Linyu's back seemed to possess a form of sentience, its sharp tip glimmering with an ethereal light as it gently and slowly retracted back into Linyu's body. The motion was executed with utmost care, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, as if it were tenderly safeguarding him, each delicate retraction imbued with exquisite gentleness, whispering softly, "Rest now. Sleep soundly," as if wishing for Linyu's utmost comfort. On the following morning, Linyu awoke, his eyes still heavy with sleep, veiled in a thin mist that rendered them nearly unopenable. Groggy, he completed his morning routine with unsteady steps, his languid form seemingly drawn by an invisible force, as he ambled towards the dining room to partake in breakfast. By this time, both his father and mother had already finished their meal and departed. The dining area exuded an air of emptiness and tranquility, with only Luo Mei, who had also finished her breakfast, and the newly arrived Linyu present. Luo Mei sat there quietly, her gaze imbued with a serene and peaceful essence, while Linyu entered this tranquil space, still enshrouded in the remnants of slumber. With a warm smile that mirrored the comforting embrace of a spring sun, she softly beckoned Linyu to join her for breakfast, saying, "Shall you? Come and enjoy your meal." The breakfast consisted of a bowl of clear broth and a bowl of braised meat, yet these dishes were anything but ordinary. The clear broth was meticulously crafted from a rare flying soul beast, simmered over an extended period. First, the beast had to be delicately placed upon the cutting board, where a sharp blade was wielded with precision to remove its innards and impurities. This process demanded unwavering focus. for even the slightest lapse could compromise the quality of the broth. Subsequently, the carefully prepared meat was cut into uniformly sized pieces, each nearly identical. A true testament to the chef's skill. These pieces were then placed into a specially crafted pot, dark and profound, as if harboring endless mysteries. A variety of precious herbs, each exuding a unique fragrance and of considerable value, were added along with pure spring water, crystal clear and devoid of any impurities. Once all was prepared, the concoction was simmered over a gentle flame. Throughout the slow cooking process, mastery of the heat was paramount. Constant vigilance was required, with no room for error. The chef's eyes remained fixed upon the stove, ever watchful, adjusting the flame according to the broth's state. The flames danced beneath the pot, tenderly embracing it. After several days of simmering, the broth transformed into a rich and aromatic elixir, its fragrance wafting throughout the space, enough to make one salivate. This broth possessed remarkable restorative properties, nurturing the internal organs and stabilizing the soul master's essence, thereby significantly enhancing their cultivation efficacy. The braised meat was equally extraordinary. Crafted from the exquisite essence of a millennium-old armored soul beast, a rare delicacy indeed. The preparation of this precious ingredient involved a unique and intricate technique, reminiscent of a mystical ritual. Through a series of precise maneuvers, the fishy odor and impurities are meticulously eliminated, ensuring the purity of the meat. Subsequently, it is cut into appropriately sized pieces, each one showcasing uniformity and refinement. These morsels are then placed into a heavy pot, accompanied by a secret sauce and rare spices. The sauce is thick and rich, while the spices emit an enchanting aroma. Initially, the mixture is brought to a boil over high heat, and in an instant, the pot is enveloped in steam, with the broth bubbling and producing a delightful gurgling sound. The heat is then reduced to a gentle simmer, the flames tenderly licking the bottom of the pot, as if whispering the secrets of culinary artistry. During the simmering process, the chef wields a large spoon, stirring with a calm and orderly rhythm, allowing the meat to fully absorb the essence of the seasonings. Each stir seems to infuse the dish with a soul. After prolonged cooking, the stew becomes tender and flavorful, its appearance enticing and its aroma intoxicating. With a gentle bite, the meat dissolves in the mouth, delivering an endless satisfaction. This dish enhances the pliability of the meridians and improves the physique of the soul master, making it a rare and nourishing delicacy. For these seemingly simple ingredients, one would need to spend at least 100 gold soul coins. Such an amount is not trivial. For an ordinary household, it is an astronomical figure. Yet, for Lin Yu, as long as he is at home, such high-standard meals are a daily occurrence, never ceasing. Moreover, each meal of the day adheres to this standard, with breakfast set so, and lunch and dinner being even more lavish. In other words, the Lin household's daily expenditure on food amounts to at least 2,000 gold soul coins. This underscores the immense financial strength of the Lin family. Their wealth is so substantial that it resembles a towering mountain built from endless riches, evoking a sense of awe and unattainability. The opulence of their lifestyle is truly astonishing, as if all the wealth of the world continuously converges here, exemplifying the Lin family's unparalleled nobility and luxury. Every expense serves as a silent proclamation of their formidable financial power, leaving one in awe of the family's profound heritage and strength. Upon hearing the call of Sister Luomei, Lin Yu, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, swiftly consumed his breakfast with the swiftness of the wind sweeping away clouds. His mind was incessantly preoccupied with thoughts of meeting his grandfather later. He must perform well and avoid any blunders. This notion circled relentlessly in his mind, causing his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. Once Lin Yu finished his breakfast, Luomei slightly turned and promptly led him to the papal hall. Throughout the journey, Lin Yu's emotions churned like turbulent waves, a blend of anxiety and anticipation. His hands instinctively clenched the hem of his clothing, and his steps quickened, as he silently pondered what reaction his grandfather would have upon seeing him and what decisions he would make regarding the news this time. The tension felt like an invisible hand gripping his heart, while the anticipation flickered within him like a cluster of tiny flames, dancing restlessly. As they arrived at the entrance of the papal hall, Lin Yu was taken aback by the sight before him, rendered speechless and seemingly frozen in place. His mouth agape for what felt like an eternity, although he understood the formidable strength of the spirit hall. He had never imagined it could reach such an exaggerated level of power. To have over 20 soul saints stationed to guard the entrance of the papal hall was astonishing. These were soul saints possessing true martial spirits. Lin Yu marveled inwardly, his thoughts swirling like tangled threads in a tempest. Throughout his travels over the past year, he had encountered various trials and tribulations, yet he had never witnessed such a congregation of soul saints in one place, in any location outside the spirit hall. Soul saints held high status and commanded respect, revered wherever they went or feared in their presence. Yet within the spirit hall, these once imposing soul saints were relegated to merely guarding the entrance of the papal hall. Lin Yu couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the unfathomable depth of the spirit hall. Realizing why it could dominate the region, instilling fear in various factions, his gaze was filled with awe and reverence. Unable to pull himself away from the astonishing scene before him, the guardians of the hall stood tall and imposing, like majestic mountains, exuding an unshakable sense of solidity. Clad in golden armor that shimmered brilliantly under the radiant sunlight, they resembled the battle attire of a war deity, resplendent and sacred. Upon closer inspection, one could see intricate engravings adorning the armor, with patterns both delicate and complex, mysterious runes and formidable mythical beast motifs, each line precise and fluid, exemplifying the spirit hall's dignity and nobility, as if narrating its glorious history and unparalleled honor. Their faces were stern and resolute, seemingly chiseled by master craftsmen, with sharp angles and defined lines. Their eyes, keen as hawks, possessed a piercing intensity, as if capable of penetrating the depths of the human soul and uncovering all hidden secrets and conspiracies. Each knight emanated a powerful wave of soul energy, surging like tumultuous tides, cascading in layers, relentlessly impacting the surrounding space. Their overwhelming presence felt like an invisible hand, firmly pressing upon one's body and mind, evoking an immense sense of oppression that made even breathing a challenge, as if any slight movement could lead to being crushed by this formidable force in an instant. After Lin Yu finally emerged from his shock, he took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Addressing Sister Luomei, he said, "Sister Luomei, let us part ways here. You shall report to the Pope, while I must seek out my grandfather in the Elder Hall." His voice trembled slightly, reflecting both a sense of reluctance at the impending separation and an anticipation mixed with anxiety regarding the encounter with his grandfather. Luomei gently nodded, her face adorned with a tender smile, her gaze soft as flowing water resting upon Lin Yu. "Little Yu, it is indeed time for us to part here." Upon finishing her words, her expression transformed into one of resolve. Taking a deep breath, as if to bolster her courage, she strode purposefully towards the entrance of the papal hall. Her heart raced uncontrollably, pounding as if it would leap from her throat. After all, meeting the Pope was no trivial matter. Internally, she reminded herself to remain composed and not to falter. Chapter 98. Audience with Grandfather regaining her composure. Luomei addressed one of the Knight Protectors, saying, "Please inform His Holiness the Pope that the meteor Bao Luomei has important news to convey." The knight, tall and imposing like a towering edifice, exuded an air of authority that overshadowed those around him. He nodded slightly, his movements sharp and decisive, imbued with an undeniable strength as if every subtle gesture could command the very essence of the world. In a deep and resonant voice, he replied, "Wait here." His tone thundered like distant lightning, reverberating with an intensity that resonated deeply within. After solemnly nodding at Luomei, he turned and strode purposefully into the papal hall, each step firm and steady, as if he could shatter the ground beneath him, creating an invisible pressure in the air, his garments rustling in the wind, epitomizing the essence of a formidable presence. Before long, he emerged briskly from the papal hall, maintaining his serious demeanor as he addressed Luomei. "His Holiness the Pope requests your presence." His voice echoed across the vast hall, carrying an unmistakable authority. Upon hearing the Pope's consent for her entry, Luomei wasted no time and stepped boldly into the papal hall. Shortly after entering, she felt the piercing gaze of the Pope, whose eyes brimmed with gravitas, as they bore down upon her like two chilling bolts of lightning. Instantly, Luomei felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, those scrutinizing eyes piercing her very soul with an icy sharpness. Overwhelmed by the intensity of that gaze, cold sweat began to beat upon her brow, and she inwardly lamented. The Pope's gaze is truly formidable, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Her body involuntarily trembled, her breath quickening, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. After scrutinizing Luomei for a moment, the Pope finally averted his gaze, his finely chiseled features now seemingly cloaked in frost, his expression grave to the point of being unapproachable. In a low, somber tone, he inquired, "Luomei, what matter do you wish to bring before me?" Her voice resonated as though it emerged from the depths of a shadowy valley, imbued with a weighty pressure. Upon hearing the words of Pope Bibidong, Luomei's heart constricted sharply. She inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil within, forcing herself to maintain composure. Stepping forward, she addressed the Pope, "Your Holiness, during my recent excursion to assist Lin Yu in acquiring a soul ring, I unexpectedly uncovered a lead regarding Tang Hao. Her voice quivered slightly, yet she endeavored to keep it clear. Oh, what lead have you discovered? Pope Bibi Dong inquired, her brow arching slightly, as though the raised brow bore an invisible hook that sought to extract the secrets lodged within Luo Mei's heart. Her tone carried a hint of urgency and authority, reverberating like thunder in Luo Mei's ears, causing her body to tense instinctively. Luo Mei proceeded to relay the information she possessed in meticulous detail, her speech steady and coherent, mindful of omitting nothing and making no errors. After listening, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she spoke slowly. Luo Mei, your report is commendable. I bestow upon you a bone of 5,000 years for your right arm. Elder Ju, please escort her to receive her reward. Her voice was measured yet exuded an undeniable authority. Yes, your holiness, came a respectful reply from a figure emerging slowly from the shadows. This silhouette moved silently as if a ghost, and only upon fully stepping into the light could one discern his features. He was none other than the owner of the Celestial Herb Compendium, the title Douluo, Ju Huaguan, with a sycophantic smile adorning his face. He inclined slightly and bowed to Bibi Dong before gesturing towards Luo Mei in invitation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu approached the elder hall with an anxious and eager heart. His steps heavy. His heart raced like a frantic drum, each beat striking at his taut nerves. The elder hall loomed high into the clouds, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, its solemnity so profound it almost stifled one's breath. Its imposing presence seemed to emanate from an ancient beast, opening a maw capable of suppressing all, instilling awe merely by its distant gaze. This was the epitome of martial prowess within the spirit hall, shrouded in mystery and intimidating. Each entity enshrined therein was a super title Douluo of level 95 or higher, their formidable auras palpable, manifesting as visible surges of power, tumultuous and overwhelming. Wherever this energy flowed, it rendered the very space solid as ice, frigid and oppressive, evoking a sense of dread that required immense courage merely to approach. Lin Yu gazed at the elder hall, unable to suppress a gulp, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Nevertheless, he resolutely moved forward, silently encouraging himself. Do not fear. Do not fear. I must convey the message successfully. Grandfather, Lin Yu called out, his voice trembling with excitement as he addressed the man before him, a mature figure with golden eyes and white hair. His voice soared like a bird breaking free from its cage, brimming with an uncontrollable urgency, akin to a flood on the verge of overflowing, radiating profound intimacy. His eyes sparkled like the brilliant stars in the night sky, shimmering with pure joy at the sight of a beloved family member, utterly untainted. His feet seemed to move of their own accord, taking several eager steps forward, each stride imbued with an insatiable longing. His urgent demeanor resembled that of a traveler, weary from traversing the desert, who has finally spotted a long-awaited oasis, longing to dash forward and embrace his kin. Xiaoyu, what brings you to see me today? Qian Dalu inquired with a smile, his expression as gentle as a spring breeze, warm and inviting. His gaze was soft as water, seemingly able to penetrate the depths of Lin Yu's innermost thoughts. His voice was tender, akin to a feather drifting through the air, yet carried a reassuring strength that seemed capable of soothing all anxieties. Grandfather, during my travels, I discovered traces of Tang Hao, and I have come to report this to you. Oh, by the way, where are Grandfather Jin Yi and Sister Shui? I haven't seen them. Lin Yu's face was alight with anticipation, his eyes darting around in a frantic search, akin to lightning that missed no corner. His heart raced as if it housed a little bunny, thumping with nervousness and anxiety. Oh dear, where could Sister Shui have gone? Surely she hasn't encountered any danger? Each heartbeat reverberated with tension and worry, as if it might burst from his chest. Your Sister Shui has gone out on a secret mission. As for your grandfather Genie, he has indeed arrived, Qian Dalu replied, slowly raising his hand to gesture in a certain direction. A hint of a mysterious smile grazing his lips. This smile seemed to conceal untold secrets, igniting an insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth. Lin Yu swiftly turned his head, his gaze instantly captivated by a singular figure. Before him stood an individual adorned with a lone horn protruding from his forehead, resembling a spear forged from the finest steel, emanating a chilling luminescence that sent shivers down one's spine. His visage was etched with intricate black patterns, winding and intertwining like ancient runes, shrouded in mystery and brimming with power. This figure advanced with a steady, mountain-like gait, approaching Lin Yu at a deliberate pace. Each step he took seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly, as if unable to bear the immense pressure. Before long, he stood directly before Lin Yu. His towering frame loomed like an insurmountable peak, instilling a profound sense of oppression. His eyes resembled fathomless depths, inscrutable and profound, fixed intently upon Lin Yu. He inquired, "Xiao Yu, what brings you here today?" His voice resonated low and powerful, akin to distant thunder rumbling in the ear. Imbued with the unique concern of an elder, yet unwavering in its authority, as if capable of piercing through one's very soul. Under the formidable aura surrounding him, Lin Yu instinctively straightened his back, striving to project an air of composure as he responded, "Grandfather Jin, I have something of great importance to convey." He hastily continued, his voice both urgent and resonant, tinged with a slight tremor. A glimmer of excitement illuminated his expression, akin to a flickering flame dancing in his eyes, interwoven with a thread of anxiety as beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles paling, with veins in his arms protruding, as though rallying strength for the significant revelation he was about to share. The tension in his grasp seemed to accumulate energy, while simultaneously suppressing the fervor within, causing his body to lean slightly forward, eager to divulge his discovery. Upon hearing this, Douluo Jin threw back his head and erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Little you truly are remarkable. We, at the Spirit Hall, have searched for that scoundrel for countless years without success. And yet you managed to uncover his trail during your travels. In comparison, the spies of the Spirit Hall are utterly inept." His laughter was unrestrained, resonating like the mighty waves of a tumultuous sea, each swell surpassing the last. The sound boomed like a resounding gong, causing the very air around them to tremble and hum. At that moment, a blazing fire ignited within him, brimming with exhilaration and anticipation. Finally, at long last, there was a lead on that wretched Tang Hao. He roared inwardly, envisioning the possibility of avenging his deceased brother's son, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Unconsciously, his hands tightened into fists with such intensity that the joints turned pale from the strain, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging like worms ready to burst forth. He silently vowed, "Tang Hao, this time, you shall not escape. I will ensure that you pay in blood for the wrongs you have inflicted, seeking justice for my unfortunate nephew." Lin Yu shyly scratched his head, a blush blooming on his face akin to a ripened apple. With a bashful demeanor, he uttered, "Grandfather Jin, I am not as remarkable as you think. It is merely that I have been fortunate." His gaze fell, long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, never daring to meet the penetrating gaze of the golden crocodile Douluo, whose eyes seemed to pierce through him. Internally, he mused, "I truly never expected to uncover Tang Hao's whereabouts. It was merely a stroke of luck. I did not foresee such a significant commotion arising from this. I hope there are not overly high expectations placed upon me, for if I ultimately prove unhelpful, it would be quite unfortunate." His hands gently tugged at the corners of his garment, fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. The golden crocodile Douluo's eyes sparkled with intensity as they swiftly shifted towards Douluo, filled with urgency and desire. He could hardly contain himself as he exclaimed, "Brother, this time, Xiao Yu has discovered the whereabouts of that scoundrel Tang Hao. Will you not take action? If you do not, I shall. You must remember, when Jie was gravely injured, I yearned to dash out and rend that scoundrel Tang Hao to pieces. The mere thought of it keeps me awake at night, consumed by rage. Alas, those spies from the Spirit Hall are utterly useless. Despite searching for so many years, they have failed to uncover even a trace of Tang Hao. Even when we pressured the Houghton insect to seal their mountain, he hid away, daring not to show his face. Now that Xiao Yu has finally found his lead, I cannot let him slip away. I must avenge Jie." As he spoke, his excitement escalated, his voice growing more fervent as though it might break through the very roof. At that moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed like writhing worms, pulsating violently. His eyes widened, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth from their sockets, radiating an inferno of rage. He resembled an enraged lion, eager to pounce upon his foe and tear him to shreds. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in labored gasps, akin to a bellows laboring to draw air. Upon hearing this, Douluo paused momentarily, then exhaled a deep sigh, a sound imbued with profound weariness and helplessness. His expression grew grave, brows furrowed deeply, resembling two profound ravines as he slowly articulated, "Jin, I must guard the Elder Hall and cannot venture out lightly. This time, it shall be left to you." Each word was laden with a weighty sense of resignation, pressing heavily upon those who heard it. Within him, a fierce internal struggle unfolded, weighing the urgency and significance of avenging his son against the responsibilities of safeguarding the Elder Hall. A fleeting glimmer of concern crossed his eyes, pondering whether Jin's endeavor would encounter unforeseen peril and if he would successfully achieve his goal. Yet, After much deliberation, he found himself compelled to make such a decision. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo vigorously nodded, the force of it seemingly capable of snapping his neck, and resolutely declared, "Understood, brother." His gaze was filled with resolute determination, as if he had prepared for every eventuality. In an instant, he swiftly turned his attention to Lin Yu. His eyes brimming with anticipation, akin to two blazing flames fixated on Lin Yu. Eagerly, he declared, "Xiaoyu, this time, you shall accompany me on this journey." His voice carried an undeniable firmness, as if he had already concluded that Lin Yu would acquiesce to his request. Lin Yu wore a bitter smile. A grimace that was more sorrowful than tears, his brow furrowed tightly like two entangled caterpillars. With a tone imbued with helplessness, he implored, "Grandfather Genie, may I not go?" His voice trembled slightly, reminiscent of leaves falling in the wind, fragile and devoid of support. Chapter 100, The Treasure Chamber. Lin Yu wore a bitter smile, one that was more unsightly than tears. His brows were tightly knitted together, resembling two intertwined caterpillars, as he helplessly implored, "Grandfather Genie, may I not go?" His voice trembled slightly, akin to a leaf fluttering in the wind, fragile and powerless. His hands incessantly rubbed the hem of his garment, rendering it crumpled and unkempt. Anxiety surged within him, as if countless fawns were colliding chaotically in his heart. The task bestowed upon him by his mother was so daunting. If he were to accompany Grandfather Genie in search of Tang Hao, he would undoubtedly fail to fulfill her expectations. The thought of his mother's wrath was terrifying. Her stern demeanor would leave him utterly at a loss. As this notion crossed his mind, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "What is the matter? Xiaoyu, do you have other concerns?" Grandfather Genie inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion, his gaze piercing through Lin Yu like a searchlight. "Grandfather Genie, my mother has tasked me with breaking through to level 5 of my spirit power within 5 months. The timeline is already tight. And now you want me to accompany you in searching for Tang Hao. The urgency has intensified, and I fear I may not fulfill her orders. If I fail, she will surely punish me severely." Lin Yu's voice quivered, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind, unstable and uncertain. As he spoke, he swallowed hard. The stern visage of his mother flashing in his mind, her fierce gaze and furrowed brow only deepening his trepidation, as if an invisible hand were clutching his heart tightly. "Fear not, I shall speak to that girl you wear when the time comes. During our quest for Tang Hao, I will also guide you in your cultivation." Grandfather Genie reassured him, gently patting Lin Yu's shoulder. His tone was as warm and comforting as the gentle sun of spring. "Very well then, Grandfather Genie. Let us depart the day after tomorrow. I wish to spend one more day at home tomorrow, as I have scarcely seen my parents for over a year. I long to be with them a little longer." Lin Yu's eyes shimmered with longing and affection for his parents, his gaze soft as water, as if he could see their familiar figures before him. Upon hearing this, Grandfather Genie laughed heartily. "Then, Xiaoyu, I shall come to find you the day after tomorrow." His laughter was vibrant and clear, akin to summer thunder, resonating deeply in the heart. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's youthful visage was instantly clouded with helplessness, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. He released a heavy sigh, as if exhaling his inner reluctance. Slowly nodding, a note of resignation tinged his voice as he addressed, "Grandfather Genie, I understand." At that moment, his heart felt as though it were burdened by an immense stone, pressing down so heavily that it nearly deprived him of breath. Alas, it seemed there was no escaping this journey. The task entrusted by his mother was already formidable. And now he was to accompany Grandfather Genie on an adventure. What was he to do? With these thoughts, his brows knitted tightly into a frown, his countenance laden with worry. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, his legs felt leaden, each step forward appearing an arduous struggle. He gradually turned. His footsteps weighed down as if he bore an immense load, laboriously making his way out of the Elder Hall towards the entrance of the Papal Hall. Upon reaching the threshold of the Papal Hall, he abruptly halted, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, his heart racing with urgency. The muscles in his face twitched slightly from anxiety as he called out to the knights of the hall, "Do you know the whereabouts of Lady Luome?" At that moment, his heart raced furiously, each beat resonating like a drum in his ears, filled with hope for a response from the knights. His eyes were fixed intently on them, as if willing to penetrate their very words. "Lady Luome has accompanied Elder Ju to the treasure hall to receive her reward." Lin Yu quickly bowed slightly to the speaking guardian knight, his tone sincere as a gently flowing spring, and said, "Thank you for the information." After expressing his gratitude, he turned and hurriedly rushed towards the treasure hall, his urgency akin to an arrow released from its bow. Upon arriving at the entrance of the treasure hall, Lin Yu was instantly struck by the formidable presence of the guards, drawing in a sharp breath. Before him stood a dozen soul fighters, poised and ready for any eventuality. Each of these warriors was robust, resembling towering iron sentinels, their broad shoulders seemingly capable of bearing immense burdens. Their faces were stern, evoking the unyielding chill of ancient ice, with every wrinkle seemingly concealing boundless authority. Their gazes were sharp as that of hawks, as if they could perceive all, and when their eyes swept over him, it felt like the keen edge of a blade slicing through the air, sending a shiver down his spine. The overwhelming aura they exuded surged like a tumultuous wave, suffocating him with its intensity, rendering him breathless and instilling a sense of dread that made his legs tremble slightly. One could only imagine the depths of power hidden beyond the surface. Lin Yu reflected inwardly, recognizing that such stringent defenses suggested the treasures within were of unparalleled worth. His heart raced, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation swelling within him. The treasure hall loomed magnificently, akin to a colossal peak piercing the clouds. Its walls were constructed from hefty blue stones, which, after enduring the passage of time, bore the marks of age, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As if recounting tales of past grandeur, the grand gates stood wide and tall, resembling the embrace of a giant, adorned with a myriad of precious gems and metals that sparkled brilliantly under the sun's rays. This resplendent light, a kaleidoscope of colors, wove together into a dazzling display that was almost blinding, compelling one to avert their gaze for fear of being scorched by its brilliance. After Lin Yu sighed, he took a deep breath, fortifying himself like a warrior preparing for battle. He then lifted his foot and cautiously stepped into the treasure hall. As Lin Yu was about to enter the treasure hall, he was abruptly confronted by a formidable guard, robust and with a face marked by pronounced features. This guardian resembled a moving mountain, his muscles bulging as if they would tear through his clothing. His eyes, round as bells, widened in an intimidating glare, and the flesh on his face quivered with his expression. With a grave demeanor and mouth agape, he bellowed, "This is not a place for just anyone to enter. Unless you possess an elder's token or are accompanied by someone, you cannot pass." The echo of his thunderous voice reverberated in Lin Yu's ears, leaving them ringing. "I possess neither an elder's token nor a guide. However, might this token suffice?" With that, Lin Yu endeavored to suppress the turmoil within, feigning calmness while striving to maintain an expression of composure. He slowly retrieved the token bestowed upon him by his grandfather from the heart of the stars. His fingers trembled slightly, yet he exerted effort to keep it inconspicuous, his palm slick with perspiration from gripping the token tightly. The guard accepted the token Lin Yu offered, his gaze immediately captivated by the lifelike, sacred angelic statue intricately carved on its face, as if the angel were poised to emerge from the token, radiating an aura of reverence. The reverse side bore the powerful and vigorous name of Douluo, each stroke exuding an air of immeasurable authority. Upon examining the token, the guard's eyes widened in horror, and his complexion drained to a pallid hue, reminiscent of a blank sheet of paper. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, hitting the ground with a sound that seemed audible. With a sudden collapse, he fell to one knee, his voice trembling in utter trepidation as he stammered, "My lord, please enter. With this token, you may freely access any treasure within the hall." His hands shook like leaves in the wind as he respectfully extended the token back to Lin Yu, his head bowed deeply, not daring to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu took the token and swiftly stowed it away in the heart of the stars. He then heard the guard bellowing, "Open the palace gates." With each resounding boom that echoed through the air, the sound reverberated, causing a buzzing sensation in one's eardrums. The heavy palace doors creaked open slowly, akin to a slumbering giant being roused, emitting a deep, rumbling growl. Lin Yu advanced with measured steps, each one cautious and deliberate, as if traversing thin ice, acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could lead him into the abyss. He entered slowly, his eyes reflecting both curiosity and a hint of reverence, resembling a child stepping into a treasure trove, filled with both excitement and trepidation. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's entrance, the guard who had posed the earlier question finally relaxed, the tension dissipating from his body as he exhaled a long-held breath, as if that sigh had been trapped within him for an eternity. He swiftly wiped the beads of cold sweat from his brow, which had thoroughly drenched his forehead. Beside him, a smaller, more agile guard, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence, wore an expression of perplexity, his brows furrowed into a deep crease. He eagerly inquired, "What is that token? Why did you appear so alarmed after seeing it?" His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yu, yearning for an explanation. "That token is the emblem of the worship hall, and it also signifies the great offerings. The speaking guard's voice quivered slightly, betraying that he had not yet fully recovered from the earlier tension. You are indeed fortunate. It is a blessing that you did not speak recklessly just now. Otherwise, should he report you to the great offerings, you would find yourself in dire straits," remarked another guard, his voice laced with lingering apprehension as he patted his chest, seemingly grateful for having avoided a mistake. As Lin Yu stepped into the treasure hall, he found himself instantly immobilized, as if ensnared by an enchantment. His feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering him unable to move even an inch. His eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, nearly popping from their sockets, as he was rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle before him. His mouth agape enough to accommodate an egg. Inside the hall, a dazzling array of jewels and treasures illuminated the space, their brilliant colors, gold, purple, blue, intertwining like countless vibrant ribbons in a choreographed dance. The intensity of the light was overwhelming, blindingly bright, causing his eyes to ache painfully, nearly forcing them shut. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his eyes, yet he could not resist peering through his fingers at the incredible scene unfolding before him. My heavens! He could not help but draw in a sharp breath, the cool air rushing into his lungs, sending a shiver coursing through his body. His heart was tumultuous, thoughts swirling chaotically. This was utterly astonishing. How could so many exquisite treasures be gathered in one place? A plethora of rare artifacts dazzled his senses, their brilliance rendering him momentarily spellbound. Each treasure emanated a mysterious and alluring glow, as if whispering ancient and legendary tales to him. Just as Lin Yu remained lost in this profound astonishment, akin to wandering through a fantastical dreamscape, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Raspy and grating like sandpaper scraping across glass. "Young man, produce the token. If you lack it, I shall treat you as an intruder and eliminate you on the spot." The voice struck him like a thunderclap, jarring him from his reverie, causing his heart to constrict sharply as a cold sweat broke out across his brow. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yu was instantly struck with fear, his body trembling as if caught in a tempest. His mind went blank in an instant, and in a flustered manner, he hastily retrieved the token from the heart of the stars, his hands quivering like leaves in a biting wind. Struggling to maintain a grip on the token, with utmost reverence, he extended the token towards the elder, his voice betraying a noticeable tremor as he spoke. "Esteemed elder, this is for you." As he handed the token over, Lin Yu's eyes remained fixed and attentive, scrutinizing the elder with the keen gaze of a hawk. He discerned that the formidable and oppressive aura emanating from the elder bore an uncanny resemblance to that which his father exuded. Could it be that this venerable figure was also a level 95 super title Douluo? The thought flickered through his mind, causing his heart to leap into his throat, as if an invisible hand were clutching at his windpipe, rendering him breathless. What if he inadvertently offended him? Surely, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for such a transgression. While Lin Yu was still grappling with his astonishment, the elder's expression remained impassive, his visage as cold and unyielding as iron, devoid of any emotion. With swift and decisive motions, he accepted the token, his piercing gaze slicing through the air as he cast a quick glance over it. Then, in a deep and gravelly voice, he addressed Lin Yu. "Ah? So this is the token of the grand offering. With this token, you are entitled to select 3 treasures from this treasury. By the way, do extend my regards to the grand offering." With that, the elder vanished in an instant, his speed astonishing, akin to a wraith, disappearing without a trace. The darkness seemed to engulf him, swallowing him whole, as if he had never existed, leaving Lin Yu standing alone, his heart still racing from the earlier tension. Once the elder had disappeared, Lin Yu exhaled a long, relieved breath, the release akin to a long-suppressed torrent finally finding its outlet. His taut body slumped against the nearby shelf, resembling a puddle of mud. "What a fright," he murmured, his voice still tinged with tremors and the relief of having survived a harrowing encounter. Regaining his composure, he steeled himself and began to examine the treasures within the treasury with keen interest. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, reminiscent of a child stepping into a land filled with wonders. Chapter 102. Attraction. The interior of the treasury was extraordinarily spacious, resembling a vast circular plaza. Its layout was intricately designed and uniquely crafted, forming a perfect circle, surrounded by towering shelves that stood like majestic giants. These shelves were laden with an array of treasures, a dazzling spectacle that left one awestruck. On some shelves rested resplendent gemstones, varying in size from pigeon eggs to grains of rice, shimmering under the soft light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors akin to twinkling stars. Other shelves displayed ancient scrolls, their yellowed pages exuding the essence of time, as if concealing mysterious powers yet to be unveiled. On the shelves, an array of bizarre weapons was displayed. Some swords glimmered with a chilling light, while others featured hilts adorned with precious gemstones that instilled a sense of dread. Upon taking in the scene, Lindu could not help but exclaim in admiration. The treasure hall truly exemplified the profound heritage of the spirit hall amassed over millennia. With an abundance of rare and exquisite treasures, he even spotted several hundred-year-old red fruits, akin to those previously consumed by Sister Luo. These fruits were delicately encased in crystal boxes, their clarity and purity reminiscent of the finest ice. Each box was embellished with tiny gemstones that twinkled like stars in the night sky, radiating an enchanting glow. Moreover, this was merely what was prominently displayed. Behind these hundred-year-old red fruits lay several even more opulent boxes crafted from premium rosewood, exuding a subtle and intoxicating fragrance that seemed to soothe the very soul. The boxes were intricately carved with exquisite patterns, their delicate lines flowing gracefully, akin to nature's most magnificent artwork. Additionally, the edges of the boxes were lined with golden trim that shimmered brilliantly under the light, exuding unparalleled luxury. Lindu speculated that within might lie thousand-year-old red fruits, a rarity potent enough to elevate a tidal Douluo's soul power by a level. Even the most coveted soul bones in the spirit master realm were abundantly present here. These soul bones emanated a mysterious and formidable aura, as if countless invisible hands stirred the air around them. Some resembled pristine jade, warm and smooth, their surfaces seemingly bathed in a soft halo of light, evoking an irresistible desire to touch them, yet inspiring a deep reverence due to the unknown forces they possessed. Others appeared like black gemstones, profound and dark, as if capable of absorbing one's gaze, concealing within them an energy that could annihilate worlds. Among them were trunk and head soul bones, with ages reaching 50,000 years. Merely glancing at them, one could feel an overwhelming power, reminiscent of mighty rivers surging within, or fierce flames burning at their core, instilling both trepidation and boundless yearning. At that moment, Lin Yu's martial spirit surged with an intense and peculiar energy, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against his mind and body. What could this mean? Confusion enveloped him like a thick fog, clouding his thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit. The instant he did, the pull intensified, as if invisible hands were forcefully tugging at him, a raw and overpowering force he could not resist. He was compelled to move forward, his steps faltering like a puppet on strings. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself drawn to the miscellaneous area. This section appeared disordered, as if ravaged by a tempest, with an assortment of peculiar items haphazardly piled together, devoid of any semblance of order. Some objects are shrouded in a thick layer of dust, the accumulation resembling the vicissitudes of time, concealing their original forms, as if forgotten by time in a dim corner. Others, however, emit a faint yet peculiar glow, fluctuating in intensity like a mysterious heartbeat pulsing within this chaos. Some lights resemble ethereal clouds at dawn, vibrant and elusive, while others appear as chilling will-o'-the-wisps, exuding a sense of eerie coldness that sends shivers down one's spine. Lin Yu's eyes widened, resembling orbs on the verge of leaping from their sockets, as he eagerly and expectantly surveyed the items in the cluttered area. His gaze, akin to two searing beams of laser, seemed poised to pierce through every corner, seeking to uncover something that resonated with his martial soul. He crouched low, his body arched like a taut bow, his steps as light as falling snowflakes, yet cautious as if traversing fragile ice. His form shifted like a willow in the wind, adapting to the arrangement of the surrounding debris, agile and alert, driven by an unwavering determination to find it. In the depths of his heart, he silently prayed, the mantra echoing within him like the solemn tolling of a temple bell, heavy yet resolute. At last, in a dim and cramped corner, nearly engulfed by shadows, Lin Yu discovered an object that stirred a profound response within his martial spirit. It was a crystal-like entity with 612 facets, resembling a diamond, quietly nestled among a disarray of items, akin to a resplendent pearl forgotten by the world, emanating an aura of exquisite isolation. This crystal was utterly translucent, pure and devoid of any blemish, with each facet refracting a soft, gentle glow, as if composed of countless fragmented, shimmering starlights coalescing into a dreamlike radiance that captivated the beholder. Its edges were smooth and graceful, crafted with such precision that they bore no imperfections, as if nature itself had meticulously sculpted this masterpiece with the most delicate of strokes and the most thoughtful of designs. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that an elusive current flowed within the crystal, akin to ethereal wisps of smoke, appearing and disappearing intermittently, imparting an enigmatic and inscrutable sensation. It was as though this crystal concealed an undiscovered mystical realm, eagerly awaiting exploration and revelation. As Lin Yu grasped the object, the sword of time and space in his hand suddenly erupted with fervent agitation. It trembled incessantly, twisting and writhing, yearning to devour the item with an insatiable hunger. That intense desire manifested as an invisible giant hand, gripping the object tightly, frantically pulling towards the blade, as if it sought to wrench Lin Yu's arm from its socket. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming force emanating from the hilt of the sword, a force both relentless and savage, akin to a rampaging beast desperately striving to break free from its restraints. His arm was painfully tugged by this immense power, muscles taut and veins bulging. What on earth was happening? A wave of astonishment washed over Lin Yu, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Chapter 103, Eternal Whale Gel. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu was suddenly struck with alarm. Oh no, he could not help but exclaim. As beads of sweat erupted from his forehead like a torrent from a newly opened faucet, each droplet swiftly merging into rivulets. His heart raced, seemingly lodged in his throat, as if it might leap forth at any moment. After all, he was wholly unaware of the consequences that might arise should the sword of time and space absorb this object. He pondered deeply, his brow furrowing into a tight crease, his face a tapestry of anguish and concern, as if ensnared in a tangled mass that he could not unravel. Lin Yu steadied his mind, silently resolving to take this item back to show his father, seeking any insights he might possess regarding its significance. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu swiftly released his martial soul and cautiously concealed the object within his garments. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave the cluttered area, a faint yet alluring fragrance, akin to a delicate ribbon, quietly wafted into his nostrils. This enchanting aroma seemed to possess a mysterious allure, instantly capturing his undivided attention. Lin Yu was instantly captivated by the alluring fragrance, his eyes gleaming like stars suddenly igniting in the darkness. What could this enchanting scent be? He pondered, murmuring to himself, almost as if drawn by an invisible thread. He eagerly followed the trail of the aroma. His steps were hurried and urgent, akin to being urged onward by a fierce gale, until he soon found himself standing before a patch of dark, viscous substance. Lin Yu cautiously lifted the gelatinous substance, his hands trembling slightly as if cradling an exceptionally rare treasure of the world. His focused and meticulous demeanor suggested a profound fear that even the slightest misstep could mar this precious gem. He slowly brought it close to his nose, inhaling deeply, his face alight with urgency and anticipation. Indeed, the ethereal and intoxicating fragrance wafted from this object, captivating his senses. The object, roughly the size of a palm, took on an irregular oval shape, reminiscent of a gem carelessly sculpted by nature's hand. Its surface was smooth and elastic, and a gentle touch revealed a silk-like softness. The pitch-black hue resembled the canopy of a deep night sky, profound and enigmatic, as if concealing the infinite mysteries of the universe, compelling one to delve deeper into its secrets. Lin Yu quickly recalled in his mind, furrowing his brow, his gaze filled with contemplation. What object could emit such a unique fragrance? At that moment, images raced through his mind like a rapid slideshow, so swift that he could barely keep up. Suddenly, the images came to a halt before a particular scene. Could it be that the object in his hand was also the legendary 10,000-year whale resin? Lin Yu murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a tremor of anticipation. Recalling the descriptions of the 10,000-year whale resin from the Peerless Tang sect, his heart raced, each beat echoing like a small drum in his chest, causing his body to tremble slightly. If it truly was the 10,000-year whale resin, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. His eyes sparkled with excitement, the gleam in his gaze suggesting that he could already envision a magnificent future bolstered by this precious resin. The 10,000-year whale resin possesses remarkably miraculous effects, significantly enhancing the physique of soul masters. This enhancement is not merely superficial, it is a comprehensive, profound fortification. It transforms the inherently fragile bodies of soul masters into something as resilient as steel, with every muscle and bone imbued with strength and toughness. With a body reinforced by the 10,000-year whale resin, a soul master can withstand the immense pressure brought on by higher-age soul rings. The ferocious forces that could potentially overwhelm a soul master's body become far less daunting in the presence of such a robust physique. Consequently, the 10,000-year whale resin facilitates the absorption of higher-age soul rings, opening a gateway to greater realms of growth, and allowing soul masters to transcend their limitations and continuously strive towards the pinnacle of their potential. Lin Yu could no longer contain the burning curiosity within him, akin to a fierce blaze. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself with a grave expression, "No matter what, I shall give it a try." As the words left his lips, he inhaled deeply, seemingly summoning the courage he needed. His gaze sharpened, and he called forth the sword of time and space with a low command. In an instant, a flash of light heralded the sword's appearance, its blade radiating a mysterious luminescence. His wrist trembled slightly, a mixture of tension and anticipation coursing through him as he gradually brought the blade closer to the object in his grasp. With a gentle yet deliberate motion, he carefully made a subtle incision upon the surface of the item. The cut was exceedingly faint, yet it felt as though it had consumed all his strength. Through the nearly imperceptible mark, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. He distinctly perceived the dark golden glow concealed beneath the obsidian shell, a brilliance akin to the dawn hidden within an endless night, resplendent and captivating, brimming with hope and the enigmatic allure of the unknown. Lin Yu was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. His face flushed crimson, and his eyes wide open, as if they might burst into flames. His fists were clenched tightly, so much so that his knuckles turned white, and the veins on his arms bulged like coiling dragons. His body trembled slightly from the surge of emotion, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. This was, without a doubt, the fabled 10,000-year whale glue. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse from overwhelming exhilaration, imbued with an unmistakable tone of ecstasy and pride, as if he had unearthed the most precious treasure in the world. Lin Yu took several deep breaths, his chest heaving violently like a bellows, each rise accompanied by a profound gasp. He desperately endeavored to calm the tumultuous waves of his nearly uncontrollable excitement. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his two eyebrows tightly knotted together as if bound in a deadlock. The light in his eyes flickered erratically, at times bright as a blazing flame, and at others dim as embers on the verge of extinguishing. His thoughts raced like untamed wild horses, galloping freely through his mind. His mother, now an 89th level soul master, could undoubtedly break through her bottleneck and ascend to the rank of title Douluo if he were to bring her a millennium-old red fruit. After all, he had only selected 2 out of his 3 treasured items, making this a splendid opportunity that he could not afford to miss. Presenting the millennium red fruit to his mother would ensure her successful advancement. Coincidentally, Grandpa Jean E was taking him out to hunt Tang.